Awakening of the Hunter, Brooklyn, New York. Midnight streets. Long live Hydra. The suited thugs bellow their slogans, recklessly unleashing bullets from their firearms as every traitor must perish. SHIELD agents were monitoring this fervent mob from a distance. The future Iron Man, Tony Stark, was preoccupied with flirting with a lovely lady at a gala. This is the realm of Marvel. Su Ming lay on a metal bed, reeking of antiseptic, with blood seeping from a bullet wound in his left shoulder. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling hummed, while 3 flies feasted on the plasma, oozing from his injury. $300, sir. The doctor, donning a skull mask, waved a pair of rusty surgical pliers. Or you may opt to pay with a kidney. Licking his chapped lips, Su Ming's memories lingered on the moments before his transmutation. An award ceremony, delivery scooters in torrential rain, blinding high beams, and the sudden appearance of a swirling rainbow vortex in the middle of the road. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the crossfire of Brooklyn streets. Beep. Host life signs detected below, critical threshold, premium system activated. His retina erupted with a golden stream of data, and a holographic interface unfolded amidst the bloodied scene before him. Name: Su Ming. Age: 28. Physical condition: 5. Current balance: 0. Existing skills: none. Gift package: skills beginner. Self-healing factor: Wolverine level recovery: 5,000. Hawkeye vision: dynamic vision, LV.1, 3,000. Basic combat mastery of Jeet Kune Do, 2,000. Prices for gift skills are non-referential. As his consciousness gradually returned, Su Ming recalled struggling to reach this dubious clinic after being shot. But wasn't I delivering an order? Where is this? Have I transmigrated? Ouch. The excruciating pain in his shoulder incessantly signaled alarms to his brain, and Su Ming realized his condition was likely dire. Yet this unscrupulous doctor demanded $300 for treatment. Where on earth could he procure that damn sum? Moreover, this Wolverine-level recovery? Is it reminiscent of the Wolverine's powers in my memory? If true, perhaps I wouldn't need this wretched doctor after all. But the catch is it costs 5,000, and that's just the price for the gift package. Since when did gift packages require payment? Curse capitalism. Hey, are you listening, yellow-skinned monkey? The doctor's pliers suddenly pressed against Su Ming's Adam's apple. Or do you wish to try a bullet extraction without anesthesia? Su Ming fixated on the Glock 17 at the doctor's waist, and his retina unveiled a price tag. Second-hand Glock with 12 rounds valuation, $350. This system can appraise weapons? Is it limited to weapons alone? Wait a moment. Su Ming's mind raced, and he fought through the dizziness to reach into his pocket, feeling a metallic object, the Golden Rider badge he had clutched during his transmutation. The gilded plaque shimmered on the system interface. 24K gold-plated badge valuation. 50. It appears that the objects subject to valuation are not limited in variety. Thus, a question arises: can they be redeemed, and how? Identifying redeemable items. A mechanical voice reverberated within the confines of his skull. Would you like to redeem? Su Ming felt a jolt of energy, silently commanding, redeem. In an instant, the identification badge vaporized, and his account balance surged to $50. His hand, clenched tightly in his pocket, was filled with excitement. The confirmation of his speculation invigorated him. Yet, it was still insufficient, far from enough. His gaze roamed the room incessantly until it landed on the doctor's ostentatious gold chain. Instantly, the system displayed its valuation. Gold-plated alloy necklace valuation, $3. His brows furrowed slightly. It seems I must resort to some unconventional methods. In a moment of desperation, Su Ming resolved to take a risk. FCK. The expletive slipped from his lips, momentarily startling the doctor. Now was the time. With his bloodied hand, he seized the surgical clamp, twisting it with a swift motion. The sound of his wrist contorting mingled with the doctor's scream, exploding within the clinic. As the Glock 17 was drawn from its holster, Su Ming's knee shattered the doctor's nose, blood instantly soaking the mask. Detected an unclaimed weapon. Would you like to assess its value? Assess. Redeem. The Glock transformed into a stream of blue data in his palm, and his account skyrocketed to $400, yet still fell short of redeeming the self-healing factor as the excruciating pain in his shoulder blade began to engulf his consciousness. Bang! Suddenly, the clinic's back door was kicked open, and 3 suited thugs armed with submachine guns flooded in. Hail Hydra! The leader, a scarred face, pulled back the gun slide. "Dr. White, how dare you treat a traitor of the organization?" Before he could finish, Su Ming's palm pressed against the bloodied surgical table. The system alerts flashed wildly. Multifunctional surgical table valuation for $1,400. Medical alcohol 5L valuation $50. Adrenaline X3 valuation $150. Su Ming felt as if he glimpsed dawn. His eyes brightened. Redeem all. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, a torrent of bullets sweeping through the clinic. At the moment the scarred man's bullet pierced Su Ming's chest, his retina exploded in a golden light. Account balance $5,000. Would you like to redeem the self-healing factor? Redeem. It felt as though lava coursed through his veins. Su Ming distinctly heard the sound of his bones mending, the feeling of weakness swiftly dissipating and strength returning to his body. 3 submachine guns spat fire, yet the gaping wounds healed in an instant. Killers are inevitably killed. The scarred man's expression of terror was frozen in the smoke as Su Ming crushed his throat. The crisp sound of coins being deposited rang in his ears. Eliminated the Hydra bounty thug. Reward $5,000. Account balance $5,000. Would you like to redeem the remaining recommended talents? Dynamic vision. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do? Redeem. As Su Ming's vision refreshed, everything around him became remarkably clear. Darkness was no longer an impediment. His gaze effortlessly tracked the flight of a fly. Simultaneously, a sense of clarity washed over him, could easily counter various close-range attacks, intercept, and deliver devastating blows. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming realized that the recent gunshot wound had nearly rendered him unable to breathe, that he marveled at the astonishing capabilities of the system's gift: self-healing to mend injuries, vision piercing through darkness, and combat skills for self-defense. More importantly, the price was far from outrageous. Excellent. A fleeting smile graced his lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a grave expression. Through the grimy glass, he discerned a group of suited thugs sprinting towards him from several hundred meters away. Their weapons glinted ominously in the dim environment. A rocket launcher? They truly underestimate me. Without a moment's hesitation, he took flight. A phrase lingered in the air behind him. "Thank you for your surgery, Doctor." Midnight in Brooklyn reveals 2 faces. One pristine, luxurious, and bright, the other filthy, impoverished, and shrouded in darkness. Successful individuals indulge in revelry at lavish balls, while the homeless lie in wait for death beneath bridges and in shadows. Predominantly, it is the struggling citizens, teetering on the brink of subsistence, who huddle in their homes with doors and windows securely shut, always prepared for the arrival of the zero-cost purchase. Yet, Su Ming remained utterly indifferent to it all. Because it was running for his life. Though the self-healing factor allowed him to survive gunfire, it did not imply he wished to experience the force of a rocket at close range. Before his traversal, as a top-tier ace rider, he had unwavering confidence in his speed. After navigating through several alleys, he found himself slightly disoriented. Those pursuing him had likely lost track. Su Ming's mind raced as swiftly as his legs. The notion of instantaneous healing from gunshot wounds was so absurd that it would be hard to believe if it didn't involve him. However, considering the system's designation Vulnerable Recovery, it conjured an image of a rugged man clad in a jacket, sporting an unusual hairstyle, with a beard adorning his cheeks. Then there was the juvenile battle cry of the suited thugs. Hail, Hydra! Su Ming harbored serious doubts about having ventured into the Marvel Universe. Reflecting on his current abilities, he realized he possessed the means to choose his own destiny. The title of Ace Rider from his previous life was not a badge of honor, but rather a shackle. It represented a man's responsibility. Now that he had traversed to this new realm, he thought, apologies, but no one can morally bind men, even myself. With the prospect of acquiring various talents through monetary investment, Su Ming's lips curled into a smirk. From this moment forth, his sole focus would be on amassing wealth and achieving greatness. Chapter 2. The blonde. As Su Ming pondered while skillfully evading the obstacles beneath his feet, a pair of high heels suddenly loomed before him. He raised his hand to shield himself. Crack! The resounding impact of the heel against his arm sent him staggering back several steps before he could regain his balance. His bones healed silently as he squinted at his assailant. Clad in a form-fitting leather outfit complemented by tactical gear, she was tall and curvaceous, with golden hair and striking blue eyes, a veritable thorny rose. Her alluring silhouette obscured the scant light filtering through the alley. The glamorous golden girl, Eliza Sweet, clapped her hands gently. Not bad, handsome. However, as Su Ming's attention remained fixated on the woman, a voice from behind aroused his vigilance. It was merely an ordinary car. No need to worry, those suited gentlemen have long lost their way. You run quite swiftly, as if you were familiar with this place, Eliza remarked, her curious gaze flitting over the surroundings until it landed disdainfully on the vomit beside a trash bin. Who are you? Su Ming questioned, his heart racing. The high-tech gadgets hanging from her waist instilled a sense of pressure within him. Moreover, the abruptness of her attack suggested that her intentions were far from benign. It matters not who I am. Someone has paid me to retrieve what does not belong to you. With that, she produced a photograph. The image depicted a man with Eastern features, tousled black hair, and deep brown eyes, his elongated eyes and refined features exuding an air of nobility. It was unmistakably Su Ming. His pupils constricted as he murmured, "A bounty hunter?" He was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the unfamiliar term that had slipped from his lips, as if it referred to some profession. Suddenly, a flurry of memories flashed in his mind. An abandoned dock, a dimly lit bar. A burly man adorned with a scorpion tattoo slapped his shoulder, proclaiming, "Ming, this is up to you." Su Ming instinctively patted his pocket. There was indeed something there. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged within him. He glanced down at his bullet-riddled suit, a peculiar hue flickering in his eyes. Am I truly one of Hydra's? Frozen in place, he struggled to reconcile the conflicting memories from before and after his crossing over, creating an unsettling sense of dissonance. Yet, time for hesitation had vanished as his opponent advanced. Eliza, incensed by Su Ming's apparent disregard for her, launched her attack. A flurry of close combat techniques swiftly surrounded him. Drawing upon his acquired talent, mastery of Jeet Kune Do, Su Ming deftly countered every blow. The more he fought, the more fluidly he moved, inwardly praising, "Little dragon, you are indeed a master of your craft." Before long, Eliza perceived the oddity in his movements. She found herself thwarted at the very moment she initiated her strikes, leaving her feeling stifled and powerless. Realizing that hand-to-hand combat was futile, she executed a backflip to create distance, drawing a pistol aimed directly at Su Ming. I regret this. As Su Ming beheld the firearm in Eliza's grasp, a price tag materialized in his vision. Used Glock 26, includes 10 rounds, valued at $400. Just as he was about to speak, bang! A wisp of blue smoke wafted by as a bullet pierced Su Ming's shoulder. Under the astonished gaze of Eliza, the bullet hole beneath his tattered clothing visibly began to heal. Su Ming sighed softly, musing that if bullets were truly effective, he would have perished countless times over by now. First, he needed to ascertain the identity of this woman. He approached Eliza with measured steps, gently taking her handgun. Exuding an air of gentlemanly decorum, "Madam, it is quite impolite to fire upon others unprovoked. I shall retain this item, and I trust you have no objections?" Unclaimed weapon detected. Would you like to redeem it? Redeem. The compact Glock 26 transformed into a stream of data and vanished into his grasp. His account swelling to 400. Eliza's pupils dilated in shock, yet she remained unresponsive even as Su Ming claimed her firearm. What am I witnessing? The bullet struck him. Yet he remains unscathed. How is this possible? Damn it. This was supposed to be a routine transaction. Why must I encounter such a monster? With a flicker of her eyes, Eliza resolved to flee the peculiar figure before her, despite his courteous demeanor. However, her wrist was firmly grasped by him. Do not be in haste to depart. You have yet to divulge who employed you. As he felt the silky coolness of her skin and gazed into her doe-like blue eyes, Su Ming's other hand slowly moved towards her waist. Unclaimed blade detected. Would you like to appraise it? Unclaimed rope detected. Would you like to appraise it? Unclaimed equipment detected. Would you like to appraise it? A hint of amusement glimmered in his eyes. Appraise. Redeem. The bounty hunter known as the blonde, Eliza Sweet, was experiencing the darkest hour of her career. A person she could neither overpower nor kill had her firmly in his grip, demanding the source of her mission. As a principal bounty hunter, Eliza felt profoundly insulted. Staring fiercely at Su Ming, she bit down on her silver teeth. It's Baron. Scorpion Baron, a member of Hydra. retrieve the item, or kill you, commission of 2,000. She nearly divulged the color of her undergarments in her fright. A visage of a burly man adorned with a scorpion tattoo flashed in Su Ming's mind. Baron Turt, the very boss of his former self. Wasn't he the one who entrusted the item to him? Clearly, some matters needed clarification. The thought crossed his mind, and he found this bounty hunter, who so easily revealed everything upon a mere intimidation, rather amusing. He had not suffered any loss, so releasing her would be inconsequential. Suddenly, he heard the raucous discussions searching for him. It was time to depart. With that, he left the stunned woman behind and made his exit with a leisurely pace. Eliza gazed at the imprint on her wrist, reflecting on Su Ming's penetrating gaze, a glimmer of fear flickering in her eyes. Had he been contemplating whether to kill her? Suddenly realizing that all her weaponry was missing from her waist, she had lost everything. Overwhelmed by a mix of dread and trepidation, she fled the scene, too shaken to accept any missions for quite some time. At this moment, Su Ming was preparing to head towards a place etched in his memory, the abandoned shipyard. He casually incapacitated an agent pursuing him and changed out of his bullet-riddled suit. To be fair, the suit provided by the Hydra organization boasted remarkable quality. Observing his own reflection in the glass, the tall, broad-shouldered young man with a slim waist, Su Ming couldn't help but raise his brows in silent admiration. Taking a moment to explore the system, a golden stream of data coalesced before him into a holographic interface. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 5. Current account, 10,200. Existing abilities, Wolverine level regeneration. Dynamic vision, LV. 1. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do. He was astonished to discover that the equipment worn by the blonde woman was so valuable, prompting him to open the system's shop for the first time. Infinity Gem, blue, $. Infinity Gem, green, $. Magneto-magnetism control, LV. 1, 20,000. 000. Superman steel body, LV. 1, 10,000. Professor X telepathy, LV. 1, 6,000,000. Doctor Strange item summoning, LV. 1, 5,000,000. Gazing at the array of familiar names, Su Ming realized that most of them were abilities from the Marvel Universe. Could it be that he had stepped into the realm of Marvel? Oh, the Infinity Gems are redeemable? Upon scrutinizing the price, $1 trillion? Well, I seem to have intruded. Aside from the Infinity Gems, a dazzling array of talents appeared before Su Ming, spanning over 100 pages. The least expensive among them did not fall below $10,000. This made Su Ming appreciate just how delightful the system's offer of a discount on 3 talents truly was. Those talents originally priced at $100,000. It seemed that as long as one possessed wealth, there was nothing unattainable in the system. In that case, why on earth was I still toiling away at the bottom of the Hydra organization? In the recesses of his memory, he recalled his previous self as merely a lowly pawn within Hydra, barely scraping by on his meager salary. Amassing wealth was the true path. A career change. He must change careers. Wouldn't it be more enticing to become a bounty hunter, earning money and enhancing his abilities before continuing his pursuit of wealth? Nevertheless, it was imperative to clarify the situation at hand. Being relentlessly pursued by a group of individuals was hardly a pleasant affair. Resolute in his decision, Su Ming hailed a taxi. Chapter 3. Physical enhancement. Nestled near the abandoned shipyard lies a secluded tavern known as the Sunset Enclosure, a refuge for scorpion barling. The Hydra organization, with its considerable financial resources, possesses numerous properties in the bustling commercial districts. Yet the regional head, Barling, appears indifferent to the intoxicating allure of such an environment. Hailing from Texas, he is more accustomed to the rugged cowboy lifestyle, spending his days taming wild stallions on vast ranches and battling the elements, while his nights are spent in dimly lit bars, measuring the boundaries of freedom and solitude with whiskey and tales. At this moment, he boasts to his subordinates, "I've had my eye on that kid for a while. Sending a yellow-skinned monkey on such a perilous mission is only fitting." Ha. The scorpion tattoo on the 2-meter-tall man's face twisted into a more menacing expression as he laughed heartily. Barling's words elicited boisterous laughter from a dozen agents, among whom were several of Asian descent. The smoke-filled tavern erupted with merriment. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the wooden door was ripped from its hinges, landing a short distance from Barling and kicking up a cloud of dust. The tavern fell silent, the patrons staring at the entrance, a somber gravity settling over them as fingers slowly inched toward the firearms resting on the tables. A voice, slightly nonchalant, broke the tension. "Mr. Barling, may I inquire when I, in my diligent pursuit of our mission, became a traitor to the organization?" A few moments prior, Su Ming had perused the system's marketplace while in a taxi. The incident with the blonde woman, who had kicked her own arm off, lingered in his mind. Though her healing ability was remarkable, her physique remained too frail. If only there were something to enhance his physical attributes. A revelation struck him. Physical enhancement permanently increased stamina by 2 points, 20,000. Despite the substantial sum earned from the blonde woman's equipment, over $10,000, he found himself lacking the necessary funds to exchange for the enhancement. Just then, the taxi came to a halt in a remote location. The driver, turning his corpulent body, pointed a dark barrel at Su Ming. "Don't move. This is a robbery." The taxi driver? A robbery? Su Ming lifted his gaze, perplexed, studying the driver and the revolver in his hand. A notification flickered in his vision. Used Ruger GP100 revolver with 6 rounds, estimated value, 180. "Excuse me, what did you say?" He feigned ignorance, as if he hadn't heard the driver's command. "I said, hand over all your money and valuables." The driver threatened, shaking the gun. "Oh." As he noticed the thick layer of dust coating the meter, realization dawned upon Su Ming. What use was a fair meter against a gun? With a smile directed at the driver, he remarked, "In China, we have a saying, what goes around comes around." Seizing the moment while the driver was momentarily stunned, Su Ming delivered a swift kick that shattered the man's nose, sending teeth flying. He then dragged the driver out of the vehicle for a rather memorable lesson in social practice. It wasn't until the driver collapsed, expressing a willingness to pay for his education, that Su Ming decided to conclude the session. Gazing at the almost new taxi before him, a data point materialized. Used Ford Explorer hybrid valuation, 31,000. A mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Exchange? Wait. With that, he picked up the revolver from beside the unconscious driver and tossed it into the vehicle, clapping his hands. All exchanges. The taxi vaporized into thin air, and his account balance soared by over 30,000. Account balance, 41,380. "Would you like to exchange for physical enhancement?" Exchange. Su Ming's slightly oversized suit and a pair of trousers that were a tad too long gradually adjusted to fit him perfectly within seconds. Even the slightest movement caused his muscles to become incredibly taut. How delightful. His physique had been thoroughly enhanced. He opened the attributes panel, and a holographic interface appeared before him. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 9. Current balance, 1. 380. Existing talents, Subwolverine level recovery, Dynamic Vision LV, 1. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, Physical Enhancement LV 1, 25. His physical ability had increased by 4 points. This was an unexpected turn for Su Ming. He had anticipated that spending 20,000 would only yield a 2-point increase in his base physical ability, yet it could stack 2.5? Did that imply a maximum of 5 enhancements? Currently at level 1, what about levels 2 and 3? Upon closer inspection, Physical Enhancement LV 1, Physical Enhancement LV 2 permanently increases physical ability by 20 points. 2 million. Physical Enhancement LV 2, Physical Enhancement LV 3 permanently increases physical ability by 200 points. 20 million. Physical Enhancement LV 3, Physical Enhancement LV 4 permanently increases physical ability by 2,000 points. 200 million. Su Ming's expression remained impassive. He had thought the upper limit of physical ability was 10, and having reached 9 had made him somewhat smug, only to discover that there was no cap on physical prowess. Reflecting on the world he inhabited, he soon found solace in this realization. Oh no. Su Ming suddenly came to a startling realization. He had yet to reach his destination when he had fallen victim to this accursed robbery, resulting in the loss of the taxi. He kicked the driver disdainfully. Annoying fellow. Whoosh. Bang. The driver's corpulent body spun off the ground, crashing into a tree across the street, his trousers torn, exposing his fluffy thighs. What? Su Ming stared incredulously at his own legs. He had barely exerted any force. How could such power have been unleashed? Was physical enhancement truly this outrageous? A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he recalled the direction of the abandoned shipyard, and he took off running. The whistling wind grew louder in his ears, and Su Ming experienced for the first time the exhilaration of being unbound by physical limitations. One word, he felt utterly tireless. A swift silhouette soon vanished at the end of the road, and under the night sky, exhilarated shouts roused the slumbering birds. Yahoo! At the Sunset Fence Bar, Hydra agents stood poised as the door slammed shut, pulling back their gun slides and fixating their gaze on the entrance. Should anyone dare to misbehave here, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger, rendering their opponent to a sieve. They swore it. Scorpion Baron recognized Su Ming's voice, and the wariness on his face transformed into disdain. He cast a knowing glance at a companion prepared to fire and proclaimed loudly, "Long live Hydra. Ming, my brother. Has the mission been accomplished? Come, let us share a drink." Yet, he pondered in confusion, despite having arranged for someone to deal with him. How had this fellow managed to survive? The intelligence regarding the vibranium transaction had been acquired through other channels. Su Ming was now but a pawn. All his efforts in vain. And what of the bounty hunters? These self-proclaimed paragons of reliability had taken the money yet failed to act damnable fools. Upon hearing Baroness' enthusiastic greeting, Su Ming remained non-committal, leisurely entering the bar with the item previously entrusted to him by Baron, a sealed envelope. "Dear Mr. Baron, I am quite curious as to what could possibly warrant both the organization and bounty hunters pursuing a mere low-level operative such as myself." As the envelope was slowly torn open, a recollection flashed through Su Ming's mind of Baron patting his shoulder 2 days prior, advising him sternly, "Whatever you do, do not open the envelope." Baron's expression darkened. Su Ming's actions were akin to striking him in public. However, the contents of the envelope could not be revealed to others just yet, for there were too many watching him, and this could provide them with an advantage. "Ming, my brother, listen to me. Your mission prohibits you from opening it. Otherwise, it would be an act of betrayal." As he observed Su Ming's hand poised to extract the letter, Baron attempted to dissuade him. Simultaneously, the handgun beneath the table was gradually chambered. With a disarming smile, Su Ming surveyed the agents within the room. Each was a secondary operative, their status just below Baron. He raised the letter in his hand. "Gentlemen, are you not curious about the contents within?" Though silence met his inquiry. The flickering glances of the agents betrayed their intrigue. "Very well. Allow me to." Bang. Su Ming's words were abruptly cut short by the sound of gunfire. Chapter 4. A new profession after the gunshot. An eerie silence enveloped the bar. All eyes were fixated on the ping-pong ball-sized wound in Su Ming's chest as it healed at an astonishing pace, vanishing entirely and leaving only a tattered hole in his clothing. The acrid scent of gunpowder overpowered the aroma of cigars, yet it failed to disperse the shadow looming over Baron's mind. He found himself gaping in disbelief. Having imagined that the large-caliber handgun in his grasp would send Su Ming flying or even obliterate his chest, never did he conceive of the surreal scene unfolding before him. The assembled agents were struck dumb by the spectacle, having witnessed countless instances of bullets piercing human flesh, bloody, brutal, yet predictable. However, the extraordinary event before them, reminiscent of a science fiction film, defied all reason. Su Ming cast a reproachful glance at Baron, clearly dissatisfied with his impatience. He unfurled a piece of stationery, as if he were not the one who had just been shot. The note contained but a single directive: eliminate the yellow-skinned monkey delivering this message. After deciphering the contents, Su Ming curiously inquired, "Mr. Baron, if you wish to kill me, why not do it yourself?" Enraged and humiliated, Scorpion Baron finally revealed his true nature. Firing his weapon and bellowing, "What are you all dawdling for? Take him down." The thunderous roar of bullets erupted within the confines of the cramped bar. and the wall near the entrance was swiftly transformed into a perforated sieve. As the tension escalated, Su Ming's lips curled into an excited smile. The 10-kilometer sprint had merely served as a warm-up for him. He crouched down, vanishing in an instant, morphing into the Grim Reaper of the night. Each flicker of his form amidst the crowd resulted in the swift extinguishing of a life. With a fully enhanced physique, the ability to disregard bullets through self-healing, and mastery of Jeet Kune Do, one could only imagine the magnitude of his power. The answer was abundantly clear. The agents soon found themselves sprawled on the ground in various positions. The less fortunate lay with their noses to the ground, while the more grievously wounded were riddled with an array of bullet holes. Once all the agents were dealt with, Su Ming turned his gaze back to Baron, who now lay crumpled on the floor, devoid of the commanding aura he once possessed. His legs instinctively pushed against the ground in a futile attempt to retreat, even as his back pressed firmly against the bar counter. Several bullet wounds, inflicted by stray shots, bled profusely. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Baron, there's something I forgot to mention," Su Ming said, casually squatting before Baron, using his tie to wipe the blood splattered on his hands. "You're fired." It had been years since old Baron had felt such joy as he did today, having acquired intelligence regarding vibranium transactions from the local underworld of Hell's Kitchen. The upper echelons of his organization had assured him that should he uncover the source of the vibranium, his rank would ascend, bringing him closer to the higher echelons of power. I knew it. The organization would never overlook any opportunity to seize vibranium. Thus, when he first heard whispers of vibranium news from Hell's Kitchen, it took him 2 sleepless nights to devise a plan with his not-so-bright bald head. In pursuit of a hapless soul to infiltrate the heart of Hell's Kitchen, the intention was to create chaos while simultaneously disseminating rumors of a traitor within the Hydra organization, one who possessed knowledge of vibranium. This strategy would allow for an audacious placement of influence within the core of Hell's Kitchen, inevitably disrupting the vibranium transactions orchestrated by the gang. Stir the waters before fishing in the murky depths. This is a well-worn tactic employed by Hydra to penetrate various societal spheres. However, it soon became apparent that the Jean Bing organization was not a monolith. Just as I set my scheme into motion, the avaricious subordinates of Jean Bing approached me, clamoring for fresh vibranium intel at a reasonable price. Ultimately, they acquired the information for a mere 500, rendering Su Ming nothing more than a pawn in this game. Little did I anticipate that, in the midst of my triumph, the devilish Su Ming would return to wreak havoc. To my dismay, his aim was not merely to eliminate me, but to demand my resignation. Was it simply a matter of stepping down? For heaven's sake, we Hydra are not a conventional company. Was such a melodrama truly necessary? Even after I had sent assassins after him, he seemed to emerge unscathed. Surely, an apology would suffice? Barlin found himself on the brink of a mental breakdown. "Ming, my brother, let us speak reasonably. You wish to resign? As you desire." Spare me. Observing Barlin's desperate visage, Su Ming felt that the cold-blooded scorpion he once knew was better suited to this fleshy face. Suddenly recalling something, he gazed at Barlin with expectation. "Mr. Barlin, since you concede to my resignation, might we discuss compensation?" Given that Barlin orchestrated both the missions and the hunts, Su Ming believed he was entitled to recompense. This was not extortion, mere extortion. Poor Barlin, watching his increasingly numb right leg, internally scoffed while remaining ever so diligent, lifting the phone to make arrangements. "Ming, my brother, your request is entirely reasonable. I intend to offer you 500,000 as severance provided you transport me to a hospital at once." Su Ming remained unresponsive. 1 million. Barlin, gritting his teeth, doubled his offer upon realizing Su Ming's silence. At that moment, Su Ming calculated how long it would take to earn 500,000 through delivering takeout, the answer being a lifetime, if ever. With no option left, still grappling with his newfound situation, he was jolted from his reverie when Barlin shouted a new figure, $2 million. "Ming, my brother, this is all the liquid capital I possess. If you do not take me to the hospital, I shall perish. For the love of God." "How much?" 2 million. With clarity returning, Su Ming's eyes glittered. Yet the cunning reputation of Scorpion Barlin warned him to remain cautious, demanding an immediate transfer. "Agreed," Su Ming replied with a smile. "However, I demand it now. Otherwise, you shall go nowhere. The helpless baron had no choice but to comply, making a call to instruct his subordinate to immediately transfer funds to Su Ming. The waiting was excruciating, as not every bank remained open at midnight. In this moment, Baron felt a chill, contemplating that regardless of what connections his subordinate might employ, if this matter was resolved, he would become my next favored one. Clink. A few minutes later, the sound of coins clashing resonated in Su Ming's ears, accompanied by the system notification. Transfer received. Account balance, 2,001,380. Su Ming felt as though he were in a dream. How could he have acquired such a sum so effortlessly? If he were delivering food? No, that was not it. The occasional waft of blood and the corpses strewn about reminded him that he was no longer the delivery rider who braved the elements and catered to the whims of others. What was he now? A Hydra operative? No, that could not be, for he had just dismissed his boss and received a substantial severance. At this thought, an image of a golden-haired, blue-eyed enchantress surfaced in Su Ming's mind. Though unaware of her name, the profession of bounty hunter seemed to align perfectly with his current predicament. Snap! With a decisive gesture, he resolved. Henceforth, his new vocation would be that of a bounty hunter. Lost in his thoughts, Su Ming failed to hear Baron's cries for help until the latter grew weak, nearly unable to speak, his face ashen. Only then did Su Ming realize, oops, my apologies. Mr. Baron, I nearly forgot about you. I shall take you for treatment at once. Initially, Baron believed Su Ming was ignoring him, assuming he would turn against him now that he had the money, just as he had so many times before. A wave of despair washed over him. Suddenly, upon hearing Su Ming's words, hope illuminated his eyes, and his lips quivered in silence as he nodded fervently, wishing for Su Ming to transform into a superhero and carry him to the hospital. Thank goodness. He had slain the boss of Baron. Eliminate him. The returning operatives, witnessing the bar's grim scene, quickly formed a judgment. Tap, tap, tap. Long live Hydra. The light in Baron's eyes extinguished. Damn Hydra. Chapter 5. Nick Fury's attention as the car window rolled down, the cool night breeze caressed Su Ming's face. He gazed across the river at the brilliantly illuminated skyline of Manhattan. A handful of Hydra agents posed no threat to him, however. The unfortunate Baron was struck down by stray bullets, meeting his demise on the spot. Reflecting on the information Baron had revealed before his death, Su Ming realized that his errand to Hell's Kitchen was merely a pretext for Baron's ambition to infiltrate the inner workings of the Gene organization. Regrettably, before he could reach his destination, Baron had hastily disseminated the information branding Su Ming as a traitor privy to vital secrets of the organization. Little did Baron anticipate the fervent wrath of the organization's zealous followers towards a traitor, which inadvertently boosted their efficiency. This ultimately led to Baron's own downfall at the hands of Su Ming. With his current prowess, Su Ming had grown indifferent to the machinations of rival factions. Yet, he was aware that within the next month, a clandestine vibranium transaction would unfold in Hell's Kitchen. Vibranium, an extraordinary metal embedded in Captain America's shield and utilized in crafting Black Panther's suit, was notoriously expensive. Presently, Su Ming had no concrete plans, as the information was too nebulous for him to extract any useful leads. However, one location piqued his profound curiosity: the underground exchange in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan. This place was a veritable melting pot of vice, where money could procure drugs, women, firearms, and even more illicit goods. Likewise, it served as a hub for various factions to issue bounty tasks. As a fledgling bounty hunter, it was essential for Su Ming to ascertain where to claim assignments. He recognized this opportunity and noted that while he had dispatched dozens of Hydra agents, the only bounty he had received was from a scarred face at a black clinic. In the meager memories that lingered, it was evident that Hydra had infiltrated various sectors of society. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. bore their shadow. Yet the agents who took the fall and were subsequently rewarded for their treachery were few. This realization prompted Su Ming to abandon the notion of hunting Hydra agents for bounties. Speaking of money, an arrogant mustachioed figure flashed through his mind: Tony Stark. Stark Industries stood as a leading global arms manufacturer, and Stark himself was immensely wealthy. This genius, whose intellect bordered on the extraordinary, had yet to evolve into Iron Man. The 2 million Baron had voluntarily transferred to Su Ming had opened a new gateway for him. It was not extortion, but a mutually beneficial transaction. Indeed, it was precisely that. With over $200,000 on the ledger, while he could exchange some abilities, Su Ming decided to first familiarize himself with the new work environment before making any choices. With this thought in mind, Su Ming pressed down hard on the accelerator. The Mustang roaring to life, a sound once cherished by Baron. With the dynamic vision enhancement, hitting 300 km/h failed to induce any anxiety within him. The bright red taillights swiftly vanished into the distance. Washington, the Tricurve Wing building, stands quietly on the small island, with the night breeze rustling the leaves and sending ripples across the surrounding water. Outside the office of the Director of the Bureau of Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics, the sound of hurried high heels echoes. Nick Fury, a bald, one-eyed man clad in a black leather trench coat, shifts his gaze from the distant Washington Monument to the interior. Maria, what is happening? Maria Hill, exuding a polished military demeanor, deftly places the documents on the director's desk. Director Fury, it's news from Brooklyn. Her cool exterior conveys efficiency, and after her brief statement, she falls silent. As if to say, the documents are there, read them yourself. Nick Fury gazes at the poised young woman before him, a playful thought crossing his mind. For some reason, Maya has felt quite right lately. You know, after all these years, it has borne too much. He exhibits no intention of reading the documents himself. Maria Hill rolls her eyes discreetly and responds briskly. The leader of the Hydra organization in Brooklyn has been eliminated. What? Nick Fury immediately grabs the documents from the table and scrutinizes them, his expression turning grave. I recall that Baron has been entrenched in Brooklyn for nearly a decade. Who possesses such formidable power to take him down? A mutant? At the end of the document is a photograph, a man with East Asian features, with short black hair and deep brown eyes, elongated eyes, and delicate features that carry an air of nobility. This is Su Ming. Oh, a young man. Destiny. Maria Hill promptly supplements her report. It's Su Ming, Director Fury. When our team arrived, they found that all Hydra agents present had been killed instantly, necks broken. Baron, it seems, perished in a shootout, with an estimated 1,000 bullets fired at the scene, nearly obliterating a wall of the bar. However, no traces of Su Ming's blood or DNA were discovered. Investigations revealed that the Hydra Brooklyn branch had been pursuing Su Ming's, labeling him a traitor who possessed crucial intelligence. Interestingly, a taxi driver on the route to the Sunset Bar reported being robbed just before Baron's death. After inquiries and comparisons, it was confirmed to be the same individual. Nick Fury sets the documents down and paces the office, murmuring, Scorpion Baron, we have been tracking him for years. Only to be taken down by an unknown young upstart? Maria Hill replies with a serious expression, Director Fury, I must remind you, anyone capable of uprooting a Hydra stronghold is not to be trifled with. Nick Fury licks his lips and nods slowly. Agent Hill, have the brothers in Brooklyn keep a close watch on Su Ming. I want to know more about him. Meanwhile, Su Ming drives across the renowned Brooklyn Bridge, not in haste to reach the location he has learned about. Instead, he booked a room at a Manhattan hotel, indulging in a leisurely bath and changing into a fresh outfit. His battle-worn suit, already in tatters, bore the lingering scent of gunpowder and blood from several skirmishes, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Gazing into the mirror, Su Ming felt that his classically handsome Eastern features were rather ostentatious in the vibrant city of New York. Thus, he perused the system shop, searching for items that could alter his appearance. After flipping through dozens of pages, just as he was about to concede defeat, his gaze settled upon a particular talent. Am I in the wrong scene? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Upon opening the description of the talent, he let out a long O. Night tuxedo mask, faceless mask, 100,000. Description, when donned, this mask transforms you into the noblest prince under the starry sky, suitable for concealing identity and appearance. Exchange. After a prolonged wait, Su Ming felt no immediate change. Puzzled, he opened the panel. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 9. Current balance, 1. 901. 380. Existing talents, Sub-Wolverine level recovery, dynamic vision LV. 1. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV. 1, 2-5 heavy, faceless mask. The new talent was clearly listed. He requested a half-mast ball mask from a waiter, preparing to test the effects of his new ability. Upon wearing the mask, Su Ming immediately sensed a shift in his aura. As he stared into the mirror, he was astonished to find that he exuded an enchanting charm, with a gaze beneath the mask that appeared both noble and wicked. He was undeniably the poison to all women. This might be a bit too handsome. Accepting this talent with a wry smile, he figured if it could conceal his appearance, then a touch of handsomeness was acceptable. Once again gracing the streets of Manhattan, clad in a sharply tailored suit and a stylish British trench coat, Su Ming stood tall and striking. The girls milling about the soiree cast him sidelong glances. Touching the mask in his pocket, he relied on memory to navigate in a particular direction. Chapter 6. Regarding Tony's commission. As Su Ming emerged from a luxurious Manhattan hotel, his distinguished demeanor and impeccable attire initially drew attention. However, as he ventured deeper into the heart of Hell's Kitchen, he became increasingly out of place. Neon tubes flickered against the peeling tiles of the walls, while whispers of drug transactions seeped through rusty iron doors. The glass windows of abandoned bars were encrusted with grime, sheltering gaunt figures of addicts. A noxious white mist wafted from the sewer grates, and it felt as though greedy eyes lurked behind every door. Even the stray cats carried bullet-ridden coins in their mouths. This was a paradise of crime, Hell's Kitchen. Disguised as a noble prince with a mask, Su Ming paid no heed to the women who approached him, making his way directly into an antique shop. Though the shelves were cluttered with moldy tomes and skeletal statues, a biometric scanner was embedded within the wall. After confirming that Su Ming bore no weapons, the guards relaxed their grips on their firearms, and the entrance to the underground exchange slowly opened. It was Su Ming's first visit here. A descent down a staircase led to a spacious hall. The hall was not opulent, but rather notable for its cleanliness. An air filtration system dispensed the scent of cedar, sharply contrasting the stench that clung to the floor. A motley array of figures flitted between private rooms. Yet upon seeing Su Ming, they all displayed expressions of astonishment. One attendant even approached, inviting Su Ming to dine with the mistress of his household. After politely declining, Su Ming approached the front desk, gently rousing the receptionist, who gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. After selecting a task token, he entered a small room according to the number displayed. Inside, there was merely a chair and a screen. Upon sitting down, Su Ming seemingly heard a faint female voice emanating from the speakers. "Oh my, what a handsome boy." After closing the door, the screen automatically filled with a myriad of bounty tasks, scrolling continuously. Tasks of finding people, assassination, kidnapping, threats, and dismemberment flashed before him. The bounty figures were consistently unsatisfactory to Su Ming. Naturally, anyone who had once earned $2 million at a time would find lesser amounts rather mundane. Suddenly, a particular task caught Su Ming's attention: protect Tony Stark with a bounty of $1 million. Among the myriad of tasks, commissions for protecting someone or acting as a bodyguard were nearly non-existent. It seemed that the task givers tacitly believed that the gentlemen of Hell's Kitchen were better suited for killing and destruction. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Su Ming's mouth. This Tony was indeed a figure of considerable interest. For no other reason. He had already seen several commissions regarding Tony Stark, most of them for assassination, with the highest bounty being $80,000. Yet, this task of protecting him commanded a staggering $1 million, the highest bounty thus far among all tasks. Clearly, many had their eyes set on Tony. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming chose to accept the task of protecting Tony Stark. In that moment, the individuals within the other chambers of the exchange witnessed the notification that the bodyguard mission had been claimed, and they began to chatter, daring to accept a task related to Tony Stark? This individual must be impatient with life. Indeed, those who set their sights on Tony's head were formidable competitors in the business realm, or individuals who had incurred his notorious ire. The mere retail investors, who could only claim tasks in this underground exchange, were hardly a match for them. Good luck, brave soul. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, He merely observed as a drawer suddenly emerged from the bottom of the screen, revealing a telephone and a card. Just as he was pondering the card, the phone rang. Being a newcomer unfamiliar with the protocols, he heard the staff's announcement echoing around him. Incoming call from the employer, please answer. Realization struck Su Ming, and he picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Courage. I am delighted that you have accepted this mission. The encrypted dialing and the muffled voice allowed Su Ming only to grasp the content of the call, yet the speaker's identity remained elusive. Mr. Stark will be heading to Afuhin for business activities shortly, and I will arrange for you to be at his side to facilitate the completion of your bodyguard duties. Su Ming listened intently, feeling a sense of inevitability. However, the conversation took a dramatic turn. By the way, Mr. Courage, might you be interested in a business deal worth $3 million? Su Ming's eyes brightened at the mention of $3 million. Unprecedented. I am eager to hear more. The voice on the other end appeared highly satisfied and continued. The bounty for protecting Mr. Stark is $1 million, but I also have a task to eliminate Mr. Stark, valued at $3 million. Would you be interested, Mr. Courage? The situation had become intriguing. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he awaited further elaboration. There is no need for concern, sir. It is merely business. As I mentioned, upon Mr. Stark's return from Afuhin, the $1 million will be delivered in full, and the mission to eliminate Mr. Stark can commence at any time. Su Ming, filled with curiosity, inquired. Dear employer, I understand the task's rules, but why choose me for the latter mission? A low, rumbling laughter emanated from the other end. Mr. Courage. It is not I who chose you, but rather you who selected the task. The moment you accepted the bodyguard mission, I knew you possessed extraordinary bravery. Bravery, indeed. It seems no one dares to take on a task concerning Tony. Su Ming internally scoffed, but then reconsidered. Tony had yet to leave for Afuhin, presenting a prime opportunity. After exchanging pleasantries, he ended the call. According to the staff's explanations, the card within the drawer served as proof of task acceptance, containing the bank account number and code of the task claimant. Completely unaware of the need for a code, Su Ming hastily devised a transliteration of his name, Fate. Amid the reluctant farewells of the service staff, Su Ming departed the underground exchange, clutching the contact details for the mission. In a hotel in Manhattan, Su Ming reclined on his bed, contemplating the tasks that lay ahead. He recalled the considerable tribulations Tony had endured during the tumultuous events in Afghania, which had simultaneously awakened an unusually compassionate side of his otherwise arrogant character. To put it plainly, he had narrowly escaped death beneath the very missiles developed by his own company, leaving him with an icy chill down his spine. This harrowing experience had ultimately led to the decision to entirely abandon the weapons development project. Su Ming felt that as a bounty hunter, he ought to maintain a certain level of respect for his first assignment. Regardless of whether he would become the future Iron Man, the target now lay within his grasp. And he had to remind himself, he was a bounty hunter devoid of sentimentality. With this thought, Su Ming recognized the direction in which he needed to develop his abilities. He realized he lacked any means of long-range attack. Previously, his mastery of Jeet Kune Do had allowed him to navigate the treacherous streets of Brooklyn. But in the face of fully armed Taliban forces in Afghania, he understood the necessity of acquiring an exceptional long-range strike capability. Firearms, bows and arrows, or perhaps something else. As he meticulously browsed through the system marketplace, Su Ming found himself ensnared in a profound uncertainty. Any of these options would suffice. Yet, the costs were rather steep. Chapter 7. The card master Su Ming was acutely aware that this world would soon face a large-scale extraterrestrial invasion within a few years. While firearms might suffice for combating terrorists, they would prove inadequate against aliens. Hence, the decision to forego firearms was inevitable. Reflecting on renowned superheroes such as the Hulk, Spider-Man, Captain America, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, and Thor, it became evident that their formidable powers rendered external weapons unnecessary. With this in mind, Su Ming resolved to enhance his physical constitution from level 1 to level 5, expending a sum of 60,000. 60,000. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance, 1,841. 380. As he opened his attribute panel, a holographic interface materialized before him. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 15. Current account, 1. 841. 380. Existing talents. Sub-Wolverine level regeneration. Dynamic vision LV. 1. Proficiency in Jeet Kune Do. Constitution enhancement LV. 155. Formless mask. His physical ability had surged from a mere 9 points to an impressive 15. Gazing at his reflection, he marveled at his streamlined muscles, which were imbued with explosive strength akin to that of a cheetah. Grasping a soda can, he recalled how previously he could only crush it into a stick-like shape. And now he wondered how his enhanced physique would perform. With a gentle squeeze of his palm, the can transformed effortlessly into a flat shape. Staring in astonishment at what had now become a card in his hand, Su-Ming recognized that this object was no longer suitable for testing his physical transformation. After a cursory glance at the room's furnishings, he approached the sofa and grasped its armrest, lifting it with ease. The nearly 3-meter-long sofa levitated off the ground. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes as he gradually released his grip, leaving only 2 fingers clutching the handle. The sofa remained suspended in midair, motionless. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the handle succumbed to the strain and broke. It was no wonder that advancing to level 2 demanded 2 million. The enhancement effects were indeed formidable. Turning back toward the bed, he heard a ripping sound as the carpet beneath his feet tore open. Su-Ming paused, realizing that the sheer force of his movement had easily shredded the thick carpet as if it were mere paper. The rapid enhancement of his physical constitution required some adjustment. Treading lightly back to his bed, sipping on a cold cola, Su-Ming contemplated selecting a melee weapon for ranged attacks. Should he opt for a bow and arrow, throwing knives, or perhaps a javelin? No, the javelin was out of the question. Imagining himself hefting a large bundle of javelins and hurling them at foes was less appealing, akin to wielding a spear of vengeance. Similarly, the image of dashing about with a bow slung over his shoulder did not align with his aesthetic vision. After all, there was already an archer like Hawkeye who, despite his prowess, did not rank among the elite. Thus, Su-Ming ultimately chose to employ throwing knives, not only for their convenience in transportation, but also because he vividly recalled the unparalleled skill of Li Xuanhuan. With a single knife unleashed, the winds would shift, and every throw would find its mark. With his current commendable fitness and the innate talent for dynamic vision, Su-Ming found that the choice of flying daggers was indeed more fitting. Repeating the phrase flying daggers in his mind, he rummaged through the system's store for quite some time, eventually uncovering an inconspicuous talent. Perfect accuracy precise throwing LV1. 20,000 USD. Exchange. -200,000 USD. Exchange successful. Account balance. 1,641,380 US. An inexplicable sensation washed over Su-Ming as if enlightenment had struck him. Glancing at the bathroom, the farthest point from himself in the suite, he casually tossed an advertisement card from his bedside. Whack! The card transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the living room and embedding itself into the bathroom doorknob, leaving only a small corner visible. Well, that's impressive. A playful spirit ignited within him as he moved to the window and retrieved a deck of cards. Whoosh with a flick of his wrist, the playing card spiraled gracefully through the air, nailing itself to the eaves of a building several dozen meters away. Thankfully, Su-Ming possessed the talent for dynamic vision. Otherwise, he would have been unable to see how the card soared through the air. Observing the card pinning a fluttering plastic bag against the wall, Su-Ming nodded in satisfaction. He drew another card, this time without aiming at anything in particular. Curiosity piqued. He wished to test the effective range of the card with his current level 1 talent. Whoosh, the card transformed into a meteor, soaring into the distance. To his astonishment, Su-Ming noted that the thrown card maintained its accuracy until it vanished from sight. This indicated that his current level of vision was inadequate to perceive the distance the card had traveled. It was time to enhance his eyesight. Examining the talent upgrade interface, Su-Ming sighed once more at his insufficient funds. Dynamic Vision LV1, Dynamic Vision LV2, 1,000,000 USD. Dynamic Vision LV2, Dynamic Vision LV3, 10,000,000 USD. Dynamic Vision LV3, Dynamic Vision LV4, 100,000 USD. His current account balance was only sufficient for a single upgrade of the dynamic vision talent. Upgrade -1 000 000 USD. Upgrade successful. Account balance 641 380 US dollars. As the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind, the world before Su Ming transformed entirely. Even though dawn had yet to break, he could discern the design on the fuselage of a commercial aircraft in the sky with remarkable clarity, as though he were peering through a telescope, redirecting his gaze to the trajectory where he had previously thrown the card. He spotted it on the illuminated sign of a bakery over 2 streets away. The distance was approximately 2 kilometers. Goodness, it had flown such a long way. Observing the card's position from afar, which had already deviated from his intended throwing direction, Su Ming drew another card and, channeling his strength, hurled it. Whoosh! Within the enhanced vision, the card transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance, ultimately veering off course after traveling about 200 meters. Was it truly only 200 meters? Su Ming was not entirely content with the current distance. Gazing at the upgrade interface for the precision throw skill, Precision Throw LV1, Precision Throw LV2, 600, 000, Precision Throw LV2, Precision Throw LV3, 6, 000, 000, Precision Throw LV3, Precision Throw LV4, 60, 000, 000. With a clenched jaw, he decided to upgrade. 600, 000, upgrade successful. Account balance, 41. 380. Observing his nearly depleted account, Su Ming's lips twitched as he incessantly reminded himself, money is inconsequential, it can always be earned again. He promptly threw another card. Whoosh! Crack! A substantial chunk of the roof tiles opposite was instantly severed. Su Ming's grin remained until he confirmed that the tiles had not struck anyone. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. The power had increased significantly. Once more, he glanced into the distance, intending to ascertain the changes in range brought about by the upgraded talent. Whoosh! The card shot across the sky like a meteor, traveling nearly 1,000 meters before altering its trajectory. Remarkable! Su Ming suddenly realized that he had just thrown a card. If it were a proper flying knife, it would surely be a scene that the enemy would dread. Holding the card in his hand, he pondered, if only he could add a teleportation ability. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. How did he transition from aspiring to be like Li Xuanhuan to becoming a card master? After all, Little Li's flying dagger is undeniably elegant. Perhaps the playing cards could serve as everyday ranged weapons, but in crucial moments, it must be the flying knives. With this thought, Su Ming retrieved a piece of paper and began to sketch, recalling the appearance of Little Li's flying dagger. However, the result was utterly unrecognizable. It was a dreadful mess. Frowning at his artistic endeavor, Su Ming suddenly remembered that while browsing the shop earlier, he had noticed a talent related to drawing. Vivid realism mastery of sketching, 40,000. Possessing this skill in drawing would undoubtedly make many tasks much more convenient. Without a second thought, exchange. 40,000. Exchange successful. Account balance, 1,380. A flicker of realization washed over him. He was confident that he could absolutely control the trajectory of the brush in his hand. After a flurry of pencil strokes, gazing at the paper where a flying knife seemed to emanate a chilling gleam, Su Ming revealed a satisfied smile. A multitude of skills is indeed advantageous. The ancients do not deceive me. Chapter 8. Tony Stark. The streets in the early morning were eerily quiet, especially in Hell's Kitchen. As Suchin emerged once again from the underground exchange, his expression was far from cheerful. The reason was simple. He was out of funds. After a painstaking search, he had finally located a craftsman willing to accept custom orders for throwing knives, having negotiated the materials and quantities, yet the cost was a staggering 50,000. The lavishness of previously spending $2 million to enhance his abilities now felt like a distant memory, leaving him in a rather embarrassing predicament. But would such trivial matters daunt Su Ming? Certainly not. Glancing at the Mustang parked by the roadside, once belonging to Scorpion Barling, a price tag materialized in his mind. Used Mustang valuation, 100,000. After ensuring no one was watching, he placed his hand on the car's roof. Exchange. As the Mustang transformed into a stream of data and vanished, His account balance surged to 101,380, just as Su Ming prepared to return to the exchange. His task phone rang. "Mr. Fate, please arrive at Stark Tower within 1 hour. Someone will be in contact with you." Before Su Ming could utter a word, the call abruptly ended. What an impatient individual. He glanced at his outdated, functionally limited flip phone, yearning for his smartphone. Hastily returning to the exchange to finalize the custom order for the throwing knives, Su Ming then boarded a taxi bound for Stark Tower. Stark Tower loomed high above. Its exterior primarily composed of black granite and chrome metal, with a sharp spire piercing the skyline. This was Su Ming's first close encounter with the building that would soon be filled with stories. He was curious about the form Jarvis would take at this moment. Stepping into the building, he was met with the hurried pace of the staff. Tony valued efficiency, leaving them little time for idle chit-chat. As Su Ming hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire at the front desk, a tall, bald man in a suit approached him directly, his graying beard indicating the passage of time. "Mr. Fate?" Obadiah Stane immediately recognized the singular Eastern face amidst the crowd. Although he did not know who Su Ming was, he noted that only he and the man before him were without identification badges in the entire lobby. Su Ming nodded slightly, refraining from speech. The man exuded a formidable presence, eliciting respectful glances from the surrounding staff. He was evidently a figure of authority within Stark Industries. As Su Ming regarded the elder who had come to personally greet him, a sense of understanding washed over him. "Follow me." Without further ado, Obadiah Stane confirmed Su Ming was the individual he sought and escorted him to his office. As a shareholder of the company, his office occupied a high floor in Stark Tower, though not the topmost, reserved for Tony Stark's private domain. Obadiah regarded the sharply dressed, enigmatic Eastern gentleman before him with a flicker of surprise. "Mr. Fate, I did not expect the one brave enough to undertake this task would be a gentleman such as yourself." Su Ming discerned the underlying implication in his words. He was eager to witness his skills. Simultaneously, memories of the man surfaced in his mind. Ah, my old companion. Engaging in clandestine machinations behind Tony's back, eagerly anticipating his untimely demise to usurp his position. The very mission to eliminate Tony was conceived by this individual. As Obadiah Stane introduced himself, Su Ming recalled this character, inwardly scoffing. With a subtle lift of his arm, whoosh, a playing card vanished into the reinforced concrete wall with an almost imperceptible swiftness, stirring up a cloud of dust. Obadiah's pupils constricted. A master. In an instant, he felt a surge of delight. How splendid. I never expected that casually tossing a job into the black market would attract such a formidable figure. "Tony, I regret to inform you, your demise is imminent." He chuckled. Obadiah's gaze sparkled with excitement as he addressed Su Ming. "Mr. Destiny, my friend. You have yet to respond regarding the second task. I'm referring to that matter. Have you given it any thought?" Su Ming regarded the bald man before him with amusement. After all, to blatantly covet another's life beneath Tony's very abode seemed rather audacious, a sentiment that naturally evoked a hint of trepidation. Of course, as a bounty hunter, it is illogical to forego a lucrative opportunity. However, dear employer, would you mind if I first complete the bodyguard assignment before proceeding with subsequent tasks? The $1 million for the bodyguard role is mine, and the $3 million for the killing, also mine. Such were Su Ming's thoughts at that moment. Upon Su Ming's acceptance of the commission, Obadiah radiated joy akin to that of a child. "Excellent. Excellent. Mr. Destiny, I merely hope that upon returning from AFU, you will swiftly take action. The commission has already been deposited into the trading house's account, and upon successful completion of the task, the reward will be promptly dispensed to you." Clapping his hands, Obadiah appeared in high spirits. "Come, Mr. Destiny, allow me to introduce you to this playboy." Su Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tony had seemingly dallied with nearly every cover girl from Maxim magazine. As the helicopter descended upon the coastal villa in Malibu, California, Su Ming marveled once more at Tony's flair for indulgence. This seaside abode, characterized by glass facades, metallic lines, and minimalist aesthetics, faced the Pacific Ocean, boasting a private beach and breathtaking views of the bay, encircled by cliffs and lush greenery, a true gem among California's opulent residences. Following Obadiah into the upstairs lounge, Su Ming observed Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts, managing a blonde woman who had spent the previous night in Tony's company. I will attend to any tasks Mr. Stark requests, including the occasional disposal of his leftover refuse from last night. The blonde's charming visage turned a shade of crimson as Pepper, incensed, snatched the clothing from her hands and stormed out. Obadiah gave Pepper a thumbs up, prompting a fleeting professional smile from her before she retreated into Tony's workspace. Sharing a knowing glance, Obadiah closely followed. Within the workspace, Tony Stark was engrossed in the repair of a vintage automobile. Though it exuded an unmistakable sense of nostalgia, its paint and design remained remarkably vibrant. Su Ming discerned that it was indeed this vintage automobile that had inspired Tony, the primary color scheme of the Mark armor stemming from it. Obadiah discreetly informed Su Ming that this was a 1932 Ford Flathead Roadster. Politely nodding, Su Ming held little interest in the antique vehicle, his attention keenly focused on Tony Stark, the future savior of the world as Iron Man. Tony's slightly tousled, deep brown hair cascaded in natural waves, disheveled from his intense focus on mechanical repairs. His eyes, elongated and piercing, bore deep brown irises, their concentrated gaze tinged with a hint of arrogance. His eyebrows were thick and meticulously groomed, accentuating the sharp angles of his face. A well-defined chin, slightly pointed, harmonized with a strong jawline, complemented by his distinctive small mustache. At last, having encountered Tony Stark, Su Ming couldn't help but reflect. He truly resembled his cinematic portrayal. Pepper, clutching a notepad, meticulously reported each aspect of their itinerary to Tony, recording every decision he made with promptness. After a few brief exchanges, Su Ming discovered that today was, in fact, Pepper Potts' birthday. Obi, what brings you here? Just as Tony finished his coffee and turned around, he finally spotted Obadiah and Su Ming. However, he merely greeted Obadiah, casting a fleeting glance at Su Ming before redirecting his attention back to Obadiah, embodying the essence of obliviousness. Understanding his demeanor, Su Ming chose not to react. Yet Obadiah grew anxious. Tony, I heard you're heading to Abysmal, where terrorists are rampant. You need protection. I've arranged this specifically for you. No need. Obi. Tony glanced at Su Ming, his brow furrowing slightly. The company has a dedicated security team, and there is military protection in the area. I do not require additional bodyguards. With that, he donned his jacket and exited the room, with Pepper's assistant trailing behind in her high heels. Obadiah turned to Su Ming, a flicker of indignation in his eyes. It seems, fate Mr. Su, that your first mission is destined to fail. Chapter 9. Scarlet Destiny. On board a private jet, enveloped by pulsating music, Tony Stark and Air Force Major James Rhodes sipped their drinks. A steel pole slowly emerged from the cabin floor as the flight attendants, dressed in light attire, danced around it. Despite the destination being a hellish war zone, the atmosphere aboard the aircraft was one of revelry and gaiety. This epitomized Tony Stark's philosophy of living for the moment. Regardless of the fact that James Rhodes had been kept waiting for 3 hours before their departure, he seized the opportunity to engage Tony in a lively conversation fueled by alcohol. Meanwhile, Su Ming was on his return flight to Manhattan. Listening to Obadiah's grievances, that scoundrel Tony, I went out of my way to arrange such an excellent bodyguard for him, and he doesn't even want it. What stubbornness! Observing Obadiah's performance, Su Ming wore a knowing smile. Keep pretending. Unbeknownst to others, Obadiah discreetly set their communication channel to private and murmured, Mr. Destiny. It seems my efforts to secure a bodyguard were in vain. Nevertheless, I will arrange for you to head to Afghanistan shortly. You can commence your second task directly. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Su Ming contemplated this. That sounds agreeable, Mr. Employer. However, I shall need some time before setting off. Additionally, I must know Mr. Stark's whereabouts when the time comes. A flicker of hesitation crossed Obadiah's eyes to ensure Tony Stark's demise. He had already established contact with the 10 Rings in Afghanistan. Yet, such a matter was highly confidential. How could the future chairman of Stark Industries be linked to terrorists? Calculating his next move, he assuredly responded, Rest assured, I will promptly inform you of his location via the task phone. And regarding the bodyguard situation, I apologize. I will compensate you with 500,000. Surprised, Su Ming regarded the bald man before him. Each wrinkle seemed to convey sincerity, as if he genuinely felt remorse that Su Ming would not earn $1 million. Oh, this is the nature of capitalism, willing to stake a claim when profits are at stake. Had it not been for his own commendable abilities and the motive to eliminate Tony Stark, Obadiah would never have been so accommodating. Su Ming expressed his gratitude and accepted Obadiah's compensation with pleasure, simultaneously promising to fulfill the task. 500,000, account balance. 551, 380, as he walked through the streets of Manhattan, gazing at the bespoke suit boutiques. Su Ming pondered it was time to procure a suitable outfit for himself. While a tuxedo might exude luxury, it would likely be rendered tattered in battle. Thus, a sports attire seemed more fitting. After articulating his requirements to the elderly tailor and undergoing a fitting, he stepped out of the shop. The tailor, peering through his reading glasses, murmured to himself, "It has been ages since I've seen such a perfectly proportioned figure. Sport attire would be a travesty." As the day of departure swiftly approached, it was only after Obadiah had urged Su Ming numerous times that he resolved to set forth. What was the rush? Tony wouldn't be able to emerge any time soon. He was currently engrossed in polishing his battle armor. Su Ming first visited the underground trading post to retrieve the finished throwing knives. 50 gleaming titanium alloy daggers were meticulously arranged within their magical sheath. Drawing one of them at random, he felt its substantial weight. It was slightly longer than his fingers, and the smooth blade reflected his visage. Through Su Ming's keen perception, the blade's tip appeared exquisitely sharp and impeccably polished, devoid of any imperfections. Nodding in satisfaction, he refrained from testing its throw for fear of startling the craftsman. Under the craftsman's guidance, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's face as he donned the magical dagger sheath. The design was nothing short of ingenious, favoring practicality in combat. He could effortlessly retrieve the daggers from various angles. The sheath accommodated all 50 titanium alloy knives, their dense arrangement not only serving as a form of defense, but also exerting no hindrance on Su Ming's movements. Any additional weight was trivial, easily managed by his enhanced physique. Su Ming expressed his delight at the swift delivery, superior quality, and aesthetic appeal of the product, deeming it an exceptional value worthy of a 5-star review. Initially, he had presumed that commissioning knives from the underground trading post was merely a costly endeavor, suspecting he had encountered unscrupulous dealings. Yet, it now became apparent that the price was justified, as the craftsman had indeed invested considerable effort. Contemplating this, Su Ming began to anticipate whether the customized battle suit would dazzle him as much as the knives had, making it irresistible. Before long, he found himself before the venerable tailor at the suit shop. At that moment, the tailor appeared to have aged a decade. His countenance was weary, with deep-set eyes accentuated by pronounced dark circles, resembling a trainer from a shadowy realm. Upon seeing Su Ming, the old tailor exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Just 1 minute." He then meticulously wielded a small hammer, crafting something in earnest. A tailor using a hammer instead of scissors? Su Ming pondered. Yet the tailor's focused demeanor exuded a masterful aura, rendering Su Ming's teasing remarks unspoken. After a minute, the tailor proclaimed, "Done." Haha. He raised his creation aloft, brimming with the excitement of a child receiving a cherished toy. Su Ming leaned in to examine. There it was, a half-mask crafted from pure silver, adorned with intricate patterns sculpted painstakingly by the tailor's hammer, radiating an aura of ancient elegance. Before Su Ming could utter a word, the tailor thrust the mask into his hands, just as Su Ming stood in astonishment. The tailor retrieved a black box from his workshop and placed it on the counter before Su Ming. "Hush," the tailor interjected, raising a finger to his lips as Su Ming opened his mouth to inquire. "Less chatter. Put it on for me to see." Quickly, his bloodshot eyes sparkled with anticipation. Unsure of the unfolding events, Su Ming complied. After all, artisans were known for their peculiar temperaments. Upon opening the box, a vivid crimson hue greeted Su Ming, leaving him momentarily stunned. This was a far cry from what had been promised. Under the relentless urging of the tailor, Su Ming donned the exquisite attire. "Quickly, put on the mask." The old tailor's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement, his emaciated arms trembling slightly with anticipation as he urged him on. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Su Ming could not help but concede. This old tailor had undeniable talent. He was taken aback by the stunning transformation. The scarlet velvet suit shimmered under the bright lights, exuding a liquid metallic sheen. The tailored fit sculpted his form into chiseled lines, while the handcrafted double-breasted amber buttons refracted a subtle glow, reminiscent of the metals adorning a Roman warrior's breastplate. The lapels featured intricate dark patterns outlined in golden thread, resembling elegant totems entwined with vines. Beneath, an ivory silk shirt boasted a collar adorned with hand-stitched nightingale feathers, its deliberately aged pleats lending an air of languid opulence to the ensemble. The pure silver mask in his hand harmonized with the understated crocodile embossed detail along the seam of the trousers. This attire was nothing short of a relic from the aristocracy of the Art Nouveau movement. As Su Ming donned the mask, his entire demeanor transformed once more, imbued with an air of nobility tinged with a hint of allure, reminiscent of a bewitching Lucifer emerging from the fiery depths of hell. Remarkably, despite its appearance as formal wear, the garment possessed astonishing elasticity, impervious to being torn by vigorous movement. The old tailor regarded his masterpiece, his most satisfying creation in years, with warmth in his eyes. He gestured for Su Ming to depart, a bittersweet farewell. As Su Ming reached for his wallet, he heard the tailor's contemplative words, spoken without turning. "Young man, thank you for allowing me the chance to transcend from craftsman to artist. You may go now. Remember the name of this outfit, Crimson." Su Ming pondered the tailor's words, recalling his own code name, murmuring softly, "The fate of Crimson, is it?" Chapter 10. A frightening blade. Su Ming ultimately decided to discard the ostentatious attire. It was no jest. He could vividly envision himself parading in that outfit, being pursued like a celebrity during a promotional event. Perhaps being a star wouldn't be so bad. However, Su Ming harbored no fondness for the insincerity of fame and fortune. He swiftly relinquished that notion. The craftsmanship of the old tailor was truly remarkable. The Crimson Ensemble was nothing short of a masterpiece, and when paired with the silver-etched mask, it elevated the ensemble's elegance manifold. He would reserve this attire for a mission requiring anonymity. It was wise to maintain a low profile in everyday life. A few high, Kuna province. Under the direction of Obadiah, Su Ming arrived at the site where Tony exhibited the Jericho missile. Observing the mountains in the distance, reduced to rubble by the missile, Su Ming mused that it was best to keep a safe distance from such weaponry. Just then, his phone rang, and Obadiah's furious voice erupted from the receiver. "These untrustworthy scoundrels have imprisoned Tony. How's that any different from protecting him? Damn it, why not just kill him? Mr. Destiny, I implore you to head to their armed stronghold immediately and eliminate Tony. Preferably wipe out that wretched group of terrorists from the Ten Rings as well." With that, he abruptly ended the call. So, the plot had escalated to this point? It seemed many were fixated on Tony Stark. Did those fools from the Ten Rings truly believe they could coerce Tony into manufacturing Jericho missiles for them? Even without his intervention, Tony would undoubtedly handle them all. Initially, Su Ming intended to act only after Tony's abduction, expecting to linger in this desolate place for several more days. However, it appeared that the timing was fortuitous. Slowly shedding his outer jacket to reveal the Crimson Ensemble, he donned the mask and, guided by the rough direction provided by Obadiah, set off at a brisk pace. The driver beside him watched in astonishment as this enigmatic young man from the east transformed before his eyes, radiating an aura so brilliant that it was nearly blinding. A son of the sands, he was as beautiful as a woman. As the driver grappled with a twinge of envy over Su Ming's appearance, a powerful gust of wind whipped up the sandy air towards him. Coughing as the dust settled, the driver stood frozen in disbelief. What the F? Where did he go? This was Su Ming's first experience of running at full capacity after maxing out his level 1 physique enhancement to 5 levels. The pressure created behind him formed a whirlwind, swirling up the sand and trailing after him, creating the illusion of a golden cloak. After nearly 2 hours of running, Su Ming sensed his speed increasing, though it was still far from that of the Flash. A speed just over 100 km/h may not seem remarkable. Yet it was essential to note that this was achieved solely by his 2 legs across the desert, without having exchanged for the Flash's abilities. He had undeniably reached a significant level of prowess. As a modest valley unfolded before him, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. He had finally discovered it. Obadiah had only provided him with a vague direction, yet through his extraordinary physical prowess and keen eyesight, Su Ming had managed to locate it after nearly 2 hours of searching. Observing the scattered foot soldiers within and around the valley, Su Chen noted the haphazardly piled weapons and ammunition, all emblazoned with the varying insignias of Stark Industries. They had not only used Stark's own weapons to kidnap him, but now sought to threaten Stark into manufacturing more, a notion both absurd and ironic. Tony Stark himself would likely share this sentiment. Stopping approximately 2 kilometers away, Su Ming paused. The crimson suit stood out like a rose blooming in a desolate desert, strikingly conspicuous. However, the members of the Ten Rings gang lacked Su Ming's farsightedness and remained oblivious to his presence. With an expansive view sweeping over the valley, Su Ming slowly withdrew a throwing knife, ready to test its potency. The moment was ripe. As his pupils shifted, locking onto a specific target, Su Ming made his move. His actions were subtle, a mere lift of the hand, a throw as casual as brushing dust off his shoulder. Yet, the titanium alloy knife vanished at an extraordinary speed. It wasn't until it had traversed nearly a kilometer that a thunderous explosion echoed. Narrowing his eyes, Su Ming observed as the knife disappeared into the valley, having missed any enemy. 4/10 of his strength, he had done so intentionally. From a distance, he witnessed the knife detonating a small cache of munitions, prompting a wave of terrorists to surge from their makeshift base, roaring and firing in a futile search for a target. Once more, Su Ming launched a knife, this time utilizing 6/10 of his strength. The moment the knife left his hand, it produced a sonic boom that tousled his hair. As the swirling dust swept into the valley, the sounds of gunfire faded into silence. The bandits of the Ten Rings had yet to react when a cold glimmer pierced their vision, slicing through their bodies, shattering their innards, and obliterating their torsos. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by the knife found their bodies pierced and further devastated by the residual force, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that scattered them in every direction. Those who were not directly hit were still caught in the ensuing gale, tumbling and disoriented. The unique terrain of the valley left only a narrow path, while many were fortunate enough to escape the knife's path. The ground was still littered with severed limbs and broken bodies. In the past, these terrorists had relished the sight of heads exploding under gunfire, yet today, it was their own bodies that met such a fate. The deceased were the fortunate ones. The so-called survivors writhed in agony, half of their bodies on the ground, screaming as they awaited their demise. The unscathed gazed up at the sky in bewilderment, utterly clueless about what had transpired. Had they been bombed? Yet, there were no planes in sight. Even if there had been, the sound of engines would have been unmistakable. What, then, had occurred? As the windswept sands gradually settled, footsteps echoed through the valley. The terrorists, stripped of their courage, found themselves unable to confront the unknown adversary. The drumming of their hearts became their most pronounced action. Su Ming strolled into the valley, the impact of his earlier strike exceeding his expectations. Who could have anticipated that a mere throwing knife would unleash effects akin to that of a cannon? How dreadful! Observing the hellish scene around him, Su Ming lamented aloud. Yet a smile graced his face, reminiscent of a messenger from the inferno. The bandits finally discerned their foe. There were no long rifles, no artillery. Nor was there a multitude, just a solitary figure. He stood alone, clad in a strikingly red flamboyant suit and donned a mask. Why not grace Broadway with such flamboyance? You scoundrel! As the realization dawned that their opponent was but one, lacking formidable weaponry, the bandits swiftly cast aside their earlier trepidation. What use was a flashy appearance? It was the suave gentleman who would meet his end. The AK-47 in their hands represented the grim reality of their world. Under the triple stimuli of bloodshed, violence, and envy, the bandits' minds erupted. They raised their weapons, screaming in frenzy, and pulled the triggers towards Su Ming. Rat-a-tat-tat. In a flash, Su Ming vanished. He had no desire to squander the old tailor's craftsmanship. The crimson ensemble and mask could only do so much to shield him from the bullets, and he aimed to evade them as much as possible. In the midst of his evasive maneuvers, playing cards flew from his hand, propelled with sufficient force to pierce through the skulls of the bandits within 100 meters. The wails of the fallen surged forth, heralding the onset of slaughter. Chapter 11. Tony's escape. The warriors of the Ten Commandments gang beheld the glimmer of hope for victory in their grand jihad. Their leader informed them that the person confined within the cave would soon craft for them the Jericho missile. Initially, skepticism clouded their minds. But upon learning that this individual bore the surname Stark, their ambitions soared. For they knew that their finest weapons were derived from a singular source, Stark Industries. Stark will forge us even more weaponry, the leader proclaimed. As they absorbed his words, the warriors envisioned themselves wielding the formidable Jericho missile with an air of invincibility. Good heavens, it was the Jericho, a missile more powerful than the Scud. Just as they indulged in their daydreams, a small cache of arms in the corner erupted in a sudden explosion. The small commander, cursing profusely, led his team out of the cave only to be met with the terrified cries of his men. Enemy attack. Without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage. This was the customary practice of the Ten Commandments gang. Yet, as the magazine emptied, no adversary materialized within their line of sight. Infuriating. The leader had repeatedly warned against smoking near the munitions pile. These fools refused to listen, and they deserved their fate. Confirming the absence of enemies, the small commander continued to grumble. Suddenly, a glimmering blade, imbued with an unmatched force, pierced through his body. In less than a second, his expression had no time to change. His form was penetrated by a titanium knife and subsequently torn apart, dissolving into a mist of crimson in the air. The bandits upon the hillside felt a gust of wind sweep through the valley, swift in its arrival and departure. When the dust settled, the place had transformed into a hellish tableau. Even seasoned terrorists, accustomed to bloodshed, were rendered nauseated by the horrific scene before them. As their discomfort gradually faded and reason returned, they wiped away the tears that had spilled from their retching. Finally discerning the enemy, a figure clad in a blood-red suit and mask. Could this be Iblis himself, come to harvest souls? The members of the Ten Commandments gang regarded the strange apparition as the most terrifying demon from the Quran, until a playing card soared forth, embedding itself within the body. Piercing the heart, their minds were consumed by one question: does the devil play cards? Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the valley, Su Ming effortlessly reaped the lives of the terrorists. In the depths of the Ten Commandments gang's temporary stronghold, Tony Stark, encased in cumbersome armor, found himself unable to move. Together with Dr. Ethan, they had toiled almost ceaselessly to create this battle suit that would enable his escape, and now it was at a critical juncture of activation. Desperately, he fixed his gaze on the progress bar on the computer screen. Damn it, hurry up, faster. Tony's heart raced, his eyes locked on the nearby monitor. The door of the cell had been blown open, and a multitude of terrorists were advancing. Dr. Ethan had dashed out to buy time, leaving Tony to shout helplessly, "Stick to the plan. Stick to the plan." Ethan, Dr. Ethan, clutching a machine gun, awkwardly fired at the cave above him as he ran, targeting no one, even though they were terrorists. He was a scholar, not an assassin. His intrinsic goodness compelled him to wield a weapon solely to buy time for his comrades, rather than to kill. Despite the fact that his family had perished in the war and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for it. Upon rounding a corner, Dr. Ethan froze in place. A dozen terrorists, armed with an array of machine guns, aimed at him. The scene shifted to a computer screen in a cell, where the progress bar finally transitioned from 99 to 100. In the darkened environment, the mechanical sounds briefly resonated before fading into silence. Another minor leader, accompanied by several team members, approached the cell door, cautiously retreating at the sight of two comrades who had been blown apart. He exchanged a glance with a subordinate, signaling them to investigate, while subtly stepping back himself. The team member tightened their grip on their machine gun and tentatively stepped into the cell. Before them lay the materials and tools provided by the leader for the prisoners to manufacture missiles, and everything appeared normal. Just then, a glow illuminated from behind the arc reactor on Tony's chest. Notably, when Tony Stark was kidnapped, a bomb manufactured by Stark Industries exploded before him, sending shrapnel into his chest. It was Dr. Ethan's makeshift electromagnet that prevented the shards from piercing his heart. Thankfully, Dr. Ethan had promptly extracted the fragments, saving Tony's life once again. Later, The ingenious Tony utilized the nuclear weapon technology from the Cold War era available in the cell to transform the electromagnetic device into an arc reactor. Instinctively, the terrorists turned around, but a massive shadow struck with such force that it sent one of the team members flying across the room, crashing against the wall. The others outside the cell had no clear understanding of what transpired. They merely saw their comrades suddenly propelled to the other side of the cell. Without hesitation, they opened fire. The gunfire erupted, flames leaping from the barrels as bullets rained into the cell, transforming it into a scene of chaos, until the shooting finally ceased. As several curious eyes strained to peer into the dimly lit cell, a tall figure suddenly emerged from within. The light on its chest dazzled them, obscuring their view. But they could vaguely discern a towering figure glistening with a metallic sheen. "Hey, robot!" As they stood in stunned silence, Tony sprang into action. With the distinctive sound of machinery whirring, he swung his arms, effortlessly sending two team members flying. The augmented strength of his armor rendered them with ruptured organs. Gasping for breath, the minor leader reacted swiftly, unleashing a volley of bullets at the robot's torso. However, the flashing sparks and ricocheting bullets made him instantly realize the infernal contraption was bulletproof. Before he could turn and flee, Tony, clad in his armor, delivered a powerful punch, sending him into unconsciousness. Tony maneuvered his armored suit towards the exit, enduring a barrage of gunfire from enemies along the way, as bullets struck the armor, creating showers of sparks. Unscathed, Tony delivered a powerful kick that sent the iron door flying open, finally arriving at the cave's entrance. At the urging of Dr. Ethan, he swiftly evaded a missile. Subsequently, he affixed a missile to the device on his left forearm, activated the switch, and retaliated with a missile of his own. After a tremendous explosion, the cave was devoid of any enemies. Gazing at Dr. Ethan, who was riddled with bullet holes, Tony, with tears in his eyes, attempted to persuade him to escape together, adhering to their original plan. Yet, it was evident that Ethan's injuries forbade such an escape. Finally, in a feeble voice, Dr. Ethan uttered, "My family is gone. I am about to join them, Stark. It's all right. This is the conclusion I desired." It was then that Tony realized Ethan had long since resigned himself to the sacrifice. Ironically, he had clung to the escape plan, believing it to be infallible. If not for Dr. Ethan's selfless protection, he might have perished amidst the hail of gunfire. Oh, Tony, what use is high intelligence if one remains a cold-hearted engineer, solely devoted to following a plan? How many more virtuous souls must pay with their lives for your sake? With a sigh and a bitter smile, he expressed, "Thank you for saving my life. Cherish yours, do not squander it." With those words, Dr. Ethan peacefully closed his eyes. In that moment, the man clad in the first-generation Iron Man suit, known as Tony Stark, was consumed by rage. Chapter 12. The Bounty Hunter. At this moment, Su Ming was in high spirits. As the second flying knife began to reap the lives of terrorists, the system simultaneously notified him of his earnings: elimination of a wanted terrorist from the 10 Commandments gang, bounty 10,000 USD. Elimination of a wanted terrorist from the 10 Commandments gang, bounty 8,000 USD. Elimination of a wanted terrorist from the 10 Commandments gang, bounty 5,000 USD. Before Su Ming even stepped into the valley, the achievements of just 2 flying knives had already garnered him nearly $200,000. They were all delightful golden coins. This was the fundamental reason behind Su Ming's ever-present smile since his arrival in the valley. What he had initially thought to be merely a bounty mission turned out to be a treasure trove of gold coins. It was hard not to feel elated. Upon discovering that eliminating these terrorists would yield a bounty, Su Ming entered a state of complete immersion. Nothing could divert his focus more than the prospect of earning money. Thus, he embarked on a sweeping exploration, beginning from the outskirts, leaving no one unscathed. Armed with extraordinary long-range vision and a correspondingly long-range strike, the result was the delightful sound of coins clinking, resonating frequently in his ears. Although the valley was not large, it still required considerable effort from Su Ming to eradicate all members of the 10 Commandments gang stationed on the periphery. As he finally prepared to head towards the long-anticipated cave, he was taken aback to see a multitude of bandits scrambling out in panic. Observing how these bandits fled desperately from the cave, quickly finding cover and positions, all the while glaring at the cave entrance as if faced with a formidable adversary. Su-ming could not help but speculate. Could it be that Tony is making his move? Before long, a towering silver metal giant appeared at the cave entrance. A resonant voice echoed from within the metallic helmet. "It's my turn." Two mechanical arms suddenly unleashed flames that stretched 10 meters, incinerating the group of terrorists at the cave entrance, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Indeed, it was Tony, a true genius. He had crafted the prototype of the Mark armor. Gazing at the imposing figure of Tony, Su-ming was struck with sudden clarity. And he smacked his thigh in realization. Oh no, I cannot allow Tony to eliminate all these golden coins. While it was true that he had arrived first, it was undeniably wrong to steal the kills. With that thought in mind, Su-ming immediately sprang into action, his cards transforming into streaks of icy brilliance. Harvesting the lives of the terrorists from another angle. Elimination of a wanted terrorist from the 10 Commandments gang, bounty 8,000 USD. Elimination of a wanted terrorist from the 10 Commandments gang, bounty 5,000 USD. The faster Su-ming moved, the more frequent the notifications of his bounties became. This was Tony Stark's first visceral experience of the thrill of piloting a mech, invulnerable, doubling in strength, and armed with a multitude of weapons. Aside from a slight clumsiness in movement, he had yet to identify any flaws. Once he returned home, he must acquire an even better suit. Resolved in his intent, Tony recalled the esteemed Dr. Ethan, his fury reigniting as he unleashed another barrage of firepower upon the ragtag group. Gradually, Tony began to sense that something was amiss. In his imagination, Tony found it perplexing that all enemy firepower should be directed towards him, yet he felt no pressure whatsoever. Furthermore, the attack system of this armor was exceedingly rudimentary, its lethality merely mediocre. How is it that the number of adversaries seemed to dwindle? Encased in his heavy helmet, Tony's vision was somewhat restricted, preventing him from noticing the swift approach of a crimson figure efficiently eliminating terrorists from another angle. This behavior was colloquially referred to as monster stealing. As Tony turned to unleash fire and launch missiles, he finally beheld a curious sight. Someone was aiding him in battle, targeting the very same group of terrorists. Realizing this, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. "Damn terrorists, your end is nigh," he declared, raising his iron arm with the intent to send an entire squad soaring into the sky. Yet suddenly, an overwhelming force jolted the iron giant, causing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. Turning to investigate, he was astounded to find that the source of such immense power was none other than this flamboyantly dressed individual in a vibrant red suit and a striking silver mask, who had audaciously initiated an attack against him. Admittedly, Tony thought, the figure possessed a commendable appearance. Both attire and demeanor were nearly rivaling his own. Gazing down at the titanium alloy dagger embedded in his armored arm, Tony inquired with confusion, "Hey, weren't you here to rescue me?" A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. Hearing Tony's inquiry, Su-ming allowed a faint smile to emerge. It appeared there had been a misunderstanding. But there was no time for hesitation. "Don't worry, Tony, I'll be with you shortly. The bounty on these terrorists is simply too enticing. Mr. Tony Stark." "Is it?" Su-ming casually remarked, his dexterous hands continuing to shuffle the playing cards without interruption. The bounty of coins was dwindling, and every additional capture counted. Inside his armor, Tony paused, bewildered. "You recognized me even in this getup?" Observing how effortlessly his counterpart dispatched the terrorists, as if driven by a personal vendetta, Tony surmised, this fellow must be specifically hunting down terrorists. What a coincidence. However, he noted with confusion that the individual bore no firearm. Grateful that this person was not an enemy, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him. His eyes brightened as he spotted a criminal with a playing card lodged in his head. Playing cards can kill? I must find an opportunity to take him to Las Vegas. Tony concluded that this individual was not only a formidable fighter, but also an expert at cards, surely capable of leading him to victory in Las Vegas. Although he had ample wealth, who wouldn't want to experience the thrill of winning? With this thought in mind, Tony resolved to lend his support. Yet, he found it perplexing that each time he attempted to assist in attacking the criminals, a flying dagger would interfere with his actions. Did this person have a compulsion to engage in solo battles against the terrorists? To hell with it. Su-ming was oblivious to Tony's intentions. His sole focus was to eliminate the minions first, then deal with the cowering Tony, and finally return to claim his bounty, reveling in the glory. However, it appeared that Tony harbored considerable resentment towards these ruffians, frequently launching assaults against them. This simply would not do. That bounty is mine. While hurling throwing knives to disrupt Tony's actions, Su-ming simultaneously cast playing cards to dispatch the remaining thugs. At last, when only 3 cards remained in Su-ming's hand, all the members of the Ten Rings gang were eradicated. Su-ming's account balance soared to a staggering 2 million. The valley fell into tranquility. And beneath the billowing clouds of smoke, piles of Stark Industries munitions burned, ignited by stray bullets and explosions. Just as Tony approached Su-ming to establish some familiarity, a throwing knife struck, shattering the outer shell of his suit's left arm. Metal components fell away, and Tony's heart sank, his expression instantly becoming gravely serious. Tony, leave your last words. Someone has offered 3 million for your life. Tony's pupils constricted, and he pondered, is it truly so? Casually lifting the visor of his helmet, he exclaimed, I, the illustrious Tony Stark, am worth only 3 million? Considering the formidable combat prowess of his adversary, Tony's eyes narrowed. I will pay 5 million. Spare me. He uttered those bold yet cowardly words. Su-ming's eyes gleamed beneath his mask. This was a segment he relished, affecting surprise. He replied, as a bounty hunter, please respect my professional ethics, Mr. Stark. Tony, feeling resolute, thought to himself that this man was surely unaware of Tony Stark's financial capabilities. 50 million. Bounty hunter. Spare me. Deal. Welcome, esteemed employer. 50 million. Quite a sum. The corners of Su-ming's mouth curled into a sincere smile. He deftly sent the prepared bank card number via playing cards into Tony's hands. Unexpectedly, Tony raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of flames, targeting the largest cache of Stark munitions. Boom. The entire valley was engulfed in an explosion, and a metallic figure soared from the thick smoke, none other than Tony Stark. Casually discarding the playing cards, he wore a mischievous grin. To hell with you, bounty hunter. Eat my dust. Chapter 13. Bountiful rewards. Ever since Tony Stark was propelled skyward by a missile manufactured by his own company, a singular question has reverberated through his mind. Is engaging in weapons development truly beneficial for the nation and its people? The leader of the Ten Rings once proclaimed himself the most infamous murderer in American history. This implicates all the weaponry produced by Stark Industries in my name. And then there's Ethan. This peculiar journey has left Tony with a tumultuous state of mind. In any case, he never anticipated encountering a bounty hunter sent to assassinate him after finally escaping his perilous situation. It seemed as if the bounty hunter's true target was more akin to the group of terrorists, which struck Tony as odd. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The ensuing haggling was merely a fade to divert the bounty hunter's attention. Tony, who had already set his sights on the stockpile of arms nearby, awaited the opportune moment. At last, when the greedy bounty hunter lowered his guard, Tony detonated the explosives. The blast was powerful enough to level the entire valley, let alone a mere bounty hunter. While soaring through the air, Tony suddenly realized that the fuel sustaining his armored suit was depleted. He had only just taken flight. How infuriating. Encased in the cumbersome Mark I armor, Tony plummeted to the ground like a steel meteor, his inertia driving him forcefully into the sand. Boom. The impenetrable steel of the Mark I shattered upon impact, creating a sizable crater in the dune, with debris flying dozens of meters away. Fortunately, Tony within sustained no serious injuries. Struggling to extricate himself from the wreckage of his suit, he had scarcely traversed the desolate desert when he encountered the rescue team searching for him. Helicopters, armored vehicles, and ambulances quickly surrounded him. Ah, James Rhodes is truly a delightful fellow. Observing the familiar visage of his friend, Tony felt a swell of emotion, just as he raised his hands to embrace life anew. A chilling sensation surged from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. A playing card grazed his cheek, landing squarely on the ground nearby, inscribed with a certain bank card number. Ignoring the blood streaming from his facial wounds, he recognized the culprit. Tony's pupils dilated in shock as he gravely regarded the blood-stained card at his feet. The Joker, the deceiver. Is this a warning? A cold smirk curled upon his lips. Humph. Am I, Tony Stark, a man devoid of integrity? Is it merely 50 million? Consider it done. Su Ming felt a surge of irritation. It was not merely due to Tony's cunning maneuvering. If Tony were to act without any ulterior motives, he would no longer be the proud genius he is. Indeed, the armored Tony Stark would not easily concede defeat. His frustration stemmed from the fact that the meticulously crafted crimson suit, tailored by the old tailor who toiled day and night for him, had been reduced to ashes in the explosion. As for himself, while the blast was immense, it only left Su Ming with extensive burns. After some time, the regenerative factors within his body restored him to his former self. Clad only in his mask, Su Ming found himself entirely exposed. As footsteps shifted, an expansive view refocused on Tony, who was struggling to extricate himself from the remnants of his exosuit. A cold smirk played on his lips. He was certain that the man had long discarded the bank card number he had given him. Although he had accurately predicted Tony's actions, Su Ming remained unperturbed. Surprisingly, walking barefoot in the desert felt rather refreshing, provided one avoided the blazing sun. Like a vigilant guardian, Su Ming's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Tony as he toiled to free himself from the wreckage, casting aimless glances around, waving excitedly at a distant helicopter, and embracing his old friend, Colonel Rhodes. When Tony was finally encircled by the rescue team, Su Ming casually tossed a playing card, a remnant he had extracted from the body of the coin baby. Everything else had turned to ashes. The card's message was unmistakable. Once I have set my sights on you, escape is futile. And do not forget your bank card number, dear employer. I will ensure you regret your attempts at deception. Observing Tony's bloodied visage and the myriad expressions flitting across his face, Su Ming allowed a satisfied smile to surface. Delving into his memories, he returned to the spot where he had changed clothes. As he donned his garments once more, a long-lost sense of security enveloped him. After some contemplation, he deemed it necessary, as a principled bounty hunter, to inform his employer of his decision to abandon the previous mission, for business without integrity is hollow. Upon connecting the call, he was greeted by Obadiah's suppressed excitement. "Oh, Mr. Fate? My friend, are you here to deliver good news?" No, dear employer, or rather, former employer." Obadiah's elation swiftly morphed into fury as Su Ming relayed his account. Before Su Ming could finish, Obadiah angrily slammed down the phone, cursing the 10 Rings and Fate as a collection of untrustworthy scoundrels. After his outburst, Obadiah gradually regained his composure. He dialed another number, issuing a new task to the Underground Exchange. Eliminate the bounty hunter codenamed Fate. Reward, 2 million. Upon ending the call, Obadiah muttered to himself, "Fate. My money is not easily obtained. Breaching our agreement will be your gravest mistake." Reflecting on the matter, he considered how unreliable the terrorists and black market experts were. Ultimately, achieving one's goals relied on oneself. At that moment, Su Ming was blissfully unaware that he had become the highest valued target for a solo assassination bounty in the Hell's Kitchen Underground Exchange. Upon returning to the streets of New York, he gazed at a boutique labeled high-end custom, a pang of guilt washing over him. Pushing open the door, he found the old tailor basking in the sun, reclining contentedly in a chair. Upon recognizing Su Ming, the tailor's eyes narrowed with suspicion, as if expecting him to whip out a gun for a $0 purchase at any moment. Unable to find an alternative, Su Ming could only speak the truth. While he was indeed grateful for the old craftsman's gift, the clothing was irreparably damaged. The seasoned tailor then revealed a knowing expression. "I noticed when you changed your attire." During the moment he observed Su Ming switch outfits, he had also caught sight of the glinting throwing knives, realizing that Su Ming was no ordinary individual. Thus, after his departure, the tailor had begun crafting a more combat-friendly crimson ensemble, which was nearly complete after several days of diligent work. Upon hearing the tailor's perceptive remarks, Su Ming expressed his gratitude, only to be halted by the elder's raised hand. "No need for thanks, just pay up. 300,000, not a cent less. But I will take care of your clothing from now on." Taken aback by the stark contrast in the old man's demeanor, Su Ming quickly reconciled his thoughts and accepted with a nod. He made another trip to the trading post to replenish his supply of throwing knives. And by the time he returned to his hotel in Manhattan, the moon hung high in the night sky. Comfortably reclining in the bathtub, Su Ming opened his attribute panel, where data flowed before his eyes in a holographic display. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 15. Current balance, 2, 865,000. Acquired talents, lesser Wolverine level regeneration. Dynamic vision LV, 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV, 155. Formless mask, precise throwing LV, 2. Proficient sketching. He was astonished to find that his account balance had soared to over $2,800,000. The bounties from these terrorists were indeed substantial. He also glanced at the talents he had acquired, noting a fair number, albeit they were primarily foundational abilities. While there remained ample room for advancement, this mission had revealed certain shortcomings. As Su Ming pondered ways to enhance his talents, a slightly magnetic and languorous female voice suddenly whispered in his ear. I fail to comprehend how a mere rookie's assassination bounty surpasses that of Tony Stark. Chapter 14 Reunion. Eliza Sweet, the blonde beauty, has become a stunning lone wolf among bounty hunters, thanks to her adept hacking skills and impressive martial arts prowess. Her career is marked by few defeats, with the sole exception being a humiliating encounter with Su Ming, during which she lost nearly 100,000 worth of equipment and narrowly escaped with her life. After painstakingly completing several modestly priced assignments, she finally managed to replenish her gear. To make a living, she has been putting forth her utmost effort, selectively choosing tasks that align with her capabilities. In the exchange, she finds assassination to be particularly appealing, profitable, low effort, and devoid of complications. Perhaps fate smiled upon her today, as she stumbled upon a lucrative assassination contract offering a bounty of a staggering $2 million, more than double that of the task to eliminate Tony Stark. As Eliza skillfully hacked into the underground exchange's computer system, she obtained the contact information of the target, codenamed Destiny. Utilizing satellite positioning, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that this individual seemingly shared her lifestyle choices, both frequenting the same upscale Manhattan hotels. Indeed, Eliza, as a striking woman, refuses to let the trivialities of life tarnish her beauty. Instead, she has opted to reside in the most luxurious hotels in Manhattan, situated in a prime location. The exquisite surroundings, breathtaking views, and delectable cuisine leave Eliza with no reason to choose otherwise. As a seasoned bounty hunter, the art of lockpicking is second nature to her. She slipped out of her silk pajamas and donned a fitted combat suit, meticulously equipping herself before locking onto Su Ming's room. Like a feline specter of the night, she stealthily infiltrated the space. Upon glimpsing a dark-haired man reclining in a bathtub, she discerned from his exposed, youthful skin that he was nothing more than a boy, still unblemished by the trials of life. With a smooth motion, she drew her pistol, aiming it at his head, feeling in control, and couldn't resist the urge to taunt him. Su Ming was startled by the sudden female voice ringing in his ears. Instinctively, he covered his vital areas with his hands and swiftly turned to see which impolite intruder dared to spy on him while bathing. Their eyes met, and recognition dawned upon Su Ming, letting out a long, drawn-out "oh." Upon realizing it was Su Ming, Eliza's body trembled involuntarily, her thighs instinctively tightening. A chill ran down her spine. It was over. She should have known that earning $2 million would not come easily. This was the very thief who had stripped her of her equipment. No amount of high-end cosmetics could mask the bitterness etched on Eliza's face at that moment. Silently, she returned her pistol to its holster, recalling the haunting image of a bullet merely creating a wound that healed before her eyes, an indelible memory of that nonchalant Eastern man who had become a frequent visitor in her midnight reveries. Though the images within her dreams are not always gruesome, sometimes even a tad refreshing, one thing she can assure is that she would recognize Su Ming's guilt-ridden visage even if it were reduced to ashes. How did Su Ming become her fate? Had I known he was destined, why would I have come to deliver food? How infuriating. The equipment painstakingly gathered after completing arduous tasks. I fear it may be lost. Elisa, with her sparkling, large eyes, gazed longingly at the pristine equipment adorning her waist, her eyes gradually reddening. Su Ming casually wrapped a towel around his waist, using it to shield certain areas, and approached Elisa, naturally grasping her slender hand. With a swift motion, He yanked her around, and before she could brace herself, his large hand landed firmly on her graceful dairy, producing a crisp sound. That's what you get for peeking at me while I bathe. Ah, Elisa cried out in surprise, a tingling sensation coursing through her, her legs weakening, unable to support her. With tear-filled blue eyes, she defiantly looked at Su Ming. I didn't know it was you. If you like the equipment, just take it. She sounded utterly pitiful. Observing the golden-haired woman in her moment of dismay, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, he genuinely wished to understand why she had ventured into his room in the dead of night. If it were room service. Her attire was far too extravagant. Those pieces were genuine. Surely, the cost of a cosplay outfit would be exorbitant. Moreover, he recalled her previous attempt on his life, which had resulted in her being stripped of her equipment. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was merely her gear that had been removed. After much contemplation, only one possibility remained. She had come to assassinate him again. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded the frightened, doe-like beauty before him, and a mischievous figure within him raised a tiny fork. Suppressing his amusement, Su Ming wrapped his arm around Elisa's delicate waist, his magnetic voice whispering in her ear. Forget the equipment. I desire the person. He felt her body tense within his embrace, followed by a slight tremor. A stark contrast to her earlier bravado when she had effortlessly broken his arm. What do you want? Upon hearing Su Ming's words and feeling the tingling sensation near her ear, Elisa's heart raced like thunder. A warmth surged to her cheeks, turning her fair complexion a vivid crimson. She could hardly fathom the notion that she might be surrendering herself so readily today. Stealing a furtive glance at the adjacent bedroom, she quickly averted her gaze. Su Ming's physique was a masterpiece of streamlined beauty, water droplets cascading down his muscles, drawing her gaze irresistibly. This was outrageous. Such audacity. Elisa's inner voice protested vehemently, yet outwardly, her protests were but the faint buzzing of a mosquito, barely audible. Having enjoyed his playful teasing, Su Ming released her and gently patted Elisa's shoulder, signaling her to follow him into the living room. Upon leaving Su Ming's embrace, Eliza felt an emptiness within her. An instant sense of solitude, loneliness, and coldness. She yearned for another hug, yet dared not voice her desire. Following Su Ming into the living room, she sat upright on the sofa, awaiting the final judgment he would bestow upon her. Truly, it felt like the verdict of fate. As Eliza pondered Su Ming's code name, a wave of reflection washed over her. In such a brief span, she came to realize that she had fallen into the hands of another. Whether to live or perish was beyond her control, and perhaps it was better to adopt a more carefree attitude. A bounty hunter. After all, who among them lacked a tale from the world of the martial? Su Ming observed the golden-haired beauty before him, her blue eyes darting about restlessly, lost in thought. Unable to contain his amusement any longer, he chuckled and said, "Your name?" "Eliza, sweet," she replied mechanically, as though responding to an interrogation. Yet the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her current emotions. Su Ming laughed softly. "I am Su Ming, codename Fate, and like you, I am a bounty hunter. In fact, I was inspired to pursue this profession by you." Eliza, bewildered, lifted her gaze to meet his. "Why are you sharing this with me? Is there some ancient Eastern ritual at play?" Her wide, questioning eyes stared intently at him. Lacking experience in such matters, Su Ming spoke plainly. "Eliza, I want you to work alongside me from now on. Do you have any objections?" Eliza abruptly lifted her head, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at Su Ming, scarcely able to trust her ears. "I have prepared myself inside and out, and yet, you wish to discuss employment?" Chapter 15. Upgrade. Deadpool-level regeneration. When Eliza finally mustered the courage to gaze into Su Ming's eyes, she discovered that these orbs, radiating an unusual allure, were devoid of any carnal desire. Rather, they were filled with sincerity. Was it truly the case that all her assumptions had been mere misconceptions? Eliza felt a surge of indignation. The audacious Su Ming had uttered words that could easily lead one astray while harboring no romantic intent. Her gaze involuntarily drifted once more to the well-defined muscles of Su Ming's chest. A divine gift indeed. Ugh. It was only now that Eliza began to seriously contemplate Su Ming's proposal. For years, she had managed to scrape by in the bounty hunting profession, relying on her beauty and extraordinary skills. Although numerous so-called successful individuals had expressed their admiration and even pursued her, she had never regarded them with any seriousness. As a bounty hunter dancing on the edge of a knife, Eliza Sweet was proud. Even during her time as a doctor, where she had treated the night devil multiple times, no sparks had ignited. The mundane existence could not soothe her adventurous spirit. Thus, she had transitioned into bounty hunting. However, after encountering Su Ming, even her previously unproblematic living standards had seen a noticeable decline, leaving Eliza feeling fatigued. More importantly, having witnessed Su Ming's miraculous regenerative abilities, she now perceived her once prized adventures as nothing but a jest. Perhaps following him would lead to a more exhilarating life. A free-spirited bounty hunter would never bow to anyone, unless they were both handsome and formidable. Yet, all Eliza had witnessed was Su Ming's astonishing regenerative prowess. She remained ignorant of his other qualities. It seemed that the moniker Fate was still a novice in the underground trading realm. With this thought, Eliza regained her composure. Crossing her legs to accentuate her alluring curves, accompanying you, might not be out of the question. But if you're merely a thief skilled at stripping others of their gear, then perhaps not. Su Ming recognized it was time to subtly display his capabilities. His eyes glinting. What if I told you that Tony Stark just paid a hefty sum to purchase his life from me? Would you believe it? Eliza was taken aback by what she perceived to be an exaggerated fabrication crafted to convince her to stay. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. All right, then this lie is so ludicrous that I can't even be bothered to expose it. After all, I have nothing pressing at the moment. As long as you don't covet my gear, what harm could there be in following you? Ding. Received a transfer of 50,000. Account balance 52,865,000. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Tony had indeed transferred the funds. Upon hearing Eliza's words, he chose to remain non-committal, believe it or not. Since you wish to be my boss, do keep in mind that I come at a steep price. Eliza regarded Su Ming with a cunning glint in her eyes, akin to a shrewd little fox. $100,000 for a 2-month trial period. As for the future, it depends on your performance. Su Ming boldly declared his offer, believing that Alyssa, as a seasoned veteran in the industry, was worth every penny solely for her access to valuable information, which would save him considerable trouble. Alyssa readily agreed, relieved that just a minute prior, she had been anxiously fearing for her life at Su Ming's hands or facing a complete exploitation of her resources. Although, she harbored no disdain for the latter. Once she assumed her role, Alyssa displayed a competent demeanor, swiftly changing out of her combat attire and gear upon returning to her room. Clutching her laptop, she re-entered Su Ming's quarters, this time knocking politely. Come in. Upon seeing Alyssa clad in luxurious silk pajamas, Su Ming, with his keen vision, could hardly contain himself. Whatever careful demeanor she had just exhibited was nowhere to be found. The enticing curves beneath the silk tantalized his senses. This enchantress. I am the boss. I am the boss. Forcing himself to regain composure, Su Ming finally remembered to inquire, why did you infiltrate my room? Is there a new mission? Alyssa glanced at him, lazily curled up on the sofa. Boss, you may not be aware, but your head is currently a coveted prize. $2 million. What is going on? While Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, Alyssa expertly maneuvered her computer, breaching the back end of the underground exchange. All bounty missions were laid bare before them, and prominently displayed was the notice. Eliminate the bounty hunter codenamed Destiny. Reward, $2 million. Is this a joke? Targeting a newcomer? He exclaimed, unable to suppress his incredulity. Alyssa remained silent, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard. It appears this task was issued by Obadiah, that shareholder from Stark Industries. I found you through this mission. TSK. Soon, Alyssa uncovered the source of the task, recalling her own predicament with disdain for this wretched fate. Su Ming let out a drawn-out "oh," as a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. It was only natural that Obadiah, whom he had spurned by sparing Tony, would harbor resentment. As Tony's first formidable rival, Obadiah was certainly no saint. He likely wished to flay him alive. However, it was decidedly unusual for Alyssa, a bounty hunter, to navigate the black market's back end as if it were her own home. He secretly mused that he had struck gold. Su Ming deemed the bounty task trivial. Aside from Alyssa, he would show no mercy to anyone brave enough to challenge him. He then instructed Alyssa to scour the internet for any intriguing developments. Following Tony Stark's return, he made a high-profile announcement at a press conference, declaring the cessation of all weapon development projects at Stark Industries, which generated significant buzz. Alyssa transformed into a relentless news reporter, dispassionately sharing online updates with Su Ming. Su Ming appeared contemplative. Indeed, this incident had profoundly affected Tony, positioning him squarely against Obadiah. When the news cycle proved devoid of further updates, and Alyssa stifled yawns, Su Ming suggested she retire to her room for some rest. As she was about to leave, Eliza leaned against the doorframe like a languid cat, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at Su Ming. "Boss, are you quite certain? You want me to return and sleep?" The silk nightgown slipped down her shoulder, revealing a breathtaking expanse of alabaster skin that made Su Ming's heart race. "Go back." With immense willpower, Su Ming averted his gaze, waving goodbye to Eliza. She departed with a playful laugh, skipping away. Su Ming found himself momentarily unaccustomed to the boldness of foreign beauties. Lying on his bed, he began to reflect on the recent mission. Tony's detonation of the bomb had caused him to endure the gravest injury since his arrival in this world. Even with Wolverine-level healing abilities, he lay incapacitated for several minutes. For at least the first 2 minutes, he was utterly defenseless, akin to being a lamb to the slaughter. It was evident that a secondary talent could not compare to the true Master's prowess. Contemplating this, Su Ming opened the system shop, gazing at the talent upgrade interface, and felt a surge of frustration. Secondary Wolverine level healing, Deadpool level healing. $50,000,000. Deadpool level healing, immortal body. $5,000,000. Had he truly extorted $50 million from Tony, just enough for a single upgrade? The prospect of advancing to immortality demanded a staggering $5 billion? After counting the lengthy string of zeros multiple times, he found himself daunted. In this perilous Marvel universe, filled with beings far more formidable than gods, his $50 million was a sum he could not afford to squander. With a firm resolve, he thought, it's merely $50 million. Upgrade. $50,000. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance. $2,865,000. Suddenly, every cell in Su Ming's body felt as though it were submerged in sulfuric acid, an excruciating pain radiating from all directions. The intensity of the agony rendered him breathless, his eyes widened, losing focus, and his mouth opened in a silent scream. It felt as though a century had passed, yet perhaps only a few minutes, before he regained control over his body, gasping for air at the edge of the bed. His body resembled a bun freshly removed from a steamer, enveloped in a haze of scalding steam. Chapter 16: Encounter with the Little Spider Goodness. What a fierce battle it was. The waiter, glancing at Su Ming with astonishment, busied himself with the drenched bed linens, imagining the tumultuous events that had transpired on the grand bed. Su Ming himself had not anticipated such a dramatic affair accompanying the upgrade of his talent. He never wished to endure that excruciating pain again, unaware of when the bedding had become soaked. On a positive note, the effects of the talent upgrade were remarkably pronounced. Su Ming drew a deep, long incision on his arm with a flying knife, and unlike the slow healing of his previous injuries, this time it mended in the blink of an eye, devoid of any sensation of pain. He speculated that during the upgrade, he must have experienced all the pain possible, thus endowing him with exceptional recovery abilities along with the added bonus of insensitivity to pain. This left him quite content. After all, who truly relishes pain as a form of enjoyment? Simultaneously, his body conveyed a potent sensation. Regeneration of severed limbs was now within reach. Having perfected one talent, Su Ming contemplated whether he should further enhance his talent tree when suddenly a figure reemerged in his mind, Elisa. This woman had approached me silently before, and yet I remained completely oblivious. It was not her concealment that was commendable, but rather my own carelessness. What talents could sense the surrounding environment? With this thought, Su Ming quickly accessed the system marketplace. After flipping through only a few pages, he discovered a suitable talent. Spider Sense Danger Perception LV1. 000,000. Goodness, is the starting price really $1 million? Cursing under his breath, Su Ming made his decision without hesitation. Exchange. 1,000,000. Talent exchange successful. Account balance. 1,865,000. As if equipped with radar, Su Ming's sensitivity surged dramatically. He could even distinctly sense the tiny insects fluttering outside the window, the footsteps beyond the door, the murmurs of the waiter. Even the applause from a room 3 doors down was clearly audible. After all, this was a hotel. It seems I will need some time to adjust. Su Ming frowned slightly. The foreigner's bellowing was devoid of any aesthetic quality. Yet he had no intention of offending anyone. The soundproofing in the Manhattan hotel was excellent. If there was blame to be assigned, it could only fall upon his heightened perception. Gazing at the balance of over $1 million, had it been the old Su Ming, he might have felt fortunate to be a wealthy man. However, after he had recklessly squandered $50 million for a talent upgrade, when he now looked at that million plus, he felt only one sentiment: I'm utterly broke. It appeared he still needed to work hard to take on more jobs and transform himself into a multifaceted man within the Marvel Universe. At that point, wouldn't it be delightful to leisurely wander around alien planets? Resolute in his decision, Su Ming picked up the bedside phone, ready to dial Elisa. Suddenly, he placed the phone back down, for he sensed that Elisa was already approaching. He opened the door and calmly seated himself, awaiting her entrance. Oh, boss, are you waiting for me? Elisa gazed at the open door, her eyes fixed curiously on Su Ming, who seemed momentarily enlightened by her perceptive abilities. Just as he was about to speak, a phone unexpectedly flew towards him, which he deftly caught. Here, this is for you, making future communications more convenient. By the way, I have received some news. Elisa casually settled onto the sofa, lifting the water cup Su Ming had used and taking a delightful sip. Su Ming, examining the luxurious phone in his hand, mused to himself about the pleasant feeling of having subordinates. Suddenly, he noticed Elisa savoring his cup with the same relish one might reserve for fine wine. Is this an advantage taken at my expense? Perhaps it is. He twitched his lips. What news? The task just released by the exchange offers a bounty of 600,000, targeting a lizard man. By the way, it was issued by Oscorp. Elisa, engrossed in admiring her freshly manicured nails, relayed the information without lifting her gaze. Oscorp, isn't that associated with that family? As Su Ming pondered whether to accept this task, Elisa seemed to recall something, raising her head to look at him sweetly. Boss, I've already claimed the task for you, using the codename Fate. You must complete it well and send me my wages. With that, she threw him a playful wink. Su Ming maintained a stoic expression who, after all, is the real boss here? He then assumed a mock-serious demeanor, declaring, Elisa, I need to know precisely who issued this task. Now, Elisa smiled at him knowingly, unfazed by his tone, and sent him a playful kiss. The owner of Oscorp is, of course, Norman Osborn. These capitalists wouldn't stoop to deceive the lower echelons of the exchange. As the name Norman Osborn echoed in his mind, memories surged. Wasn't he the notorious Green Goblin? Further inquiries revealed to Su Ming that Osborn Industries is a multinational corporation centered around high technology and bioengineering, causing him to regard Elisa with newfound respect. He noted that tasks from companies like Stark Industries or Oscorp should be prioritized. They are not lacking in funds. With a fundamental understanding of the task, and after Elisa insisted on embracing him one last time, Su Ming departed from the Manhattan hotel. As he passed a sewer entrance, he noticed numerous small lizards scuttling towards the vent. It dawned on him that lizard men in New York had no other refuge but the sewers. He took a moment to find a secluded corner, shedding his trench coat to reveal the crimson suit beneath, an improved version. Once masked, he transformed into the nocturnal aristocrat, suppressing the foul odors, and leaped into the well. Fully activating his spider sense, he discerned a vague direction and darted forward with urgency. Upon reaching a junction of pipes, he was taken aback to find the area festooned with a webbing pattern. Oh, it seems I am about to encounter an old friend. As the realization struck that the head of Oscorp was indeed the Green Goblin, an instinctive premonition of an imminent meeting with Spider-Man washed over him. Unexpectedly, this occurred so swiftly, The young spider is likely still in its growth phase. Su Ming confidently traversed the web, when a youthful voice emerged from the shadows. Do not approach. It is dangerous. It was Spider-Man. Upon hearing the well-meaning warning from the young spider, Su Ming smiled. His spider sense indicated that the lizard was directly above the young spider. How could Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, be entirely oblivious at this moment? Youthful naivety, perhaps. Reflecting on this, he cautioned, "Above you, young spider." Peter Parker suspected that Dr. Connors had employed a genetic serum developed from the decay rate algorithm he had provided. This was also a research achievement deliberately concealed by his father, and the reason for such secrecy was abundantly clear. The serum was unsuitable for humans. Following the young lizard into the underground tunnels, he laid down a web formation to enhance his spider sense and track the lizard's movements. However, instead of encountering the lizard, a man clad in crimson garments appeared. This individual wore a mask, exuding an air of mystery. Yet his ethereal presence remained unaffected even in the filthy confines of the sewer. Despite the warnings of danger, this man continued to advance, even turning to caution him. Huh? A warning, for me? It seemed as though Peter Parker's spider sense had only now activated, alerting him just as a shadowy figure overwhelmed him upon the web formation. The lizard exerted overwhelming strength against the young spider, leaving deep gashes across his chest with its razor-sharp claws. Su Ming furrowed his brow as he observed the fierce struggle between the two creatures, a lizard and a spider. With a slight sigh, he thought, still aiming for a swift kill, "Yet here you are, little spider." In a flash, a cold glimmer appeared. The lizard's grip severed Peter Parker's arm at the root. Casting a hurried glance towards Su Ming, a flicker of fear sparkled in the lizard's eyes before it submerged and fled into the depths. Chapter 17. Following the trail, observing the lizard man transform into a fleeting shadow and swiftly escape into the water, Su Ming refrained from pursuing further. Though the underground pipeline was shrouded in dim light, within Su Ming's extraordinary vision, it appeared as bright as day, revealing every detail without concealment. In its flight, the lizard man inadvertently tugged a silk thread, dragging along a camera that had been affixed to the wall. It was evident that the camera was set up by the little spider, who, at that moment, seemed to be gravely injured. It was prudent to check on him. "Hey, little spider, are you all right?" Su Ming casually traversed along the spider's silk, observing the blood-soaked wound on Peter Parker's chest as he lay there, gasping for breath. Struggling to sit up, Peter Parker was uncertain of the identity of this enigmatic figure before him. Ever since he had allowed the lizard man to escape on the bridge, he had been plagued by a lingering anxiety. A nagging worry gnawed at him. Fearing that the decay rate algorithm he had hastily drafted in a moment of bravado might lead to calamity. It was something his father had once risked his life to conceal. Moreover, his uncle had always said that with great power comes great responsibility, a sentiment that resonated deeply with him now. The moment he had successfully saved the little boy on the bridge had sent chills down his spine. The shared look between father and son had been nothing short of electrifying. That feeling was intoxicating. Yet, he realized he needed further training. As he often felt overwhelmed when facing the lizard man, had it not been for this mysterious individual's intervention, he might have found himself in a perilous predicament. How had he managed to repel the lizard man with a single move? Why was he here? Who was he? Looking up at the striking figure before him, Peter gasped. "Oh, what a predicament. Did you save me? You were so far away just moments ago. How on earth did you do that? Who are you?" Su Ming let out a wry smile as he regarded the inquisitive little spider, whose wound continued to bleed profusely. It seemed this version of the little spider retained a rather chatty disposition. "I am merely a bounty hunter. The rest is inconsequential. That camera on the wall was yours, wasn't he it?" Upon Su Ming's prompt, the little spider was jolted back to reality, his mind racing. "Yes. I had specifically sought a good angle to capture." Turning to the position where the camera had been secured, he suddenly realized the camera was gone. Swiftly rising to search the vicinity, just as he was about to dive into the water to look for it, Su Ming interjected, "There is no need to search. Your camera has been taken by the lizard man." Peter Parker froze in his tracks, a sense of dread washing over him. "Oh no, the camera bore my name." Meanwhile, in the makeshift laboratory within the sewer, the lizard man emerged wearily from the water. The sound of metal scraping against the ground and a sudden flash of white light capturing his attention. As he pulled on the silk thread, a camera appeared before him. As I rotated the camera, I discovered an inscription at the base of its flash, etched with the name of Peter Parker. Claws tightly grasped. The metallic device was contorted and shattered in the hands of the lizard. Peter Parker, the visage of Dr. Kurt Connors, now restored to human form, bore remnants of reptilian scales on half of his face, while his right arm had regained its elbow after being severed. Subject, Dr. Kurt Connors. Body temperature, 89. 7. Stable for 48 hours. Blood analysis revealed that lymphocytes and monocytes contained information from the previous subject. With a hint of excitement in his voice, Dr. Connors, documenting the experimental process in front of the camera, exclaimed, "The coagulation rate has significantly increased, and there is a remarkable enhancement in muscle reaction, strength, and agility." Glancing at the glasses in his hand, he shifted his gaze to the camera, eyes alight with enthusiasm. Vision has improved accordingly. The subject no longer requires corrective lenses. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Dr. Connors was overwhelmed with emotion. This is not merely a quest for a cure, but a pursuit of the perfect species. He then produced a gene serum and injected it into himself. Looking steadfastly at the camera, attempting to prevent the recurrence of old ailments, the dosage has been increased to 200 milligrams. His form expanded, the damaged arm rapidly regenerated. Scales covered his body, and his eyes turned yellow, pupils slitted and glinting with a cold light. At that moment, another voice resonated within Dr. Connor's mind, the second persona birthed by the genetic drug. "I will not allow you to sabotage my plans, Peter Parker." With a roar, the camera lens shifted to a black screen. "Regardless, thank you for your assistance, sir." Peter Parker, at a loss after losing his camera, politely expressed his gratitude to Su Ming, indifferently waving his hand. Su Ming pondered where the lizard might be headed next and casually inquired, "Little Spider, do you have any idea what this large reptile's next move will be?" Peter Parker, equally perplexed, shook his head with a wry smile. Observing the terrifying injury on Little Spider's chest, Su Ming suggested he find a suitable place to rest and recuperate. After bidding farewell to Little Spider, Su Ming surmised that the suddenly appearing lizard must have a temporary hideout somewhere in the sewers. With nothing pressing to attend to, he deemed it essential to conduct a thorough search for the bounty. Thus, he embarked on a quest through the vast sewer system of New York City. Returning home with these wounds, my aunt will surely be furious with me. At this moment, Peter's thoughts raced. The lizard has taken my camera, and he will likely see the name inscribed on it. If he is unfamiliar with the name, that would be fortunate. But if he recognizes me, will he seek revenge? The individual earlier claimed to be a bounty hunter, yet why did he not directly eliminate the lizard? Furthermore, having sustained such severe injuries, I had anticipated this bounty hunter would lend me a hand, yet he departed with such nonchalance. Was he avoiding trouble, or was there another reason? Nevertheless, it appears that this individual is not an enemy. His target seems to be solely the lizard. Due to his methods, had I been his target, just moments ago, he had ample opportunity to eliminate me. Alas, there are too many uncertainties, and clarity eludes me. I shall seek refuge at Gwen's home for the time being. Peter, wary of returning to his aunt's house due to his injuries, found himself outside the window of his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. Just a moment ago, Gwen, engrossed in her computer, turned at the sound of Peter Parker tapping on the glass, inviting him in without skipping a beat. "You ought to have considered entering openly. Furthermore, my father believes you should consult a psychologist." Previously, Peter had engaged in a serious disagreement with Gwen's father concerning the legality of Spider-Man's actions during a family gathering. "Oh, is that so?" With a muffled groan accompanying Peter Parker's laughter, Gwen finally noticed the severity of his injuries. She quickly inquired about the cause. Exhausted, Peter reclined on the sofa, stating, "Another individual, he suddenly transformed from a man into a colossal lizard." At that moment, Gwen's father's voice resonated from outside, "Dear, would you like a cup of hot cocoa?" Peter hastily concealed himself behind the sofa. Gwen, feeling guilty, declined her father's offer under the pretense of menstrual cramps. While she used a handkerchief to tend to Peter Parker's ghastly wound, she recounted how, since childhood, she had watched her father leave for work, badge in hand and gun at his side, always fearing he might never return. She was deeply concerned for Peter's safety as well. Reflecting on past events, Peter's gaze hardened. I created him. I must stop him. Meanwhile, regardless of the impetuous young spider, injured yet embracing Gwen as they soared between skyscrapers, the sewers revealed new discoveries to the keen-eyed Sumin. In a relatively tidy area lay an array of equipment and a collection of empty vials that once contained various concoctions. The computer screen revealed a plan to disseminate genetic agents throughout the city, with the ultimate viral distribution point located at Oscorp Tower. Simultaneously, a circled area on the map caught Sumin's attention: Midtown Science High School in Queens. His pupils dilated. He recognized it as the school attended by the young spider. It appeared that the lizard intended to exact revenge on the young hero before executing his citywide infection scheme. Reflecting on this, Sumin silently commented, "The villains encountered by the young spider possess quite the ambitious aspirations." Chapter 18. Assassination encounter the following afternoon, as school let out. In Queens at Midtown Science High School, Sumin gazed enviously at the vibrant students surrounding him. Reflecting on his past, he lamented his lack of dedication to studies. Having squandered time in internet CAFs playing games, ultimately reducing himself to the realm of triathlons, though he had achieved the status of a gold medalist. Such accolades paled in comparison to the prestige and honor derived from advancing scientific research and societal progress. One could not help but wonder, whom did the phrase unparalleled national heroes truly describe? Lost in thought, Sumin strolled through the elegantly manicured campus, absorbing the essence of youth. Suddenly, his keen senses alerted him to unusual activity emanating from a nearby building. Quickening his pace toward the educational edifice, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. A colossal lizard-like creature emerged from the restroom's pit, rampaging through several walls in search of Peter Parker. Students scattered in terror, their frightened screams echoing throughout the halls. Peter Parker exchanged a knowing glance with Gwen, urging her to flee as he steered against the tide of panicked students toward the creature. He recognized the lizard man as Dr. Connors, who had previously revealed remnants of lizard scales on his neck during their last encounter. He understood that he must intervene. Employing his agile form and versatile web-slinging abilities, Peter engaged in a fierce struggle with the lizard. In his haste, he realized he had not donned his Spider-Man suit, exposing his true identity to peril. Soon, the lizard hurled him into a wall, creating a massive breach. A web shot forth, pulling in his backpack containing the suit. "All those lost souls, I can save them. I can heal them. You must not impede me, Peter," declared the lizard, justifying his actions. Re-emerging as Spider-Man, Peter swiftly maneuvered onto the lizard's back. "You've lost your way, Doctor. Stop. This is not who you are." The battle continued, and Peter attempted to reason with Dr. Connors, only to be met with the creature's relentless assault. "Oh, how revolting," he muttered, discarding a severed portion of the lizard's tail as Gwen arrived, and together they briefly ensnared the lizard using their webs. "I'm going to throw you down," Peter calmly announced, cradling Gwen in his arms. "What?" Gwen could scarcely believe her ears. With a swift motion, a pale yellow figure was flung out the window, prompting Gwen to exclaim, "You actually did throw me." However, as a web accurately latched onto her body, her free fall transformed into a graceful swing, causing her cheeks to flush with excitement. The sound of blaring alarms filled the air as police cars began to encircle the school. The commotion was immense, wreaking havoc as the chemistry lab lay in ruins, and the chaos spilled into the library. Meanwhile, the calm librarian, donned with headphones, strolled out of the room, and Sumin finally caught sight of the lizard. Is the school's layout truly this complex? Complaining that the school resembled a labyrinth, causing him considerable trouble to locate the main subject, Sumin grumbled while producing a throwing knife, his enhanced vision fixated on the lizard man, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Just as the small spider was once again knocked to the ground by the lizard man, dazed and unable to rise, Sumin seized the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he released the knife. Whoosh! The titanium alloy blade, propelled by formidable force, swiftly pierced through the self-satisfied lizard man. A cry of anguish accompanied the shattering of half of the lizard man's body, which collapsed to the ground. Mission accomplished. Sumin brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and turned to approach the small spider. "Peter Parker, feeling somewhat dizzy, struggled to rise when suddenly a long, fair hand appeared before him. Looking up, Peter's anxious heart calmed. Clad in a crimson suit with a silver mask and a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, it was him, grasping Su Ming's hand for support. Peter was astonished to discover the immense strength of this man. He was effortlessly lifted without even having to exert himself. Suppressing his surprise, he scanned the surroundings. Where was Dr. Connors? Oh, it was the lizard man. Su Ming gently patted the small spider's arm, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I am here." "It is over there." As their gazes followed, they beheld remnants of the lizard man's body, an arm, a leg, and a robust tail. Clearly, it was not a corpse. Su Ming's expression darkened. Goodness, the body was shattered, yet it could still survive? The small spider noticed Su Ming's unusual demeanor and was simultaneously astounded by his extraordinary prowess. Twice now, he had never caught a glimpse of his attack method. It was utterly incomprehensible. Attempting to ease the tension, he spoke. "Sir, you might not know. The lizard man possesses formidable self-repair and regeneration abilities." Su Ming scoffed. If a fragmented body could not claim its life, it simply indicated it was not shattered enough. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he turned to leave. As he departed, he glanced back at the small spider, who was intent on pursuing the lizard man's trail, and advised, "His target is Oscorp Tower." Peter Parker, eager to uncover Dr. Connor's intentions, paid little heed to Su Ming's warning despite hearing it. The lizard man climbed out of the ground's opening, donning a tattered lab coat emblazoned with the Oscorp insignia, swaying in the gusts of wind that rushed from the tunnel. The small spider resolved to leap forward, disappearing into the depths of the dark opening. Su Ming's expression grew solemn. The lizard man's escape irked him. But now that he knew the target was Oscorp Tower, he could simply lie in wait. Although the bounty of 600,000 was not substantial, it was certainly worth pursuing. Lost in thought, Su Ming unknowingly wandered into a dim alley when suddenly, the spider's sense tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. Su Ming's eyes widened slightly as a barrage of bullets slowed to a crawl in his enhanced vision. The body suddenly bent backward at an exaggerated angle, the bullet grazing the buttons of his shirt. It was not until the bullet embedded itself into the wall behind him that the sound of the gunfire reached Su Ming's ears. Even though Su Ming possessed a Deadpool-like regenerative ability, rendering him impervious to bullets, he would not allow an average adversary to touch him with ease. A swift glance revealed a dozen foes, discreetly positioned within various windows of the surrounding residential buildings, with only the briefest glimpse of their gun barrels visible. Clearly, it was an ambush. Gunfire erupted once more. Su Ming vanished from his spot, his line of sight obstructed by the building structure, preventing him from locking onto the enemies. The throwing knives in his grasp lacked a definitive target. Surely, he could not bring the entire building down. Startled by the thought that emerged in his mind, Su Ming hastily adjusted his mindset, suppressing his inner agitation, transforming it into a red blur as he entered the nearest window. At last, with the final enemy hurled out of the window, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, invigorated. He needed to devise a plan to deal with Obadiah. After all, the mere bounty of $2 million for my head was tempting enough for even me to consider. Over the past 3 hours, he had methodically cleared out the enemies from 5 nearby buildings. Indeed, there were quite a few, each armed and engaged in guerrilla tactics against Su Ming, rendering him unable to unleash his full potential, forcing him to eliminate them one by one. Through polite inquiries, he learned that these individuals were motivated by the $2 million bounty on the head of the fated one, yet fearing their own inadequacy and strength. They had formed a group. Did they perceive me as a mere quest? Forming a team, glancing up at the pitch-black sky, Su Ming took off running, straight towards the Osborne Tower. This was hardly conducive to his objectives. Complaints echoed in the air as he sped away. Chapter 19. A forceful entrance on the phone, Peter urgently advised, even commanded, Gwen to leave Oscorp Tower immediately. The lizard had begun to disperse the genetic toxin and was en route, intent on infecting everyone. Oscorp Tower was now exceedingly perilous. The response he received was the abrupt disconnection of the call. Gwen had already commenced the preparation of an antidote, but time was of the essence. 8 minutes. The antidote was the sole means of salvation for all. Until it was ready, she resolved to remain. With determination, Gwen activated the building's alarm system, prompting an immediate evacuation. Simultaneously, the fire suppression system was triggered, spewing extinguishing gas from the ceiling, while thick barriers descended over critical passageways. After the call ended, Peter, in a rare display of frustration, exclaimed, "Damn it! Are you kidding me?" He urgently rushed toward the tower. Helicopters circled overhead, and police cars on the ground had him firmly in their sights. In Detective George Stacy's perspective, Spider-Man was merely a lawless troublemaker who needed to be apprehended. "You are surrounded. Halt immediately, or we will open fire." "There is no escape for you," Peter, disregarding the warning out of concern for his girlfriend's safety, continued to run as officers began to shoot at him. Custom-made electric bullets rained down like a storm upon him. While dodging, Peter launched himself into the air using his webbing, only to be blinded momentarily by the helicopter's spotlight. A police taser struck his side, paralyzing him instantaneously and causing him to plummet to the ground, where he was swiftly encircled by a SWAT team and handcuffed. Gwen's father, George Stacy, approached the subdued Spider-Man, a smirk on his lips as he removed Peter's mask. "We must head to Oscorp Tower at once. No one can impede me." Peter steeled his resolve. In the moment the mask was lifted, he suddenly retaliated, deftly taking down the surrounding officers. "Freeze!" Peter recognized the voice behind him, his beloved girlfriend's father. Torn with conflicting emotions, he hesitated. As Su Ming arrived at the base of Oscorp Tower, the scene was already chaotic. The wailing of police sirens, the cries of the injured, and the frenzied escape of the populace filled the air. Even dogs were fleeing in terror, their tails tucked tightly. Glass from the upper floors shattered, raining down and shattering upon impact, triggering the alarms of parked vehicles. Meanwhile, New York's special police officers writhed in agony on the ground as scales began to erupt from their bodies. It was deafening. Overwhelmed by the intense feedback from his spider sense, Su Ming felt as though his mind was boiling, his temples pounding. Squinting, he scanned the vicinity. Where was the lizard? At last, he spotted the target high above, the police helicopter's spotlight locking onto it. The lizard was nimbly scaling the exterior of the building with its sharp claws. Upon reaching a certain level, it shattered a glass curtain wall with a single punch and burrowed into the tower. As Su Ming scanned the surroundings with his extraordinary vision, he spotted the lizard man and simultaneously noticed a small spider. At this moment, Peter appeared to be limping his way over, clearly injured. Perfect. After gauging the distance, Su Ming focused on the entrance the lizard man had made into the building. This was a maneuver he had long wished to attempt. Meanwhile, the gathering of agents and journalists were bewildered by the sudden appearance of the crimson figure daring to tread into such perilous territory, loudly cautioning, "Hey, sir, this is dangerous. Please evacuate immediately." Upon hearing the warning, Su Ming paused momentarily and turned. The flash of cameras erupted in a crescendo, akin to the frenzy of a red carpet event. The journalist's keen instincts informed them that this individual was far from ordinary. Dressed in a striking scarlet tuxedo complemented by a pure silver mask, with bright eyes and a tall stature, he exuded an aura that transported the reporters to the glamour of the Grammy Awards. The consensus among the journalists was that his mere appearance warranted additional photographs. Several live cameras instinctively turned their lenses towards Su Ming. Sensing the goodwill of the crowd, he bowed graciously but shook his head slightly. Then, he extracted a seatbelt from a nearby wrecked vehicle and secured it to the pull ring of a throwing knife, fastening the other end tightly around his hand. Everyone was perplexed by Su Ming's intentions. Once he was prepared, he turned back to the crowd, flashing a broad smile. The cameras resumed their rapid clicking. He then fixed his gaze upwards, and with a brilliant flash, the throwing knife was released. Applying 7/10 of his strength, concerned it might not bear his weight, Su Ming exerted an additional measure of force. The knife soared forth with relentless momentum, causing the seatbelt to snap taut with a resounding crack. Su Ming felt a tightening grip on his hand, and in an instant, he was propelled skyward by the immense kinetic energy. The crowd below, comprising civilians, the injured, journalists, and police, could not help but be captivated by the astonishing spectacle before them. He was throwing himself upwards? Expressions of bewilderment filled their faces, accompanied by a singular question. Is this even scientific? As the gusts of wind rushed towards him, one hand firmly grasped by the throwing knife, Su Ming accelerated, akin to a rocket launching into the sky, swiftly approaching the target in trance over 30 stories high. What a thrill! The sensation of flight seemed to unlock the door to a new world. He was soaring, ascending without the aid of any flying apparatus. Who among us has not dreamed of flying in childhood? Newton, if he were to witness this scene, would surely find it hard to keep his lid on the coffin. Adjusting his posture, Su Ming proudly mused, "In the absence of Superman, this iconic move belongs to me." However, the exhilaration was short-lived, as his expression soon turned grim. It appeared that he had perhaps exerted himself a tad too forcefully. As he hurtled toward the building, his formidable momentum showed no signs of abating. Oh no, crash, clatter. Like an airborne truck, Su Ming barreled into Osborn's edifice with tremendous force, shattering countless fixtures. The small breach created by the lizardmen transformed into a gaping hole large enough for vehicles to pass through, thanks to Su Ming's impact. Below, onlookers realized that he had reached the lizardmen's position, which they had been scaling for ages, in mere seconds. They suddenly recognized him as a formidable force. Yet they were equally convinced of his benevolence. Had they not witnessed his courteous demeanor? A true gentleman. They erupted into fervent applause, cheers, screams, and whistles. If circumstances had permitted, hats and flowers would have rained down in abundance. After traversing 2 ceilings, Su Ming finally came to a halt, emerging from the debris. Dusting himself off with a sheepish expression, the landing could use some improvement. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers from below, he approached the window and leaned out, offering a friendly wave. The news broadcast zoomed in for a close-up, and Su Ming's visage once again captivated the crowd. Ah, so cool. Women of all ages, from schoolgirls to retirees, gasped in excitement upon seeing Su Ming's face. Meanwhile, the men, including all agents present, were profoundly impressed by Su Ming's formidable presence, exclaiming in awe. Chapter 20 on television in a room at a Manhattan hotel, as Alyssa clutched her notebook and watched the live broadcast. She recognized the familiar figure on the screen. Despite the drastic change in demeanor, she resolutely believed that this person was Su Ming. Her breath quickened, and her legs instinctively rubbed together. With her beautiful blue eyes fixed intently on the face on the screen, she exclaimed, "Ah, it's the boss. So this is how he appears on a mission. How impressive. He looks even more dashing." With twinkling stars in her eyes, Alyssa couldn't help but recall Su Ming's well-built physique. Letting out a soft sigh, she transformed into a caterpillar, rolling back and forth on the sofa, her ears flushed with color. At Stark Tower, Pepper, in her high heels, hurried to Tony, who was still engrossed in armor manufacturing. "Tony, you need to see the news. Something significant has happened." Tony remained fixated on the parameters displayed by Jarvis, still reeling from a recent failed adjustment that had caused him to crash into a wall. Quite painful, indeed. Without turning his head, he casually replied, "I never watched the news." "You know that." Pepper sighed in exasperation. "It's Oscorp. They've encountered trouble." Oscorp, like Stark Industries, was a titan in the commercial realm, albeit in a different sector. And they had some business interactions. Reminded of his old friends in the genetics field, Tony's interest was slightly piqued. "Jarvis, play the news." "Yes, Mr. Stark." Now playing the news. As the large screen transitioned to mainstream media, the devastation of Oscorp Tower unfolded before Tony and Pepper's eyes. "Wow, that is indeed catastrophic," Tony remarked with a sardonic tone, while internally he mused about those mad scientists in genetics who were always itching to conduct experiments on humans. Serves them right to be retaliated against by the mutant species they had engineered. Just as he was engrossed in the news, akin to watching a science fiction film, a crimson figure suddenly invaded Tony's line of sight. The familiar shape and mask sent a jolt through him, his eyes widening in shock. "Is it him? That bounty hunter?" Leaning forward slightly, Tony's attention was entirely captivated by the image on the screen. He watched as the red figure appeared to defy gravity, soaring toward the upper floors. "What the FK? How's he doing that?" Tony recognized Su Ming as the despicable bounty hunter who had recently transferred $5 million to him. This left Tony feeling quite irked, yet the shadow of that playing card lingered heavily in his mind. Thus, upon returning, he had immersed himself in the laboratory, casting aside all other matters to focus solely on his research of the mechanical armor. Suddenly, witnessing the bounty hunter's red silhouette on the news, It seemed he was assisting Oscorp with their troubles. As the helicopter broadcasted the rooftop scene, Tony's composure faltered. That monster. He wasn't referring to the lizard man, but to Su Ming. The agile and ferocious lizard man stood utterly powerless before him, causing a cold sweat to break out across Tony's brow. Fortunately, there was no failure to keep the appointment. Nick Fury, observing the live broadcast, suddenly exclaimed with intensity in his single eye, "Immediately investigate. I must know everything about this individual at once." His words fell to the ground, unanswered. Turning his gaze, he noticed Agent Hill staring at the figure on the screen, her lips pressed together in astonishment. While Hill remained composed, other female agents erupted in applause and cheers, some even shrieking in frenzy. The male agents were equally captivated by the broadcast, though their thoughts remained a mystery. Nick Fury let out a wry smile, nearly pounding the table in excitement himself. These young people, let them be. He redirected his attention to the screen, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. This man possesses strength. I must recruit him for my plan. Su Ming waved goodbye to his fans, gently closed his eyes, and activated his spider sense. He detected two life signs above, one powerful with a low growl, it was the lizard man. The other, with a heartbeat racing perilously, surely the girlfriend of the little spider. Opening his eyes, he reassured her, "Don't be afraid, little sister. Your brother is coming to save you." With a powerful push, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring towards the upper floor. Detective George recognized the young man before him, the boy his daughter admired, Peter Parker. He regarded Peter, clad in the Spider-Man suit, with a complex expression, his gun still firmly in hand. No wonder he had defended Spider-Man so vehemently during their meal. It turned out to be him. Peter, in a state of anxiety, looked earnestly at his girlfriend's father. "Gwen is still inside. You cannot stop me." As his pupils dilated, Detective George's hand trembled slightly, realizing his beloved daughter was in such peril while his team was powerless against the lizard man. It seemed they had no choice but to rely on this young man before them. His previous perceptions of Spider-Man's transgressions were quietly shifting in this moment. Seeing that Detective George remained silent, Peter slowly donned his Spider-Man mask and turned towards the building. Just then, a gunshot rang out, misinterpreting Spider-Man's intent, prompting Detective George to shout urgently, "Cease fire. Do not shoot." Yet, a bullet grazed Peter's thigh, hindering his movements. Police were everywhere, journalists swarmed, and cameras were positioned all around. The gaze of all New York was fixed here. Spider-Man struggled to ascend the Osborn building, but the daunting distance and lack of foothold slowed his progress. Just as Peter felt close to tears, the father of the boy he had saved on the bridge issued commands over the radio. He was in charge of the maintenance of the skyscrapers in this area. "Now, it's my turn to assist you." Cranes simultaneously rotated their arms, swiftly constructing a bridge before Peter leading to the Osborn building. Revitalized, Peter applied his web to staunch the bleeding wound, running and leaping with all his might, only to fall to the ground below. Amidst the crowd's gasps and anxious murmurs for the little spider, the silhouette of Spider-Man emerged from the steel lifted by the crane. The populace erupted in exhilaration, applauding this indomitable hero. Peter cast his web, swinging towards the Osborn building with the aid of the tower crane. In a shadowy recess, Su Ming discovered Gwen, her hands tightly clutching the antidote, her defiant gaze fixed warily on the monstrous figure before her. "Your task is complete. Leave the rest to me. You must seek refuge now." The gentle tone soothed Gwen's fraught nerves. What about Spider-Man? Gwen's thoughts remained with her beloved boyfriend. A faint smile graced Su Ming's lips as he glanced outside. Through the glass, his enhanced vision captured the resilient and unwavering form of the little spider approaching. "Do not worry, he is on his way." Gwen remained skeptical of the unfamiliar man before her, insisting that the antidote should be handed to her father or Spider-Man. To this, Su Ming merely shrugged. His mission was solely to eliminate the lizard, leaving the matter of the antidote to others. "I apologize. I am but an emotionless bounty hunter." After bidding Gwen farewell, Su Ming attuned himself to the commotion above, his form vanishing from her sight in a blink. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found the lizard had installed the genetic toxin into the launch device, eagerly awaiting its activation. The countdown commenced. Su Ming's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded the lizard, calmly retrieving a throwing knife. Aware of the lizard's formidable regenerative abilities, he resolved, if one was insufficient, then two would suffice. If two were inadequate, he would continue until nearly a dozen blades gleamed ominously in his grasp. The lizard, sensing the impending threat, began to tremble with fear. Chapter 21. Deservedly, the imposing figure of the lizard man moved with agility beneath its immense strength, attempting to evade the lethal assault from Su Ming. With a cold snort, Su Ming declared, "If I let you escape this time, the reputation of my bounty hunter's badge will be irrevocably tarnished." With a swift motion, he brandished his blade with 8/10 of his strength. 10 glimmers of cold light whistled forth, racing toward the lizard man, the gust of wind ruffling Su Ming's hair in a wild dance. Desperately, the lizard man realized that all avenues of escape had been sealed. In a panic, it attempted to lift a steel floorboard for defense, but it was too late. The supersonic flying daggers became instruments of fatal judgment, instantly piercing through the lizardman's body in multiple places. Once a creature of considerable size, the lizard man now bore gaping wounds and the severed arms, before they could touch the ground, were shattered by the incoming icy blades, until the final dagger reduced its head to a mist of blood, thus concluding the troubled life of Dr. Connors. As Su Ming surveyed the scattered remnants before him, a confident smile graced his lips. "If you could still rise after being shattered like this, I would concede your prowess." At that moment, a web strand caught on the launcher, signaling the arrival of a small spider. Peter landed clumsily, nearly losing his balance, yet upon scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of the lizard man aside from Su Ming. Just as he was about to inquire, the countdown of the launching device emitted a warning. Countdown 30 seconds, 29, 28, 27. Peter glanced at the device, which contained the green genetic toxin. Although he remained wary of the lizard man, who could strike from hiding at any moment, the urgency of the situation compelled him to ascend the launcher and dismantle the toxin. Then, the voice of Detective Richard resonated nearby. "This is a gift from Gwen." Upon seeing the glowing antidote, Peter's eyes brightened. But there was no time to wait for it to reach his hands. He attempted to shoot a web to retrieve the antidote. However, the web shooter at his wrist sputtered sparks, malfunctioning at the most inconvenient moment. Cursing under his breath, both Peter and Detective George found themselves in a state of disarray. Suddenly, a streak of light caught their attention. The antidote sped toward the little spider as if struck by the cue ball in a game of pool. It was Su Ming, who, considering future interactions, chose to assist Peter Parker at this critical juncture. He tossed a playing card that accelerated the flight of the antidote. The little spider's eyes lit up as it caught the antidote, swiftly maximizing its agility. With rapid clicks, it opened the vial, exchanging the genetic toxin for the antidote. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A brilliant blue light shot into the sky, exploding in the clouds and illuminating the entirety of New York City. Blue snowflakes fell gently, resembling artificial rain. Down below, agents previously afflicted by the green genetic toxin experienced a rapid restoration of their original skin tone as the blue snowflakes descended. The police lights continued to flash, yet the cacophony of alarms and gunfire had subsided. The blue snowflakes cast a serene tranquility over the city of New York. Yet it was not the blue antidote serum that calmed the hearts of the anxious masses, but rather the actions of two individuals. The multitude of cameras and broadcasting drones provided the city's populace with an unparalleled visual spectacle, leaving no detail unseen. The deeds of Su Ming and Spider-Man were laid bare before the eyes of all. Everyone understood that this was neither a film nor a drill, but a stark reality unfolding before them. People stood in lingering awe, reminiscing about the two heroes who had rescued them, Spider-Man and that other gentleman. Indeed, who was that elegant man who had captivated all with just a few fleeting images? To their dismay, no one could recall his identity, sparking a collective frustration that gnawed at their hearts. In a villa in Manhattan, Norman Osborn switched off the television and grasped a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. The deep crimson hue evoked thoughts of that scarlet figure. He had underestimated the underground world of New York, failing to anticipate that a mere assignment could attract such a formidable character. He picked up the phone, instructing his subordinates to raise the bounty to $1 million, while emphasizing the need to treat this bounty hunter with the utmost respect. After all, such a powerful individual could not afford to become an adversary. At that moment, a tempestuous voice echoed in his mind. Norman, it is time to set the plan in motion. Frowning slightly, the commercial genius found himself disliking the sensation of being interfered with at any moment. With a sharp crack, the wine glass in his hand shattered. On the rooftop of Osborne's estate, Su Ming observed Peter and Gwen embracing warmly, oblivious to his presence and that of Detective George. Uncomfortable in this atmosphere, he shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Detective George called out, unable to accept his beloved daughter's intimacy with another man. Redirecting his attention towards Su Ming. Oh, what do you require, Detective? Su Ming replied, somewhat taken aback, as he felt there had been no prior connection between them. Thank you. Su Ming smiled, realizing the gratitude was directed at him. He waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks, Detective. I am merely a bounty hunter, and fidelity to my mission is my professional ethic. Detective George shook his head with a smile, unconvinced. I can see that you are a formidable gentleman. The lizard incident would likely not have been resolved without your involvement. Spider-Man alone might have faltered, potentially costing lives. Your presence has brought us considerable reassurance. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, amused by Detective George's clumsy attempts to conceal Peter's identity. It seemed he was gradually coming to accept the little spider, unaware that Su Ming was already privy to the truth. Reflecting on the original narrative, he recalled that indeed, lives were lost. Yours, my dear detective. With this thought, Su Ming felt that the gratitude he received was well-deserved. He smiled and nodded respectfully to the detective before turning to leave. Please wait. Sir, Su Ming rolled his eyes slightly, wondering what now was the matter. Was he truly so popular? After all, they didn't even know him, did they? Hearing the voice of the young spider, Su Ming politely turned around and inquired, What brings you here, young spider? Peter, supported by Gwen, limped towards Su Ming and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed sir. May I request your phone number? You are quite striking. I am eager to be acquainted with such a formidable gentleman. Gwen, standing beside him, observed Su Ming with curious eyes, her expression tinged with a hint of apprehension. She worried that her previous wariness towards Su Ming might provoke this skilled individual. Su Ming instinctively replied, No problem, Peter. As Su Ming reached for his phone, he sensed an unusual tension in the air. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, with all eyes fixated on Su Ming, causing even his ironclad composure to feel a slight flush. Oh no, I let it slip. Just as Su Ming was racking his brain for an explanation of how he knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man, Peter confidently removed his mask, revealing a youthful and handsome face adorned with a smile. Sir, regardless of how you came to know my identity as a friend, I should at least not conceal my appearance from you. Goodness, this young man seems quite genuine and possesses considerable wit. Removing his mask so casually, with either his wife or father-in-law by his side, he certainly has his confidence. Yet here I am, still in a mask. Isn't this a bit unfair? This little rascal is quite cunning. Gwen and her father did not anticipate Peter's clever maneuver, which turned the tables, and they curiously glanced at Su Ming, a glimmer of mischief in their eyes. Noticing Su Ming's hesitation, Peter reassured him, Sir, there is no need to remove your mask, since you know who I am. It matters not whether you wear the spider mask in my presence. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, since he was being so forthright. I too must not fall short. With a smile, he said, Peter, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am a bounty hunter, codenamed Fate. Here is my number, and I am delighted to call you a friend. Chapter 22. The Scarlet Silver Duke. After completing his formal self-introduction, Su Ming suddenly leaned towards Peter's ear and whispered, My name is Su Ming, and I reside at the Manhattan Hotel. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek me out. He then bowed politely to Detective George and his daughter, exuding an air of aristocracy in his demeanor. Turning to leave, he moved with a lightness and grace. Peter's breath caught in his throat, his lips quivering with excitement as he gazed at Su Ming with wide, shining eyes. He could scarcely believe that this elegant and formidable man had so openly divulged his identity to him, revealing even his place of residence without a hint of reservation. It was an unparalleled display of trust. Clenching his fists in determination, he resolved to follow him closely and learn well, aspiring to embody the same elegance and strength that Su Ming exemplified. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Peter Parker felt a profound sense of admiration. Though he had awakened extraordinary abilities, he still possessed the heart of a child. Despite having thwarted numerous criminal acts, he did not consider himself a hero. In truth, he felt a pang of guilt regarding the recent turmoil, blaming himself for having carelessly disclosed the genetic mutation rate algorithm to Dr. Connors. Moreover, it was not he who ultimately vanquished the lizard and saved everyone, but rather Su Ming. At best, he had merely installed the antidote into the launch device, an obligation he was meant to fulfill. Without Su Ming, Peter could hardly bear to imagine the cost he would have paid in confronting the lizard alone, perhaps even his life. Gazing in the direction where Su Ming had vanished, Peter lingered for a long time. The man who had saved him not once but several times radiated an undeniable charisma, exuding reliability and reassurance. How could one not be drawn to such a figure? Little Spider resolved to act swiftly. No, tomorrow. He would go to the Manhattan Hotel to seek out Su Ming, eager to learn his perspectives on and methods for resolving various challenges. After bidding farewell to Little Spider and his companions, Su Ming had not walked far when his phone rang urgently. Alyssa's distressed voice came through the line. 55555, boss. This is all your fault. My phone is being bombarded with calls. Su Ming was left puzzled, but it was inconvenient to discuss over the phone. He decided to address it later, the following morning at the Manhattan Hotel. Good day to our audience. As you can see behind me, this is the Osborn Tower, which suffered extensive damage last night. A creature born from genetic experimentation, the lizard, sought to disseminate a serum that would induce mutations throughout the city. Ultimately, through relentless efforts, the New York police successfully thwarted his mad scheme. Roll's eyes. Upon investigation, it was revealed that this lizard was none other than Dr. Curtis Connors, a scientific researcher at Osborn Industries responsible for a specific genetic study. For decades, he had tirelessly sought a cure for his amputated arm within the realm of genetic engineering, finally creating a serum capable of altering human DNA. However, his desperate eagerness to personally test the serum led him to transform into a monster, resulting in significant destruction to the surrounding neighborhoods in the Osborn Tower. In response, there has yet to be any statement from the Osborn side. Meanwhile, Spider-Man is a figure with which the public is undoubtedly familiar. This extraordinary individual has been a source of contention since his emergence. Some regard him as a champion of justice, while others view him as a lawless troublemaker. However, I believe that when the public faces peril, they would surely hope for the timely arrival of such a protector. Furthermore, a mysterious figure emerged during last night's urgent broadcast, Crimson Silverduke. Indeed, although we remain unaware of his true identity, it seems that this moniker has found favor among many. This enigmatic and graceful man has left a profound impression with his striking appearance and formidable abilities. Who is he? Will New York City welcome yet another superhero, or has it merely gained another outlaw? What are your thoughts on this? This is a report brought to you by Christine Elliott, the journalist who was unceremoniously dismissed by Pepper after spending a delightful evening with Tony Stark at his villa in California. Ah, boss. As she watched Elisa rush toward him with outstretched arms, screaming in delight, Su Ming could not help but wear a wry smile, gently caressing her silken waist. He subtly indicated that she might be a tad overly enthusiastic and should come down. The tactile experience was indeed quite exquisite. Boss, you are so handsome. I'm utterly in love with you. Upon descending from Su Ming, Elisa's emerald blue eyes widened with excitement, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Did you hear that? They are calling you Crimson Silverduke. That name suits you perfectly on your missions. They are quite adept at naming. Indeed, Su Ming has gained notoriety. Since showcasing his formidable prowess and elegant demeanor before the cameras last night, he has become a mysterious idol in the hearts of New Yorkers. The mainstream media is fervently discussing Su Ming and Spider-Man, with reports inundating the public sphere, and the coverage of Su Ming is overwhelmingly prominent. Dressed in a resplendent crimson suit and adorned with an intricately designed silver mask, complemented by his raven black hair and graceful posture, he has captivated countless women. It strikes a chord deep within their hearts. Who could prefer Spider-Man when such a striking and powerful gentleman exists? Even though the public knows little of Su Ming, it has not hindered them from bestowing upon him a most fitting title, Crimson Silverduke. As the subject of this newfound appellation, Su Ming mused internally. Is this it? To be frank, the American way of naming is indeed simplistic and blunt. How awkward it was evident that he was not particularly pleased with his unexpected moniker. However, the news that Elisa subsequently shared jolted him back to attention. The commission from Osborne Industries had arrived, but it was not the originally agreed sum of 600,000. Rather, it was 1 million. They even made a point to call and extend their respect and warm greetings to you. As Elisa, who had only just regained her composure, spoke of the task's remuneration, her excitement surged once more. At this moment, she transformed into a little money enthusiast, her eyes sparkling with the symbol of the dollar. In just a few days, $1 million contract was secured. Following the boss was undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life, or none. The reason for Elisa's exhilaration was that she had never earned such a substantial reward during her years of undertaking missions. A staggering $1 million. OMG, Elisa felt as though her emotions had been on a roller coaster since meeting Su Ming. There is no peak to the thrill, only an ever-increasing excitement. It was exhilarating beyond measure. This was the life she had always yearned for. Meanwhile, Su Ming pondered the intentions behind Osborne's increase in commission. These capitalists all share the same fade, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. They merely wish to keep their affairs untroubled for the sake of profit. Who cares? Well, unless there is money to be made. Recalling how Obadiah had feigned generosity by compensating him with 50,000, Su Ming realized their behavior was remarkably similar. With a disdainful smirk, he continued to inquire what matter could have prompted Elisa, a seasoned bounty hunter, to call him in distress. Upon mentioning this, Elisa's excited smile immediately faded, and she began to recount her woes. It turned out that when Su Ming was making waves on television, many individuals received calls from the faded number associated with the transactions. This was no secret. In fact, it was Elisa's newly acquired number, as she was leading the mission this time. The result? Elisa's phone was inundated with calls. Numerous business inquiries came flooding in, and poor Elisa was reduced to a mere switchboard operator, staying up all night. The phone eventually overheated and shut down, giving me the chance to seek your help using my original number. Boss, do you see the dark circles under my eyes? Chapter 23. A sudden departure. Observing the feigned pitiful demeanor of Eliza, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle, generously awarding her a bonus of 100,000 as a subsidy for her lack of beauty sleep. Ah, boss. Mua. Love you. Eliza exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Su Ming's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. This girl. Amused yet exasperated. Su Ming wiped the drool from his face and gestured for Eliza to elaborate. With remarkable efficiency, Eliza retrieved a notebook, densely filled with records of every telephone inquiry. There were 15 assassination requests, with commissions ranging from a maximum of 300,000 to a minimum of 100,000. Additionally, there were 8 bodyguard requests, with commissions spanning from 200,000 to 50,000. To add to the absurdity, there was even a request for infidelity surveillance, boasting a staggering commission of 400,000. However, that was not the most outrageous aspect. There were no fewer than 20 calls requesting Su Ming to join them for dinner, with the price being negotiable. What do they take me for? Listening to Eliza's summary of the requests sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. He found himself pondering the nature of those dinner invitations. Were they genuine dinners? Soon, Su Ming fell into deep contemplation. A mission to eliminate a lizard man had taken several days of meticulous effort, culminating in a reward of 600,000. Even when it later rose to 1,000,000. It was merely due to someone else's inflated generosity. The cost-benefit ratio was simply too low, not to mention those ludicrous requests, despite their commissions often exceeding hundreds of thousands, still seemed paltry. After all, the talents available in the System-S marketplace began at 1 million, with many reaching tens of millions. Furthermore, the subsequent upgrades could easily cost billions. At this rate of earning, in comparison to the previous delivery work he engaged in, goodness, what difference was there? He might as well venture into the treacherous territories of Afu to combat bandits, where even a minor faction of terrorists offered bounties exceeding 2 million. With this thought, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Afu? It appeared to be a promising gold mine. After sending the still enthusiastic Eliza on her way, Su-Ming finally had a moment to rest quietly. Although his extraordinary stamina rendered him impervious to fatigue, the past few days had been overwhelmingly intense, and his mind needed a respite. After a refreshing shower, he reclined comfortably on his bed, contemplating his next strategy. As a bounty hunter of considerable worth, despite his dwindling funds, the usual requests no longer satisfied his aspirations for wealth. It should be relatively easy to earn 18 million in a gold dungeon. Consider the terrorists who, while clamoring for freedom and engaging in acts of arson and plunder, had become the enemies of the world. They deserved to be eradicated. Coincidentally, he possessed the requisite skills. No need for envy. This task was not one that just anyone could undertake. Even a bounty on a Hydra could yield 5,000, and surely, even the lowly terrorists would command at least that much. There were numerous global adversaries, particularly abundant in Afu. It was settled then. First, he would sweep through Afu, and then he would cleanse Somalia. The terrorists and pirates that trouble nations will ultimately become mere figures in their own accounts. Having contemplated his next course of action, Su-Ming began to reflect upon his abilities. The sensation of soaring through the air with a flying knife was indeed exhilarating. It felt oddly familiar. Wasn't this the same principle by which Thor wielded his hammer, flying through the skies? The distinction lies in the fact that he is a god, possessing boundless stamina, whereas Su-Ming. At that moment, a system notification chimed. $1,000,000, account balance. $2,835,000. It was Eliza transferring the task commission, and he had previously spent $300,000 on hiring and rewarding her. The figures were accurate. Continuing his earlier contemplation, while Thor had limitless stamina, Su-Ming was constrained by his own physical limits. Thus, he could not possibly reach Thor's level with the same means of flight. Gazing at the upgrade interface for physical enhancement LV1, physical enhancement LV2, permanently increasing 20 points of physical ability. $2 million. Goodness, the amount seemed preordained. It was destined to be a financial drain. Truly, Su-Ming embodied the phrase of four-legged golden beast, adult version. The system sent Su-Ming's prolonged gaze on the physical enhancement upgrade interface and prompted, "Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. $2,000,000. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance. $835,000. A tingling sensation coursed through his body. His muscle fibers grew denser, and his bones further fortified, yet his overall physique showed no significant change. After experiencing the transformative upgrade to Deadpool-level regeneration, ordinary enhancements were unlikely to provide Su-Ming with any discernible sensations. Opening his attributes panel, data shimmered with golden light, forming a holographic interface before him. Name, Su-Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 35. Current account, $835,000. Existing talents, Deadpool-level regeneration, dynamic vision LV, 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV, 2. Faceless mask, danger perception LV, 1. Precision throwing LV, 2. Proficiency in sketching. Observing the increase of 20 points in physical ability, Su-Ming found it difficult to conceptualize this enhancement at present. It was imperative to find a suitable location to test his newfound powers. With a quick thought, he donned some clothes and exited the hotel building. Strolling along the streets of Manhattan, Su-Ming was at a loss as to how to gauge the extent of his physical enhancement. Just as he had begun to acclimate to his previous upgrade, being cautious not to destroy objects in his life, he inadvertently ruined 2 pairs of shoes and tore 3 shirts during this outing. The garments Eliza had procured for him were of excellent quality, and although he was not lacking in funds, this manner of usage felt excessively wasteful. Treading lightly past an abandoned factory, Su-Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of rusted steel rolls within, gracefully vaulting over the fence. He was astonished to discover that he could effortlessly leap over 10 meters utilizing only his physical strength, with a little more effort. Leaping 100 meters from a standing position seemed well within reach. Was this 20-point increase in physical ability truly so extraordinary? Su Ming murmured as he approached a massive roll of steel, gripping its base with both hands. With a determined effort, he lifted the entire roll off the ground. Although it was somewhat strenuous, he managed to hold the hefty steel roll for about a minute before casually tossing it onto the ground. The clang of metal striking the earth resonated loudly, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Recalling a previous introduction to steel rolls, Su Ming remembered that their weight typically ranges from 15 to 30 tons, a burden that even ordinary trucks would hesitate to transport. The fact that he could lift it indicated that his strength was likely around 20 tons, perhaps not exceeding 40 tons. This revelation provided Su Ming with a clearer assessment of his current physical capabilities. A faint smile crossed his lips as a green figure flashed through his mind. Perhaps now, he could hold his own against the Hulk. Upon returning to the hotel, he instructed Eliza to book him a flight to Webtoon. "Boss, is this a new mission?" Eliza's eyes sparkled with excitement at Su Ming's command. "Not exactly a mission. I'm off to engage in some charitable work." Remembering the substantial bounty on terrorists and recalling Eliza's exceptional hacking skills, he asked her to search for the locations of terrorist hideouts, providing him with off-site support when the time came. Eliza initially presumed Su Ming was genuinely off to be a vigilante, her enthusiasm waning at the thought of no monetary reward, until he mentioned a bounty of 200,000. Instantly, Eliza transformed into a whirlwind of productivity, eagerly clutching her laptop and diving into her work. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Ming donned his crimson suit and equipped himself with throwing knives, ready to embark on his journey to the airport. Meanwhile, when Peter Parker excitedly arrived at the Manhattan Hotel after school, Su Ming was already airborne, on his way home. The young spider kicked a pebble in frustration. Darn it. If it hadn't been for that robbery, I would have had time to catch the bad guys and leave with my mentor. Ah, that beautiful lady earlier must be his mentor's girlfriend, he mused. Recalling Eliza's striking beauty and tall, graceful figure, which exuded both elegance and a hint of assertiveness, he silently admired. My mentor has such exquisite taste. Truly a man without flaws. A fun, huh? How I long to go. Chapter 24. Competing with Iron Man for monsters in a vibrant crimson suit adorned with a silvery mask, Su Ming gazed upon the scene before him, nearly cursing aloud. After arriving at the airport and changing his attire, he had followed the directions provided by Eliza, flinging throwing knives as he traversed the path. At long last, he arrived at a small stronghold of terrorists. To his astonishment, the area was shrouded in smoke, with scattered corpses strewn across the ground. Someone had already cleared the place out. Damn it, after traveling such a distance, I can't be left with nothing. Su Ming pondered, feeling a wave of frustration. He had previously thrown 200,000 to Eliza for remote support. If he couldn't even recoup his investment, it would be a significant loss. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion echoed in the distance. Following the sound, his enhanced vision rapidly zoomed in on a figure gleaming with metallic sheen wreaking havoc several kilometers away. It was none other than Iron Man. Had the mechanical armor been developed so swiftly? Watching Tony Stark clad in his red and gold battle suit decimating foes at another terrorist stronghold, Su Ming hurriedly launched a throwing knife, which, aided by a specially designed rope, transformed into a streak of light as it flew towards him. Hey, Tony, leave some for me. A day prior, at a commercial gala, Stark Industries found itself embroiled in scandal. The reason was that Tony Stark had boldly announced at a previous press conference the cessation of all weapon development and sales. Yet, Stark's weapons had surfaced in the midst of chaos in Gemera. Reports about Gemera flooded the media. People were being driven from their homes by warlords, refugees scattered, forced to dwell in the ruins of other villages. A woman, clutching a photograph of her husband, bore a face of despair. Her husband had been abducted by warlords, perhaps coerced into joining their ranks, or perhaps he was already dead. Many shared her loss, desperately inquiring about missing loved ones while clutching yellowed photographs. A dusty little boy asked with innocent confusion, "Where are my mom and dad?" The hope for survival among the populace seemed bleak, as they could only dream of salvation. The root of their suffering lay with a foreign warlord faction, referred to locally as the Freedom Fighters. These individuals were fully armed with clear objectives. Anyone daring to obstruct them faced certain death, armed as they were with formidable weapons crafted by Stark Industries. Tony scrutinized a photograph handed to him by journalist Christine Elliott, showcasing the rampant proliferation of Stark's weaponry. Among the images was a close-up of a Jericho missile. Faced with the inquiries of this former bedfellow, he found himself questioning, "You dare to appear here despite the storm? Is this what you call responsibility?" Tony was equally incredulous at the unfolding events, having been solely focused on armor development and oblivious to external affairs. Indeed, he had issued orders to halt weapon production and sales. Yet, the evidence before him was irrefutable. It was clear that there were traitors within the company, openly defying his commands. Even so, Tony felt compelled to explain, albeit weakly, "I did not approve." However, a lack of approval from him did not imply that his company had not sanctioned it. With indignation, Tony confronted Obadiah across the ballroom, brandishing a photograph, only to receive a facade of concern in return. "Tony, you are too naive. Do you truly believe it was not I who orchestrated your ousting? It was necessary for your protection." Upon returning home, Tony, his expression devoid of emotion, conducted a final test on the weapon systems of his armored suit. The television broadcasted the dire circumstances in Gamora, fueling the flames of fury within him until the system confirmed all was functioning properly. Unable to restrain his righteous anger any longer, he stepped onto the mecha space, and the technologically advanced suit enveloped him swiftly. Tony would not allow Stark Industries to become an accomplice to bloody colonialism. With flames propelling from his hands and feet, he took flight towards Gamora under the cover of night. This marked Iron Man, Tony Stark's first decisive strike. In the skies, Su Ming approached the stronghold, and before he could even land, he hurled a dozen throwing knives toward the densest cluster of terrorists. With an intensity of 8%, the knives sliced through the sound barrier, striking the base with lethal precision. A squad of over 10 fighters was reduced to mere remnants on the ground under the relentless assault of the knives. There were no grand explosions, instead. In the flickering glint of cold steel, this group of self-proclaimed freedom fighters was methodically shredded to pieces. Eliminate Freedom Fighter Bounty Criminal. Reward, 10,000. Eliminate Freedom Fighter Bounty Thug. Reward, 8,000. Eliminate Freedom Fighter Bounty Criminal. Reward, 10,000. As the system notifications reverberated in his mind, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, there is a way. Meanwhile, his hands moved with unceasing fervor, showering playing cards like they were of no cost. It was clear that eliminating these ordinary individuals who only knew how to misuse weaponry and violence was an extravagant waste of resources. Fortunately, Su Ming had an ample supply of playing cards, enough to satiate his needs. The ruthless harvesting of the warlords' lives continued unabated. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Stark, utilizing JARVISS intelligent display, swiftly locked onto the unexpected guest. His pupils narrowed. It was him. Once again, this bounty hunter. Tony's arc reactor pulsed with a physiological tremor as he watched the playing cards mercilessly reap the lives of the thugs. A familiar scent, a familiar sensation. Heavens! This fellow isn't here to kill me again, is he? A chill crept into Tony's heart, though he felt little concern. Experience had taught him that while this bounty hunter was extraordinarily formidable, he also adhered to a certain code of conduct. At least, in the realm of money. He was a gentleman. The unexpected intrusion of Su Ming caused Tony's thoughts to spiral, and his movements faltered for a moment. Just then, a tank fired a shell in his direction, and in his moment of distraction, Tony ignored JARVISS warning. Boom. The explosion kicked up a massive cloud of yellow dust and debris, and only after the fact did Tony realize that JARVISS alerts had ceased. Hey, Tony, what a coincidence. Long time no see. Su Ming descended beside the Iron Man, his polite voice resonating in Tony's ear. Through his relentless attempts during the journey, Su Ming had now mastered the art of altering his flight direction midair. It was not a feat of great technical prowess. Merely a flick of a throwing knife would suffice. With Su Ming's current strength, it was effortlessly achievable. Tony, utilizing Jarvis to replay the footage, discovered that the bounty hunter had thrown a knife the moment he touched down. Alarmingly, This knife shattered a projectile aimed at him, and with unabated momentum, it obliterated a distant tank, creating a gaping hole. Even without the video, Tony could now clearly perceive the scenery on the opposite side of the tank. What in the world? Is this even within the realm of human capability? He seemed even stronger than last time. Upon hearing Su Ming's greeting, Tony, ever the socialite, responded, "Hey there, bounty hunter. Oh, I should say, Mr. Crimson Silver Duke. Long time no see. Thanks for earlier. Are you here to kill me again?" As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis was still lacking in comprehension. It could not fathom why Mr. Stark would utter such an absurd question, his tone laced with a hint of familiarity. Su Ming was taken aback that Tony was aware of his painfully awkward nickname. With a slight twitch of his lips, he managed a faint smile. "Dear Tony, fret not. Although I am surprised, our encounter this time is purely coincidental. For the sake of 50 million, I have not accepted a contract to take your life, at least not yet." Tony paused, the weight in his chest momentarily alleviated. Grinding his molars, he found Su Ming's manner of speaking infuriating. However, there was nothing to be done. After all, the man possessed formidable strength. Relieved that he was not here to kill him, Tony's curiosity was piqued. "So, what brings you here? A new assignment?" Su Ming shook his head. "I simply find these individuals distasteful. Tony, let us make a deal. Allow me to handle them while you sit this one out." Tony immediately bristled. He still harbored a simmering anger within and could not simply stand down. "We'll see whose actions are swifter." Before the words had left his lips, Iron Man abruptly soared into the sky, charging towards the warlord's stronghold. Chapter 25. A comprehensive overwhelm within the confines of the Triskelion. The number of agents bustling about had noticeably diminished. Director Nick Fury wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. Recently, the activities of mutants had surged, suggesting they were orchestrating a significant move. Alas, despite deploying numerous personnel, he had received no valuable intelligence in return. This left the seasoned veteran, who had once fought in World War II, feeling rather despondent. He had hoped to complete his plans before any destabilizing factors or crises erupted, but it now appeared that his aspirations were rather naive. The intricate and tumultuous landscape of conflict simply did not permit a methodical advancement of the Avengers initiative. It was time to commence. As several candidates flashed through his mind, his thoughts gravitated toward the formidable Scarlet Witch, who had recently made waves in New York. He pondered how the mission he had assigned to the New York division was progressing, wishing they would at least send him a response. The youth of today. So unreliable. With this in mind, Nick Fury pressed the intercom. Shortly thereafter, Agent Hill, clad in her fitted uniform, appeared before him with a brisk demeanor. "Is there any news regarding the Scarlet Witch?" she inquired, aware of Fury's particular interest in her and sharing a curiosity of her own. Reflecting on the information she had just received, Agent Hill offered a wry smile. "Director Fury, we have received word from New York that they have identified the Scarlet Witch's codename as Destiny. They also acquired her contact information and have reached out multiple times to express a desire to meet. Yet there has been no response." Nick Fury pondered deeply, contemplating the validity of this investigative direction, yet questioning where the issue lay. An idea struck him, prompting him to inquire, how did they attempt to make contact? I mean, what was their approach to arrange a meeting over the phone? Agent Hill's expression turned bemused as she hesitated. "Well, they invited her to dinner and left the terms up to her." Though Agent Hill found the approach rather absurd, she felt compelled to report the facts as they were. Listening to her account, Fury's smooth scalp tensed, veins pulsing with frustration. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from his spacious office. "Are you joking with me?" Meanwhile, as Su Ming and Tony Stark competed to see who could eliminate more assailants, the anguished cries of women and children echoed from a nearby town. They exchanged a determined glance, their competitive spirits clashing in the air. Without uttering a word, the two transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the town. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tally the kill count. Tony commanded his intelligent assistant mid-flight. In designing this suit of armor, he had poured his heart and soul into it, fully leveraging his engineering genius to maximize its capabilities. The armor boasted hundreds of functions, including combat recording and statistics. Understood, Mr. Stark. According to the tally, your current kill count stands at 54. Congratulations on your remarkable achievements. A confident smile graced the corners of Tony's bearded mouth. The fury that had once burned within him began to subside as the number of fallen foes increased, leaving behind a resolute spirit characteristic of an unyielding engineer. Having suffered under Su Ming's hand previously, this time, he was determined to emerge victorious, no matter the cost. Glancing at Su Ming, who was also soaring through the air, Tony commanded, J-A-R-V-I-S. Tally the kill count for Crimson Silver Knight. The mechanical voice of J-A-R-V-I-S resonated in his helmet. Certainly, Mr. Stark. The current kill count for Mr. Crimson Silver Knight stands at 136. Truly a combat genius. Tony's confident smile abruptly froze. Throughout his life, he had been hailed as a genius countless times, yet here he was, hearing his own intelligent creation bestow the title upon another. This revelation left Tony Stark greatly unsettled. His pride refused to accept such a notion. Drawing a deep breath, Tony fixed his serious gaze upon the town ahead and silently increased his power. The flames erupting from the limbs of his iron suit surged forth, propelling his metallic form to accelerate and distance himself from Su Ming. Su Ming could have exerted more force to elevate his flight speed to its utmost limits, thereby outpacing Tony and reaching their destination first. However, he chose instead to match Tony's pace, driven by curiosity. After all, who could resist the allure of a combat exosuit? Certainly not Su Ming. The moment he witnessed Tony transform into Iron Man, he yearned to admire the armor up close. Yet, no amount of fascination could deter Su Ming from his pursuit of profit, especially with an annoying rival competing for kills. It would do to simply eliminate him in one fiery strike. This was a legend after all. Engrossed in battle, Su Ming had barely any time to scrutinize the stunning suit, but now he finally had the opportunity. Indeed, Tony was a genius. The design, the functionality, the aesthetics, truly impressive. Observing the suit beside him, flames jetting from its limbs, Su Ming swallowed hard. He had studied and realized that such technologically advanced creations were unattainable in the System's marketplace, which predominantly offered superpowers. The elusive always incites desire. Su Ming contemplated whether he might seize an opportunity to request a suit from Tony for his own amusement. Such a marvel would certainly be within his grasp in the future. Suddenly noticing Tony's acceleration, Su Ming hastily flung his flying knife to keep pace, but inadvertently exerted too much force, catapulting himself toward the town at a speed surpassing Tony's. Feeling the pressure on his body, Tony recognized he had reached his maximum velocity. The vexatious red figure faded from his view, prompting an involuntary smile to surface on his face. Just as Tony prepared to lock onto his target and launch an attack, a blurred figure whizzed past him. The speed was so immense that even J-A-R-V-I-S cameras struggled to capture it. Yet, through that flash of red, Tony discerned it was Su Ming, his eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth? He stared in awe as that figure landed, obliterating a row of houses and raising a cloud of dust. Tony revealed a joyful smile. Did you mess up? Completely forgot about being outpaced. Su Ming acknowledged that, despite his recent physical enhancements, he still struggled to maintain control, and mastering flight was a recent endeavor. Thus, his landing was somewhat clumsy. As he crawled out from the rubble, Tony had already rescued several civilians, who were about to be executed by gunmen, sheltering against the wall. This was intolerable. It wasn't that he cared deeply for the lives of those refugees, but the act of robbery had struck a nerve with Su Ming. After all, he was a bounty hunter devoid of sentiment. Turning his gaze toward the gunmen holding women and children hostage beneath the truck, he commanded, "Stop, or I will kill them." Tony's actions came to a halt. However, ceasing was hardly an option, Tony mused. The pause was merely to facilitate Jarvis in scanning and locking onto the enemies. Just as Jarvis identified the last foe, several flashes of cold light appeared. A nearly imperceptible fatal wound manifested atop the heads of all the captors. Their eyes glazed over. Weapons fell from their hands, and they swiftly became lifeless corpses. Elimination of the Freedom Fighter bounty leader. Reward: 50 USD. Elimination of the Freedom Fighter Bounty Leader. Reward, 40,000 USD. Elimination of the Freedom Fighter Bounty Leader. Reward, 40,000 USD. The system notifications chimed, and Su Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover several minor leaders among them, with significantly higher bounties. How delightful. Beneath the iron mask, Tony pouted, observing as the targets, once clearly locked onto, gradually transformed into harmless entities in Jarvis's assessment. Although Tony was reluctant to concede, out of sheer politeness, he offered Su Ming a thumbs up. Brother, your moves, quite swift. Chapter 26. Scavenging the battlefield. The hatch of the mechanical arm opened, releasing a miniature missile that soared towards the enemy tank, propelled by flames. Before it could strike, Iron Man, Tony Stark, gracefully pivoted. Boom. Amidst the cacophony of a violent explosion, the last tank was reduced to a cloud of debris. Thus, the primary military strength of the Gmira insurgent warlord was effectively annihilated. As for Su Ming, there was a reason he did not contest with Tony for the final tank. His steps came to a halt beside a Jericho missile launcher. The sudden appearance of an evaluation interface left Su Ming momentarily stunned. Jericho missile launcher, including 3 missiles, estimated value, 120,000. What on earth? Is this contraption worth such an outrageous sum? Su Ming was taken aback by the lengthy string of zeros before him. No wonder Tony Stark was swimming in wealth. No wonder Obadiah defied Tony's orders to continue weapons sales. No wonder so many capitalists coveted Tony's presence, willing to go so far as to offer bounties for his assassination. No wonder the United States relishes instigating wars abroad. The arms trade is indeed remarkably lucrative. Snapping back to reality, Su Ming discreetly glanced at Tony, who was still engaged with the tank. Eagerly, he placed his hand on the hood of the Jericho missile launcher. Exchange. The formidable weapon evaporated in an instant, transforming into a stream of data that vanished before Su Ming's eyes. Exchange successful. 120,000,000. Account balance, 124,485,000. Gazing at the lengthy figure in his account balance, Su Ming took a deep breath. I've struck it rich. His sole purpose for coming to Afu was to amass wealth. After eliminating numerous terrorists, he had already earned over 3 million in bounties, which made his journey worthwhile. When he set off, his balance hovered around 800,000, yet within less than a day. No, precisely speaking, in a mere moment. He had amassed a staggering 120 million. Who could have imagined that a single Jericho missile launcher would catapult him into the realm of billionaires? At that moment, Tony approached Su Ming and casually inquired, I recall there was a Jericho here just moments ago. Did you destroy it? Mr. Silver. Tony's question left Su Ming at a loss for words. After all, it was a large weapon produced by Stark Industries, and he had just converted it into cash, which felt somewhat surreal. As a long-established genius, Tony possessed remarkable memory and reflexes. Noticing Su Ming's silence, he shifted his gaze and quietly commanded through his helmet, J-A-R-V-I-S. Replay the surveillance footage. Understood, Mr. Stark. As the images swiftly played back, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, Mr. Silver. That enormous Jericho just vanished? How on earth did you manage that? Su Ming furrowed his brow, unsure of how to respond to this question. Observing Su Ming's expression, Tony seemed to have an epiphany, lifting his head in realization. I see. You were destroying them, weren't you? To speak candidly, I had explicitly prohibited the development and sale of weapons, yet Obi clandestinely engaged in sales behind my back. Even if you do not destroy these items now, I shall not permit them to remain here as a threat. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Tony's imagination was quite impressive. Clearing his throat, he solemnly remarked, Indeed. Tony, you have discerned it. Truly a genius. I shall not allow these weapons to cause harm, but I am feeling somewhat weary. Yes, the destruction of them is no trivial task. Upon hearing this, Tony's mood brightened considerably. After all, being praised in person by someone he respected held far more value than the flattery of those sycophantic reporters. The iron helmet nodded in understanding, then glanced around at the disarray, feeling somewhat disheartened. I would certainly relish the opportunity to compete with you in combating the rioters. But as for this cleanup work, since you have an interest, I shall leave it to you." Su Ming felt a surge of energy upon hearing this. Tony was truly magnanimous. Good brother. In just a short time, the two had dismantled no fewer than 3 strongholds of rebellious warlords, each replete with an abundance of weaponry, if converted to currency. He then pondered a question. "Tony, don't be in such a hurry to leave. These items are all manufactured by Stark Industries. Won't you feel a pang of regret if I destroy them? They appear to be rather valuable." Observing the mechanical armor preparing for takeoff, Su Ming voiced his concern. Tony, maneuvering the armor into the air, chuckled at Su Ming's inquiry. Since these items are here, it indicates they have been purchased. Although I did not authorize it, the profits from the transactions still belong entirely to Stark. Thus, this venture is not a loss. With the thunderous roar of 4 jets igniting, the iron figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky. A distant voice floated back, which Su Ming nearly missed. "Mr. Silver, come find me. Let us enjoy a trip to Las Vegas together." Squinting as he watched Tony recede into the distance, Su Ming scoffed. Is there something that cannot be said in one breath before taking off? What a show-off. Yet, given that Tony had not contested him in the destruction of the weapons, he graciously forgave him. These weapons far surpassed the value of those bountied criminals. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he gazed at the haphazardly stacked crates emblazoned with Stark Industries insignia. Su Ming's figure vanished from the spot, transforming into a money-making sprite. Flitting between the piles of arms, the heaps of munitions rapidly disappeared with the flicker of his shadow. "Oh, this one is worth a fortune. Wow, this one is even pricier. Good heavens, I underestimated you. This little gadget is worth so much. I've struck gold. I've struck gold." Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support Director Nick Fury had just concluded a call with the head of the New York division. During the conversation, Fury warmly inquired about the entire family of the agent responsible for contacting Su Ming. He then ordered the agent's reassignment to a different position, instructing him to guard the entrance. Surely, he would excel in this critical role. After placing the phone down, Director Nick Fury felt a lingering pulse at his temples. As an elder, he had not experienced such excitement in quite some time. At that moment, Agent Hill entered the room, bringing with her the hope of good news. Nick Fury lifted his gaze to meet hers and casually remarked. Agent Hill observed the director, who tirelessly toiled for his mission, and a hint of compassion flickered in her eyes before she broke into a smile. "Director Fury, it is indeed good news." Nick Fury's spirit surged as he adjusted his posture, eagerly awaiting Agent Hill's report. Hill noticed the report that lay neglected on the table, overlooked by Fury, and a bittersweet smile graced her lips as she gently reminded herself to be patient. "Patience, Hill, you are dealing with an old man. Show him some respect." With a poised demeanor, she delivered her briefing. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the agents, they had finally discerned the trajectory of Destiny's operations. She succinctly recounted how Su Ming had seized the opportunity to fly to Aftu and, with remarkable prowess, quelled the insurgent warlords, nearly obliterating their entire fighting force. Notably, there was a mysterious individual clad in mechanized armor who had collaborated with Destiny against the warlords, though his identity remained shrouded in mystery. The recent tumult surrounding the Gemera uprising had been decisively quelled by Su Ming's formidable intervention. Indeed, it was good news. As Nick Fury listened to Agent Hill's report, excitement radiated from his expression. He mused to himself, "Destiny truly lives up to my expectations. This compassion and sense of responsibility are precisely what I require." Undoubtedly, he had successfully overlooked Iron Man resolute in his decision. Nick Fury rose, his gaze unwavering as he issued a command. "Continue to track Destiny. I will seek him out personally." Chapter 27. No Avengers. Place an order for business. On a flight to New York, Su Ming, dressed in appropriate attire, gazed out at the clouds rolling by with a smile, feeling buoyant as he contemplated recent events. However, his musings were frequently interrupted by flight attendants who approached him for conversation. After politely declining yet another request for his contact information from a young woman, he mused to himself about the warmth and hospitality of the local girls. Unbeknownst to him, his originally handsome visage had transformed into one radiating a unique charm after several enhancements by the system. Simultaneously, the subtle influence of the evening gown masquerade faceless mask during his actions had infused his demeanor with an aristocratic air. Even without the mask, this elegance and mysterious nobility rendered him utterly captivating to the ladies. Oblivious to these changes, Su-Ming continued to reflect on past events. In Tony Stark's eyes, the extermination of the freedom fighters, those rebellious warlords, while simultaneously rescuing refugees, was of paramount importance. The destruction of leftover arms post-conflict was merely a troublesome detail. With a diligent bounty hunter like Su-Ming on the task, Tony felt at ease and departed with a sense of liberation. Yet, this inadvertently favored Su-Ming. Not to mention that during Tony's return journey, he nearly faced disaster from a fighter jet operated by his friend, Colonel Rhodes. When Su-Ming realized he could exchange those arms for currency through the system, he became intent on acquiring all the military stockpiles. He recalled how, upon his arrival in this world, he had similarly resolved his pressing needs by exchanging others' weapons. Was this, perhaps, the true path to wealth? He could not help but entertain such thoughts, for the prospect was tantalizing. After Tony's departure, Su-Ming meticulously scoured the battlefield within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Aside from the first Jericho missile, none of the other weapons reached a valuation of over $20 million. Yet, the prices were still substantial. Heavy weaponry ranged from several million to tens of millions of dollars. The sheer volume of various firearms and ammunition enabled Su-Ming to amass $5 million. He even discovered a pristine M1A1 Abrams main battle tank beside a concealed trench, which he exchanged for $9 million. To his astonishment, a collection of unfamiliar items also yielded nearly $10 million in exchange value. He later learned that these components were intended for upgrading the combat modules of tanks, which broadened his horizons significantly. Su-Ming traversed the insurgent strongholds, leaving no handgun unexamined, until he finally surveyed the area and found nothing left to exchange. He returned with a sense of satisfaction after a half-day of scavenging the battlefield. Remarkably, he felt utterly unburdened by the endeavor. In summary, this excursion to Afyu brought Su-Ming an abundance of wealth. With a delightful click, the attributes panel opened, revealing a golden-hued holographic interface before him. Name: Su-Ming. Age: 28. Physical fitness: 35. Current account balance: 213. 455. 700. Existing talents: Deadpool level regeneration, dynamic vision LV. 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV. 2. Formless mask, danger sense LV. 1. Precision throwing LV. 2. Proficient in sketching. Gazing at the staggering sum exceeding $200 million, Su-Ming's smile was more difficult to suppress than an assault rifle's trigger. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction washed over him like waves caressing the shore, rippling through his mind. A day later, at a hotel in Manhattan, upon encountering a familiar figure, Su-Ming was taken aback, contemplating, how did this fellow find his way to my doorstep? Shouldn't he be busy wooing that Tony character? Clad in a sleek black leather trench coat, the bald, one-eyed African-American gentleman, Nick Fury, rapped on Su-Ming's door. Mr. Fate, finding you is no easy task. His polite smile, juxtaposed with his pirate-like singular eye, created a rather incongruous image. Su-Ming squinted. Wasn't this the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? When did I draw the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D.? This guy, who dedicates his life to saving humanity. How does he find the time to chat with a bounty hunter like me? Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is quite the demanding establishment, never a moment's respite. Rising with the dawn and resting long after dusk, they toil year-round without breaks, often working overtime. Even those accustomed to the early shift would shake their heads and mutter, what a plight. Moreover, it is a perilous profession fraught with life-threatening risks. While it is said the salary is substantial, can it truly compare to mine? A single lucrative mission can net me $200 million. And this is before I even set foot in Somalia. Pirate ships can fetch quite a fortune. Previously, I wondered how these people manage to possess boundless stamina. Are they perpetually engaged in saving the world, while simultaneously fixated on the means to destroy it. Su Ming had no desire to become embroiled in any S-H-I-E-L-D narratives, opting instead to feign ignorance. Who is fate? I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. Fury regarded Su Ming with an enigmatic gaze. I am Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Crimson Silver. With a resigned sigh, Su Ming recognized that merely pretending to be oblivious would not suffice against this self-proclaimed director. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D is a vast government organization with intelligence operatives stationed worldwide. Wait, what was that lengthy title he just mentioned? ISNT that S-H-I-E-L-D? Since he had arrived at his door, I might as well see what he has to say. Well then, Director, it's a pleasure. But please, do not refer to me in that manner. Very well, Mr. Crimson Silver. Su Ming. Director Nick Fury casually strolled to the balcony of the room, turning his back to Su Ming and remarked, Do you think you are the only superhero in existence? Indeed. There are many individuals like yourself. Su Ming politely interrupted Nick's words. I beg your pardon, Director Fury, but you seem to be mistaken. I am merely a bounty hunter, not a superhero. This young man displays admirable humility. Turning away, Director Fury chuckled and shook his head. Let us discuss the Avengers Initiative. As Fury presumed that Su Ming's reluctance to embrace the title of superhero stemmed from modesty, Su Ming interjected once more, interrupting Nick Fury's grand narrative. Director, I am just a bounty hunter. Apart from monetary gain, I harbor no interest in anything else, saving the world included. Everyone seems to engage in moral coercion, elevating themselves to superhero status, while bounty hunters enjoy their freedom. Quite frankly, which superhero in the Marvel Universe does not toil daily to save this or that, yet fails to rescue their own family and friends? Who would willingly take on such a thankless task? In the midst of his passionate discourse, Nick Fury suddenly realized that this young man appeared to be declining his invitation. Could it be that he would refuse such a magnificent and noble endeavor? No. Hear me out. What? You are unwilling? With a plethora of thoughts swirling in his mind, Nick Fury never anticipated that Su Ming would decisively reject his proposal right from the outset. His already dark expression deepened. Su Ming regarded the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, a pivotal figure in the Marvel Universe, and contemplated the events that would unfold in the future. He believed it prudent not to strain relations with S-H-I-E-L-D, as business dealings were inevitable, and these could potentially be valuable clients. With this in mind, Su Ming spoke gently, Director, your initiative is indeed grand and noble. Although I cannot participate for personal reasons, I would be more than willing to assist should you require help. See, I knew this young man would not turn down such a glorious and sacred mission. A flicker of relief passed through Nick Fury's eyes. The prerequisite, however, was to place an order. Su Ming wore a professional smile. What the? Nick Fury could scarcely believe his ears. Yet the reality was that this individual truly was an unconventional bounty hunter, seemingly devoid of interest in his creation of the Avengers. He asked, somewhat bewildered, place an order? How much? After a moment's contemplation, Su Ming's professional smile grew increasingly sincere. $100 million. Chapter 28. A second rescue for Tony. As dusk descended, a crescent moon ascended into the sky. The city of New York donned its splendid evening attire, adorned with dazzling neon lights. After bidding farewell to the bewildered Nick Fury, Su Ming urged Elisa to don an elegant evening gown, and together they ventured to a high-end restaurant for dinner. Elisa, having made a special effort to beautify herself, radiated charm, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she beheld her boss, impeccably dressed in a suit. Su Ming meticulously sliced his steak, his movements graceful as those of a noble prince. A subtle smile played upon his lips, rendering Elisa, a self-proclaimed admirer of handsome men, utterly captivated. It was evident that Su Ming was in high spirits, having ordered a particularly exquisite dish for the two of them. Yet, Elisa's thoughts had already drifted far beyond the present. She secretly yearned for an unforgettable memory to be forged on this enchanting evening. However, when dinner concluded and Su Ming suggested that Elisa return home alone, she realized that perhaps her hopes had been overly ambitious. That insufferable Su Ming. Indeed, after reaping a fortune from his recent endeavors, he felt it was only right to indulge himself, and Elisa too, of course. With a contented sigh, he leaned back, feeling pleasantly full. Even with a net worth exceeding $1 billion, Su Ming winced at the thought of the bill, over $30,000 for a single meal. How swiftly one can transition from frugality to extravagance. The ancients did not deceive me. Strolling along the streets of New York to aid digestion, Su Ming chose not to accompany Elisa home. Despite the $200 million resting in his account, he understood that wealth so easily acquired could vanish just as swiftly. In the face of the bottomless pit that was the system's marketplace, those $200 million hardly made a ripple. Su Ming refrained from hastily exchanging his talents, as he had yet to thoroughly study them. Moreover, he found it difficult to part with such a lengthy string of digits in his account all at once. Perhaps it was best to let the money linger a little longer. Taking a deep breath of the cool night air, he inadvertently caught sight of the neon lights of Stark Tower. I wonder what that rascal Tony is up to. It seems he invited me to visit. Imagining the prospect of trying on one of Tony's armor suits filled Su Ming with excitement as he sought a secluded corner, confirming his direction before soaring toward Tony's residence. A few hours earlier, Tony was engrossed in fine-tuning the details of his armor while reflecting on Obadiah's behavior at the gala. He knew that Obadiah had been the one leading the charge against his wishes within the company. It was time to take action against that old rascal. Stark Industries could not continue to enable such villainy. However, I require evidence. At that moment, his assistant, Pepper Potts, entered the room. I need you to do something. Access my office and hack into the main computer, retrieving all recent shipping manifests. Here is the password chip. As Pepper stood before him, an idea struck Tony. He could have his female assistant gather evidence on his behalf. Yet, she refused, thinking Tony intended to act recklessly as he had previously. Tony's solo venture to Gamora to confront the marauding army had terrified Miss Potts. She would rather resign than see Tony recklessly plunge himself into despair. Yet Tony, unusually serious, remarked, "You were there when I wreaked havoc and profited from chaos. Now that I wish to protect those who have suffered because of me, you choose to abandon me." Pepper was acutely aware of the resistance within the company against Tony's decision to cease weapon development and sales, and she knew that other capitalists were eyeing him, ready to strike a lethal blow. If she were to comply with Tony's plans, she would only push him into a more perilous situation. "Tony, this could cost you your life. I cannot be the one to push you further." Images of Dr. Ethan's sacrifice flashed in Tony's mind, alongside the indescribable suffering of refugees and the terrifying faces of terrorists wielding formidable weapons. If it were not for this conviction, I should have perished long ago. I am not insane, Pepper. I have merely come to understand my purpose. Moreover, I am profoundly certain I am right. The once reckless playboy, Tony Stark, now bore a glimmer in his eyes that had never been seen before. This stirred something within Pepper Potts. It seemed that Tony had changed. We need not mention how Miss Potts, in front of Obadiah, successfully acquired evidence just as she encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson. Obadiah had already reclaimed the mechanized armor Tony developed during his captivity from the remnants of the Ten Rings gang, and he had upgraded it. Larger, stronger. However, it was missing the core energy source, the arc reactor. This was something even the immense pressure he exerted on Dr. William could not achieve. Tony Stark had created it in a cave, with a pile of scrap. When Obadiah discovered that Pepper had copied the shipment manifest from the computer, he realized it would serve as direct evidence leading to his imprisonment. In a frenzy, he shouted at Dr. William, pointing at his chest. Dr. William, helpless, replied, "I'm sorry, but I am not Tony Stark." Obadiah envisioned agents placing handcuffs on him, his mind a tumult of chaos, gazing at the magnificent armored suit. It was only lacking the reactor that would animate it. With it, Obadiah would no longer need to answer to anyone. Anyone who opposed him would be eliminated. Simple and brutal, yet extraordinarily effective. In that moment, he could obliterate all who stood against him, especially Tony. He would become the true master of Stark Industries. A burning desire ignited within Obadiah, reddening his eyes as inspiration struck. Plunder, what a delightful word. On his second visit to Tony's coastal villa, Su Ming hesitated before entering. He gazed at the distinctive, technologically advanced mansion perched atop the hill, revealing a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Should he ascend directly, or pursue a more conventional approach? What exactly constitutes a conventional approach? Tony spoke sweetly, but left no contact number. Surely he could not simply kick down the door. It would be fitting to be dealt with by the owner for trespassing, were it not for the desire to test that suit of armor. Who would engage in such pleasantries with you? Su Ming found himself entangled in a dilemma regarding how to enter the mountain and locate the individuals within. Meanwhile, at Tony's residence, the phone rang, displaying the name Pepper Potts. Success. Tony surmised that Pepper had likely succeeded in her endeavor, and he answered the call. A high-pitched, piercing sound pierced the air, causing Tony's eyes to widen and veins to bulge on his forehead. Tony? Tony, are you there? Pepper's voice resonated through the receiver, yet Tony found himself unable to utter a sound, his body incapacitated. A hand gently cradled his head, lowering him to the sofa. Relax. Relax. Obadiah had employed a rudimentary device to induce a temporary paralysis in Tony's body while simultaneously extracting the arc reactor from his chest. This is your last golden egg. Shaking the reactor in his hand, Obadiah turned to depart. During his initial abduction, shrapnel had lodged itself in his chest, although Dr. Ethan had successfully removed the larger fragments. Minute shards remained within Tony's body, unable to be extracted due to technical limitations. They were held in place by the electromagnetic force emitted by the arc reactor. With the reactor removed, the remnants of shrapnel began to stir with the rhythm of Tony's heartbeat, inflicting excruciating pain. This is bad. I'm going to die. At the precipice of death, Tony's mind raced as he summoned every ounce of strength to reach the laboratory, his gaze straining towards the reactor he had once created, now meticulously encased in a transparent box by Pepper. Fortunately, it had not been discarded. Devising a plan, Tony extended his hand desperately toward the box, but it remained just out of reach. At that moment, a voice floated from a nearby distance, like a celestial melody to Tony. Oh, poor Tony, do you need assistance? Chapter 29. No, I will handle this myself. Tony, weren't we supposed to go to Las Vegas together? What on earth are you doing? The glass vial containing the Mark I reactor shattered effortlessly in my grasp. I handed it to Tony, who lay helplessly on the ground. A sight that took me by surprise. Obadiah, that old rascal, is surprisingly swift. I glanced at the mechanical arm that had already begun to function. This must be the creation that Tony won accolades for at MIT when he was just 17. Look at that brilliant mind. I understood that even if I hadn't arrived, the mechanical arm Tony crafted during his university years would have automatically delivered the reactor to him. But looking at Tony, his face was pale and haggard, his hair disheveled, and blood was oozing from his ears, now crusted and dark. His once high-end short-sleeved t-shirt was torn open at the chest, filthy and tattered, a stark contrast to his usual polished appearance. TSK. It must have taken quite an effort to crawl over here. I shook my head slightly, realizing I was witnessing one of the rare moments of Iron Man in distress. Truly, timing is everything. After hesitating for a few minutes at the foot of the mountain, I ultimately decided to fly up directly. After all, I was already here. A helicopter had just departed from this location, and in hindsight, it must have been Obadiah. Tony wouldn't hold it against me for intruding uninvited. But then I pondered, when did I start caring about Tony's feelings? Wasn't it initially the allure of money that prevented me from eliminating him? Showing politeness to a defeated foe. Am I being too magnanimous? I realized that my fascination with the armor seemed to have altered my attitude toward Tony, which was troubling. After all, I was merely a detached bounty hunter, and Tony was just one of many clients. If there was anything that set him apart, it was simply his abundant wealth. With that thought, Tony Stark transformed in my eyes from the formidable Iron Man into merely a walking wallet, awaiting my slow extraction of its contents. Trembling, Tony managed to secure the Mark I reactor to his chest with great difficulty, exhaling a long sigh of relief as he lay on the ground, struggling to regain composure. Recognizing my voice, he understood I was the one who saved him and weakly murmured, "Thanks, Crimson. Mr. Silver. As you can see, I'm not the one orchestrating things. I've been caught up in them." Suddenly, an anxious voice called out, and then James Rhodes came sprinting towards us, panting heavily. Upon seeing Tony sprawled on the ground and the suspiciously dressed man beside him, Colonel Rhodes drew his pistol, aiming it at me. Who are you? What have you done to Tony? Tony. Tony. I remained silent, offering Tony a glance that conveyed, you handle this, standing as still as a pine. Click. Speak. The gun was cocked, and Rhodes stared at me with a grave expression. Listen to me, brother, he is not the enemy. Tony, having nearly regained his composure, spoke up to diffuse the tension. Upon seeing Tony's improved condition, Colonel Rhodes felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he casually tucked his weapon into the small of his back. What about Pepper? Is she unharmed? Tony suddenly grasped Colonel Rhodes' arm, urgency lacing his voice. Obadiah had ominously declared that he would not spare Pepper when he seized Tony's reactor, and should she suffer any harm, Tony would never forgive himself. We just spoke on the phone. She is safe. 5 agents are with her. They're on their way to apprehend Obadiah. Rhodes relayed the details of his conversation with Pepper. Earlier, it had been mentioned that Ms. Potts encountered Phil Coulson when she descended after obtaining evidence. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil Coulson had been dispatched to investigate Stark Industries' involvement in arms smuggling and fortuitously crossed paths with Pepper, who had acquired crucial evidence. Ms. Potts promptly reported the findings, handing all evidence over to Agent Coulson, leading S.H.I.E.L.D. to swiftly confirm Obadiah as the mastermind behind the arms trafficking. Recalling Obadiah's earlier words, it seemed he had constructed an armored suit of his own. This realization struck Tony with dread. 5 agents are simply insufficient. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he turned to Su Ming. Seemingly deciphering the unspoken urgency in Tony's gaze, Su Ming donned a professional smile and inquired, Tony, do you require assistance? An order placed now will enjoy a delightful discount. Colonel Rhodes, standing nearby, was bewildered. What order? What was happening? He struggled to keep pace with the sudden shift in conversation. Reflecting on Su Ming's methods, Tony fixed his gaze upon Su Ming's strikingly handsome face. So this is the visage behind the Crimson Silver Knight's mask. How disappointing. I had expected some flaw and found myself relieved for nothing. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Tony declared with an air of confidence, No, I will handle this myself. Colonel Rhodes instinctively stepped forward, watching in as Tony stood upon the armored platform. His body gradually enveloped by the sleek suit of armor. This is undoubtedly the coolest thing I have ever witnessed, he marveled, though Su Ming remained silent. He intently observed the entire process of Tony's armoring, letting out a quiet sigh. Truly impressive. Tony, covertly observing the two, felt a surge of pride and feigned nonchalance. It's all right, I suppose. Ready to depart, he raised his hand and blasted away the luxury sports car obstructing his path, taking a couple of steps forward before turning back. Su Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, I can't take this anymore. Tony Stark, even in such dire circumstances, couldn't resist showing off. The little car was perfectly fine. What had it done to deserve being shoved aside? Furthermore, it was common knowledge, unlike what he assumed, that the power output of his Mark I reactor was woefully inadequate for the new suit's demands. That shot was utterly superfluous. Wait. Colonel James Rhodes of the Air Force was momentarily dazzled by Tony Stark, clad in his armored suit. Leaving a bittersweet sensation in his heart, is there anything else you require of me? With the sound of mechanical jets igniting, Tony Stark, who finds discomfort and modesty, allowed his Iron Man helmet to descend with a thud. A voice, imbued with a cyberpunk echo, commanded, Clear the skies. It was evident that the near miss with the Air Force during his return trip with Alfred had etched an indelible memory in his mind. With mechanical limbs ablaze, Iron Man ascended after a resounding boom, vanishing before their eyes, leaving a gaping hole in the ceiling that hissed with sparks. Through the aperture above, a few distant stars twinkled in the celestial expanse. Su Ming sensed he might soon receive a lucrative opportunity, even in the absence of a contract. The allure of such a spectacular scene was irresistible. He offered a slight nod to Colonel Rhodes, saying, A pleasure. Until we meet again, Colonel. In the next moment, he hurled a flying knife, his form transforming into a streak of light as he expertly exited through the hole Tony had created. What the? Colonel Rhodes stared blankly at the 2 figures that had just departed. While it was understandable for Tony to soar with his mechanized suit, that was science. Who was that other individual? He couldn't even recall the person's name. With a mere wave of his arm, they had taken flight? Was this science? Instinctively, Rhodes mimicked Su Ming's gesture. But to no avail. It felt rather awkward. This experience had significantly challenged his worldview. Gazing at his luxurious Audi R8 that had driven him here, he suddenly found it less appealing. No matter how fine the vehicle, it could not soar through the skies. His eyes then caught sight of a set of unpainted, pure silver armor hanging from a chain. He was captivated for a full 5 seconds. Colonel Rhodes swayed slightly, his desire to don the armor so intense that he found himself unable to take a step towards his sports car. In that moment, he longed to leap through that gaping hole above. After much hesitation, he firmly resolved, "Next time, I shall wear you, my precious." Chapter 30. As Tony faces defeat, Stark Industries, Workshop District, Sector 16. Pepper Potts strides purposefully, accompanied by Phil Coulson and 5 agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson has directed his team to employ technological means to pinpoint Obadiah's location, preparing to apprehend this arms smuggler and war profiteer. Upon breaching the door, they are met with an industrial workshop shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the soft glow of computer screens revealing the design schematics of a new armored suit. The agents, however, regard it with indifference. In a corner, they swiftly discover Tony's armor, crafted by Jarvis. "It appears you were right. He has indeed created a suit," Agent Coulson remarks, his expression gradually growing somber. Familiar with both Tony and Obadiah, Pepper reflects on Obadiah's towering stature and adds, "I believe it should be even larger." Demonstrating her characteristic boldness, Pepper, unarmed yet determined, begins to search for the elusive Obadiah. Inevitably, the unexpected occurs. As she approaches a suspended arm, she notices chains swaying gently above, piquing her curiosity. Suddenly, 2 lights flicker to life in the darkness, ascending higher and higher. Pepper slowly raises her gaze, watching as the fluorescent orbs reach a considerable height, her mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, this is the Ironmonger, a newly developed combat suit that Obadiah has engineered based on the design created in collaboration with Dr. Ethan during Tony's captivity by the 10 Rings. It is worth noting that Obadiah had personally ventured into the territory of the 10 Rings to reclaim every fragment of Tony's armor, ruthlessly annihilating the remnants of their forces. With the whir of machinery, Obadiah maneuvers the Ironmonger closer to Pepper. Finally regaining her senses, she lets out a scream and flees. Her tailored skirt and high heels no impediment to her desperate escape. In stark contrast to Pepper's frantic flight, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents maintain their composure in the face of the advancing behemoth. Resolutely, they open fire. Bang! Bang! The shots fail to pose any threat to the armored Obadiah. Amidst the sparks and the Ironmonger's powerful blows, the agents bravely meet their demise. Following a series of explosions, the Ironmonger nearly captures Pepper, held back only by the narrow confines of the passage. Fortunately, the courageous Pepper Potts makes her escape. Meanwhile, the airborne Tony Stark perceives the gravity of the situation. "How long do you think the mark I can hold out?" he muses. Both the reactor and the new suit are of his own design, and no one understands them better than he does. The initial reactor's power cannot sustain the new armor for an extended duration. Tony seeks precise data from Jarvis. The energy level dwindled to a mere 48 and continued to decline, sir. This heart was not designed for sustained flight. Reflecting on his earlier experience of decimating the valley alongside Afahan and Su Ming, Tony felt a pang of dread at the thought of plummeting from the sky after barely a minute of flight. He resolved to act swiftly, reporting in at all times. At that moment, Miss Pepper emerged from the building, just as Tony called. "Pepper, are you all right?" Obadiah has gone mad. He possesses a suit of armor as well. As Pepper hurriedly shared her discoveries with Tony, the ground nearby suddenly heaved, and in an instant, a colossal metallic figure erupted from the earth. "Where do you think you can escape to?" resonated a mechanical voice. Miss Pepper, awestruck by the imposing presence of the mech, let out a helpless scream and began to retreat. Ironmonger raised his mechanical arm equipped with a Gatling gun, aiming it at Pepper. "You are of no use now." The barrels of the Gatling gun whirred ominously. Just as Pepper believed she was doomed, a resounding voice echoed from the sky above. "Stark, Iron Man, Tony Stark has arrived just in time. Ironmonger redirected his aim, locking onto the swiftly approaching figure, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The sound of gunfire rang out as Tony, clad in his own armor, charged directly at Ironmonger under the hail of gunfire. The tremendous force propelled both through several walls before they crashed onto the street. Due to his immense size and weight, Ironmonger's armor crushed a large truck's cargo container before finally coming to a halt, undoubtedly triggering a massive chain reaction of collisions. A female driver, carrying a car full of children, slammed on her brakes, skidding several meters to barely stop in front of Ironmonger. Obadiah would not miss the opportunity to wield such a convenient weapon, lifting the car effortlessly above his head. Within the mech, Obadiah exerted minimal effort, yet the power amplified by the armor rendered him nearly invincible. "Oh, how I adore this suit!" The screams of women and children echoed helplessly through the car windows. "Let them go." The frenzied Ironmonger clearly disregarded Tony's warning, consumed by madness and indifferent to the lives of the innocent within the vehicle. "This is merely collateral damage." Tony. As Ironmonger prepared to hurl the car as a weapon against him, Tony realized that even if his armor could withstand the blow, the occupants inside would be crushed. "Focus the energy to the chest," Tony commanded Jarvis. With a brief moment of charging, the energy cannon was unleashed, propelling Ironmonger far away. The car plummeted from the air, but Tony caught it with precision. Energy remaining, 19. Jarvis's mechanical voice chimed in. Allowing the energy to deplete rapidly, Tony gently set the car down. Yet at that moment, the true power of the female driver was about to be revealed. In a moment of panic, she pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the wheels spun at an astonishing velocity. As the vehicle landed, it surged forward, colliding with Iron Man Madam. "Oh no, no, no." Just as Tony was about to be caught beneath the car, he shouted desperately for the female driver to stop, but the automobile callously rolled over Iron Man and sped away. In midair, Su Ming's collar and dark hair danced wildly in the fierce wind, bestowing upon him an air of untamed vigor. With an unparalleled vision, he locked onto Tony's figure. Witnessing how he narrowly saved Pepper's life, Su Ming silently raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, a man awakened to the essence of a superhero at this velocity. How could Tony's armor possibly cushion the impact? Ouch! Just the thought of it was painful. Although the upgraded suit possessed some shock absorption capabilities, Tony's frantic collision at full throttle nearly left him bloodied. As Ironmonger and Tony plummeted onto the bustling roadway, Su Ming waved his hand and followed. He would not miss the opportunity to witness the duel between the two armors up close. He landed gracefully atop a lamppost and gazed curiously. There he saw Ironmonger hoisting the car above his head, only to be blasted away by Tony, who timely rescued the women and children inside. Yet, just as Tony valiantly saved the vehicle, it sent him hurtling away upon impact. Even Su Ming felt a pang of sympathy for Tony at that moment. "Well then, what driving skills? Let me see. Oh, it's all right now." As he discerned the driver's golden locks, Su Ming found himself devoid of any complaints. It was only when he witnessed Tony being directly struck by the speeding car, sending sparks flying and rolling several times before finally coming to rest on the ground, that a single thought crossed Su Ming's mind. "I suppose I just watched him faceplant, didn't I?" Chapter 31. More money needed. The night breeze of Manhattan carried a hint of the Hudson River's briny essence. Su Ming stood quietly atop the street lamp, a stark contrast to the cacophony below. The incessant blaring of horns, speeding vehicles, the shrieks of a panicking crowd, and the desperate attempts of a driver to escape from an overturned car created a chaotic scene. Ironmonger and Iron Man had exchanged several blows. Yet the police arrived tardily, the shrill wail of sirens echoing from afar. Just as Tony shook his head and slowly rose, Ironmonger unleashed flames from beneath his feet, leaping over the vehicles obstructing his path. "Take this punch." He twisted his waist, gathering strength. A massive mechanical arm swung forward, flames erupting from its elbow, amplifying the force of the blow. Crash! The unsuspecting Iron Man was struck directly, crashing into a car like a projectile, then collapsing onto the ground. As Tony struggled to rise, Ironmonger seized him from the ground, hoisting him high above his head before slamming him back down. 30 years. I've held you up. Heavy boots pounded relentlessly on Tony's chest. I built this company from the ground up. I will not allow anyone to obstruct my path. Seemingly unsated, he grasped Tony again, turning to hurl him towards a bus. The fragile metal of the bus crumpled under Tony's immense momentum, the vehicle swaying as though made of paper. And you especially. Obadiah continued his unfinished thought, while a missile rose from his left shoulder, aimed directly at the bus with a crimson laser. Boom! A colossal fireball enveloped the debris of the vehicle along with the airborne Iron Man, illuminating half the street with its brilliance. Su Ming observed from the street lamp, noting how his wallet seemed utterly helpless against Obadiah's ironmonger. Realizing that this was a splendid opportunity to solicit business, he called out, "Hey, Tony, need a hand? You can still enjoy a 10% discount if you order now." Tony was propelled dozens of meters into the air by the missile, ultimately executing a nimble flip just before landing. Flames shooting from his hands and feet to stabilize his form. The deafening explosion drowned out Su Ming's shout, but the ever-loyal Jarvis replayed the recording. Hearing Su Ming's words, Tony's eyes lit up. Oh, Crimson Silver has actually come along. Well, though Obadiah's suit has some merit. If only my suit's energy were sufficient. Dealing with him would be a matter of moments. In any case, matters that could be resolved with money should not warrant further punishment, or rather, a protracted struggle. Tony seemed to forget his earlier refusal of Su Ming's offer. No, I'll handle this myself. Delighted to oblige, bounty hunter. The usual terms, 50 million to take care of him. Reflecting on Su Ming's extraordinary abilities, Tony proposed the price, feeling confident that this deal was secure. Upon hearing Tony's offer, Su Ming scoffed dismissively. Brother, I am now a bounty hunter worth over 100 million. A mere 50 million is hardly sufficient to dismiss a beggar. I am no longer that Navi newcomer who would freeze at the sight of 50 million. Reflecting on the price I initially quoted to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. feels somewhat modest, yet it started at 100 million. Tony Stark, a man of considerable wealth, offered a price that lacked sincerity. Shaking my head slightly, I stated earnestly, Tony, Obadiah Stane was my first employer, my guiding light in this profession, and a dear companion. Tony widened his eyes in surprise. How was I unaware of your connection with Obadiah? Unbeknownst to him, Obadiah had initially hired me to eliminate him, Tony Stark. Before I could finish my thought, I asserted, the price must be increased. Tony stammered in disbelief, while Obadiah remained silent. As I negotiated with Tony, the screen within the ironmonger helmet zoomed in on a figure beneath the streetlight. It was him, the bounty hunter who had swindled me, Fate. At that moment, I was neither masked nor clad in my crimson suit, allowing Obadiah to instantly recognize this treacherous scoundrel. He seemed to forget that the funds he had eagerly offered me were meant to ensure my loyalty to the task of eliminating Tony. I was taken aback by this despicable individual's utter lack of integrity, willing to switch allegiances based solely on the highest bidder, dismissing the mission at will. Now he audaciously claims I am his guiding light and beloved companion? The audacity is appalling. In any case, the bounty hunter Fate has now been marked for elimination by Obadiah. Once I dispose of Tony, I shall deal with you properly. You shall regret it, this accursed bounty hunter. Ignoring my presence, I watched as Tony successfully averted a catastrophic fall. Obadiah, unwilling to concede, declared, You've improved your design. I have upgraded as well. The components of the ironmonger's feet transformed, morphing into colossal thrusters, propelling him upward with tremendous force, charging toward Tony. Tony, caught off guard by the sudden price discrepancy despite having agreed to the commission, expressed his frustration. Wait, I valued my life at 50 million. Now you tell me I must pay more to handle Obadiah? His irritation stemmed not from the inflated request, for millions meant little to him, but from the realization that, in Su Ming's eyes, his life seemed less valuable than Obadiah's. The flicker of resentment that had arisen within him dissipated upon witnessing the ironmonger advancing toward him. Tony Stark declared, regrettably, Bounty Hunter, I no longer require your assistance. The genius mind quickly conceived a brilliant plan, freeze the air at high altitude to cause a malfunction. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice chimed in, Sir. His armor appears capable of flight. Tony fixed his gaze on the approaching figure of Obadiah and commanded, "I have a target. Take me to the highest altitude." As J.A.R.V.I.S. analyzed Tony's commands, he noted that only 15 of power remained, assessing the likelihood of reaching such altitude. Tony, fixated on the imminent threat of Ironmonger, bellowed, "I can count. Ascend swiftly." Iron Man deftly pivoted and soared skyward, with Ironmonger closely in pursuit. The flames erupting from their armored feet painted a breathtaking spectacle across the night sky of New York, two meteors soaring in reverse. Just as they pierced through the cloud cover, military radar detected their ascent. "Sir, it has returned," reported the radar operator. "Connect me to Major Allen and deploy fighter jets for interception," the officer commanded decisively. At the moment the phone was lifted, a hand of ebony skin pressed the hang-up button. It was Colonel James Rhodes. "No need, gentlemen. It's merely a drill. My brother can assist you no further." Tony, "Yes, sir." Colonel Rhodes, racing back to the Air Force Command Center, promptly halted the military's interference. Meanwhile, Tony continued to ascend, with Ironmonger's powerful thrusts trailing closely behind. As they climbed higher, J.A.R.V.I.S. dutifully reminded, "Power remaining, 14. 11. 7. Enough already. Just display it on the screen," Tony retorted, exasperated. Just then, Ironmonger's armor unleashed another burst of flames, finally grasping Tony's right foot. Unbeknownst to him, as they ascended, his armor had accumulated a thick layer of ice, pulling Tony closer. He clutched the neck of Tony's suit tightly. "Your idea is commendable, but my armor surpasses yours in every respect." Tony's voice echoed through the suit, laced with mechanical tones. "Then, how did you address the icing issue?" Obadiah, bewildered, responded, "What icing issue?" No sooner had he spoken, Ironmonger's armor system faltered due to the ice, the visor's glow extinguishing instantaneously. "You might want to investigate that." Tony casually struck Ironmonger's helmet, shattering a significant portion of the icy shell. Obadiah plummeted from the heights. Chapter 32, 200 million. "Help me." With only 2 power remaining, I initiated the emergency backup energy. The Ironmonger, rendered immobile due to engine failure, plummeted into the brightly lit city of New York, encased in a thick layer of ice. Tony's flames extinguished abruptly, and the weight of the armored suit dragged him downward as well. The only difference was that Tony had a bit of residual power left, allowing him to briefly activate the thrusters to cushion his fall when his speed reached a critical point. As Tony approached the rooftop of the Stark Research Facility, the power finally failed to provide any further cushioning. He stumbled over a metal pipe and fell awkwardly onto the rooftop, once again hitting the ground hard. Su Ming, who had been intently watching Tony, saw him tumble down and gracefully landed on the adjacent eave. Observing Tony's mishap, he smiled and inquired, "Tony, how are you feeling?" Feigning nonchalance, Tony waved his hand, causing parts of his armor to fall away as he prepared to remove the power-depleted suit. "Phew," he sighed, falling from such a height. "Obadiah is in serious trouble." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Mr. Crimson Silver, it seems you won't need to intervene. I can handle everything myself." At that moment, Su Ming's spider sense tingled, alerting him that the Ironmonger was climbing the very building beneath him. Chuckling softly, he shook his head. "Tony, don't celebrate too soon. As I said, there's still a 10 discount for orders placed now." Tony, believing he had subdued the Ironmonger, silently scoffed. What kind of discount is 10? How dare he even suggest that? He resolved to find a moment to question Obadiah's reasoning. Why should his prices be higher than mine? Place an order? Absolutely not. That will never happen in this lifetime. Before Tony could finish his thought, a massive figure suddenly loomed behind him, a steel fist hurtling directly toward his face. Tony swiftly turned to see the Ironmonger, his expression frozen in shock. This guy was still alive? The helmet dropped into place, and he crouched low, dodging the powerful blow while extending his palm to retaliate with a laser cannon. To his dismay, he discovered that his left hand was devoid of armor. It had been removed earlier. After being kicked away, Tony, aided by the insufficient power of his suit, leapt high and aimed a right-hand punch at the Ironmonger's helmet. There was no choice. It had to be the right fist. A left punch would surely result in a fracture. The ironmonger, having survived a fall from 10,000 meters without sustaining any damage, was hardly bothered by this feeble strike. With his arms locked tightly, he ensnared Tony against his chest, feeling the heavy pressure on his waist. Tony's eyes bulged as he struggled to breathe. He attempted to activate other functions of his suit, only to receive Jarvis's merciless feedback. Shockwave malfunction. Missiles malfunction. Within the ironmonger's helmet, Obadiah revealed a victorious smile. Tony felt as though his chest might explode. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shouted, "Tracer rounds." At his command, the suit's chest unleashed hundreds of miniature bullets, igniting with explosive arcs, scattering wildly in every direction. The two matches resonated with the relentless impact of a multitude of tracer rounds. Not far away, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed in genuine admiration, "What a magnificent firework display!" Although tracer rounds, also known as flashbangs, lack offensive power, they serve their purpose at that moment. The blinding light from the explosion pierced Obadiah's eyes, eliciting a pained groan and causing his grip to weaken, providing Tony the opportunity to escape the fervent embrace of Ironmonger. He concealed himself in a hidden spot, contemplating a strategy. With his mech devoid of any energy to sustain further combat, the likelihood of defeating Obadiah head-on dwindled to near zero. At that moment, a plan began to unfurl in Tony's mind. He would instruct Pepper Potts to approach the colossal reactor beneath them and deliberately induce an overload. He would then lure Obadiah above the reactor, where the immense energy released by the overload would obliterate everything in its vicinity. However, this course of action bore a grave downside. He would perish in the process. Since awakening the tender emotions buried deep within him, Tony could no longer disregard the lives of ordinary people or indulge in hedonism without consequence. His journey with Happy had opened a new door for the genius billionaire, revealing the profound fulfillment of rescuing the innocent from peril. Should Obadiah succeed in taking his life here today, Stark Industries would undoubtedly transform into a global arms dealer. With the casualties of war escalating exponentially, I absolutely refuse to allow such a fate to transpire. As Tony's gaze hardened with determination, preparing to execute his mutually destructive plan, an incongruous figure intruded upon his thoughts, jolting him to attention. It was Su Ming, having feasted to his heart's content. He found unexpected enjoyment in the thrilling battle, even as a mere spectator. Observing the conflict nearing its conclusion, Su Ming, after being rebuffed thrice, relinquished any thoughts of further business proposals. Pushing too hard does not constitute a transaction. Life or death. Stifling a yawn, Su Ming felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Just as he pondered whether to witness the finale of Tony's battle, his phone vibrated. The upscale restaurant, which permitted only those in formal attire, was certainly unwelcoming to the cacophony of ringing phones. After leaving the establishment, Su Ming had forgotten to switch back his phone from silent mode, leaving it persistently vibrating. Curiously, he picked up the device and glanced at the caller ID. A smile spreading across his face, it was Tony Stark. Raising his gaze towards Tony, who was stealthily concealed in a shadowy corner, Su Ming found himself perplexed as to why this fellow, amidst a battle, would choose to call him. Had he come to a realization? "Hello, Mr. Silver Knight." Tony's voice, deliberately lowered, carried a hint of fatigue through the receiver. Su Ming observed Tony waving from his concealed position. "Hey, Tony. It's rather ungentlemanly to zone out during a fight. What's the matter?" Tony, met with Su Ming's casual jibe, wore a wry smile. "Damn it. If I had a better solution right now, do you think I would bother calling you? I need to discuss something with you. 100 million. Help me deal with him." As Tony discreetly observed the surroundings in search of his iron tyrant, he quietly announced his price. "Let it be higher than mine." At this juncture, only a fool would concern themselves with trivial matters. Upon hearing Tony's bid, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's eyes. Had this young man finally come to his senses? He recalled just moments ago when someone had fervently declared that placing an order was out of the question. "Tony, I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. Why not revert to it?" Tony muttered under his breath, "Damn it. This wretched bounty hunter has a truly foul mouth." Yet, as Obadiah approached, exuding an intimidating presence and brimming with energy in his battle suit, Tony found himself devoid of any leverage to maintain his pride. 200 million. Help me. His voice, deliberately lowered, was tinged with urgency and a slight rasp. Now that was a price that carried sincerity. A satisfied smile graced Su Ming's lips as he adopted a cordial and amiable demeanor. At your service, esteemed employer. Obadiah was taken aback, astonished that Tony, with a combat prowess far inferior to his own armor, was managing to evade him like a slippery eel. However, after a fierce exchange, it became evident that Tony had nearly exhausted his tactics. Thinking of the long-held aspirations he was about to fulfill, Obadiah felt a surge of satisfaction. Very clever, Tony. But today you cannot escape your demise. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed. Obadiah barely had time to react when the massive form of the Iron Tyrant was propelled skyward by an immense force, ascending at a speed that surpassed even his earlier chase of Tony. The bounty hunter, Su Ming, was on the clock. Chapter 33. A warm-up before the storm. The vicinity of Stark Industries' workshop lay in disarray, ravaged by the fierce clash between two mech warriors. Tony Stark, witnessing Su Ming's prowess, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He surveyed his battered armor, mercilessly beaten by Obadiah's stain, and a wry smile crept across his face. Exhausted, Tony slumped against the wall, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and satisfaction as he watched the once mighty Ironmonger falter before Su Ming. This spectacle was one to savor, especially since the ticket price was a staggering 200 million. Although several tens of millions held little sway over Tony, the full 200 million still stung a bit. After delivering a powerful punch that sent Ironmonger flying, Su Ming refrained from pursuing immediately. His body, having undergone extensive upgrades, boasted over 20 tons of strength even at level 2, a significant advantage that allowed him to maintain grace in the face of Ironmonger. Despite its bulk, Ironmonger weighed no more than 5 tons, making it a target he could easily handle barehanded. Clenching his slightly numb fist, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at Obadiah's prowess as a financial titan. The mech he had crafted indeed possessed some remarkable durability. Although Ironmonger had recently flaunted its might before Tony, rendering him utterly reactive, Su Ming understood that this was largely due to the outdated Mark I reactor technology in Tony's chest, which failed to provide sufficient energy for his advanced suit. Otherwise, considering Tony's intellect and capabilities, the outcome would have been uncertain had his upgraded armor been adequately powered. How could a mere imitation hope to surpass the brilliance of Tony Stark, whose mind was naturally turbocharged? Reflecting on the vast Marvel universe, Su Ming chuckled at Obadiah's short-sightedness. A mech developed solely through the appropriation of technology, lacking any truly innovative features beyond mere size and sturdiness, had no right to assume it could replace Tony, after all. Tony was destined to be the savior of the world. Su Ming raised his gaze, observing Ironmonger soaring over 100 meters before it remembered to engage its thrusters to stabilize. He recalled the myriad offensive tactics employed by Tony's suits in later iterations. Looking at his current abilities, he felt confident in his capability to shatter Ironmonger with throwing knives or dismantle it through hand-to-hand combat. Yet, he realized his methods were too singular. It was time to diversify his combat style. Meanwhile, up in the air, Obadiah was jolted from his stupor. The mech's damage report indicated that the attack could not possibly have originated from Tony. It wasn't until a red circle on the screen locked onto a figure that Obadiah's pupils constricted. Was it fate? He remembered Su Ming's proficiency in ranged attacks. How had he accomplished this? There was no time for contemplation. Obadiah realized that if he allowed Ironmonger to continue its ascent, he would inevitably freeze and plummet again. Not every instance of freezing would allow for a miraculous restart before hitting the ground. His aging body could no longer withstand such unrestrained aerial bungee jumping. With all his thrusting devices set to maximum, he finally managed to quell Ironmonger's upward momentum, clumsily stabilizing the mech in midair. Obadiah firmly locked onto Su Ming beneath him, swiftly pivoting and unleashing his full momentum as he dove downwards. Aiming the Gatling gun directly at Su Ming, he fixated on the screen's range indicator, eagerly awaiting the transformation of the red icon to green, before unleashing a frenzied shout and pulling the trigger. Damn bounty hunter, die! The Gatling gun whirred to life, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon Su Ming's position. In the realm of enhanced vision, the bullets surged forth like a deluge from a showerhead, intent on obliterating the target into fragments. Su Ming, however, chose not to evade. A glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. After observing for so long, he felt the thrill of finally taking the stage. The Iron Behemoth's shell was the perfect opportunity for practice. He welcomed the barrage of Gatling fire as a warm-up, ignoring the impact of the bullets. He leisurely prepared to pick up the mech gloves that Tony had just discarded, marveling at the miraculous sensation of his body being pierced and then instantaneously healing. Indeed, he had not truly experienced this Deadpool-level regeneration since his recent upgrade. Just as Su Ming bent to retrieve the item, a bullet suddenly pierced through his dangling arm, severing it. How mischievous. He observed his dislodged arm spiraling away, yet felt no pain, casually picking it up and aligning the severed end. His arm, now pale from blood loss, swiftly returned to its rightful place, fully restored. Though regrettably, the sleeve of his suit remained torn, leaving him to contemplate another purchase from Alyssa. Upon donning Tony's mech gloves and stretching his fingers, he was pleasantly surprised by the perfect fit. The gloves' unique design conformed exquisitely to his hands, offering no discomfort whatsoever. This is something, Su Ming mused, his desire for a full set of mech armor intensifying. The immense weight of the Iron Behemoth was not merely a design choice, but a reflection of Obadiah's character. He had insisted on equipping the mech with a Gatling gun, demanding the inclusion of a massive ammunition storage compartment during its development, with a firing rate exceeding 100 rounds per second. The Gatling gun was capable of obliterating any carbon-based life form within range, yet today it faced an unexpected defeat. Obadiah could hardly believe his eyes, even doubting the functionality of the Iron Behemoth's display. For Su Ming, under the onslaught of the Gatling fire, had not perished. Was he some sort of monster? Meanwhile, Tony observed in astonishment as Su Ming strolled nonchalantly through the hail of bullets, his body healing at an astonishing rate. His expression turned to one of shock. This monster. The unfolding battle instilled in Obadiah a profound sense of dread towards Su Ming. He dared not approach and opted to remain airborne, continuing to bombard Su Ming with the Gatling gun. Su Ming, on the other hand, awaited the Iron Behemoth's advance, realizing it had faltered. With a gentle sigh, he mused, "Where has that arrogance gone? Afraid to come closer? Then I shall come to you." With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself like a cannonball towards the Iron Behemoth. The Gatling gun's barrel glowed a fiery red, the ammunition chamber depleted under the relentless rate of fire. As shadows approached rapidly, Obadiah found himself without a viable strategy, resorting to crossing his iron arms over his chest in a futile attempt at defense. A resounding thud echoed as a miniature shockwave rippled through the air. Su Ming's fist, encased in a mechanized glove, once again struck the Iron Tyrant. Upon contact, the Iron Tyrant's arms contorted grotesquely, violently repelled by the immense force. Unyielding, the heavy punch landed beside the reactor in the Iron Tyrant's chest. The proud defenses of the Iron Tyrant appeared to falter significantly. As a deep crater emerged on its front, the overwhelming pressure causing Obadiah within the mech to spit out a mouthful of blood, once more soaring into the sky. This time, Su Ming did not linger. He hurled a throwing knife, propelling himself forward in pursuit. This approach, blending flight with dynamic close-quarters assault, was a novel experiment for Su Ming, an opportunity to refine his skills. After leaping nearly 100 meters over the Iron Tyrant, he again waved his hand to alter his trajectory. He launched 3 throwing knives in succession, not for offense, but solely to gain momentum. A thunderous explosion resonated in the high altitude as Su Ming's figure, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, collided forcefully with the Iron Tyrant, another punch delivered with devastating impact. The heavy armor emitted a mournful wail under the forceful blow, revealing yet another gaping hole on the opposite side of the reactor. It seemed somewhat asymmetrical. Observing the large dent in the Iron Tyrant's chest, Su Ming sensed a misalignment, likely attributable to his still nascent mastery of his abilities. Undeterred, with the newly unlocked combat mode akin to discovering a cherished toy, Su Ming reveled in the thrill of battle. In the skies, his figure darted with blinding speed, pausing only momentarily to strike. In contrast, the Iron Tyrant resembled a pinball, helplessly altering its flight path in midair. The once polished metallic armor gradually became riddled with cracks. Chapter 34. I am not just any single deal. Tony Stark connected the call to Pepper Potts. Hello? Tony, are you all right? Gazing at Obadiah being tossed through the air like a ping-pong ball, Tony chuckled joyfully. I'm perfectly fine. However, I need you to prepare some funds for me. Having managed Stark Industries for a time, Pepper had a certain familiarity with financial matters, especially when it came to Tony's requests. Money is no issue. But what about Obadiah? He has gone mad. You must be cautious. Unbeknownst to Pepper, Tony had just promised a $200 million order, and her concern for his well-being was unwarranted. Tony mused that once she learned the sum involved, her calm demeanor would likely dissipate. After all, $200 million is no trifling amount, even for Stark Industries. Indeed, Obadiah must be losing his mind right now. Obadiah was indeed losing it. He could never have anticipated that despite employing every conceivable tactic, even going so far as to extract the reactor from Tony to create his Ironmonger, he would find himself utterly outmatched. Not only was he not invincible, but he was currently powerless to retaliate. The speed of the bounty hunter was extraordinary. The suit's targeting system was rendered ineffective. Was this level of capability even humanly possible? Obadiah could only hope for the Ironmonger's defensive capabilities to hold up. Fortunately, the initial 2 attacks had taken a toll, but the subsequent strikes, while rapid, lacked sufficient power. This alleviated some of his inner trepidation. Adopting a defensive stance and suppressing the metallic taste of blood in his throat, Obadiah desperately pondered a solution. Su Ming, meanwhile, had consciously tempered the force of his strikes. He found that his technique of launching flying knives at high velocity was becoming increasingly fluid with practice, and his control over strength was growing more precise. He felt he was gaining tremendously. Not only would he pocket $200 million, but he was also honing his skills in the process. His strength was so formidable that finding a suitable sparring partner was nearly impossible. The Ironmonger, with its thick armor and high defense, proved to be the perfect training dummy. How could he bring himself to eliminate the Ironmonger in a single blow? Moreover, this endeavor posed no real challenge. It was merely a matter of striking a robot, not an extraterrestrial. Was there truly any difference from picking up money? It was all thanks to Tony, truly, my personal cash machine, always yielding surprises with a mere reach. With a buoyant spirit, Su Ming's movements became even more ethereal and elusive, his attacks more precise. In the air, Obadiah desperately attempted to activate the thrusters to stabilize his position. However, the immense inertia of the Ironmonger made it difficult to maneuver under Su Ming's relentless assault, forcing Obadiah to contemplate alternative strategies. He had spared Tony once. Surely he could do the same for me. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Obadiah expelled the congealed blood from his mouth, cleared his throat, and endeavored to soften his tone. Destiny man, please hold on a moment. Stop the attack. Cough, cough. Absorbed in his thoughts of integrating Jeet Kune Do into aerial combat, Su Ming momentarily failed to hear Obadiah's plea. The sudden impact of the dimensional punch left a significant dent in Iron Overlord's hard skull. As Iron Overlord spiraled downward, Su Ming's realization struck him. Mr. Obadiah, did you just speak? Dazed and disoriented, Obadiah regained control of his body and blinked vigorously. He could not discern whether Iron Overlord's display was malfunctioning or if it was his own mind that was faltering, as a flurry of golden stars danced before his eyes. That damned bounty hunter. If only I could overpower you, I would surely finish you off. Despite the resentment swirling within him, his words remained exceedingly polite. Indeed, Mr. Fate, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. Hearing that there was a deal to be made piqued Su Ming's interest slightly. It was likely a request for mercy, lacking originality, yet he was willing to hear out the offer. Speak. Oh, I see. As a gentleman, it is rather unseemly for us to engage in such a brawl. Instead, let us resolve this matter in a manner agreeable to both parties. With that, Obadiah proactively removed his mech helmet, struggling to recall the last time he had spoken with such earnestness. Noticing Su Ming's silence and the absence of further blows, a flicker of hope ignited within Obadiah. 10 million. Bounty hunter, let me go. This was a figure no bounty hunter could readily dismiss, Obadiah thought confidently. Su Ming suspected he had misheard. How much? 10 million? Huh. I never imagined that old Obadiah would be so frugal. At the brink of life and death, he was still concerned about saving money. For a moment, Su Ming found himself amused by the naivete of Obadiah. As Su Ming remained silent, Obadiah deduced only one reason for it. His offer was deemed insufficient. The greedy wretch. Obadiah gritted his teeth, causing blood to seep from his mouth. Damn it. I'll need to get a few new teeth when I return. After a brief hesitation, he proposed a new figure. Mr. Fate, how about this? 30 million. Spare me. Su Ming regarded the familiar scene before him and chuckled softly. Not only was Obadiah's starting price far lower than Tony's initial offer, but even his attempts to raise it lacked the flair of Tony Stark. The disparity in stature was glaring. What do you possess to compete with Tony Stark? The capitalist's extravagant generosity is entirely absent in you, pathetic. For this reason alone, Su Ming felt no inclination towards the business proposition Obadiah was presenting. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. How could he forget that he was still prominently displayed on the underground marketplace's bounty list? Even Tony Stark's bounty was merely 800,000. He had previously encountered a wave of assassins en route to Osborn, a well-coordinated group that had cost him considerable effort to fend off. And it was Obadiah who had inflated his bounty to 2 million, securing his position as the top target. This debt needed to be settled. With that thought, Su Ming donned a professional smile, simultaneously distant yet amiable. This caused Tony Stark, who had been closely observing the two, to shudder involuntarily. Oh no. Could it be that another bidding war is about to unfold? A sense of unease gripped him. He then noticed Su Ming slightly shake his head. Mr. Obadiah, regarding the bounty issued by the Underground Exchange, you see. Obadiah suddenly recalled that he had indeed placed a task to hunt down Fate. Upon hearing Su Ming mention it, he wondered if retracting the task would open up a dialogue. His eyes brightened, and a glimmer of hope surged within him. Wonderful. I can finally get my dental work done. Understanding the implication, he contacted the Underground Exchange in front of Su Ming, canceling the bounty on the bounty hunter, Fate. After hanging up, Obadiah gazed at Su Ming with eyes full of anticipation, as if to say, "Are you satisfied now?" Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him as he witnessed the vexing assassination task being lifted, his smile now tinged with sincerity. Very well, Mr. Obadiah. Old Obadiah, recalling Su Ming's inscrutable methods, felt a chill run down his spine, reaffirming that his decision to negotiate with him was indeed sagacious. Mr. Fate, can we now consider my request? Tony, having overheard their exchange, rose to his feet. His narrowed eyes gleamed with a cold light. Obi, come. Who's afraid of whom? We can always stake everything we have. He simultaneously prepared to call Ms. Pepper for funds at any moment. Su Ming, having understood Obadiah's words, reflected on his various behaviors and recognized that this fellow was nothing more than an ungrateful wolf. What kind of decent person would covet the life of his own nephew, whom he had watched grow up, all for the sake of the company? His smile gradually faded, with a hint of disdain. Su Ming regarded Obadiah with indifference. Don't be naive. I do not accept every proposition. Chapter 35. Obadiah Stane, as a founding luminary of Stark Industries, stood as a steadfast friend and business associate to Howard Stark. Following Howard's demise, he assumed the role of mentor to Howard's son, Tony Stark. For 3 decades, Obadiah diligently cultivated the company, witnessing Stark Industries flourish while the dollars flowed ceaselessly into Tony's coffers. Not to mention, Time magazine frequently featured Tony on its cover, making headlines with alarming regularity. This young man even took advantage of the situation to court nearly all the cover girls of Maxim magazine. The lavish lifestyle Tony now relished gradually unbalanced Obadiah's heart. This should all be mine. Mine. A nefarious thought began to germinate within Obadiah's mind. Eliminate Tony and take his place. This notion became uncontrollable following Tony's audacious announcement to cease all weapon development and sales at Stark Industries after his return from a dire situation. Tony Stark amassed wealth beyond measure, and now he wouldn't even allow others a taste of the broth. To sever one's financial lifeline is akin to murdering one's parents. Obadiah resolved to take action. just as he painstakingly crafted an invincible suit of armor. Poised to deliver a fatal blow to Tony, he was unexpectedly thwarted by a bounty hunter. His prideful missiles and Gatling guns proved utterly impotent before this adversary. The high-strength armor he had meticulously forged crumbled like mere paper beneath the weight of his foe's effortless strikes. Outmatched. Indeed, he was outmatched. He lamented that he should have eliminated Tony when he had the opportunity to dismantle his reactor. When had they conspired together? With a bruised visage, Obadiah was compelled to engage with this formidable opponent, offering a handsome bounty and even graciously rescinding the assassination contract previously placed in the underground market. What more do you want from me? Obadiah's pride and dignity were deeply wounded by the nonchalant rejection from Su Ming. The bitterness and resentment within him erupted into a fiery rage. Are you toying with me? Very well, I'll ensure you pay the price. With a furious roar, Obadiah activated the missile system he had long prepared. The Ironmonger's torso and limbs opened multiple missile hatches, launching dozens of missiles amidst a blaze of fire and smoke from various angles towards Su Ming. The spider's sense instantaneously alerted him. The sensation of being locked onto by the missiles tightening his skin. So, when business negotiations falter, one resorts to flipping the table? Su Ming scoffed at Obadiah's unplayable antics. The worst kind are those who turn hostile at the slightest disagreement, devoid of any technical finesse. Yet, his movements did not falter. Throwing knives whirled through the air as his body flickered, tracing erratic curves. Su Ming acknowledged the advanced technology behind those missiles, even with his elusive movements. A dozen missiles remained tightly locked onto him, avoiding collision with one another. The anticipated imagery of missiles colliding and exploding did not materialize. He watched as the missiles drew ever closer. As Su Ming contemplated the fact that enduring a barrage from a Gatling gun was already quite generous, he mused that these larger contraptions were entirely unnecessary. After all, his attire lay in tatters, and a missile explosion would only exacerbate his predicament. After all, strolling about New York with such chaos is indeed a transgression. His attention was inadvertently drawn to the missile, emblazoned with the Stark Industries emblem, and his eyes sparkled with recognition. He was all too familiar with this insignia, as it had once symbolized wealth amidst the spoils of war. The system promptly displayed a valuation alert. Griffin missile launched, valuation 30,000. A daring idea took root in Su Ming's mind. He focused intently, heightened his spider sense to its maximum, and in a moment of stillness, he darted to the side of the missile. Just as the missile registered the shift in target location, ready to adjust its trajectory, Su Ming placed his hand upon the cold steel of the missile. Exchange successful. 30,000. Account balance 224,515,000. In an instant, the missile pivoted direction and vanished in a puff of smoke. Su Ming reveled in the thrill, employing the same tactic anew, transforming into a dancer upon the razor's edge, flitting between the remaining missiles. Obadiah, on the other hand, found himself witnessing a scene of unimaginable horror, contrary to his expectations of a series of missile detonations. The bounty hunter darted about with the agility of a fly, seeming to toy with the missiles behind him. These were missiles, for heaven's sake. Even more absurd was the realization that his own missiles were disappearing one by one at Su Ming's behest. This led Obadiah to question the very fabric of reality in which he found himself. You are no human. You are a demon. You have ruined everything. Obadiah's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, there was no turning back. Having personally extracted Tony's reactor, he had burned his bridges. A resolution was imperative. Recognizing his lack of advantage, Obadiah gradually succumbed to madness, initiating the reactor's self-destruct sequence, cranking the thrusters to maximum, and hurtling towards Su Ming. Damn bounty hunter, you have thwarted my plans too often. Today, you shall perish. Meanwhile, Su Ming was in high spirits, having exchanged a multitude of missiles that enriched his account by hundreds of thousands. The exhilaration of securing contracts while simultaneously profiting was intoxicating. Suddenly, his spider sense blared a frantic warning. Instantly aware that he faced an unprecedented crisis, Su Ming's senses heightened. But what was it? In the tranquil night sky, a cumbersome iron behemoth lumbered toward him, seemingly shouting something. No, something was amiss. Obadiah, who had previously dared not approach him, now exhibited an audacity that was unsettling. As Su Ming's gaze swept over the battered mech, his pupils narrowed. The once stable azure glow of the reactor in the chest of the Iron Giant was now morphing into a volatile crimson. Curses! This old fool is going all in. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Ming wasted no time and ascended into the air. Obadiah seemed resolute in his intention to carry away the demon before him. Dedicating all his energy to flight, his speed steadily increasing, subtly hinting at the possibility of catching up with Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming contemplated his response. Should he flee? Certainly, he could. He was confident that he could evade Obadiah before the latter reached a frigid height. But such an act appeared to lack a certain thrill. There remained numerous Jeet Kune Do techniques yet to be integrated into flight. Perhaps he could seize this final opportunity. To experiment? With a Deadpool-esque recovery as his safety net, the worst-case scenario would be a temporary diminishment in size before regaining his form. However, such an exquisite target would be hard to come by again. Without hesitation, Su Ming recalled the techniques from Jeet Kune Do that were fitting for the current situation. Suddenly, a classic image flashed in his mind, Bruce Lee soaring into the air, delivering a fierce kick to the enemy. The essence of that moment was perfectly complemented by the sharp yet defiant cry, "Ada, how brutal, yet how exhilarating." With his determination solidified, Su Ming adjusted his trajectory in midair, eyeing the ironmonger, who was still several dozen meters away. The energy within him surged, volatile and on the verge of breaking free from the reactor's control. Have you ever witnessed a leg technique descending from the heavens? Closing his eyes, he quietly revisited the imagery in his mind, practicing the mechanics of his power repeatedly in thought. Then, Su Ming sprang into action, his eyes wide open, bright as lanterns. A fleeting glint of cold light. He released 3 throwing knives, instantly maximizing his descent speed. Bang! The sound of breaking the sound barrier reverberated across the skyline of New York City. His body transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the ironmonger. Battling against the immense resistance of the air, Su Ming gradually bent his knees, his facial expression increasingly exaggerated. He was fully immersed in the moment. At the instant of collision with the ironmonger, he propelled himself forcefully from the ground. A high-pitched, piercing cry, brimming with audacious fervor, emanated from Su Ming's chest. Echoing across the city's expanse, Ada, Chapter 36. I am Iron Man. Obadiah had already resigned himself to death. What difference does it make whether a capitalist is disgraced or dead? Rather than languishing in prison, he would rather fight valiantly one last time. As he beheld the fate rushing towards him, a cruel smile crept across his face. Dare to approach? Just what I desire. With great effort, Obadiah activated the colossal arms of the ironmonger, intending to seize Su Ming the moment he drew near, and together they would meet their maker. As Su Ming's exaggerated expression magnified before him, Obadiah had already wrapped his arms around Su Ming from behind. Ada! Boom! Crack! It was as if he had been struck head-on by a train. The Iron Man's suit shattered instantaneously, and Obadiah could distinctly hear the sound of his bones fracturing, though his hands remained steadfastly clinging to Su Ming. The joints of the exosuit had already broken apart, no longer able to provide any augmentation. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had propelled himself against the chest of the ironmonger. In his dazed state, Obadiah could vaguely hear a voice exclaiming something. Ada? His mind blank. Obadiah could only think, what does Ada mean? Why is it shouted with such fervor? Is he insane? Obadiah erupted with blood, his mangled exosuit transforming into a meteor as it plummeted towards the massive energy reactor at the heart of the Stark workshop. Ironically, this reactor was precisely developed by Obadiah to power the ironmonger. Yet they lacked the capability to shrink it to a size that could fit within the suit's chest cavity. Crack! Crack! The reactor became exceedingly volatile upon the intrusion of an external object. Enormous arcs of electricity ravaged the laboratory, decimating its various structures. Obadiah's aging body was instantly reduced to dust in the torrent of energy, yet the Mark II reactor reached a critical point of collapse. A flash of white light illuminated the entirety of New York City, as if it were day. A mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The tremendous shockwave forcefully propelled everything it touched outward, devastating everything in its wake. In mere moments, the Stark workshop had been leveled to the ground. Just a minute prior, Tony had been engrossed in watching Obadiah being ruthlessly crushed. Unbeknownst to him, he was perched atop the very reactor in question. Upon witnessing the shattered ironmonger plummet into the reactor, Tony felt a tightening in his gut. Oh no. In no time, he transformed into a tumbling mass of metal amidst the shockwave. Even clad in armor, his options were severely limited. Tony could only seal his visor, protect his unarmored hands, and curl his body as the shockwave carried him through the skies and depths below. New York had just witnessed a monumental event. The populace could not ignore the blinding white light that illuminated the skyline last night, nor could they overlook the subsequent massive explosion. Was it the end of the world? This was the sentiment of the dreamers. Had war been ignited? This was the belief of the Hawks. Yet the overwhelming response from the majority of ordinary citizens was, the son of the beach. Is it possible that there are earthquakes in New York? In any case, the violent explosion at Stark Industries has once again thrust Tony Stark into the limelight of public opinion. At this moment, Tony lies in bed, his body swathed in bandages. He suffers from multiple fractures and varying degrees of soft tissue contusions, with a myriad of wounds adorning his form. These injuries primarily result not from his battle with Obadiah, but rather from the explosion's aftermath. Now resembling a gasping mummy, Tony Stark can only move his eyes, which he fixates on Su Ming before him, his tone tinged with melancholy. Mr. Silver, thank you. The money will follow. Pepper Potts, standing nearby, can no longer hold her tongue. But Tony, the Stark facility has been destroyed. In response, Tony can only offer a bitter smile. Indeed, a mere 200 million pales in comparison to the entirety of Stark Industries, a trifling sum. Yet, had it not been for Su Ming's timely intervention, he might not have emerged from this ordeal unscathed. After all, he himself had once contemplated using the reactor to eliminate Obadiah. This outcome seems to pose no real issue. After all, it is merely money. When Su Ming realized that the explosion's magnitude could potentially claim Tony's life, he abruptly remembered that he had yet to settle his bill. That simply wouldn't do. Activating his enhanced vision, he diligently searched for Tony's figure. At last, he spotted a metallic gleam amidst the rubble, allowing him to hoist Tony back to Stark Tower. Tony was fortunate. Su Ming's keen eyesight far surpassed that of rescue personnel. Had it been anyone else, Tony would not have received aid so swiftly. Before Pepper arrived, Su Ming took the opportunity to wash up, donning a fresh suit of Tony's, discarding the tattered remnants of what was once recognizable. Upon hearing their conversation, he shrugged nonchalantly. Tony, the promised $200 million has a discount, so it's $198 million. You know the account details. I'm off now. Indeed, the reason he insisted on witnessing Tony's treatment was his fear that, should Tony perish, there would be no one to settle the bill. With the promise secured, Su Ming departed with a sense of relief. Once assured that Tony was safe and out of danger, Pepper's grievances once again took precedence. Tony, what is this $200 million about? The facility has been destroyed, and the funding chain is on the brink of collapse. At a time like this, you tell me you owe someone $200 million? Potts, let me explain. At the Manhattan Hotel, when Su Ming awoke, it was already the following afternoon. Draping a robe around himself and enjoying a lavish breakfast delivered by Elisa, he switched on the television. The airwaves were inundated with coverage of last night's events. Good day, viewers. Surely you are all keenly aware of the explosion that occurred at Stark Industries last night. Here is the detailed report. The screen replayed scenes of Tony clad in his armored suit battling Obadiah, even showing the moment he rescued a bus full of children, each frame meticulously broadcasted. This ignited yet another wave of fervor among the citizens of New York. In their city, a new superhero has emerged, Iron Man. The media's ability to generate hype is truly remarkable. Surveillance footage effectively conveyed to everyone that Iron Man, even in the face of adversity, was valiantly safeguarding their lives. Although Spider-Man and Scarlet Sentry had previously captured public attention, the sudden appearance of Iron Man fulfilled the desires of every tech enthusiast yearning for mechanized prowess. The cries for Iron Man among the populace soared, and his popularity surged, making him a prominent figure, second only to Scarlet Sentry. Indeed, While Scarlet Sentry only concealed half of his face, exuding undeniable charm, Iron Man, though handsome, did not quite align with the aesthetic preferences of many women. In the rankings of superhero popularity, Su Ming still held the top position. A week later, at the Stark Industries press conference, James Rhodes, impeccably attired in his Air Force uniform, addressed the microphone regarding the industrial incident at Stark. Unverified reports suggested that a prototype robot malfunctioned, resulting in severe reactor damage. Fortunately, the television broadcast displayed the official response, as Ms. Potts adjusted Tony's tie and removed the last Band-Aid from his nose. At that moment, Agent Phil handed Tony a proof of alibi. "You were on the yacht. We have port reports confirming you were at Avalon all night, along with testimonies from your 50 guests." To protect Tony, SHIELD's stance was to oppose Tony revealing his identity. They not only prepared an alibi for him, but also meticulously arranged Obadiah's whereabouts. Holding SHIELD's statement, Tony Stark stood at the podium, gazing down at the sea of reporters and the multitude of cameras, as he endeavored to convince the media that Iron Man was merely a bodyguard clad in a suit. Journalist Christine Elliott, familiar with Tony, raised a challenge. "I am not cut out to be a hero." Rhodes sensed the dissonance and discreetly urged Tony to adhere to the script. "Oh, right, okay." Facing the reporters and media once more, a spark illuminated Tony's eyes. "In truth, I am Iron Man." The crowd erupted into fervor. Chapter 37, The Iron Body in Just a Few Days. The spectators of New York were afforded an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The astounding explosion at Stark Industries unveiled a mysterious hero clad in armor to the public eye. At the subsequent press conference, Tony Stark boldly proclaimed himself as Iron Man. This revelation left everyone astounded, yet somehow convinced, for when one possesses an abundance of wealth, the inclination toward novel and exhilarating pursuits becomes inevitable. As a result of Tony's public declaration, Stark Industries stock prices soared dramatically. The losses incurred from the destruction of the workshop were swiftly recuperated within a single day, and the stock continued to reach new heights. This led Ms. Pepper Potts to regard Tony with newfound respect. Truly, he is Tony, always managing to turn the tide at critical moments. However, this outcome was far from Tony Stark's expectations. His original intention was to showcase his impressive creation, a remarkable suit of armor. If he could not don it at will or utilize it as desired, it would be akin to possessing beauty without the ability to touch. The potential repercussions on the company's business and stock due to his capriciousness had not crossed his mind in the slightest. Yet, such as life, blessings and misfortunes are often intertwined. While Tony fervently pursued the development of a new suit, rejecting the media's relentless attention, he conceived a brilliant idea to encapsulate the armor within a briefcase. "I am indeed a genius." While Tony immersed himself in the creation of the new suit, Stark stock continued to flourish. Soon, Su Ming received a transfer from Tony, $200 million. Despite their agreement for a 10 discount, he insisted on rounding it up. The feeling of having ample funds was intoxicating. Su Ming reminisced about his earlier battle with Iron Tyrant. Although his Deadpool-like regeneration was formidable, even reaching an extraordinary level, it still had its shortcomings, after all. No matter how swiftly one heals, injuries are still a reality. How could he avoid being injured? With this question in mind, Su Ming perused the pages of the system's marketplace. He already had an answer. When it comes to invulnerability, nothing compares to the ironclad physique of Superman. Su Ming was also curious as to why, despite being in the Marvel realm, the system still contained Superman's attributes. After all, Superman and Marvel do not seem to belong to the same universe. Upon encountering several familiar abilities in the system's marketplace, Su Ming was instantly enlightened. Devil Fruit Random Effects. $10 billion. Killing Curse Avada Kedavra. $5 billion. Spirit World Fist Technique Spirit Wave Fist. $2 billion. Pirates? Harry? Yu Yu Hakusho. Recognizing the origins of several abilities, Su Ming felt no further objections. All right, I was naive. Although those renowned powers were tantalizing, the same issue persisted: insufficient funds. It was back to the study of the Iron Body. Superman Iron Body. $10 million. Why is it so inexpensive? Regardless, I must acquire it first. Exchange. $10 million. Ability exchange successful. Account balance. 403, 455, 700. Suddenly realizing that the iron body could be upgraded, Su-Ming finally understood. So it was inexpensive due to its low level. Observing the upgrade interface of the iron body. Iron body LV1, resistance to cold weapons. Iron body LV2, resistance to small caliber weapons. 80 million. Iron body LV2, resistance to small caliber weapons. Iron body LV3, resistance to large caliber weapons. 100 million. Iron body LV3, resistance to large caliber weapons. Iron body LV4, resistance to heavy weapons. 500 million. Iron body LV4, resistance to heavy weapons. Iron body LV5, resistance to strategic weapons. 5 billion. He directly chose to upgrade the iron body. Upgrade. 180 million. Talent exchange successful. Account balance. 223, 455, 700. After waiting for a while, he felt nothing. Su-Ming picked up a fruit knife from the table and made a forceful slice on his palm. Sizzle, clang. The fruit knife snapped in response, letting out a long "oh." He realized it had indeed become harder, witnessing the fruit knife go from a dull blade to breaking. Su-Ming truly felt what it meant to be impervious to blades and bullets. He could sense that his skin remained quite soft. Yet an invisible force impeded the knife's cutting. Is this the iron body? A glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes. Let's try again. After a bit of preparation, he opened the window, stood on the balcony, and gazed down from a height of several stories. Su-Ming leapt from the window. Experiencing the rush of wind for the first time while jumping, he felt a twinge of fear and instinctively wanted to throw out a knife to cushion his fall. However, to better test the effects of the iron body, he suppressed his instinct for self-preservation and allowed gravity to bring him crashing down. Boom. He landed solidly. And aside from feeling a slight tremor, he didn't even experience a hint of numbness in his feet, as if he had merely stepped down a flight of stairs. Not bad. Pulling his feet from the ground, Su-Ming walked to the corner behind the building, retrieved the handgun borrowed from Eliza, and aimed it at his chest. Firing a volley. Bang, bang, clang, clang. In his enhanced vision, bullets erupted from the fiery muzzle, instantly transforming into small metal discs upon contact with his body, immediately shattering. Aside from a few holes in his t-shirt, his body remained unscathed. Looking up at the balcony of his room, Su-Ming felt the urge to fly. With the iron body, not being able to fly seemed inappropriate. Here we go. He sprang into the air with all his might, soaring towards the sky. Aha! As he ascended, Su-Ming relished the sensation of flight. But just as he pondered how to change direction, the upward momentum began to wane until it halted. Then he started to descend, landing back on the ground. Su-Ming gazed up at the sky in frustration, realizing he couldn't fly. It had merely been a result of his body's strength allowing him to jump a bit higher. No wonder I can't turn. Cursing under his breath, Su-Ming returned to his room, carelessly tossing aside his tattered t-shirt. Unwilling to accept defeat, he continued to explore the system's marketplace until he stumbled upon Superman Eye of Energy, 800 million, Superman X-ray vision, 500 million, Superman Biological Stance, 20 billion. It dawned on him that the steel body he had exchanged for was merely the most basic ability among Superman's many powers. Gazing at the exorbitant prices listed, particularly the biological stance at the bottom, Su-Ming realized the absurdity of it all. With just over 200 million left in his pocket, everything seemed enticing yet beyond his reach. He decided to pursue something more attainable. Having acquired the steel body, it was only fitting that his physical strength keep pace as well. A low-tier version of Superman, capable of traversing land, would suffice. Observing the upgrade interface for physical enhancement. Physical enhancement LV, 2 LV, 3, permanently increases physical ability by 200 points, 20 million. Physical enhancement LV, 3 LV4, permanently increases physical ability by 2,000 points, 200 million. Su-Ming began to spend. Upgrade, 220 million. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance, 3, 455, 700. He opened his attributes panel. Name, Su-Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 2235 current balance, 3, 455, 700 existing talents, Deadpool level recovery, dynamic vision LV. 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV. 4. Faceless mask, danger sense LV. 1. Precise throwing LV. 2. Mastery of sketching, steel body LV. 3. Why is there no LV? 5 for physical enhancement. Pondering this, Su Ming soon found himself in trouble. The sheer increase in strength was so significant that even the slightest movement could wreak havoc on his surroundings. Attempting to drink water resulted in a crushed cup. Opening a door led to a shattered handle. Even the simple act of sitting down flattened the sofa into a mere silhouette. Reflecting on the financial toll of the damages incurred at the hotel over the past few days, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. Oh no. It seems I may have overdone it. Chapter 38. Oh dear, Mr. Silver Duke. A month later, Su Ming had finally acclimated to the changes in his physique. Albeit at the expense of numerous hotel facilities, incurring considerable costs. Through an upgrade, his body had ascended to an unprecedented level, significantly affecting his daily life. Yet, the results were remarkable. He could now effortlessly lift steel coils weighing around 20 tons with a single hand. And he even ventured into Tony's weapon manufacturing workshop to practice with a brand new tank. The tank, exceeding 60 tons, was easily raised by him with minimal effort. Under the cover of night, he stealthily approached New York Harbor, comparing himself against various cargo ships, discovering that he could effortlessly push smaller vessels. And with a bit of exertion, even nudge larger ones. It is worth noting that even while floating, the weight of a large cargo ship starts at a staggering 100,000 tons. This exhilarated Su Ming immensely. Notably, during Su Ming's adjustment period, the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, had visited him several times, each time eagerly inviting Su Ming to join him in his endeavors. Peter, utilizing his spare time, tirelessly assisted the New York police in combating crime. Ever since Detective George Stacy had acknowledged Spider-Man, he had inadvertently shared information about challenging cases, which instilled in Peter an unparalleled sense of validation and purpose. However, recently, Peter had encountered a peculiar individual, a person clad in green armor, adorned with a demonic mask, who soared through the air on a flying apparatus. Their brief encounter left Peter perplexed, as the stranger had merely exchanged a few moves before departing, without any overtly aggressive actions. Spider-Sense warned Peter of the individual's peril, leaving the green figure indelibly etched in his mind. Once again declining Spider-Man's invitation to team up, Su Ming expressed that he could never emulate Peter's selfless dedication. As a bounty hunter, the pursuit of wealth was his sole priority. His refusal had cast a shadow on the heroic image Peter had envisioned, marking it with a hint of coldness. In the hotel, Su Ming reflected on his recent actions. Thank goodness I was clever enough to leap between floors. Otherwise, I might have inadvertently damaged the elevator, and with my current balance, affording repairs would be quite a challenge. However, this was not a sustainable solution. He needed to earn money swiftly. Gazing at the $100,000 in his account, Su Ming lamented, "I'm utterly broke." At that moment, the phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Silver Duke." It was Tony Stark. Su Ming was taken aback. Wasn't Tony supposedly engrossed in developing a new suit? Had he completed it so swiftly? Tony's slightly haughty voice resonated through the phone. "Mr. Silver Duke, I just recalled our agreement. It's time to set forth." Su Ming's eyes sparkled with realization, recalling Tony's invitation to a destination, Las Vegas. "Let us go." Tony's cheerful voice echoed from the other end of the line. Tony Stark was in high spirits lately. Since the revelation of his identity as Iron Man, Tony Stark has swiftly ascended to the status of a national idol. Who could possibly resist the allure of a mech suit? Tony mused, with a hint of pride. Even more exhilarating for him was the successful completion of his latest armor prototype. He firmly believed that when he unveiled this new battle attire, it would leave everyone utterly astounded. Words like handsome hardly captured the essence of that feeling. Reflecting on the moment of triumph in his experiments, even Tony found himself awestruck by his own invention. It was time to indulge a bit. As a genius, Tony was never one to be overly diligent. Upon achieving short-term success, he felt compelled to savor the fruits of his labor. Recalling the remarkable card skills of the Crimson Gambler, a glint of ambition sparkled in Tony's eyes. After all, it was Las Vegas. Previous losses were inconsequential. This time, he would bring forth their nightmare. The master of cards, Mr. Crimson Gambler. Indeed, Tony had frequented the luxurious casinos of Las Vegas more than once, but each time, he left with the reputation of a hapless sheep, unable to maintain rationality in the face of probability. Moreover, there were the tricks and cunning plays. Tony dispatched a vehicle to pick up Su Ming from a hotel in Manhattan, and together they boarded Tony's private jet, heading towards the gambler's paradise, Las Vegas. 3 days later. Oh, God, please, my God. Tony now deeply regretted bringing Su Ming to Las Vegas for high-stakes gambling. Even more regretful was the extravagant promise he made aboard the private plane. Half the winnings would be shared, while losses would be solely on him. 3 days. A mere 3 days. Tony had lost an astounding $500 million. In his memory, only a true master of the cards, capable of wielding them as weapons, could exhibit such finesse. Yet, this time, he misjudged Su Ming, who appeared to be a complete novice. Armed solely with the audacity of a hero, he dared to call and bet on any hand. This nearly caused Tony's heart to leap out of his chest. Initially, Tony assumed Su Ming was feigning ignorance to throw him off balance, expecting him to recover in the final moments. However, to his utter disbelief, not only was Su Ming inexperienced, he didn't even know how to play. Brother, if you can't play, you should have said so. Why act as if victory was assured? I believed you. While Tony Stark was on the verge of despair, Su Ming was thoroughly enjoying his role as a father figure. At first, everyone granted Tony a place at the gambling table out of respect for his status. But as it became apparent that Tony was increasingly deferring to Su Ming's decisions, the latter's treatment improved dramatically. Surrounded by glamorous showgirls, served with fine wines, fruits, and cigars, countless envious glances from the upper echelons of society, the dealer's flirtatious gazes. Truly, Las Vegas epitomizes the gambler's mentality. When Su Ming repeatedly confirmed that Tony would cover his expenses, any lingering reluctance in his heart dissipated completely. It was done with ease. The gaze of the enchanting dealer shifted from flirtation to delight, and then transformed into a tender affection as she thought, "Darling, do not leave. It has been ages since I encountered such an easily swayed lamb." Piles of chips vanished before Su Ming's eyes. And of the $500 million lost by Tony, $400 million were attributable to Su Ming's prowess. This revelation left Tony Stark astounded. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, $500 million is merely a figure, after all. Although slightly vexed, Tony always possessed a method to console himself. He nearly donned his latest suit of armor, reluctantly pulling the insatiable Su Ming away from the casino, as if he could see the bills in his wallet, whispering, "Thank you, Tony, for timely preserving me." On board the private jet, Tony regarded Su Ming with a complex expression. What a trap, Mr. Silverduke. After playing cards to such an extent, do not tell me you do not gamble? Reflecting on the substantial losses he incurred, he lamented the sheer waste at a time when he was in dire need of funds. Yet the ambience of the world-class Las Vegas casino, the colors, the personnel, the temperature, the fragrances stimulated the affluent gamblers to continue indulging. These individuals were indeed the experts of applied science. Realizing the casino as formidable allure, Su Ming, with a hint of resignation, replied to Tony's inquiry, "Oh, Tony, who told you I gamble?" Contemplating Su Ming's words, Tony recognized that all of this was merely a figment of his own presumptions. Who was Tony Stark, after all? As long as one enjoyed the experience, what harm was there in spending a little? He instantly cast aside the displeasure of his losses and, struck by inspiration, suggested enthusiastically, "Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. I've heard there is a splendid racetrack in Morocco. Let us venture there for some fun." Chapter 39, $500 million. I will assist you. Tony Stark reclined on the sofa, indulging in a brief respite after consuming several glasses of brandy. Meanwhile, Su Ming marveled at the luxurious private jet before him. He had discreetly activated the valuation feature of the system, which revealed the aircraft's price, modified private jet valuation, for $100 million. Desperate for funds, Su Ming contemplated the audacious idea of simply handing over Tony's jet to the system. After all, his wealth had never exceeded $400 million. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. On one hand, The owner of the aircraft was right in front of him, and Tony had no intention of gifting or lending it to Su Ming. On the other, they were soaring through the skies, and even if he could exchange it, the consequences for those aboard would be dire. This was not a fate Su Ming wished to witness. Perhaps the previous opportunity in Las Vegas had been a lucrative prospect, but his account balance was insufficient to acquire a gambling prowess. Su Ming had considered borrowing some money from Tony to gain a formidable gambling talent and dominate Las Vegas. Yet, gazing at Tony's arrogant visage, he found himself unable to utter the request. Since their acquaintance, he had never allowed Tony to gain the upper hand. It had always been Tony seeking his assistance. Borrowing money was out of the question. After all, Tony had declared that any losses would fall on him. The psychological gamesmanship between men. Perhaps not many comprehend this. Watching Tony falter was one of the few pleasures Su Ming had aside from the pursuit of wealth. He resolved to have Alyssa continue investigating Afghanistan, or perhaps consider a journey to Somalia. Colombia was also a tempting option. Just as Su Ming pondered his next plan for financial gain, Tony, restless and unable to sleep, was acutely aware that his time may be limited. While engrossed in developing his new suit, he inadvertently discovered a significant increase in the palladium levels within his body. The core energy source of his armor was the reactor in his chest, which relied on palladium. The remnants of missile fragments in his body had yet to be fully eradicated, and the electromagnetic force from the reactor was holding them tightly in place. This meant that for the foreseeable future, he could not escape the reactor and survive independently. Palladium is a toxic substance to the human body, and Tony's prolonged retention of it had poisoned him. Within a mere month, the toxin levels in his blood had surged to 53. The reactor was initially installed to save his life, and only secondarily to power the suit. But now, was the reactor demanding his life? This was an inescapable predicament, truly infuriating. Tony was determined not to allow his company's downfall due to his deteriorating health, so before departing, he appointed Ms. Pepper Potts as the president of the company. He even engaged a legal advisor to ensure a proper and lawful transition. To be fair, Ms. Natalie Rushman was indeed a captivating figure. But when did a legal advisor become capable of effortlessly outshining the president's bodyguard? Mr. Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's chief bodyguard, appeared as fragile as a sheet of paper before Ms. Natalie. Is this scientifically plausible? Reflecting on his newly developed battle suit, another question emerged in Tony's mind. Do I still require a bodyguard? At the Monte Carlo racetrack, clad in a stylish blue racing suit, Tony Stark joyfully discovered another area in which Mr. Silver lacked prowess: racing. He persistently invited Su Ming to experience the thrill of racing firsthand, displaying an unusually earnest demeanor. Su Ming, however, was not oblivious to Tony's ulterior motives. He simply wished to witness Su Ming's potential embarrassment. Let him gloat. Once I accumulate enough wealth, I could effortlessly exchange for driving skills on par with Schumacher to dazzle him. Additionally, there are also high-stakes gambling strategies. Or perhaps playing against the house tonight would suffice. As Tony turned to prepare for the race, Su Ming caught a fleeting glimpse of something amiss. A dark hue on Tony's skin, a distinct sign of poisoning manifesting from within. Realization dawned on Su Ming. How long had it been? The symptoms of Tony's poisoning were now visibly apparent. A brilliant idea sparked in his mind. A lucrative opportunity to intercept a box that could inspire Tony to develop a new type of reactor, a relic left by Tony's father. As for its location, Tony had already divulged that information. During their flight, Tony had repeatedly mentioned a legal consultant named Natalie Rushman, clearly intrigued by her. Upon hearing the name, Su Ming recognized her instantly, the renowned Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, the chief female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. This triggered Su Ming's memories. S.H.I.E.L.D. had preserved the research findings left by Tony's father, ultimately handing them over to Tony to assist in the creation of a new reactor element. Resolute in his decision, Su Ming called Tony aside and whispered, "500 million. I can help you." Tony Stark was perplexed by Mr. Silver's cryptic statement. What 500 million? What can you assist me with? Su Ming offered a professional smile, causing Tony to instinctively flinch, a growing sense of impending financial loss creeping in. With a look of skepticism and caution, Tony regarded Su Ming, awaiting an explanation. Sensing Tony's wariness, Su Ming sighed inwardly. This proactive approach to soliciting business is rather unappealing. It feels like a waste of breath. And the other party may not even accept. Didn't Tony appear to be on high alert, like a wolf wary of a potential threat? Recalling the unsuccessful attempts he had made at securing business previously, Su Ming feared that this time, Tony might not be inclined to believe him. With a sense of cautious optimism, he ventured, "You're poisoned, aren't you, Tony?" Tony Stark's expression froze, surprise evident as he regarded Su Ming, his eyes darting rapidly. Momentarily at a loss for words, Su Ming continued in a hushed tone, "Tony, I know the palladium in the arc reactor in your chest is eroding your body. I can help you resolve this issue." Extending a hand, his professional smile grew increasingly warm, all for just 500 million. Listening to Su Ming's words, Tony's expression shifted from surprise to shock, and then to disbelief. Finally, with a light chuckle, he shook his head in resignation. "Mr. Silver, I don't believe you can assist me in this matter. Yet, your powers of observation are truly commendable. I must ask you to keep this under wraps for the time being. Let us speak no more of this. Allow me to fetch you a trophy." With that, Tony removed his glasses, offered Su Ming a confident smile, donned his helmet, and strode toward the blue and white racing car emblazoned with the Stark insignia. His outstretched hand lingered in the air as Su Ming watched Tony deftly leap into the narrow confines of the racing cockpit. As the green light illuminated, dozens of cars transformed into streaks of vibrant colors racing into the distance. The thunderous roar of various racing engines reminded Su Ming of yet another failed attempt to solicit business. With a hint of confusion, he made his way to the spectator stands. Was this what the old adage meant? Chasing after something is not a transaction? Reflecting on his recent conversation with Tony, Su Ming did not perceive any fault in himself. He indeed possessed the crucial tools to aid Tony in extricating himself from his predicament. Regrettably, Tony harbored no faith in him. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, Tony had learned a valuable lesson from Las Vegas, never to trust anything beyond Su Ming's combat prowess. At that moment, a peculiar figure clad in staff attire appeared on the racetrack. In a flash of electricity, the upper half of the figure's clothing was instantaneously reduced to ashes, revealing a high-tech suit beneath. A reactor almost identical to Tony's adorned the chest, with electric lines pulsating and entwining around the person's torso and arms. Two long whips dangled to the ground, their erratic leaps of electricity carving deep grooves into the once smooth racetrack. Outside the guardrail, Su Ming instantly recognized the individual. "Oh, isn't that who I think it is?" Chapter 40. Turmoil at the racecourse. A sudden gasp rippled through the bustling arena as staff members shouted loudly, attempting to halt the audacious intruder who had dared to breach the racetrack. The figure revealed himself by peeling back his shirt, exposing an arc reactor akin to that of Iron Man. With arms outstretched, he activated his electric whip weapon to its fullest potential. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the dramatic entrance. It was indeed quite imposing. This individual was Ivan Vanko, the son of Anton Vanko, who had once collaborated with Howard Stark, Tony's father, on the development of arc reactor technology. However, Anton was later expelled by Howard due to his involvement in arms smuggling. On his deathbed, Anton grasped his son Ivan's hand, declaring that Stark was nothing but a thief who had stolen his technology and everything it entailed. All that Tony Stark possessed rightfully belonged to Ivan Vanko. Clearly, another Obadiah had emerged. Thus, Ivan became resolute in his belief that the Stark family had pilfered his father's research, vowing to exact vengeance. He crafted an improved arc reactor and electric whip weapon, finally seizing the opportunity to commence his revenge at the racetrack. As he faced an oncoming race car at high speed, he lashed out with his whip, cleaving it in two. The explosion of sparks and the dismembered vehicle left the audience in utter shock. At that moment, Tony's car sped into view, and Ivan swung his electric whip once more, instantly bisecting Tony's vehicle. Witnessing Tony's car tumble over due to its immense inertia, Su Ming swiftly dashed to the wreckage, gently lifting the car to restore it to its upright position. After all, it had been Tony who had been guiding him through these past few days. Su Ming could not stand idly by while Tony faced disaster, albeit his intervention would come at a different price. Oh my goodness, what has transpired? Tony struggled to extricate himself from the cockpit. Su Ming observed the whip-wielding man striding purposefully toward Tony and kindly cautioned, "Tony, it appears he is coming for you." What? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a crackling whip of electricity lashed out at Tony. Unarmed and unprepared, Tony was no match for him. After mere moments, Tony found himself desperately evading attacks. After all, a weapon capable of effortlessly slicing through race cars would surely spell doom for anyone who made contact with it. In a moment of desperation, Tony shouted, "Mr. Silver, help me." The whip-wielding man seemed singularly focused on Tony, affording Su Ming an opportunity to take action elsewhere. As he had just repositioned Tony's vehicle, a system alert appeared before him. Damaged Formula Racing car valuation, 1 million. Gazing at the smoldering wreckage that had been cleaved in two, Su Ming marveled. Truly, it is F1. Even in ruins, it retains such value. He then turned his attention to another race car that had met the same fate, the driver barely managing to escape. A glance toward the audience revealed that, in the face of the chaos, everyone had transformed into adept escape artists, prioritizing their swift departure from this perilous venue, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding on the track. Exchange. 1 million. Redemption successful. Account balance. 155,000 USD. Quite impressive. Su Ming dashed toward the accident-ridden race car, which was on the verge of exploding. Damaged Formula Racing car valuation. 1.8 million US. Redeem. 1.8 million. Redemption successful. Account balance. 5,955,000 USD. As he beheld the account balance surge to 5 million US, Su Ming felt a semblance of security. Continuing in this state of poverty, he would struggle to even pay Elisa's salary. Suddenly, he heard Tony's cry for help, and his eyes sparkled. This was precisely what he needed. My wallet. Recalling the details of the individual before him, this was no ordinary character. The price should not be set too low. After a moment's contemplation, he proclaimed, "Tony, it seems you have forgotten my status. Please show some respect for my profession. Thank you." Tony, in the midst of fleeing, was not the least surprised by Su Ming's reaction but still muttered a curse. At a time like this, you dare to raise the price? Despicable. I truly detest this guy. If only my newly developed battle suit were here, I wouldn't have to endure this nonsense from you lot. Had I known, I wouldn't have ventured out with pots, and what's more, with that ungrateful Silver. Always thinking about money. Cursing aside, as Tony was about to make an offer to Su Ming, a crackling whip of electricity lashed out again. Crap. Tony barely managed to evade the whip with a combination of agility and skill. At that moment, Happy barreled onto the racetrack in Tony's Rolls-Royce, slamming Ivan violently against the barrier. Bang! Tony's eyes lit up as he quickly approached the car. Right on time. Zing! Just as Tony opened the car door, a bolt of lightning split the door in two. Su Ming watched in dismay, realizing that tens of thousands had just vanished, exclaiming in wasteful astonishment. Happy was furious. His precious Rolls-Royce, which he cherished and maintained, had just been half demolished by this brat. Slamming the accelerator to the floor, he recklessly charged towards the enemies. One collision was not enough. He intended to deliver more. The Rolls-Royce swayed in front of Tony. Inside the car, Miss Pepper, clutching a case containing the armor, struggled to hand it over. Feeling increasingly nauseous, she was carsick. This made Tony frantic. At least hand me the suit. Bang! After two more collisions, the steering wheel's airbag deployed, hitting Happy squarely in the face. At that moment, Ivan swung his right hand, the electric whip slicing through the car's body, nearly severing half of it. The Rolls-Royce was thus ruined. What a waste. Su Ming gazed at the mangled Rolls-Royce with a pained expression. Although the car had transformed into a semi-open state, Pepper finally managed to toss the case to Tony. She could finally catch her breath, almost on the verge of vomiting. Then came the exhilarating moment. Tony placed one foot on the center of the case, activating the switch. As the box suddenly revealed two handles, Tony grasped them firmly, and in an instant, a brand new suit of steel armor enveloped his entire body. This was the culmination of a month of intensive development, truly magnificent. Clad in his battle attire, Tony found himself equipped to confront Ivan. It was now my turn. With a powerful kick, Tony sent the car flying away, ensuring that Happy and Pepper remained at a safe distance from the fray. Unburdened by concerns for their safety, He was ready to unleash his full potential against his adversary. As he raised his arm to launch a charged attack, Ivan swiftly interrupted his move with a whip strike. After exchanging several blows, Tony's prideful new armor sustained significant damage, yet he remained undeterred. With a bitter thought, he mused about his precarious state. Having ventured out for a mere 2 days of reprieve, only to be disrupted, how infuriating! Fueled by anger, he bore the pain, gripping the electric whip tightly, wrapping it around himself in spirals while inching closer to Ivan. With Ivan's weapon rendered useless, he lost his offensive power, and after a series of punches, he was dizzy and disoriented. In a final maneuver, Tony executed a shoulder throw, dislodging the arc reactor from Ivan's chest. The electric whip, now devoid of energy, fizzled out. On the screen, JARVIS displayed the intricate design of the reactor in his possession. And Tony could hardly believe that someone had managed to create an arc reactor akin to his own. The authorities arrived belatedly, taking Ivan Vanko, who had caused chaos in the arena, into custody. Regardless of the reactor's presence in another's possession, it ignited a profound curiosity within Tony. Meanwhile, Su Ming, having observed the battle, felt inspired. Empty words seldom earn trust. Why not secure the goods first, and then negotiate a price with Tony? Surely, by that time, Tony would be more than willing to sit down for a thorough discussion. With this thought in mind, bidding farewell to the contemplative Tony, Su Ming boarded a flight to Washington. He reflected on the SHIELD headquarters situated on the small island between Washington, D.C. and Virginia, feeling a sense of anticipation. The Triskelion building, perhaps? This time, he would have the opportunity to admire it up close. Chapter 41. The suspicious Hawkeye. In contrast to the coolness of New York, Washington exuded a stifling heat. Yet, by the water's edge, this oppressive warmth found a modicum of relief. After nearly 9 hours of flight, Su Ming finally arrived at the headquarters of SHIELD. Clad in a striking crimson suit and adorned with a mask, he knew that although Nick Fury recognized him, the nature of his visit would likely not be welcomed. To err on the side of caution, he decided to maintain a low profile. As he gazed upon the majestic edifice standing tall against the setting sun, a thought flickered through Su Ming's mind. Is this the Triskelion? The more he looked, the more it resembled a fortress. Shaking his head slightly to dispel the errant thoughts, he found himself in a quandary. Should he steal or merely take? The box left by Howard Stark was likely contained within, but locating an ordinary box amidst an entire building would prove to be a daunting task. Perhaps it resided in the archives or a storage room. Yet he had never ventured into those areas, let alone searched for anything. At that moment, Su Ming felt a sense of déjà vu wash over him, reminiscent of his earlier hesitations beneath Stark Tower. Enough of this indecision. With a powerful leap, he aimed for a platform near the rooftop. Thanks to his enhanced physique, he could easily ascend several hundred meters. A few stories posed no challenge. Entering the building was his immediate priority. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, was in high spirits. After a period of diligent effort, he had now firmly established himself as one of SHIELD's elite agents. Having just dealt with some lawless individuals, he was on his way back to headquarters to fine-tune his compound bow when an unexpected flash of red caught his dynamic vision. Peering closely, he observed a dark-haired man in a crimson suit and a pure silver mask charging toward the director's office with remarkable speed. Is it him? Instinctively, Clint nocked an arrow. Uncertain whether Su Ming came as a foe or a friend, but his aggressive approach suggested he was an unwelcome guest. Since the night Su Ming had been exposed by the media while assaulting Osborne Tower, few failed to recognize his iconic attire. What a show-off. Clint could clearly see Su Ming's appearance, and he could not fathom why someone so handsome would choose such flamboyant attire, resembling a monkey dressed for a circus. Yet, despite the ostentation, he concealed his true identity behind a mask, a truly complex individual. Lost in thought, his hand remained unyielding. Whoosh! The arrow, tipped with alloy steel, transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Su Ming's chest. A warning shot. This was not the proper way to enter the headquarters. As Su Ming approached the spacious balcony, his spider sense suddenly blared a warning. An arrow. The speeding projectile, accompanied by a sharp whistle, seemed to decelerate in his view. Raising his arm, Su Ming positioned his palm at the point of impact, appearing as if he were merely waving hello. Clang. The alloy steel arrowhead twisted and deformed in an instant within the palm, while the arrow shaft bent and ricocheted to the side. With a thud, it landed steadily on the spacious balcony. Peering down, he exclaimed, "Oh, is that not Hawkeye?" With his golden hair slightly tousled, he exuded the aura of a competent agent. His piercing light blue eyes reflecting the intense focus characteristic of a top-tier marksman. Of average build, yet leanly muscular. His composite bow in hand marked him as an agile hero. Realization dawned upon Su Ming as he recognized that the arrow he had casually deflected was indeed shot by Hawkeye below. Was this a greeting? He waved nonchalantly at Hawkeye, preparing to turn and re-enter the building in search of the target box. Hawkeye, on the ground, could hardly believe that his powerful shot had been so effortlessly dismissed with a mere palm. Stunned, he thought, what the FK? I clearly hit. How could there be no effect? I never heard he had an invisible shield. Clint's keen eyes had witnessed the entire event. Yet his mind struggled to comprehend the information relayed by his vision. Seeing his opponent disregard him and wave back in a provocative manner, Hawkeye, unwilling to back down, readied his bow once more. Dare to move inside? Stop. Whoosh. Whoosh. This time, he launched arrows equipped with smoke bomb tips and mini-explosive tips. Although a marksman, Hawkeye possessed the skill to alter the arrowheads to modify the attack's effect, a testament to his combat versatility. Sizzle boom. The smoke bomb released a dense, choking cloud, which was then propelled outward by the ensuing mini-explosion. Clint believed that the combination of smoke and explosive arrows would not inflict significant harm. But as long as his adversary experienced the sting of the smoke, his modest retribution would be fulfilled. Su Ming, on the other hand, found himself quite vexed by Hawkeye's antics. Clutching two arrows, one still hissing with smoke, the other having gone silent post-explosion, he took a deep breath. He exhaled forcefully, unleashing a gust of wind that swiftly dispersed the lingering smoke on the platform. Observing his soot-stained palm, Su Ming resolved to descend and have a word with Hawkeye. What was this about? Another arrow shot at him. Quite bothersome indeed. As Su Ming's figure plummeted like a cannonball beside Clint, Hawkeye was left dumbfounded. The balcony of the director's office was at least 10 stories above ground. This individual had just leaped down without hesitation. He was now on the opposite side of the artificial lake. 10 stories, an artificial lake. Did he really just cross that distance in a single bound? Had I shot at him earlier? Twice, no less? What on earth was I doing? Am I going to die? Su Ming observed the astonished Hawkeye standing nearby and gently patted him on the shoulder, casually wiping the gunpowder residue from his hands. Greetings. You must be Hawkeye, correct? I have urgent matters to attend to, please. Do not cause any trouble. Just as Hawkeye was beginning to recover from his shock, the phone rang. Clint instinctively answered the call on his headset. Hey, Agent Barton, I appreciate your efforts in bringing my guest over. Clint glanced around, bewildered. Who? Which guest? In the office, Nick Fury stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the crimson figure below, a pleased smile gracing his face. Of course, it is none other than Mr. Crimson Knight by your side. Initially, Nick Fury had been comfortably situated in his office when a sudden explosion startled him. Goodness! Who would dare disturb the peace in such a manner? He approached the window, only to see a figure swiftly descend. With his remaining eye, old Nick focused intently, and to his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Is that Su Ming?" Mr. Crimson Knight. He watched as Su Ming executed a magnificent leap, landing on the opposite bank of the artificial lake. Nick Fury's expression was one of disbelief. Oh my goodness, how on earth did he accomplish that? What other abilities does Su Ming possess that I am unaware of? Recalling the plans previously discussed with General Ross, Nick Fury's eyes brightened as he retrieved his phone to call Clint. Before the call connected, Nick Fury reflected, Clint is a rare talent, having arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. not long ago, yet already exhibiting extraordinary capabilities. His adaptability is remarkable. He consistently achieves objectives with precision amid complex missions, gradually becoming one of my most valued agents. The other is Natasha Romanoff. I wonder how her investigations are progressing over at Tony Stark's. Chapter 42, The Deal with S.H.I.E.L. D. Oh, what brings you here? The Scarlet Silver Duke, or perhaps Mr. Su Ming? Have you finally decided to join my scheme? Nick Fury regarded Su Ming, adorned in a striking red suit, with a friendly demeanor. Su Ming's unexpected approach was undoubtedly a welcome development for him, as his plan was in dire need of a formidable superhero like Su Ming. Accepting the coffee handed to him by Agent Hill, Su Ming offered a quiet word of thanks, momentarily lost in contemplation. He had intended to enter discreetly, avoiding any disturbances. However, an unexpected encounter with Hawkeye had stirred quite a commotion, even catching the attention of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. If it weren't for his desire to be included in that plan, Fury's demeanor might not have been so amicable. Yet, in light of his ambition to obtain the box belonging to Tony Stark's father, it seemed prudent to engage in a candid discussion with Director Fury. Observing Su Ming's contemplative expression, Agent Maria Hill's gaze flickered with intrigue. Previously, she had only witnessed his formidable presence on television. This was her first close encounter, and she admired the meticulously crafted suit and the intricately designed mask he wore, nodding in quiet approval. Indeed, he was the most popular man on the superhero rankings. At least his aesthetic sense surpassed the passing grade. Without delving into Agent Hill's discreet assessments of Su Ming, he believed in the virtue of straightforwardness. Meandering was not his nature. Director, I have come to request an item from you. Oh, although Nick Fury did not hear the answer he anticipated, his curiosity was piqued. What could possibly compel Su Ming to brazenly infiltrate the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? Silently observing Su Ming, he awaited his explanation. It's a relic belonging to Tony Stark's father, a box. Su Ming articulated his purpose with candor. Fury's eyes flashed, his mind racing with questions. Why did Su Ming desire something that belonged to Tony's father? How did he know it was a box? Was there something about this that eluded him? Previously, Natasha's report had indicated that Tony seemed to be ensnared in a crisis of palladium poisoning. He had arranged for an expert team to thoroughly examine Howard Stark's relics. Yet they had found nothing. Did Su Ming possess knowledge that they lacked? What do you intend to do with this item? Nick Fury inquired, his curiosity unabated. As Su Ming observed Fury's reaction upon hearing about the Stark relic, he noted no particular signs of alarm, leading him to deduce that they had yet to uncover the true value of this artifact. What I intend to do is of little consequence. I merely hope that Director Fury will grant me the item. I can assure you it will serve its purpose. Su Ming spoke with unwavering confidence. After all, both Stark father and son were geniuses among geniuses. The riddles left by old Stark could only be deciphered by young Stark. You may have commenced your research long ago, yet it appears little progress has been made. Nick Fury revolved his single eye, contemplating Su Ming's words. He discerned an opportunity before him, an occasion to negotiate with Su Ming. The leverage lay in the relics of Stark. With this thought, Nick Fury resolved, Mr. Silver, the items can indeed be offered to you. But, listening to the old man draw out his words with ulterior motives, Su Ming couldn't help but think it was all too predictable. None of the leaders of these factions are easy to contend with. Once they seize an opportunity, they will undoubtedly present their demands. Reflecting on this, Su Ming spoke, Director Fury, I have no intention of joining your plan. If you wish for my assistance, the usual terms apply. I require a formal order. Nick Fury nodded in understanding and waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. To be frank, aside from you, there is truly no one else suitable for this matter. Su Ming regarded Fury's words with disdain. The seasoned veterans had long mastered the art of flattery, and their assessments held no real value. When Nick finally revealed what he desired from him, Su Ming experienced an epiphany. It was not a task from S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather a request from the military. General Ross was advancing a clandestine initiative, but a research scientist had escaped, and his serum sample was crucial to the military's project. Nick Fury had previously recommended the exceptionally skilled bounty hunter Su Ming to General Ross, yet at that time, Ross had remained non-committal. Shortly thereafter, someone approached Nick Fury, indicating that if they could successfully retrieve the serum sample, the military would provide funding for research to S.H.I.E.L.D. This meant the military would not conspire with the bounty hunter, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was a different matter altogether. 100 million. Mr. Silver, as per our agreement, I formally entrust you with the task of retrieving the serum, and upon its successful completion, not only will you receive your commission, but I will also present you with the Stark relics you desire. Su Ming mulled over Nick Fury's words repeatedly. Even though he spoke with precision, General Ross. The military project, the research scientist. You might as well have disclosed Bruce Banner's identification number. Wasn't it merely the super soldier program, veiled in secrecy? The target this time was none other than the Hulk. In the past, Su Ming would not have dared to even consider such a task. For the Hulk is nearly invincible within the Marvel Universe. However, since enhancing his physical capabilities, even Su Ming was unaware of his limits. Thus, even with the Hulk as his adversary, he felt no trepidation. In fact, there was a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps this would be an opportunity to explore his own boundaries. Yet, even if he was eager to engage in a contest of strength with the Hulk, he could not appear overly enthusiastic. These seasoned veterans would glean much from subtle cues. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ming reluctantly acquiesced. This delighted director Nick Fury immensely. General Ross is a pivotal figure within the military, and there are even subtle indications suggesting a potential advancement. Securing his support would significantly propel my plans forward. After finalizing certain details and leaving Agent Hill's contact information, I graciously declined Nick Fury's invitation to dinner and departed from the Triarch Wing building. It's amusing. Despite the considerable expense he once incurred in hopes of dining with me, I had no inclination whatsoever, let alone for an old black man like him. Unbeknownst to him, it was also A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who initially reached out to Elisa with the intention of paying for a dinner with me. Now, he diligently stands guard at the entrance of the S.H.I.E.L.D. New York branch, Manhattan Hotel, as I finally reclined comfortably in bed. Ready to indulge in a restful slumber, a familiar figure burst through the window. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. His mask was torn, revealing half of his face, and he was covered in wounds. Upon crossing the windowsill, he weakly collapsed onto the floor. I quickly assisted Peter, gently placing him on the sofa. My recollection of Peter was that he had never endured such a dire state. Could it be? Just as I began to recall certain storylines involving Spider-Man, a question arose in my mind. Are there overlapping narratives among the various versions of Spider-Man? While I pondered how the original narratives could maintain coherence despite their differences, young Spider-Man spoke. Mr. Silver, I have killed someone. Peter's words captured my attention. Was there such an explosive plotline within Spider-Man's story? I struggled to recall. I reassured him, Peter, don't rush. Take a moment to rest and speak slowly. There is no need to fear. You are safe here. Yet, Peter grasped my arm tightly. His red-rimmed eyes fixed on me, his lips trembling as he uttered, Sir, I have killed my best friend's father. Chapter 43. Comforting the little spider within the upper echelons of the military, General Ross is not the sole figure clandestinely advocating for the robust military initiative. One of his rivals, a certain general, has commissioned Osborn Industries to develop superweapons, aiming to forge a hypermodern steel legion. Yet, Norman Osborn's ambitions extend far beyond the mere creation of high-tech armaments. Weapons inherently possess limitations, whereas the potential of the human body is boundless. He has long been a covert supporter of genetic modification research within his company. The research conducted by Dr. Connors, the reptilian scientist, represents a branch of this project. Significant progress has been made in development. However, before the enhancement serum could pass its final trials, Norman eagerly injected it into himself. He remains unable to forget the exhilaration of effortlessly sending a researcher flying with a single kick. The serum drastically augmented Norman's strength, speed, and endurance. Yet it severely compromised his nervous system, giving rise to a second persona, a violent, paranoid entity brimming with destructive tendencies known as the Green Goblin. Upon discovering that other board members of Osborn Industries, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, were scheming to bypass him and sell the company at a pittance, Norman Osborn embarked on a path of vengeance. Meanwhile, while Su Ming and Tony were extravagantly spending in Las Vegas, Osborn Industries' annual celebration commenced grandly in New York. Social elites, corporate executives, and the entire workforce reveled in the festivities, indulging in fine wine and gourmet cuisine. Peter Parker, working as a part-time photographer, was also present at the event. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy. Just as the attendees shared in their merriment, Peter Parker's spider sense suddenly alerted him. Could it be him again? A green figure appeared, soaring above everyone on a flying contraption. The armored figure clad in green, wearing a devilish mask, was no stranger to Peter. He had previously invited the young spider to collaborate on grand ventures, and that ambitious, murderous demeanor remained vividly etched in Peter's memory. Norman Osborn, donning a full combat suit developed by his company, pinpointed the location of the corporate executives and hurled pumpkin bombs. Do you wish to steal my hard work? Then perish. In an instant, an explosion ensued. Almost all the company's senior executives were reduced to mere skeletal remains scattered across the ground. The pumpkin bombs swiftly obliterated their flesh and lives. This gruesome spectacle horrified all present. Amidst the chaos and panic as people fled in terror, Peter Parker dashed to a corner to don his spider suit, making his timely appearance to confront the Green Goblin. At that moment, he remained unaware of the true identity of his adversary. Peter could not idly stand by while the Green Goblin ruthlessly slaughtered innocents. He found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Enhanced by the serum, Norman Osborn exhibited brutality and immense power, complemented by an array of cutting-edge technology. Peter's mask was nearly shattered by the impact of a pumpkin bomb. Norman, of course, was fully aware that Spider-Man was none other than Peter Parker. He had uncovered Peter's secret during a family gathering, recognizing the wound on Peter's arm, inflicted by his own tracking dart. Initially, he sought to conspire with Spider-Man, who shared his extraordinary constitution, believing that those who aligned with him would thrive while those who opposed him would perish. However, the incessant interference from this diminutive creature ignited the fury of Norman's inner persona. He vowed to eradicate all obstacles in his path. As he gained the upper hand in battle, he fell prey to a common flaw among villains: excessive verbosity. When Peter heard the Green Goblin threaten to eliminate Aunt May and Gwen, he was consumed by rage. In mere moments, he had the Green Goblin reeling. But it was only when Norman removed his mask that Peter was struck with shock. This was none other than his best friend Harry Osborn's father. Seizing the opportunity while Peter was momentarily stunned, Norman covertly controlled the flying apparatus to launch a blade aimed swiftly at Peter's back. Yet, Peter's spider sense alerted him, allowing him to narrowly evade this lethal strike. Unexpectedly, the blade pierced straight into Norman's own body. In his final moments, Norman Osborn returned to his benevolent self, urging Peter, do not inform Harry. However, when Peter returned Norman's lifeless body to his home, he was witnessed by his dear friend Harry. From that moment on, Harry regarded Spider-Man as the murderer of his father, an irreconcilable enemy. Peter was engulfed in profound anguish. He had never taken a life, and confronting death left him deeply unsettled. On one hand, the deceased was his friend's father, whom he had affectionately called uncle since childhood. He could not fathom that the jovial Norman Osborn, who had always smiled warmly at him, had perished before his very eyes. And worse, because of him, he was uncertain of how to face his grieving friend Harry Osborn or how to realign his own anxious state of mind. In a turmoil of emotions, Peter found himself thinking of Su Ming and inexplicably made his way to his room, seeking a semblance of solace. Listening to Peter Parker's quiet lament, Su Ming remarked, I never anticipated that so much could transpire in just a few days. Observing Peter's disoriented state, Su Ming mused again. Youth, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Peter, congratulations. The young Spider-Man was bewildered by Su Ming's abrupt statement. Couldn't he see the turmoil and conflict Peter was experiencing? How could he utter such words? Was he a devil? Yet, recalling Su Ming's age and wisdom, Peter wondered if there might be a different perspective. He chose to wait patiently for Su Ming to elaborate. Meanwhile, Su Ming regretted his hasty words, for he understood that Spider-Man truly matures only through trials, misunderstandings, and even the loss of loved ones. Yet, many events had yet to unfold. He certainly could not divulge that the narrative was thus preordained, nor could he revel in the notion that Gwen's father was alive due to his presence. Such revelations were not for Peter to know. He was still a student, and his mental growth required time. The ramifications of leading him astray would be dire. With this in mind, Su Ming gently affirmed, "Indeed, Peter, congratulations. You have successfully navigated yet another trial of fate." The little spider listened to Su Ming's words, deep in thought. Su Ming then commenced his persuasive art, pouring a generous bowl of encouragement into Peter's impressionable heart. In essence, Peter had not taken a life. The Green Goblin had brought his own demise upon himself. Moreover, had Peter not acted promptly, countless victims and families would have succumbed to grief. The adage, "Those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably face their own downfall," echoed, alongside the notion that with great power comes great responsibility, and one must bear the weight of the crown if one wishes to wear it, and so on. To be frank, under Su Ming's extensive brainwashing, Peter's spirits visibly lifted. Deep down, Peter understood that Su Ming's assertions held truth. The Green Goblin, who regarded human life as insignificant, was indeed a murderous fiend, even if he was the father of a friend. Gazing at Su Ming, who was gently guiding and comforting him, Peter recalled his mercenary demeanor, and a question arose in his mind. If the gentleman comprehends such profound principles, why does he choose a path laden with materialism? He voiced this inner inquiry. This question struck a chord with Su Ming. If I were not solely focused on monetary gain, I would have perished in the first episode, wouldn't I? Reflecting on the words he had just shared with Peter, they were nuggets of wisdom distilled from 9 years of compulsory education, encompassing moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education. Coupled with the harsh lessons of society, all high-level insights for Peter to learn from. Fear not, once I have amassed enough wealth, I too shall choose to become a superhero and join you in saving the world. Upon hearing this, Peter's face lit up with excitement. He knew that Mr. Silver would surely embark on this illustrious path. Good heavens, how did he understand so much? His previously conflicted emotions were suddenly clarified in just a few of Su Ming's words. Peter couldn't help but regard the man before him with newfound admiration, powerful, wise, and composed. I must strive to become a man like him, Peter silently reaffirmed to himself. Su Ming, while outwardly comforting Peter, internally screamed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. One can never earn enough money. As for being a superhero, that is a dream that shall never come to fruition." Chapter 44. Arrival in Brazil. The carefree childhood of Harry Osborn has come to an abrupt end. His father, Norman Osborn, was mercilessly slain by Spider-Man, forcing Harry to assume the mantle of CEO of Oscorp at a tender age. His father once confided in him that the Osborn family was afflicted by a rare hereditary illness that would manifest painfully at a certain age, leading to a tragic demise. Peter's father had developed a gene fusion technology, of which Spider-Man was a product. This technology held the promise of curing their family's genetic affliction. Harry speculated that his father must have sought to secure a sample of Spider-Man's blood and eliminate all obstacles within the company before succumbing to the disease. Little did he know that he was no match for Spider-Man. "You are my hero, father," he exclaimed, recalling the elusive figure of Spider-Man, his fists clenched tightly. "Spider-Man, just wait." Upon awakening, Su Ming and Eliza were indulging in a leisurely breakfast. Su Ming appeared somewhat distracted, reflecting on the joy and anticipation in the eyes of the young spider when he had boasted about teaming up to save the world once they earned enough money. A wave of guilt washed over him. How easily the child could be deceived. At that moment, the phone rang. Su Ming glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Agent Hill. Bruce Banner, a biologist and a rather destitute individual, became the unwitting subject of a military super soldier program. After injecting himself with an unstable version of the super soldier serum akin to that of Captain America, he was accidentally exposed to a massive dose of gamma radiation, resulting in a terrifying transformation into a monstrous green entity. It is worth noting that the serum Banner received was an early and volatile iteration of the one used by Captain America, compounded by the effects of gamma radiation. In a fit of rage, the delirious Banner not only destroyed the laboratory but also inadvertently harmed his girlfriend, Betty Ross, and her father, General Ross. Upon regaining his senses and witnessing his injured beloved, Banner was consumed by remorse. To prevent such tragedies from occurring again and to evade military pursuit, Bruce Banner sought refuge in a slum in Brazil, living a reclusive life with his dog. Aside from his daily commutes, He frequented a dilapidated factory to learn jujitsu from a local master, striving to regulate his body and control his fury. The rage of the Hulk would manifest whenever Banner's heart rate surpassed 200 beats per minute, leading to instinctual destruction of everything in his path. After a period of training, Banner had achieved a modicum of control over his anger. So long as he kept his heart rate below 200, he would be safe. Gazing at the heart rate monitor on his wrist, Banner exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, he had also encountered an enigmatic scientist known as Mr. Blue online, who had been assisting him and suggested that a rare flower could eradicate the green cells within him. Through his own experiments, Banner discovered that initially, the cells in his blood could successfully revert to their original red state, but this success was fleeting. Mr. Blue expressed his need for a sample of Banner's blood to assist in his research on curing Banner's mutated body. A spark of hope ignited within Banner. If another individual joined him in the quest to reverse the mutation, their progress would undoubtedly accelerate. With eager anticipation, he sent off a generous vial of his fresh blood. Unbeknownst to him, this blood sample would later give rise to a formidable adversary. One day, while working at the soda factory, Banner accidentally pricked his finger, causing a drop of blood to splatter. Although he meticulously searched and cleaned the area, he failed to notice that a single droplet had already fallen into an empty soda bottle. The soda was shipped to the United States, and an elderly man who consumed it succumbed suddenly under the influence of Banner's potent genes. Following an investigation, the military detected Banner's genetic material in the soda, thereby revealing his location. General Ross had not given up on Banner as an experimental subject. Having witnessed the formidable power of Banner's transformation, he sought to exploit Banner's genes to create more super soldiers. After months of searching, he finally found you, Banner. Excitement flickered in General Ross's eyes. However, fully aware of the terror that accompanied Banner's transformation, he assembled an elite team for a capture operation, notably inviting the elite among elites, Colonel Emil Blonsky. Observing the heavily armed elite squad before him, General Ross was struck by a thought and promptly ordered his secretary to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. about this discovery. What were bounty hunters compared to the military? Since you mentioned it, I shall give you this concession. Recalling Nick Fury, General Ross made sure to check in on this old comrade before personally leading the team to Brazil. Meanwhile, Nick Fury received notification from General Ross's secretary regarding the discovery of the target's whereabouts. He immediately arranged for Agent Hill to contact Su Ming, instructing him to board a S.H.I.E.L.D. private jet bound for Brazil. Su Ming pondered the reliability of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s promise. If he delayed any longer, Tony would succumb to his poisoning, and he would be left without a means of making money. Just then, Agent Hill called to inform him to prepare, as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jet was set to take him to Brazil. Su Ming's eyes brightened. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency was indeed commendable. Upon hearing that Su Ming was heading to Brazil, Eliza, feeling restless at home, insisted on accompanying him. Boss, this life of shopping and beauty treatments is simply too dull. Take me with you. Su Ming looked at Eliza, whose skin had visibly improved, and silently rolled his eyes. This lifestyle is a dream for most women, and yet you remain unsatisfied. Having experienced the significance of a good boss in his past life, Su Ming, despite having only Eliza as an employee, treated her with remarkable generosity. Whenever there were no tasks requiring her assistance, he would bestow her with substantial pocket money, leading outsiders to believe she was his kept woman. All right, to prevent any rumors of me keeping you, let's quickly gather your things. Elisa let out an excited shriek and dashed back to her room. When Su Ming and his companion arrived in Brazil, the elite squad was already engaged in a fierce battle with the Hulk. The factory lay in ruins, ravaged by the Hulk's rampage. Colonel Emil, wielding an automatic rifle, unleashed a barrage of precise shots at the Hulk, yet the bullets merely bounced off his thick skin. Su Ming, taking his time, refrained from joining the fray immediately. Observing the scattered, flattened, high-dose tranquilizer darts on the ground, he smirked, thinking, do they really expect to subdue the Hulk with these? Elisa, clad in a snug combat suit, watched the rare spectacle with wide, curious eyes, exclaiming, "Goodness, boss, what manner of creature is that?" In the dim light, she could only make out a colossal figure darting between various large pieces of equipment. Hearing her words, Su Ming smiled faintly, remarking, "Now that's a formidable character." Just as he spoke, a soldier resembling an aide approached, his demeanor pompous. "Destiny, isn't it? The general sent me to inquire why you have not pursued the target alongside the combat team." Su Ming thought to himself, "Finally, you've come." Although he had negotiated terms with Nick Fury, this was ultimately a military operation, and they were notorious for being unyielding. Unless he had settled the price with their general face-to-face, he had no intention of acting hastily. After all, he was not a battle fanatic. He was here to earn money and fulfill Nick Fury's deal. Casting a calm glance at the aide, Su Ming noted that he was now obstructed by a mass of steel debris that had fallen from the ceiling. He approached the aide, effortlessly pushing aside several tons of steel with ease, much to the aide's astonishment. The aide instinctively stepped back, his arrogant expression replaced with one of disbelief. Su Ming flashed a courteous smile. "I wish to see your general. Lead the way." Chapter 45. Thunderbolt Ross Emil Blonsky faced the first debacle of his illustrious career. As a colonel in the Royal Marines, he was renowned for his valor and ruthlessness, a battle-hardened soldier. Ever since Blonsky was enlisted by General Thaddeus Ross to partake in the pursuit of Bruce Banner, his inner peace had been shattered. Recalling the events that transpired in Brazil with the team he led, the massive tranquilizer darts had failed to penetrate the creature's hide. And even when they switched to live ammunition, they not only failed to inflict any harm, but also lost one of their own to a counterattack. Blonsky hurled a high-explosive grenade, hoping it would finally inflict damage on the beast. Yet, after a deafening explosion, the supposedly subdued target charged forward, propelling massive beverage cans with the force of a runaway stallion. Two of his team members were instantly crushed beneath the colossal metal cylinders. This scene evoked an involuntary exclamation of horror from Blonsky, a man well-versed in the grim realities of life and death. How utterly tragic. As the giant came barreled toward him, he summoned every ounce of strength to leap aside, narrowly evading disaster. The two massive cans collided with a thunderous crash, sending soda spraying and drenching Colonel Blonsky from head to toe. The cloying scent of sweet fizzy drink filled his nostrils, but it did little to alleviate his mounting frustration. What he had initially perceived as a straightforward hunting expedition had morphed into a nightmarish scenario where they had become the prey. Growing increasingly enraged, he fired relentlessly at the creature, witnessing an unforgettable sight, a face contorted with pure fury, its dark green eyes chilling to behold. In a moment of distraction, Hulk seized a forklift and hurled it in his direction. Blonsky could hardly believe his eyes. A massive forklift was flung toward him like a mere plaything. The rush of wind accompanying the projectile spurred him into frantic flight. He barely evaded the onslaught of the forklift, escaping the fate of becoming a mere puddle of flesh. Hulk, however, chose not to pursue. Instead, he smashed through a wall and fled, leaving behind a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the forest. Exhausted from the desperate flight, Colonel Emil Blonsky finally recognized that he had evaded imminent peril. He paused to catch his breath, suppressing the anger of his failed mission. Damn it. Ross had concealed crucial intelligence. He resolved to confront the general for clarity. Walking behind his aide, Su Ming reflected on the formidable figure he was about to meet. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, a significant character in the Marvel Universe. Ross was spearheading the revival of the Super Soldier program, attempting to replicate the serum that had transformed Captain America during World War II. With the ambition of forging a superhuman army, he had recruited Banner to partake in gamma radiation research, yet an experimental mishap had led to Banner's transformation. Ross has always regarded Banner as the property of the military, believing that his blood is the key material for the creation of biological weapons. He has gone so far as to initiate a worldwide manhunt, embodying the essence of a politician who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Eventually, he arrived at a temporary command post, observing the busy soldiers who dared not breathe in the presence of General Ross. Su Ming let out a soft scoff, TCH, power. Turning his gaze back to Ross, he noted the general's chiseled features, high cheekbones, a sharply defined jawline, all emphasizing the soldier's inherent resilience and coldness. His eyes were sharp as those of a hawk, often filled with scrutiny and suspicion, as if he were perpetually weighing the value and threat posed by his adversaries. His brows were habitually furrowed, forming distinct lines across his forehead. His complexion was weathered, roughened by the elements, and though his thinning gray hair was meticulously styled, he maintained a robust and imposing figure. Despite the slight stoop that age had bestowed upon him, he still held the posture of a soldier. Su Ming privately mused, "This old fellow is quite spirited." The aide at General Ross's side whispered a few words, and the energetic general finally shifted his gaze to Su Ming, his brow furrowed in apparent disdain. However, when the aide mentioned Su Ming's ability to effortlessly move several tons of steel, the old general's eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity. After the aide departed, General Ross cast a lingering glance at the graceful Eliza, revealing a flicker of admiration, before scrutinizing Su Ming from head to toe. "You are the bounty hunter that Fury spoke of. What was your name again?" General Ross's authoritative voice resonated, causing the command post to fall into a hushed silence, as if everyone feared interrupting the general's discourse. "Destiny." Ross gazed at the striking Eastern visage before him, recalling his own youthful days as a robust and handsome youth. With a cold snort, he remarked, having spotted the target, "Why don't you make a move? The you that Nick Fury described is not this way." With his hands braced on the table, Ross fixed his intense gaze on Su Ming, exuding an overwhelming presence that enveloped the command post in silence. Su Ming had once had fleeting encounters with those in power, such as delivering takeout to them. These individuals often shared a common flaw, an air of self-importance, looking down on others. Translated, they were arrogant. Yet, he was no longer one of society's downtrodden. Even as Ross's imposing aura subdued Eliza beside him, Su Ming's expression remained unperturbed. "General, there is no need to rush. Let us first discuss the price," he stated calmly. Ross appeared to find humor in the situation, displaying a hint of disdain. "Daring to negotiate business with me directly? Who do you think you are? Who do you think I am?" Yet, recalling the aide's earlier report, Ross understood that the individual before him seemed audacious, and the aide would not dare lie. Without further retort, he rose from his seat, looking down upon Su Ming, asserting, "Prove it to me." He would certainly not waste any time on a worthless individual. Su Ming was well aware that the old man would not act without evidence, but why should he feel compelled to demonstrate anything? That was a different price. Could the mere endorsement of director Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. not suffice to elucidate the matter? Just then, a disheveled Emil Blonsky strode into the command center, accompanied by a remark. "General, you never mentioned that Banner had such a monster by his side. I demand an explanation." Blonsky, deeply troubled by the failure of this operation, was consumed by resentment and confusion, attributing all blame to General Ross for concealing critical information. In his agitation, Blonsky paid no heed to the two guests present before General Ross. In his eyes, had it not been for the general's deliberate obfuscation, his comrades would not have perished in vain. Had Banner known what sort of creature it was, I would have apprehended him. I would have compelled him to reveal the identity of that monster. It is Banner. General Ross disregarded Su Ming and the other guest. To him, Colonel Blonsky held far greater significance as a vital asset, deserving of his attention. Blonsky's expression hardened. He had initially believed that the mysterious force stemmed from Banner's accomplice, but the general's explanation left him utterly astounded. Lowering his gaze to the new automatic rifle in his hands, he reflected on how this weapon, which had served him well on the battlefield for years, had proven utterly ineffective this time. He raised his arm, intending to hurl the rifle to the ground in a fit of intense indignation. "What good are you now?" Yet, as the rifle descended, it came to a halt, thanks to Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming firmly caught the weapon that was about to be angrily discarded. "Sir, tossing trash carelessly is not a commendable habit." Having said that, he manipulated the rifle in his hands for a moment before deftly tossing it into a nearby trash bin. The automatic rifle, crafted from composite steel, was reduced to the size of a coffee cup in Su Ming's hands, crumpled with ease. It was only when it landed in the bin with a resounding crash that those present realized it had, in fact, been a firearm. What the devil? Chapter 46. Selling blood at a high price. Elisa instinctively raised her hand to cover her gaping mouth, astonished. "Oh my God! Unbelievable! Cool. As she observed her boss's nonchalant demeanor, which had left everyone in the command center in utter shock, she was witnessing his capabilities up close for the very first time. After the initial surprise, a profound sense of pride surged within her. Watching Su Ming toss aside the trash and clasp his hands behind his back, Elisa couldn't help but reach out. As her fingers made contact, Su Ming, both amused and exasperated, thought to himself, what is this girl up to at such a moment? Maintaining an air of inscrutability, he subtly wiggled his fingers behind his back, signaling Elisa to refrain from causing a commotion. Yet, Elisa seemed to have discovered something amusing, playfully tugging at Su Ming's fingers, refusing to let go despite his futile attempts to escape her grasp. Simultaneously, in order to avoid embarrassing her boss, she wore a face of feigned indifference. Though the occasional smirk that escaped her betrayed her true amusement, the soldiers in the command center were utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had witnessed an astonishing spectacle. An F-Inskar automatic rifle was tossed aside by this individual as if it were nothing more than a mere toy, discarded with remarkable precision. The soldiers gazed at Su Ming with the wide-eyed astonishment reserved for mythical creatures. Bronsky stared blankly at the still-shaking trash can, replaying the recent events in his mind. You must be kidding me. In just a few short days, it felt as though the heavens had played a series of cruel jokes on him, leading him to question whether he was still dreaming. He winced as he discreetly touched the wound on his leg. Pain. This was no dream. But how on earth had this person achieved such feats? Could he, too, attain such strength? If strength was the topic at hand, wasn't the mutated banner even more powerful? The desire to grow stronger burned within Bronsky's heart like an unquenchable flame. He resolved to seek out the general and discuss the possibility of obtaining such power for himself. He would not hesitate in his pursuit. General Thunder Ross acknowledged that he had previously underestimated the bounty hunter before him. Destiny, perhaps? Gazing at the rifle that Su Ming had effortlessly destroyed with his bare hands, General Ross felt a spark of inspiration. Was this not the very outcome he had been striving for? His tireless efforts to advance the research of the super soldier serum were aimed at transforming each of his loyal soldiers into someone as formidable as this bounty hunter. What had made him so powerful? Ross would never accept the notion of innate divine strength without concrete evidence. Indeed, the wealthy relied on technology, while the impoverished depended on mutation. Success was never a matter of chance. Having weathered countless storms, General Ross remained unmoved by Su Ming's inadvertent display of strength. Instead, he contemplated an even better idea. The body of this bounty hunter could serve as a crucial asset in perfecting his research team's work on the super soldier serum. With this thought in mind, General Ross bestowed a benevolent smile upon Su Ming. Mr. Fate, I have heard from Fury that for a price, you can be persuaded to do anything? Su Ming was not the least surprised by Ross's change in demeanor. It would have been strange if he hadn't. Now that they had entered a pleasant discussion about business, Su Ming was inclined to listen to the machinations of this old fellow. Not anything, General, he replied modestly. General Ross, of course, was aware that no amount of money would compel Mr. Fate to accept every proposition. Yet the idea that had just surfaced in his mind did not seem too outrageous. Mr. Fate, for 100 million, I would like a sample of your blood. The implication was clear. Look, I remember your rules. Aren't you going to graciously agree? Ross laid his cards on the table. He wanted Banner's blood, and he wanted Su Ming's as well. If he could expedite the super soldier serum project, he would garner sufficient political capital to ascend further. Power. What a splendid sensation. With a trace of a smile, General Ross appeared quite sincere at that moment. What? Su Ming was taken aback that this old man had truly set his sights on him, and while surprised, he began to strategize. Even if I wished to oblige, you need the capability to obtain it. Did he think the iron body was a mere plaything? Even now, he could not conceive a means to draw blood from himself. Yet this old fellow dared to entertain such thoughts. It seemed he could easily profit from this. But where was the sense in agreeing without negotiation? Contemplating this, Su Ming chuckled. I initially thought it to be a daunting request. After all, it is merely a blood sample. Since the general holds me in such high regard, 500 million. Take it. How dare he? General Ross, a seasoned veteran of the political arena, despite harboring a desire to express his contempt for Su Ming and his family, maintained an amiable facade. 200 million. It cannot go higher, Mr. Fate. 400 million. 200 million. 300 million. 200 million. After a series of attempts, observing General Ross's steadfast refusal to budge from the 200 million price point, Su Ming could only smile ruefully. In the realm of bargaining, he surely could not match a politician's prowess. Mr. Fate, 200 million is already an exceedingly generous offer. Your rule starts at 100 million, but to foster our friendship, I have doubled the price. This is my sincerity, do not be overly greedy. In Ross's mind, a fantastical image emerged. With Banner's blood in his left hand and Fate's in his right, the two would clap together, unlimited super soldiers at his command. It was simply perfect. With this thought, he even began to elucidate his rationale to Su Ming. Blonsky, having resolved to return and insist that the general grant him some technological enhancements to grow larger, stronger, and tougher, remained silent. His eyes glimmering with anticipation as he regarded Su Ming, waiting for his response. At that moment, Eliza found her hand firmly grasped by Su Ming, who had expertly captured it with a reverse grip. This time, no amount of struggle could free her, so she resigned herself to his hold. However, upon overhearing General Ross discussing a business deal that commenced at a staggering sum of 100 million, Eliza felt as though she had been plunged into a surreal reverie. How had her employer's ability to generate wealth soared to such astronomical heights? What? Selling blood for money is deemed unseemly? Detrimental to one's status? Absurd. It's merely a small amount of blood. She herself loses so much each month and hasn't seen a single extra penny in return. Moreover, this was 100 million. A full 100 million. Good heavens. When the general raised the price to 200 million, Eliza experienced a moment of utter disassociation, her mind reeling. Su Ming, at last, released Eliza's hand, which had ceased its antics, though he wore an expression of immense reluctance. General, I concede that you are correct. I have been greedy. I accept your proposal, but payment must be made first. Of course, he replied, laughter echoing in the air. Meanwhile, the staff attempting to draw blood from Su Ming employed every conceivable method, yet none could pierce his skin to procure a sample, leaving them in a state of frantic desperation. In another scene, Bruce Banner regained consciousness deep within the mountains. From a passerby, he learned that he was in Guatemala. He could scarcely believe that he had sprinted a staggering 15,000 miles overnight. Yet, astonishment was not his luxury. He needed to acquire vital information urgently. It was possible that the answers to breaking the curse afflicting him lay hidden there. Subsequently, he hitchhiked to a nearby town. Penniless, he walked barefoot along the stony path. Whenever fatigue overcame him, he would lean against any available surface, occasionally jolted awake from nightmares of inadvertently causing his girlfriend's demise. When hunger struck, he foraged for vegetable scraps at the market. The once celebrated prodigy now found himself in tattered clothing, reduced to the status of a beggar, receiving a few coins from a passing boy. How ironic. Yet, Banner was not one to wallow in self-pity. With the meager funds he acquired, he purchased the largest pair of trousers he could find. Chapter 47. Two conditions Bruce Banner never relinquished hope. He traversed the arduous journey of 600 kilometers on foot, accomplishing this feat in less than 17 days. His thoughts wandered to Mr. Blue, who possessed crucial information regarding his genetic mutations. Simultaneously, the only person he could trust, Betty Ross, was also there. Stealthily, Banner infiltrated the school, yearning for a reunion with his beloved. It had been an eternity since he had last gazed upon Betty's face after the unfortunate incident that had injured her and compelled him to flee. In an unexpected twist of fate, Betty suddenly appeared before him, her radiant beauty undiminished by the passage of time. Just as he prepared to approach her, he was struck with disbelief, discovering that she had found a new companion. In that moment, Banner's heart shattered. He realized he no longer had the right to intrude upon her life. Perhaps, silently departing was his final act of tenderness. With a broken heart, Banner sought solace in an old friend's pizzeria, his only refuge. The unconditional trust and support from his friend enveloped him in warmth he had long been deprived of. Seizing the opportunity to deliver pizzas, Banner once again infiltrated the campus. With a box of pizza, he successfully bribed a poorly paid security guard. Stealthily slipping into his former laboratory, he searched in earnest for any data pertaining to his experiments. Alas, the military had long since obliterated all his records, leaving Banner bereft of any useful leads. Despair engulfed him, and with no other recourse, he resolved to continue his flight. As he packed his belongings to bid farewell to his friend, he was unexpectedly spotted by his beloved. Yet, he dared not reveal himself. Despite Betty's desperate calls echoing through the streets, he could only hide in the shadows behind a dumpster, consumed by sorrow. Wandering through the torrential rain, a chilling emptiness enveloped Banner. Passers-by, mistaking him for a madman, veered away. Yet, a car came to a halt behind him. It was Betty, ignoring the downpour that drenched her. She ran towards him. "Don't go, don't go." The pent-up emotions between them finally erupted in an embrace, a moment of catharsis. Upon learning that Banner was searching for their original experimental data, Betty took him home and retrieved an exquisite storage box, presenting it to him. Inside lay a USB drive, a clandestine backup of all their experimental data that Betty had meticulously preserved. This lifeline instilled a glimmer of hope for Banner's healing. Perhaps you could seek assistance from the military, Betty mused, considering that General Ross, being her father, might treat Banner with kindness. However, Banner was acutely aware of General Ross's ambitions. "No, he merely wishes to dissect me, to weaponize the mutated cells. This I cannot accept. I have another friend." Banner thought of Mr. Blue, a companion he had met during his fugitive days. New York. Meanwhile, General Ross's research team was still grappling with how to extract a blood sample from Su Ming. Blonsky sought out General Ross. Since the failure of the last plan to capture Banner, his fascination with the Hulk had only intensified. General Ross, perceptive as ever, sensed Blonsky's yearning for power. Consequently, the general resolved to divulge all the experimental secrets surrounding Banner. The experiments had only reached a rudimentary stage and were not yet applicable. He believed he was researching methods to combat radiation, yet I had never disclosed the truth to him. He was overly ambitious, even conducting human experiments on himself, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Or perhaps, a fortunate misstep? Before Blonsky, General Ross deftly shifted the blame onto Banner. Under the general's guidance, Blonsky arrived at a sealed warehouse and retrieved a vial of blue serum. This serum was derived from the formula injected into Captain America during World War II. It was at this moment that Blonsky realized General Ross intended to revive the super soldier program from that era. To hell with ambition. I just want to grow stronger. Gazing at the blue serum, a dangerous glint sparkled in Blonsky's eyes. Despite General Ross's repeated warnings about the immense risks of injecting the serum, the uncertainty of acquiring unknown powers loomed large. Should the attempt fail, the subject would face imminent death. Yet, Blonsky remained unfazed. His insatiable thirst for power drove him to the brink of madness. Finally, with the assistance of 2 doctors, the blue serum was injected into Blonsky's body. "Oh, God, please, my God." As the highest-grade needle shattered against Su Ming's arm, the scientist responsible for drawing Su Ming's blood finally snapped. He could not comprehend how a task so easily executed by any nurse had transformed into a world-class dilemma in his hands. It was merely drawing blood. What were they even doing? General Ross was equally perplexed. What should have been resolved in minutes had dragged on, with this insufferable bounty hunter still loitering before him. Indeed, since agreeing to the deal with General Ross, Su Ming and Eliza had accompanied Ross's research team from Brazil to the United States, enjoying lavish treatment while failing to extract a single drop of blood. The scientist reported with a bitter expression that the task had tormented him for days. During their initial attempt to draw blood from Su Ming, the needle had broken. Now, after destroying hundreds of needles and employing dozens of methods, they still could not penetrate Su Ming's skin. Su Ming, however, was quite cooperative. He would do anything as long as it meant drawing blood. Surely, they couldn't resort to a meat grinder for a blood sample. The repeatedly thwarted scientist even contemplated extreme measures. When General Ross grasped the situation, he too was rendered speechless. "No. I spent 200 million. It's been days, and now you tell me you can't draw blood?" The scientist could only helplessly admit there was not a single drop to be had. General Ross was plagued by a throbbing headache, and he was compelled to concede that. Despite his extensive experience and struggle, he seemed to have met his match this time. Was this fate not a monstrous entity? Gradually, a flicker of resignation began to take root within him, for the insurmountable power he faced held no value for him. During these days, Su Ming and Eliza, treated as esteemed guests by the military, were in remarkably high spirits. They enjoyed sumptuous meals, restful nights, and the privilege of freely exploring the secret base of the American military. Not to mention the daily amusement derived from witnessing the constipated expressions of those who found themselves at a loss against them. A few casual remarks had already netted them 200 million, and Su Ming was equally curious about the military's approach to dealing with a not yet complete embodiment of steel. Over the past few days, Su Ming had been joyfully cooperating with the military's research team, embarking on a comprehensive exploration of the process of extracting a sample of his blood. Undoubtedly, all attempts culminated in failure. You've had your chance, and yet you remain ineffectual, Su Ming thought, glancing at the seemingly obedient Eliza while biting on a toothpick. At that moment, General Ross, with a bold demeanor, approached Su Ming. Fate, my friend. To be frank, I have never encountered such a situation. However, since we cannot procure your blood, what of our transaction? Understanding the implications behind General Ross's words, Su Ming politely replied, I am willing to cooperate, but a refund is out of the question. General Ross had evidently anticipated Su Ming's response and held no illusions regarding the possibility of a refund. The 200 million in hand was not something he could simply relinquish. With the proposal for a refund decisively rejected, Ross presented an alternative. In that case, Mr. Fate, let us consider this amount as a commission for our next engagement, shall we? How naive to think one could profit from my hands. General Ross bitterly mused. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ming acquiesced to General Ross's proposition, as the money had come too easily. However, he added, 2 conditions. Raising 2 fingers. Su Ming regarded General Ross with a sly grin. Immediately contact Nick Fury and inform him that I have fulfilled the military's commission. Furthermore, this sum shall merely serve as a deposit for our next engagement. The final price will be contingent upon the specifics of the task. Crack. A piece of Ross's freshly repaired molar was bitten off. Chapter 48. A demand for payment. Su Ming, invigorated and in high spirits, was escorted out of the American military base by soldiers driving a Humvee. He observed the soldiers, seemingly avoiding him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, speed away as soon as he exited the vehicle. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle, a sound that roused Elisa from her reverie beside him. The journey to Brazil had profoundly impacted Elisa's worldview. Not only had she encountered the colossal green behemoth, but the boss's dealings with the military were never shrouded in secrecy. 200 million. Oh my goodness. She involuntarily recalled the moment she had once attempted to intercept the boss for a mere $2,000. How could you have dared, Elisa? A shiver ran down her spine. Fortunately, the boss had shown mercy back then. Otherwise, she too would have witnessed the military extracting blood from the boss, with the sharp needle appearing as pliable as spaghetti against his seemingly soft skin. The boss seemed stronger than ever before. Reflecting on the moment when she had once kicked Su Ming's arm, Elisa fell into deep contemplation. This was also the reason for her increasingly obedient demeanor around Su Ming lately. His overwhelming strength evoked in her a sense of reverence akin to gazing up at a towering mountain, simultaneously instilling a feeling of distance. Did she still possess the audacity to tease the boss as she once did? Elisa harbored serious doubts. Let us go? Su Ming's cheerful voice broke her reverie, and Elisa felt as though she had awakened from a dream. The boss will take you for a stroll in Washington. Listening to Su Ming's warm tone and reflecting on his attentiveness, Elisa beamed with a broad smile. Strong as he may be, the boss remains the boss. Washington, the Triskelion Building. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. This time, Su Ming had contacted Nick Fury in advance, avoiding the previous awkward situation where his abrupt intrusion into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had triggered an agent's stress response. Nick Fury, with a complex expression, gazed at the composed Su Ming and sighed heavily. General Ross had called him not long ago. Although he informed Fury that Su Ming had successfully completed the military's commission, he adamantly refused to transfer the previously agreed-upon research funding. He further stated that SHIELD would no longer serve as the liaison between the military and Su Ming, having already spent the money. He insisted on cutting out the middleman. I will contact him myself from now on. General Ross believed his actions to be entirely routine, which left Nick Fury's plans to profit from the middleman utterly thwarted. So, I not only end up with nothing from Stark's legacy, but gain nothing at all. In truth, it wasn't just old Nick who walked away empty-handed. Even the opportunistic General Ross found himself at a loss, having lost $200 million. Observing the conflicted expression on Nick Fury's face, Su Ming smiled warmly. Director Fury, it is time to fulfill your promise. Nick Fury resigned, waved his hand to instruct his subordinates to fetch all of Howard Stark's relics to present to Su Ming. Upon noticing the somewhat familiar colored suitcase beside him, Su Ming understood that Nick Fury, as the leader of a faction, would not falter in honoring his commitments. Remembering something, he prompted, surely the promises entail more than this. Recalling his own unwavering promise of a $100 million commission, Nick Fury donned a mask of anguish. Why was General Ross deviating from the expected script? Although significant funding had been allocated to his department, he was not a colossal entity like the military, able to dispense $1 or $2 billion at whim. However, Fury, who was not one to dwell on dilemmas, was acutely aware of Su Ming's prowess and recognized that he could not allow a momentary lapse to foster a formidable rival within his department. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "The funds will arrive as promised." Meanwhile, downstairs, Eliza, pulling the suitcase, felt her heart swell with newfound strength. She once again witnessed her boss's nonchalant words translate into, no, it was not merely a promise, but an impending influx of over $100 million. Previously, when she had seen Su Ming earn $200 million in a fit of rage, her reaction had been one of astonishment. Now, observing the magnate pledge to transfer $100 million to Su Ming, she could only think, oh, just $100 million? This was not due to Eliza's avarice or any expectations of a monetary share from Su Ming. He had always been generous with her, and her salary was ample for her needs. The sheer thrill of witnessing such high-stakes dealings was exhilarating for her, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation, yearning for her boss to lead her on another lucrative venture. As Su Ming glanced at the darkening sky, he casually remarked, Eliza, gather your belongings. Let us find a place to stay. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Eliza's face flushed crimson, her gaze shyly averted from him. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Has the boss finally come around? Meanwhile, Tony Stark had been feeling somewhat fatigued. He had just concluded a tense negotiation with military officials, who had convened a hearing demanding he surrender his Iron Man suit and associated technology, claiming it was for the greater good of public safety. However, the astute Tony was far from swayed, asserting that the nation would require at least another 20 years to master such technology. He retorted, I am Iron Man, the suit, and I are one. Surrendering it means relinquishing my very self. It was clear to Tony what the politicians were scheming. He would never relinquish the technology that had repeatedly extricated him from peril. Reflecting on the individual who had developed a reactor akin to his own, Tony recalled the encounter where that person had attacked him with a formidable lightning whip on the racetrack, only to be vanquished by his new armor. He needed answers. Arriving at the prison, Tony was curious to discover why his assailant had targeted him. After listening to Ivan Vanko's account, Tony finally understood the long-standing grievances between their families. Feeling a pang of guilt, Tony offered Ivan some friendly advice on how to improve his reactor before taking his leave. This is, in fact, Tony's way of demonstrating his superior scientific abilities as a descendant of the Stark family. By nightfall, the toxin level in Tony's bloodstream had reached a terrifying 89. Realizing that there was no remedy in sight, Tony decided to fully embrace his reckless side. He threw a party, believing it might be his last. Indeed, it was a celebration of indulgence. At the gathering, Tony not only danced exuberantly in his armor, but also showcased how to relieve oneself while suited up. To heighten the festivities, he even fired his repulsor beams for entertainment. However, oblivious to Tony's poisoning, Pepper and Rhodey were appalled by his antics. In a fit of frustration, Rhodey donned the Mark II armor to intervene and halt Tony's impulsive behavior. Yet, in the face of this final revelry, Tony had no intention of stopping. The two engaged in a brawl that escalated from the lower levels to the upper floors, seemingly dismantling the California Bay villa in the process. Ultimately, their chaotic skirmish concluded amidst a clash of their repulsor beams. An infuriated Rhodey abandoned the incapacitated Tony and flew off to the Air Force Base. Resolved to modify the armor, they enlisted Hammer to upgrade its weaponry. The following day, Tony planned to stroll around in his armor, thinking that since he had only a few days left to live, he might as well indulge in life's pleasures. Clad in his suit, he clutched a piece of fried chicken, his gaze fixed on a colossal donut nearby, intending to savor the culinary delight within that enticing hole. Suddenly, Jarvis alerted him of a call from Su Ming. "Hey, Tony, you're not dead yet, are you?" Su Ming's cheerful voice resonated through the helmet. Annoyed, Tony scoffed. "Clearly not. I'm having the time of my life. What do you want, Mr. Silver? Do you remember that matter I mentioned? The one about helping you with your poisoning." Tony remained skeptical of Su Ming's capacity to assist him until he heard the latter's next words. "Your father, Howard Stark's belongings are with me. And I'm certain there's something you desire within. The price is negotiable." Tony's spirit surged, causing the piece of fried chicken in his hand to tumble to the ground. His previously indifferent gaze, which had seemed to transcend life and death, suddenly ignited with a fervent desire to survive. Chapter 49. An additional billion California at Tony's residence. Although Tony remained uncertain about the origin of the relics that Su Ming had procured from his father, he approached the prospect of these heirlooms aiding him in his dire straits with a certain skepticism. This doubt intensified as he sifted through the mundane possessions left behind by his father, finding little of apparent value. His spirits sank as he involuntarily glanced at Su Ming, who appeared composed and self-assured. What imbued him with such confidence in these relics? It struck Tony as ironic, considering he had resolved not to place his faith in anything beyond the prowess of this bounty hunter. Yet, who among us could refrain from clinging to any glimmer of hope in the face of despair? At that moment, the projector flickered to life, revealing a visage of his father, Howard Stark, addressing the camera. "Tony." This captured both Tony's and Su Ming's attention. For reasons unknown, Elisa had not accompanied Su Ming. In the footage, Howard Stark spoke earnestly. "You are still young, and all that I have done is to pave the way for your future." He lamented that the technology of his time was insufficient to innovate humanity's future. "The map I have left will lead you to new discoveries. Only you can alter the course of humanity's destiny." Upon hearing this, Tony immediately sought out the map that his father had left behind. It is noteworthy that when Su Ming retrieved the Stark artifacts from SHIELD, he had only taken a fraction of them, while the larger models, including the significant map, were transported directly to Tony's home at Su Ming's request. Regrettably, he had misremembered. As Su Ming examined the open box on the floor, he had anticipated that something crucial lay within, only to discover that the sole valuable item was a single videotape. The true harbinger of hope for Tony resided within the intricacies of the model map. Su Ming gazed at the model, which towered half the height of a wall, and thought, "This must be it." Tony, with keen intuition, sensed that the map concealed something extraordinary. It seemed to unveil the mysteries that had plagued his mind, prompting him to swiftly transport the model to his workshop for further examination. With the assistance of JARVIS, he unearthed an unassuming sphere that contained a structure of an element he had never encountered before. Through meticulous analysis, he was elated to discover that this new element not only had the capacity to eliminate palladium, but could also serve as the new core for his reactor. "I knew it would take a new element to assist me in his quest for a solution." Tony had previously experimented with various combinations of existing elements in the scientific realm, yet none had proven effective. This was a source of profound despair. It compelled me to develop a new element. Indeed, the thought of creating a new element had crossed his mind. But time was a luxury he could not afford. The emergence of this new elemental structure dispelled the clouds of anxiety that had loomed over Tony for days. Finally, a smile broke through his previously troubled demeanor. "Tony?" At that moment, Su Ming's voice pulled the elated Tony back to reality. Tony turned to regard Su Ming, who appeared to have a clear plan in mind, silently acknowledging, "What a remarkable individual capable of delivering surprises." Tony recalled how Su Ming had keenly identified his predicament earlier and had offered a solution, which he had dismissed at the time. Unexpectedly, at a critical moment, Su Ming had indeed brought forth something that could alter his fate. This bounty hunter possessed quite the prowess. Although their first encounter seemed hostile, it was evident that he was a man of reason. The mere price of $50 million for his life struck Tony as exceedingly reasonable. Reflecting on his past interactions with Su Ming, he realized that the latter had saved him on multiple occasions, ultimately departing with only a modest sum. In his life, Tony had never encountered such a benevolent soul. Despite his competitive nature causing him to initially view Su Ming unfavorably, the Silver Duke appeared like a timely rain, always materializing when Tony faced difficulties. What a delightful fellow. Although Tony Stark had never yielded to anyone, how could one not appreciate a man like Silver Duke, who performed good deeds for a fee? Tony had momentarily forgotten that Su Ming's offer was quite substantial. He simply did not care. From that moment on, the ever-arrogant Tony developed a favorable impression of Su Ming. Just as he was about to speak, a wave of agony surged through him, intensifying the symptoms of palladium poisoning. Tony let out a muffled groan, the dark gray stripes on his neck now clearly visible. At that moment, Su Ming swiftly injected a substance into Tony's neck. Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, had asked him to convey his regards. Had it not been for Tony's sudden affliction, Su Ming might have forgotten that before leaving SHIELD, Fury had entrusted him with a syringe containing a drug designed to alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning. Fury had intended to communicate directly with Tony to help him navigate this crisis, thereby persuading him to join the Avengers initiative. However, he had already relinquished the most crucial Stark relic as a bargaining chip to Su Ming. He had hoped to enlist both Su Ming and Tony in his plan and had generously handed the serum over to Su Ming. After all, it was not an antidote. This medication could only provide temporary relief from the palladium poisoning. Thus, in Fury's eyes, its value paled in comparison to the significance of Su Ming and Tony. What is this? As he felt the excruciating pain in his neck, a refreshing sensation followed, alleviating the recent discomfort. Tony could not help but feel intrigued. Su Ming, slightly apprehensive, was relieved that Tony's poisoning had reminded him of the necessity to administer the drug. Otherwise, he might have neglected to do so. If Tony were to perish mid-experiment on the new element, the consequences would be dire. Realizing this, Su Ming spoke earnestly. "Tony, this is a specially formulated serum from SHIELD to alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning. I believe this will help you endure until the new element is successfully developed." "I almost forgot. Haha." Tony touched his neck, feeling the unusual protrusion gradually recede, confirming that Su Ming's injection indeed had the potential to delay the symptoms. With a sigh of relief came a hint of discontent. Why was such a remarkable item not presented earlier? I have endured much discomfort for several days. However, it undeniably saved his life and ensured he had time to delve into the new element. Tony would not overlook this favor. "Mr. Silver, I am aware of your terms, 500 million, as agreed." "Stop." Su Ming raised his hand, astonished at Tony. "What is this? When I initially proposed 500 million, you disagreed. I endured the arduous journey between Brazil and Washington, and after much effort, I acquired the item. You have confirmed its efficacy. Yet you still wish to secure it at the original price? Where is the fairness in that? Can the prices of presale and ready properties be the same?" "Tony, I must remind you, that was the previous price." Tony Stark regarded Su Ming with a professional smile, fully cognizant of his demeanor. Relax. Relax, it's merely money, a trivial matter. Yet, the proud Tony would hardly exhibit warmth towards another man. With this in mind, he scoffed. "I'll double it. 1 billion. His eyes continuously darted toward the structural diagram of the new element, eager to plunge into the task at hand. Observing Tony's generous spirit, Su Ming recognized his urgency to research the new element, since a doubled offer had already been made. Further haggling at this juncture would be rather distasteful. After all, opportunities would abound in the future. He decided to forego any pretenses. Deal. No sooner had the words left his lips than the phone rang, and a slightly hoarse voice from Elisa came through. Boss, the military is calling. There is a commission. Without a word, Su Ming departed from Tony's home. At that moment, Tony dialed a number. Aware that the creation of this new element required immense energy, his current small workshop was utterly incapable of fulfilling the demands. On the call, he arranged for the procurement of an ion propulsion system worth billions, and then seized a sledgehammer to begin renovations on a mansion valued in the hundreds of millions. If the hastily departing Su Ming knew that Tony had already spent over 100 billion merely on equipment procurement, he might regret his abrupt exit. Chapter 50. The Hulk unleashed. Elisa finally achieved her long-desired wish, yet she was utterly unprepared for the immense energy that lay within Su Ming's streamlined form. At one point, she even believed she might perish. As the sun reached its zenith, she lingered in bed, her nearly crumbling body refusing to budge even under the relentless urging of hunger. Regret washed over her for teasing Su Ming the previous night, naively assuming he would adhere to the customary politeness and restraint of Eastern men. To her astonishment, the boss had taken it seriously, transforming into a wolf and regarding her as a sumptuous feast to devour with great delight. Although she had eagerly anticipated this outcome, the issue was that she had never considered Su Ming's stamina was boundless. This predicament was tormenting for Elisa. The pinnacle of joy morphed into agony. Yet she could no longer discern whether she was truly happy or in pain. The results were evident. Her voice was hoarse, and her body was spent. Had it not been for the military's call notifying the boss of a new mission, she would have adamantly refused to rise from her slumber. Help me pinpoint the rendezvous location. I shall be there shortly. Rest well. Hearing her boss's invigorating voice instructing her to work, Elisa furiously tossed aside the towel in her hand. Did you ever allow me to rest? Limping to the desk, she opened her computer and began to strike the keys with fervor. Su Ming received the location information sent by Elisa, accompanied by a sleepy emoji. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he chuckled to himself, shaking his head. You played with fire. Had Elisa not pleaded with tears for mercy, Su Ming would have surely continued to indulge her. Following the coordinates she provided, Su Ming arrived at a secluded street, where he boarded the Hummer dispatched by General Ross, heading straight to the command center. Meanwhile, Banner, having obtained data from Betty, prepared to seek assistance from Mr. Blue in New York. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the target of military surveillance. Armed soldiers closed in on him, accompanied by a pursuing Hummer. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he bolted. But how could two legs outrun a vehicle with four wheels? What must General Ross do to relent? Banner's heart raced with anxiety. He yearned to be merely an ordinary biologist, yet the relentless pursuit by the military left him gasping for breath. In desperation, he fled into a campus, seeking refuge. However, the soldiers swiftly cornered him, driving him onto a bridge. Observing this, General Ross sneered coldly. You cannot escape. He ordered the blockade of both ends of the bridge and commanded the deployment of tear gas to force Banner out. Betty, witnessing this, dashed forward recklessly in an attempt to rescue him, only to be knocked to the ground by soldiers behind her. General Ross remained unfazed by this. Yet, this scene ignited Banner's fury. Under the influence of the tear gas, his form rapidly expanded, his skin transforming to a vibrant green. His clothing shredded apart, leaving only the largest pair of pants still clinging to him. General Ross gazed at the furious Hulk, reflecting on his uniquely perceptive daughter, murmuring, "She will see the truth." Indeed, who would wish for their daughter to be involved with a monster? Hulk shattered the corridor's window with a powerful kick, roaring as he leapt from the bridge, determined to teach a lesson to the army that preyed upon the innocent. The organized troops opened fire. Yet both heavy machine guns and artillery appeared utterly feeble against Hulk's formidable strength. He effortlessly overturned an armored vehicle, using it as a weapon to strike down nearby soldiers. The hefty Humvee was tossed about like a mere toy in Hulk's presence, causing the soldiers to crumble in the face of his terrifying might. At that moment, the so-called industrial civilization seemed exceedingly fragile. Recognizing the dire situation, General Ross promptly dispatched Blonsky, who had recently undergone serum enhancement. Finally, it is my turn to make an entrance. Blonsky, armed with a grenade launcher, charged towards Hulk alone. Notably, thanks to the serum, Blonsky's physical abilities had surpassed those of an ordinary human. While pursuing Banner, he had displayed a speed comparable to that of a military vehicle, and his strength had significantly increased. Hulk seized two deformed armored doors as weapons, attempting to crush the agile pest before him. Cool. This is the feeling. Blonsky skillfully evaded the attacks. Witnessing this, General Ross appeared incredulous, initially believing it a miracle that Blonsky had survived the serum. Never anticipating he would actually grow stronger. My goodness. He truly has become stronger. Blonsky, utilizing his enhanced physique, maneuvered around Hulk, striving to identify a weakness. Yet he overlooked Hulk's nearly impenetrable defense. Clearly, General Ross, as the commander, recognized this flaw as well. Suddenly, a loud directive came through his earpiece. Lead him to the sonic cannon. After several exchanges, Blonsky opted for a tactical retreat, drawing Hulk into the prearranged sonic weapon zone. This sonic weapon had been borrowed from Tony. The powerful sound wave instantly toppled Blonsky while simultaneously restraining Hulk's movements. Hulk, in agony, clutched his head, seemingly affected to a great extent. However, after a brief adaptation, he struggled to rise, using his shield to deflect some of the sonic assault. He retaliated by hurling an armored door, cleaving a military vehicle in two, and with another mighty leap, he smashed another one. Observing this, Blonsky boldly approached, taunting, "Is that all you've got?" Consequently, under Hulk's furious grunt, Blonsky was sent flying by a powerful kick, bouncing along the ground before colliding with a tree. His body contorted at an alarming angle, an injury that appeared grave. Realizing the ground forces were ineffective, General Ross called for armed helicopter support, determined to end Hulk's rampage here, even if it meant destroying the school. However, General Ross remained oblivious to the fact that his daughter Betty had quietly approached the Hulk, attempting to awaken the dormant reason within him. At that moment, the barrage from the armed helicopter descended like a torrential downpour. The Hulk hurled the last fragment of a car door, obliterating the helicopter. The crashing aircraft erupted in flames, instantly engulfing the surroundings. And the Hulk swiftly enveloped Betty in his protective embrace. After the explosion, he unleashed a furious roar of warning at General Ross, gradually disappearing into the thick, rolling smoke while cradling Betty. Having nearly lost his daughter, General Ross found himself at a loss, furrowing his brow as he instructed his secretary, "Contact Destiny." When General Ross encountered Su Ming again, it was 3 days later. During this time, an unexpected event had transpired. Blonsky had made a full recovery. He had not anticipated that Blonsky, whose bones were shattered, could regain his former self in merely 2.5 days. This revelation only fortified his resolve to capture Banner. Recalling the formidable power of the Hulk, it seemed that the military's methods were rendered futile. And even with the serum enhancing Blonsky's strength, it paled in comparison to the Hulk. Thus, he contemplated Destiny, the bounty hunter who still owed him a $200 million contract. After hearing General Ross's account, Su Ming understood that Banner had transformed into the Hulk once more. Eluding the military's capture truly, there were no surprises. Su Ming recognized that the Hulk's combat prowess was among the highest in the entire Marvel Universe, primarily due to his strength's ability to escalate with his anger. Most critically, there was no limit. He vaguely recalled that the Hulk had seemingly consumed something in his early days that had restricted his power, leading to a grueling battle against the abomination. Observing the battle-hungry Blonsky, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This combat fanatic would likely become larger and uglier upon their next encounter. It appeared that it was Tony himself who intervened to prevent the military from allowing the abomination to join S.H.I.E.L.D. How could a mad and blindly pursuing power be permitted in such an organization? While strength was indeed significant, the pursuit of wealth remained the more practical endeavor. Chapter 51. The King of 100 Magnets. A notification from the system resounded as Tony's transfer arrived as promised. Upon gazing at the figure exceeding $1 billion in his account, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Su Ming's eyes. It seemed that his recent endeavors had not been in vain. At this moment, the military had successfully traced Betty's phone and bank card records, and had extended their surveillance to Mr. Land's email. General Ross understood that in order for Banner to achieve self-healing, he would inevitably need to contact Mr. Lan. As anticipated, the email sent by Banner was intercepted by the military, leading them to pinpoint Mr. Land's location. A meticulously arranged trap was quietly set in motion. Meanwhile, Su Ming was ordered by General Ross to remain on standby, ready to assist when they were prepared to close in. He remained non-committal on the matter. Having reviewed the military's combat footage, Su Ming pondered the formidable Hulk, wondering whether he possessed the strength to contend with such an invincible force. He harbored doubts. As his own capabilities, though resilient thanks to his iron physique and Deadpool-level regenerative abilities, merely ensured his survival, not invincibility. With numerous enigmatic opponents yet to reveal their powers, Su Ming refrained from indulging in unwarranted optimism. After all, survival was the fundamental principle for any traveler through realms. The system's shop required 50 billion for the immortal body, a sum he had yet to amass. Resting in the military's provided lounge, Su Ming resolved to utilize this rare moment of tranquility to explore the system's shop and enhance his abilities. In this tumultuous Marvel universe, individual strength formed the bedrock of everything, even with immortality. Being cast to the fringes of the cosmos or trapped within the crevices of the microscopic world would render him as good as dead. Su Ming decided to prioritize upgrading his iron physique, for a body that could not withstand heavy weaponry hardly deserved the title of iron. Upgrade. 500 million. Upgrade successful. Account balance. 803. $12 million. Sensing subtle changes within his body, Su Ming recalled an important matter: flight. Although he could now achieve flight, it felt akin to throwing himself into the air each time. The drawbacks of this method had become evident after numerous trials. It was exceedingly impractical in combat. When he had clashed with Iron Patriot in the skies, each alteration in position or acceleration necessitated launching a throwing knife and relying on its inertia. It was exceedingly cumbersome. Was there a more efficient method to soar without such exertion? Contemplating this question, Su Ming perused the system shop. The biological stance of a Superman was undoubtedly the optimal choice, yet it was prohibitively expensive, beyond his means. He considered technological means of flight akin to Tony Stark's methods, such as acquiring wings or a rocket apparatus. However, such innovations fell under the realm of technology, which the system shop did not offer. It only facilitated the exchange of abilities related to talents. There was a talent that could grant him wings. Vampire transform into bat. $300 million. Yet, the thought of flitting about as a bat was enough for Su Ming to decisively shake his head. Uncertain whether it is merely my own illusion, I cannot shake the feeling that this ability possesses a rather significant weight. Moreover, how swiftly can a bat truly fly? And once transformed, how does one engage in combat? Pass. Flight magic enchanted broomstick, $80 million, riding a broomstick? Su Ming envisioned himself seated upon a broom, soaring through the sky, in comparison to Tony's Iron Man suit. It appeared utterly feeble. It might even be inferior to throwing a dagger. Perhaps I should forego the broomstick. The Dr. Time Vortex Traversal. $20 billion. This seems impressive, yet not only is it financially out of reach, it appears to be a skill inclined towards prophetic abilities. The direction is all wrong. Pass. Su Ming took a moment to calm his mind and ponder alternative means, aside from superhuman entities, that would allow him to fly with ease. A thought struck him, and he noticed a talent. Magnetic control, $20 million. His eyes sparkled as he recalled the formidable elder with an imposing aura. It seemed he, too, could traverse the air with grace. Indeed, a shift in perspective could yield results. If I could maintain footholds and points of leverage in the air, just as I do on the ground, would the sky not become as navigable as the earth? This is it. I shall redeem it. $20 million. Acquired talent. Magnetic control LV1. 999 milligrams of magnetism. Account balance. 78, $312,000. Observing the upgrade interface for magnetic control, Su Ming silently acknowledged the truth. How could a mere 20 million secure the means to rival Magneto's prowess? Magnetic control LV2, 999 grams of magnetism. $80 million. Magnetic control LV3, 999 kilograms of magnetism. $200 million. Magnetic control LV4, 999 tons of magnetism. $500 million. Magnetic control LV5, 999 tons of magnetism. $5 billion. Magnetic control is indeed tiered. Yet the prospect of acquiring it for a price left Su Ming feeling it was exceptionally worthwhile. Upon reviewing other talents, it appeared that enhancing magnetic control offered superior value. Upgrade. $780 million. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance. $120,000. Opening the attributes panel. Name. Su Ming. Age. 28. Physical strength. 2255. Current account. $120,000. Existing talents. Deadpool level regeneration. Dynamic vision LV. 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do. Constitution enhancement LV. 4. Faceless mask. Danger perception LV. 1. Precision throwing LV. 2. Mastery of sketching. Iron body LV. 4. Magnetic control LV. For gazing at the accumulation of 9 talents, Su Ming profoundly grasped the meaning of something more precious than money. These are the very assets that will empower him in the underworld. Attempting to utilize magnetic control, steel rebars suddenly tore from the walls of the lounge, assembling in an ominous display. Boom. Lacking the support of the steel, the ceiling of the lounge collapsed effortlessly, much like a child's precarious tower of blocks. With a swift motion, Su Ming stepped outside, gazing at the military structure he had inadvertently brought down, silently sticking out his tongue. Magneto truly embodied the essence of a formidable presence. His powers were simply extraordinary. A magnetic force of nearly 999 tons could hardly be deemed impressive. Yet, even so, the devastation it could wreak was staggering. Just how immense must be the strength required to effortlessly lift a cruise ship from the sea? What was happening? An enemy attack? Where is my firearm? Soldiers rushed out of the building, their faces etched with panic, glancing around anxiously. The thunderous crash of the collapsing building led them to believe the base was under siege. As General Ross emerged from the command center, dust enveloped him, prompting a few coughs. His gaze fell upon the fallen structure, and his brows furrowed in anger. Damn it, how could they cut corners to this extent? Even at the expense of our military? Seeing the flustered soldiers only fueled his ire, and he bellowed, "It's just a collapsed building. Why the commotion? Return to your duties. Get moving." He then summoned his aide. "Go. Apprehend the individuals responsible for the construction of this building. They shall face severe repercussions." The aide hurried off to confront the unfortunate architects. General Ross took the towel offered by his secretary, wiping the dust from his face, and approached Su Ming. "Mr. Fate, that appears to be the area where you were resting. Are you unharmed?" Just as he was about to express his concern, he noticed Su Ming's pristine and composed demeanor, causing him to pause. Reflecting on Su Ming's extraordinary physique, General Ross inwardly chastised himself. How foolish of me. Even if the entire base were to perish, he would remain unscathed. Casting another glance at the collapsed building, he snorted in disdain and turned back toward the command center. Amused by the unfolding events, Su Ming recognized the general's misunderstanding. While he felt a twinge of sympathy for the architects whose futures now hung in the balance, he had no intention of offering them an explanation. Silently observing his hands, Su Ming sighed. "It seems I must adapt to this newfound ability for a while longer." Chapter 52. The emergence of hatred accompanied by Betty, Banner encountered the long-anticipated Mr. Blue. As a Ph.D. in biology, Mr. Blue operated his own laboratory situated in Harlem, New York. Banner observed Mr. Blue's enthusiastic and endless astonishment regarding his peculiar predicament. Remaining silent for an extended moment, "Were you in my shoes, you would likely not share such excitement." With the experimental data provided by Banner, Mr. Blue proclaimed that he had discovered a method to suppress the Hulk. "So why the delay?" Banner urged. Mr. Blue injected a vial of purple liquid into the apparatus, instructing Banner to lie on the examination table and securing his body. To ensure the efficacy of the antidote, Mr. Blue intended to administer some stimulation, a form of electric therapy akin to a digital detox. A powerful surge of stimuli engulfed Banner, causing his heart rate to soar, while the Hulk's strength stirred within him, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Banner's skin gradually transformed into a deep green hue, and his bones emitted ominous cracking sounds. as if they were on the verge of disintegration. At this critical juncture, Betty bravely climbed atop the Hulk's massive form, awakening a flicker of reason within him. Her courageous act afforded Mr. Blue the invaluable opportunity to administer the antidote. As the purple liquid coursed through his veins, the Hulk gradually regained his composure. Eventually succumbing to unconsciousness, his form slowly reverting to that of Banner. The experiment was deemed a success. However, Mr. Blue candidly expressed his inability to guarantee whether the Hulk had been permanently eradicated or merely temporarily subdued. To err on the side of caution, he secretly duplicated numerous samples of Banner's blood for further study, unaware of the impending crisis his actions would unleash upon the world. As Banner and Mr. Blue debated the immediate destruction of these samples, the military had already encircled them. A sniper received orders to fire, accurately delivering a tranquilizer into Banner's system from afar. Taking advantage of the chaos, Blonsky stormed into the laboratory, seizing Banner and demanding, "Where is he?" A few slaps across the face failed to elicit the Hulk's emergence, leaving Blonsky in utter frustration. Having long dreamed of engaging the Hulk in combat until he could finally defeat him, he now found himself face-to-face with Banner, who was not the adversary he had hoped to confront, driving Blonsky to the brink of madness. Soon, Banner was taken away by the military, leaving Mr. Blue to face the inquiries of the military scientists alone. At that moment, Blonsky knocked out one of the scientists from behind. His aim was not to rescue Mr. Blue but to acquire the power akin to that of the Hulk. The scene within Mr. Blue's laboratory ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Perhaps I could become stronger. Blonsky leveled his gun at Mr. Blue's head. You can suppress him, so you must be able to create him. Blonsky understood that despite undergoing transformation through the serum, his own strength remained insufficient to contend with the Hulk. I demand that you extract what resides within Banner. Oh, it seems you have also injected something? Mr. Blue perceives Banner's mutation as a gift from nature and is determined to continue his research. The individual before him seems to share his sentiments, leading Blonsky and Mr. Blue to a mutual agreement. They resolved to once again employ gamma rays to inject Banner's blood into Blonsky. Indeed, under the intense exposure to gamma radiation, Blonsky's physique rapidly expands, transforming into the terrifying Abomination. As Mr. Blue observes the malevolent and monstrous form of Abomination, he realizes the perilous nature of the situation and implores, "I can cure you." However, this is met with a casual wave from Abomination, whose immense power sends Mr. Blue crashing against the wall, leaving him sprawled on the ground. At that moment, a drop of Hulk's blood lands on Mr. Blue's wound, leading to a mutation that would irrevocably alter his fate. Empowered by this horrific strength, Blonsky, now the Abomination, wreaks havoc in the streets of Harlem. Haha. This is the power I sought. The military, having never encountered this newly emerged monster, launches an assault to protect the populace. Yet, the rockets are as ineffective against him as mere toys. Bring me a more formidable opponent. Abomination bellows, slaughtering soldiers and civilians alike. Meanwhile, Su Ming sits in a corner of General Ross's command vehicle, witnessing Banner's successful capture by the military. He had thought his involvement would not be necessary, yet the sudden emergence of another giant, Abomination, leaves General Ross in a quandary. No need to rush. No need to rush. Haste is not a virtue in business. Su Ming dismisses the notion of soliciting opportunities, recalling that his previous attempts at proactive engagement yielded unsatisfactory results. Thus, he decides to remain an observer for the time being. General Ross feels a torrent of anxiety as he grapples with the unexpected emergence of another beast after successfully capturing Banner. Having previously commanded troops against the Hulk, he is acutely aware that the military is no match for such a creature. Moreover, with the chaos unfolding in the streets of New York, the thought of innocent civilians suffering due to a miscalculated decision weighs heavily on his conscience. Unconsciously, he casts his gaze upon the fate that looms behind him. This detestable creature shows no concern for the anguished cries of the innocent as it rampages. Additionally, he still owes Ross a hefty $200 million for a contract. Just as General Ross prepares to urge Su Ming into action, the already awakened Banner speaks up. Let me give it a try. Unable to bear the thought of so many innocent lives lost to the brutal monster, Banner believes that his transformation into the Hulk might be the key to halting the destruction. After a fierce struggle between man and beast, Banner begins to feel that the Hulk within him may not be as intolerable as he once thought. However, Betty catches his arm. Knowing that he has just injected an antidote, and whether he can awaken the Hulk again remains uncertain. At this moment, charging into the fray would be akin to courting death. Yet, Banner is convinced that he alone possesses the ability to resolve the impending crisis. With unwavering resolve, he bid farewell to Betty and leapt from the airplane's door. As Banner plummeted through the air, he suddenly opened his eyes, sensing an ominous foreboding. Oh, dear. Indeed. It seemed he was destined for a fatal fall. Just as everyone feared for Banner's life, a colossal fist erupted from the ground, followed by the Hulk breaking free from the earth. The life-threatening adrenaline successfully awakened the Hulk's consciousness, allowing Banner to narrowly escape death. Meanwhile, the Abomination sensed the Hulk's presence and surged towards him, intent on exacting revenge. The two giants leapt into the air almost simultaneously, engaging in a fierce battle. However, due to the serum's suppression, the Hulk's strength was significantly diminished, and he was flung aside after a mere exchange. Even when the Hulk attempted to counterattack, the Abomination effortlessly withstood it and kicked him away. Clearly, the Hulk found himself in a defensive position. The recently injected antidote seemed to have a far greater impact on the Hulk's strength than anticipated. Observing the Hulk's tenacious struggle on the surveillance screen, Betty shed tears of sorrow. Yet, General Ross was not preoccupied with such sentiments. He had believed that the transformed Banner would be capable of handling the new monster, having personally experienced his extraordinary power. However, witnessing the Abomination's evident superiority over the Hulk, his years of battle command experience informed him that this was not the time for hesitation. One Hulk was insufficient. What about the Destiny? General Ross finally turned his gaze towards Su Ming, who was already on the verge of slumber, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding outside. Hey, Mr. Destiny, do you recall our agreement regarding the commission? Su Ming snapped back to attention, noticing General Ross's serious demeanor. Had he just spoken to me? Indeed. Su Ming had momentarily dozed off. Observing Su Ming's bewildered expression, General Ross spoke once more. Mr. Destiny, it is your time to take the stage. Chapter 53. Ross's regret. What? Oh, wait a moment, General. Su Ming understood that they were still in the early stages of awakening various superheroes. The Abomination below, though intimidating in appearance, was merely an elite monster at this stage, not even qualifying as a true boss. In contrast, if it were the late-stage Hulk, Thor, or a technologically advanced Tony Stark, any of them would easily handle it, given that he now wielded a magnetic force of 999 tons. Dispatching an Abomination or an early-stage Hulk with diminished abilities should pose no significant challenge. Upon witnessing the Abomination wreaking havoc on the streets, he had already formulated a plan. Should the general bring it up, he would clarify. Each had their own price. With that assurance, he allowed himself to relax for a moment. Surprisingly, the helicopter's gentle swaying was rather soothing. Su Ming knew that even if he refrained from intervening, Banner would step up. This was, after all, the climax of the original narrative. His reason for being there was that neither the Abomination nor the Hulk were adversaries the military could easily subdue. And while fulfilling the $200 million deposit agreement, he also hoped to seize another opportunity to take advantage of the military's resources. Just as General Ross, who had been observing for some time, began to lose confidence in the Hulk's ability to eliminate the Abomination, he approached Su Ming. It was then that Su Ming requested the general to wait. However, what Ross could not comprehend was what wait truly meant. The citizens below were in disarray, the death toll rising alarmingly. How much longer was he expected to wait? Could it be that this detestable bounty hunter was hesitating, fearing he might not measure up against such formidable foes? His expression, once tinged with respect, turned cold as he narrowed his eyes. Fate, are you intending to back out? Su Ming was taken aback, observing the imminent eruption of General Ross, and glanced at the monitor showing the Hulk being mercilessly beaten by the Abomination. It dawned on him that Ross seemed to be worried about his potential retreat. He shook his head in disbelief. General, you misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire. Which of those two beasts do you wish to deal with? Or perhaps, shall we eliminate them both? At his words, Ross's eyes widened in shock, his serious demeanor evaporating, replaced by incredulity. How dare you? He understood Su Ming's words, but could not fathom their implications. This bounty hunter brazenly presented the two terrifying monsters as if they were mere commodities for his selection. Was it the Hulk's fist that had softened? Or the abomination's bone spikes that had dulled? Or did Su Ming's so-called unique physique harbor a fundamentally flawed brain? In Ross's eyes, Su Ming's remarks transcended mere bravado. They bordered on absurdity. Unsure of the source of Su Ming's confidence, and faced with the apocalyptic scene unfolding below, he, as a high-ranking military official, recognized the necessity of action. Otherwise, he would bear the blame. He could not even entertain the idea of stepping into the core of power. Driven by a sense of urgency, he addressed Su Ming. Regardless, we must put an end to this farce. Is my understanding correct? The task at hand is to deal with that large gray figure below. Su Ming, in contemplation, clarified the mission objective for General Ross. Indeed, Ross could no longer afford to focus on his super soldier program. The situation had spiraled beyond his control and imagination, and he simply wished to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. $500 million, General, with the previous $200 million. Only $300 million is needed to meet your demands. This offer is simply too good to pass up. Sir. Su Ming smiled as he uttered words that sent General Ross into a frenzy. Over my dead body. Ross, furious, turned away, ignoring Su Ming, the opportunist, and loudly commanded his subordinates to open fire on the target. Fire. Click. The bolt was pulled back. The airborne Gatling gun loaded and aimed at the abomination on the ground. Fire. The gunfire extended over a meter long. Boom, 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 boom. The abomination, lost in the intoxication of its newfound power, mused, "Oh, is a car truly this light? The artillery seems merely to make noise." Watching soldiers being crushed under the weight of a truck, he swung. A sense of exhilaration bubbled within the abomination's gray chest. They are but ants. Unlike the enraged Hulk after transformation, the abomination, despite its colossal size, retained a lucid rationality. Recalling the excruciating pain of having its bones shattered by Hulk's kick, the abomination prepared to retaliate fiercely. Suddenly, the helicopter's intense gunfire interrupted its rhythm of attack. The large-caliber bullets evidently inflicted no harm. In that fleeting moment of turning, it spotted a familiar figure, General Ross. The cruel smile on Ross's face made the abomination's fearsome visage appear even more terrifying. A hint of disdain flickering in its eyes as it agilely climbed to the rooftop and leapt with all its might, hanging onto the helicopter. Now, I am the apex predator. Its immense weight caused the helicopter to sway violently. The pilot shouted a warning, prepare for emergency landing. Su Ming, who had intended to catch a few more moments of sleep after the negotiation with Ross fell through, found himself increasingly agitated by the thunderous gunfire, the roaring giant, and Ross's incessant curses. Until the violent shaking dashed any hope of returning to slumber, Su Ming finally lost his temper. Everyone, stop! With a sweeping gesture. His magnetic control suddenly unleashed. Was silence. Unlike the previous clamor, the helicopter now lay enveloped in an eerie stillness. The very sound of the engine ceased abruptly. The spinning rotor blades halted in midair. The bullets from the Gatling gun froze in motion. Even the powerless aircraft came to a standstill. Everyone aboard, including the abomination hanging below and Hulk, bore witness to a miraculous scene, as if time itself had been suspended. In truth, it was merely the astonishment that rendered them momentarily motionless. The loathed figure, burdened by inertia, continued to sway beneath the aircraft. Yet its heavy form could no longer cause the plane to tremble. It was Su Ming who had activated his magnetic powers, immobilizing all nearby metal. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned bullets from the air and countless metallic objects from the rooftops, which gradually coalesced into a colossal iron plate, larger than the loathed entity itself. Su Ming, dissatisfied with the failed negotiations, displayed his impatience with a swift gesture akin to swatting away a few bothersome flies. The massive iron plate then struck the loathed figure and the Hulk, sending them hurtling away, crashing to the ground and creating two large craters that billowed dust into the air. Silence enveloped the scene as everyone stared at Su Ming, bewildered by the extraordinary display of power. Yet, amidst this chaos, Su Ming's thoughts wandered. Finally, peace had descended and he felt no fatigue. He pondered if anyone could empathize with such a sentiment. General Ross had just concluded that Su Ming was merely a con artist leveraging his unique abilities for personal gain. However, upon witnessing the spectacle before him, the old heart of General Ross fluttered unexpectedly. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? A sense of resentment blossomed in his gaze directed at Su Ming. Had he known of the latter's formidable prowess earlier, he wouldn't have found himself in such a passive predicament. Meanwhile, far away in Washington, the astute Black Egg had a fleeting thought. General Ross couldn't he possibly think Su Ming was a mere novice, could he? That would be a grave misjudgment. Returning to reality, General Ross internally lamented, I have been thoroughly blind. This fate, having been recommended to me by the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself, must possess its own uniqueness. He recalled Nick Fury's words. General, this is no ordinary bounty hunter. Frustration welled within General Ross. Why hadn't anyone informed him sooner of Su Ming's remarkable strength? What was he to do now? He reflected on how he had just unequivocally rejected Su Ming's proposal. General Ross now found himself engulfed in regret. Chapter 54. A trial of skills. The fighter pilot had never encountered such a bewildering phenomenon. Despite confidently piloting his aircraft, he found himself under siege by a colossal monster. Yet, what astonished him the most was that even amidst the giant's violent thrashing, the plane merely trembled momentarily before suspending itself in midair. I swear to God, this is not my doing, he would repeatedly utter during his subsequent reflections. Indeed, the aircraft remained suspended. Who else but the pilot could exert control over the entire fuselage? This was a perfectly logical deduction, yet the illogical transpired. The pilot clearly observed the instrument panel as the engines suddenly ceased functioning, signifying they would be compelled to land. A pilot trained in systematic protocols swiftly reviewed operational procedures in his mind, but as he endeavored to execute certain maneuvers, he was once again struck dumb. The altimeter indicated no change in altitude. His bodily sensations even suggested that the aircraft was as stable as if it were grounded. Yet, gazing at the instrument panel where even the emergency lights had extinguished, he felt compelled to declare, unless this is a miracle, I can scarcely believe what is unfolding. Even an Apache helicopter, laden with weaponry and combat command modules, weighs no more than 10 tons. Under the magnetic control of Su Ming, this weight felt akin to that of a mere toy. Fortunately, he had refrained from any other actions, simply maintaining the aircraft's position in the air. Given Su Ming's current mastery over magnetism, executing more intricate operations proved exceedingly challenging. General Ross, a seasoned veteran of the political arena, displayed a remarkable resilience that even Su Ming admired. The old fellow approached Su Ming with a cordial demeanor, stating, Mr. Destiny, I may not have articulated my thoughts clearly earlier. I have been contemplating whether 500 million is a worthy price for your personal intervention. How about this? I'll take a modest advantage, still 500 million. Settle that formidable gray behemoth. Moreover, I will personally appoint you as a special advisor to the United States Army. Any military matters will prioritize collaboration with you. The price is negotiable. Su Ming gazed at General Ross, astonished by his starkly altered demeanor. Such a transformation was nothing short of seamless. He even pondered seizing the opportunity to negotiate a higher price, but found himself unable to interject. Although he did not manage to reap any immediate benefits, having a lucrative contract and establishing a connection with the well-funded military was still a commendable outcome. Rising to stretch his body, Su Ming heard a chorus of cracking joints reverberating within the aircraft. What an honor, General. Just as Su Ming's gaze searched for the abomination, preparing to charge at him, General Ross discreetly leaned closer and whispered, Mr. Destiny, could you also assist me in capturing Banner, the Hulk? Ah, this cunning old man. Just moments ago, Banner had chosen to leap from the aircraft to confront the abomination, yet now Ross was contemplating retrieving him for further experimentation. It appeared that Ross remained undeterred by his previous plan. Su Ming, upon hearing this, responded with a polite smile. I'm afraid, General, that would entail a different price. With a resolute gaze fixed upon the abomination, Su Ming leapt away from the aircraft. Shortly after his departure, calamity struck the plane. The cause was simple. The individual responsible for its suspension had vacated, leading to the engine's failure and repeated attempts at restart proving futile. The aircraft began its descent into freefall, prompting instinctive gasps from all aboard. Hearing the frantic shouts behind him, Su Ming was jolted into remembrance of his role as the plane's controller. He swiftly conjured a makeshift platform from several flying daggers to steady himself. By raising his hand, he managed to slow the aircraft's descent, ultimately landing it somewhat unsteadily upon the rooftop. With a crash, the unsteady landing resulted from Su Ming's unfamiliarity with magnetic control, causing the plane to plummet from 5 meters above the rooftop. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Having secured the aircraft, Su Ming finally redirected his attention to the towering figure of the abomination. At that moment, Hulk was still engaged in a fierce struggle with the abomination. Yet he remained at a disadvantage. Indeed, Hulk's Achilles heel, Betty Ross, was being well protected, failing to provoke his instinctive protective instincts and combat prowess. That he had endured thus far was commendable. Setting Hulk aside, Su Ming's primary objective was the abomination. This formidable opponent possessed significant strength and remarkable regenerative capabilities, akin to an enhanced version of the Ironmonger. This ignited Su Ming's desire to test his own mettle. He leapt from the metal panel, eager to gauge the waters. The abomination, having been struck by the massive metal sheet, was filled with a mix of surprise, confusion, and exhilaration. Although the impact had not inflicted harm, the sheer force stirred his desire for battle. Unlike Hulk, whose rage fueled his combat instinct, the abomination retained the rationality of Blonsky. His confidence swelled as he locked onto Su Ming as his new target, intent on proving himself as the strongest. However, the relentless approach of Hulk was a source of annoyance. "You are no longer my equal." With a swift kick, Hulk was sent flying. "Where are you? The one controlling the plane? I seek to challenge you." At that moment, a figure hurtled towards the abomination, declaring, "I hear you seek me." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Su Ming descended with a punch imbued with tremendous force, striking the abomination squarely in the chest. With a resounding crash, the abomination's massive form was propelled backward, akin to a cannonball, retreating nearly 2 city blocks before coming to a halt, having breached numerous walls along the way. Su Ming concentrated intently, his extraordinary vision honing in on the scene before him. The abomination's body, in disarray, bore a gaping wound from the punch, blood gushing forth, surrounded by a half-meter circular indentation. To his astonishment, despite exerting only 50% of his strength, he had merely inflicted a minor injury. One should never underestimate the world's heroes. With this thought, Su Ming drew forth a dagger, channeling his full might, turning to hurl it. He unleashed 80% of his strength, recalling that his daggers had shattered when he had previously attempted to use his full power. With a swift motion, the flying knife pierced through the 3 layers of air, shattering the sound barrier and transcending the speed of sound as it surged towards its target. The blade, in its rapid flight, swiftly diminished in form. It struck the abomination's shoulder with a violent force, resulting in a profuse spout of blood. Just as the abomination's chest had begun to heal, a crimson, fragmented knife suddenly penetrated its shoulder, propelling the creature backward for several paces. Ultimately, it crashed into the ground, creating numerous deep craters before finally bracing itself against the force of the knife. However, the transparent hole left in its shoulder soon began to visibly regenerate. This prompted Su Ming to exclaim in astonishment, "Truly, it possesses formidable defense, abundant vitality, and rapid recovery." With this thought, Su Ming decided against further use of the flying knife, opting instead to test the resilience of his ironclad physique. Thus, he remained stationary, quietly awaiting the abomination's assault. The abomination, caught off guard by the sudden attack, found itself in a precarious situation, tumbling disoriented for several hundred meters before regaining its footing, only to fall victim to a sneak attack. Fortunately, although the strike was fierce, it did not target any vital areas, and its own regenerative abilities were commendable, providing a sense of relief. How could the battle-hungry fiend be content to merely endure blows without retaliating? It began a sprint from several hundred meters away, charging towards Su Ming like a high-speed locomotive. When the abomination swung its fist with all its might, landing a direct blow to Su Ming's upper body, producing a resounding clash of metal against metal. The force of the impact propelled Su Ming backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Quite the strength. Acknowledging the palpable force of the strike, Su Ming nodded in slight recognition of the abomination's power. Yet, the abomination gazed at him with eyes filled with disbelief. For its own hand had just been shattered from the force of the blow, upon finally discerning the figure it had struck from such a distance. The abomination's pupils constricted in shock. It is him. Chapter 55. A great confrontation. The abomination, upon recognizing Su Ming's visage, revealed a mixture of astonishment and suspicion in his eyes. In the past, when he was not yet the abomination, Blonsky had witnessed Su Ming's extraordinary physique. He had assumed that Su Ming's only attribute was his resilience, firmly believing that Hulk's strength surpassed all. He never anticipated that Su Ming, with his seemingly ordinary physique, would possess such formidable power. Just a moment ago, he had been sent flying with a single blow. Moreover, there was that unknown object that had pierced his body. His own attacks appeared to yield no effect. How could this be possible? Astonished by Su Ming's prowess, the newly reborn abomination could not accept being outclassed by a mere yellow-skinned monkey. It is worth noting that Blonsky, originally an elite in the military, held a deep-seated disdain for individuals of other skin colors. The indomitable spirit of defiance surged within him, igniting a singular thought: to obliterate every enemy before him. "I'm the strongest." With a furious roar, he charged towards Su Ming, spinning to deliver a powerful punch, his bony protrusions growing violently with the force of his blow, vowing to shatter everything in his path and create numerous gaping holes. In stark contrast, Su Ming, endowed with extraordinary vision and spider sense, was acutely aware of the increasing number of fearless reporters and media personnel encroaching upon the core of the battle. Was it truly necessary to risk so much for a mere scoop? Reflecting on this, he donned his mask. He did not wish to be like Tony, whose identity was so widely recognized despite its limitations. In an instant, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Just as the abomination's attack came roaring towards him, Su Ming crouched to evade, countering with an uppercut aimed straight at the abomination's chin. Given the significant height difference, Su Ming had to leap high to reach the abomination's head. "Sure you can." Thud. The fist collided with the chin, producing a muffled sound, and the abomination's entire body was propelled off the ground by the immense force, crashing through the wall of the adjacent office building. Boom. Crash. General Ross had already arranged for soldiers to resume broadcasting the combat footage. As he observed Su Ming transform entirely upon donning the mask, realization dawned upon him. So it is him. He slapped his thigh in epiphany, followed by a lamentation. If only Nick Fury had informed me sooner that destiny would lead to the Crimson Silver Knight, things would not have escalated to this extent. How infuriating. Without further delay, General Ross recognized Su Ming as the renowned Silver Knight. After receiving the uppercut from Su Ming, the abomination, dazed and blinking, struggled to rise. It seemed this fellow's strength was not as extraordinary as his hardness. As a combat enthusiast, the abomination constantly analyzed the various intelligence gleaned from the fight. He soon discerned that, in comparison to the grotesque hardness of his body, Su Ming's strength was not particularly remarkable, being on par with Hulk's. This revelation sent a jolt through the abomination's psyche. Speaking of Hulk, one cannot help but wonder, where has that brute run off to? Indeed, he has fled. As Su Ming forcefully entered the fray and gained the upper hand, Hulk's desire to fight plummeted. By nature, he was a lover of peace. When Abomination ascended into the aircraft, Hulk had made a valiant attempt to thwart him. Betty was aboard the plane. If anything were to happen to her, he feared he would descend into madness. It was only when he and Abomination were sent flying by a massive metal sheet, far from Betty, that Hulk's anxious heart finally found solace. In his Hulk form, Banner struggled to maintain his rationality, his mind consumed solely with one thought: to protect Betty. He understood that remaining there could likely draw attention to himself or bring further trouble to Betty. After glancing at Abomination, who was being suppressed by Su Ming, Hulk turned and fled, his green figure vanishing into the night as swiftly as a shadow. No one knew his whereabouts. The scene shifted. As Abomination realized that Su Ming's strength was far from the grotesque durability of his own physique, a flicker of confidence ignited within him. He recalled the moments when they had hunted Hulk, mimicking Hulk's actions as he tore a military armored vehicle in two. He wielded the metal shards as weapons and shields, his gaze locking onto Su Ming's figure. Who is this masked individual? As his thoughts raced, recognition dawned upon him when he discerned the familiar attire beneath the mask. Is it merely a fight, or is there a necessity for such a mask? With his target confirmed, he charged forward, a hint of confusion creeping into his mind. Why does this mask seem so familiar? As he closed in on Su Ming, Abomination dispelled any distractions, raising the metal shard high, vowing to cleave Su Ming in two with a single mighty strike. Observing the armored metal slice hurtling towards him, Su Ming felt compelled to utter a single phrase. Why choose iron of all things? With an inexplicable shift in his gaze, an imperceptible ripple emanated from Su Ming's being. Halt! Pointing at the two metal shards, Su Ming uttered a command. The ripple surged, causing the armored pieces in Abomination's grasp to abruptly freeze in midair. The events that had transpired aboard the aircraft replayed themselves. The sudden halt of the metal shard nearly caused Abomination to lose his balance. Regaining his composure, he incredulously examined his palm, then lifted his gaze to the suspended metal shards. Bewilderment enveloped him. What is happening? He had been puzzled. The Apache's payload could not exceed 10 tons. Having just ascended alongside Hulk, why had the aircraft not plummeted? Not only had it remained aloft, but it also hung in the air with the stability of solid ground, akin to the two armored pieces before him, which remained suspended effortlessly. This phenomenon surpassed Abomination's comprehension. At that moment, Su Ming was harnessing his newly acquired talent, magnetic control. Whether aircraft or armor, keeping them suspended in the air was a trivial task. However, mastering the art of manipulating metal with the finesse and versatility of Magneto would be the next stage of his endeavors. The sensation was akin to holding a pen. While others effortlessly crafted exquisite calligraphy, one could only scrawl hastily. Su Ming instinctively raised his hand towards the enormous armored panel suspended in the air, envisioning it morphing into the shape of his imagination. The colossal armor plates above underwent irregular distortions. In that moment, the adversaries suddenly realized that their attention was diverted elsewhere, and remaining stationary presented a splendid opportunity to strike. It is not only you who wields weapons. Seizing a car from the roadside, he hurled it fiercely towards Su Ming, intent on flattening this bothersome individual. One car, two cars. In the blink of an eye, several vehicles of varying designs were launched overhead. Among them was a refuse truck exuding a pungent odor. As Su Ming contemplated molding the armor plate into a magnificent halberd, envisioning a grand scene reminiscent of celestial laws, he believed it would indeed be an impressive maneuver. However, gazing at the cars hurtling toward him, Su Ming raised his other hand and casually pointed, "Freeze." The vehicles flung by the adversary came to an abrupt halt in midair, immobilized. With a clatter, though the cars were suspended, the refuse within the garbage truck spilled everywhere, the foul liquid splattering all around, including onto Su Ming's legs. This involuntarily caused a twitch at the corner of his eye. Damn it. Don't foreigners practice waste sorting? Frustrated at not being able to fashion a striking weapon, Su Ming resolved to create something grand instead. Clasping his hands together, the number of vehicles in the air continued to rise, swiftly coalescing into a mass. In an instant, it transformed into an irregularly shaped mallet, soaring under Su Ming's command towards the foe. The adversary, still diligently tossing cars, suddenly perceived a shadow enveloping their form. What the hell? The vehicles just thrown had violently deformed and merged into the colossal stick-like object overhead. It grew thicker and larger. When the towering iron structure, equivalent to 3 stories, thundered down upon them, only one thought echoed in the adversary's mind: run. Chapter 56. The freedom of flight. The streets of Hamley District lay desolate, devoid of life. Only the cameras, concealed in the shadows, occasionally emitted blinding flashes of white light. A colossal, gray figure, its visage twisted and menacing, let out a furious roar, tinged with an undercurrent of panic. A throng of journalists, hidden in the corners, captured a scene that would haunt them for a lifetime. A bizarre yet massive amalgamation of metal plummeted from the heavens, targeting the source of chaos that had turned the street into a wreckage, the Abomination. Dozens of vehicles, under the formidable influence of Su Ming's magnetic control, were crushed into a grotesque club, one end large, the other small, taking on an irregular form. With an imposing force akin to Mount Tai, it descended upon the abomination, a reprimand for its littering transgressions. As Su Ming's arm came crashing down, the immense metal tower surged forward, enveloping the fleeing figure of the abomination. The ground trembled violently, sending shivers through the citizens who huddled together in their homes, imploring divine mercy. Has the military deployed missiles? Bewildered onlookers speculated about the cause of the tremors. As the dust settled, a large, unsightly object lay embedded in the asphalt of the broad street, only a small portion visible above the surface. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was a collage of various cars, compressed and deformed. This was Su Ming's first time commanding such a multitude of metal, and it was evident that his handling was rather crude. The once chaotic street had now returned to a haunting silence. Observing from a distance, the aide noticed the lull in battle and tossed a walkie-talkie to Su Ming. Fate. Oh my, why didn't you say you were Mr. Silver Duke? General Ross's frustrated voice crackled through the device. Did Nick Fury not inform you? Su Ming realized that General Ross had been oblivious to his identity from the outset. Silently giving Nick Fury a thumbs up. Good job, my friend. You've played it well. General Ross seemed to recall a painful memory, mumbling something that Su Ming could not quite catch. I wish he had told me from the beginning. He then inquired about the battle's status. How is it? Have you resolved it? Unsure of the efficacy of his impromptu maneuver, Su Ming refrained from answering the general's question and reached for the metallic amalgam on the ground. As he activated his powers, the massive iron block, firmly lodged in the earth, began to tremble and slowly ascended, revealing the chaos beneath. Pipes and communication cables lay in disarray, some bursting forth with water, others sparking with flames. After a brief search, Su Ming finally caught sight of the abomination. It was in a rather dire state. The creature's enormous form was awkwardly embedded in the ground, its bony protrusions piercing its own flesh. This condition is commonly referred to as being down for the count. Gazing at its face, the abomination's unfocused eyes struggled to remain open. Yet its gaping mouth and the froth at its lips diminished its fearsome stature. Under the general's orders, the soldiers advanced to ascertain the target's condition. Report to the general. The target is not dead, but temporarily incapacitated. The soldiers reported loudly, bringing a sense of relief to General Ross. Around him, media reporters flocked like flies drawn to carrion, buzzing with excitement. A myriad of cameras flashed incessantly, predominantly directed at Su Ming, given that it had been quite some time since Mr. Silver Duke had graced the public eye. Naturally, they yearned to inquire about Su Ming's striking crimson ensemble. Several voices broke through the din, posing the question directly to him. Su Ming glanced down at the army-issued uniform, devoid of insignia, and shook his head. Accepting the military's orders necessitated donning their attire, as a matter of respect. In truth, General Ross had orchestrated Su Ming's appearance deliberately, wishing to convey that even amidst minor setbacks in the execution of plans, the military remained the resolute problem solvers. Indeed, Mr. Silver Duke was a specially appointed consultant of our armed forces. General Ross maintained a facade of formality while addressing the media, but after a brief exchange, he waved his hand to disperse them, citing the need to tidy the battlefield. It was absurd. Any photographs should wait until the area was sufficiently cleared. In its current disarray, the higher-ups might mistakenly perceive the military as inept, Ross mused. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, the cunning General Ross had subtly drawn him into the military's fold, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. You old fox, he muttered under his breath. General, the fee for military interviews is another matter altogether. Ross, fully aware of the implications of his maneuver, recognized that this would undoubtedly cloak Silver Duke in the military's prestige. Having witnessed Su Ming's formidable prowess, Ross had set his sights on him, determined to seize fate firmly in hand. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the general readily acquiesced. No problem, Mr. Silver Duke. Observing Ross's swift agreement regarding payment, a flicker of realization crossed Su Ming's mind. This old rascal was undoubtedly out to gain some advantage over him. Those wretched politicians, their hearts are tainted. It's best to keep my distance from them. As the solemn soldiers escorted the media and curious onlookers away, Their expressions transformed into admiration upon returning their gaze to Su Ming. At General Ross's behest, Su Ming re-engineered the formidable monstrosity that had been incapacitated. As the military struggled to manage such a colossal object, with a resounding crash, the gigantic iron tower disassembled under Su Ming's control, breaking down into numerous 1-meter square iron chunks, which fell to the ground, arranged in a rectangular formation. Clapping his hands, Su Ming observed General Ross's astonished expression and smiled slightly. "General, the cost for neutralizing the abomination is 300 million, and for the interview and aftermath, another 200 million. Thank you for your consideration." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. General Ross, who had just been astonished by Su Ming's enigmatic abilities, felt a sudden buzz in his head upon hearing Su Ming's words. "You mean to tell me that the interview and the subsequent arrangements can be resolved with merely a wave of your hand, yet it costs $200 million? Do I appear so gullible?" Unbeknownst to Ross, this was Su Ming's subtle reprisal for being unceremoniously enlisted into the military without his consent. A joyous exclamation escaped Su Ming as he reveled in the wind rushing past him. No longer did he have to struggle with the cumbersome task of throwing knives to achieve flight. Earlier, during the cleanup, he had discreetly selected a piece of metal from a plethora of debris, one that possessed both a pleasing texture and appearance. The sudden ascent was a result of his manipulation of this metal, allowing him to soar through the skies. With time, he envisioned honing his skills with this piece of iron, perhaps crafting a glove or some other apparatus to grant him effortless navigation through the air. Meanwhile, upon returning to his quarters, Su Ming diligently commenced his practice in metal manipulation. Tony Stark had finally assembled the particle accelerator, meticulously conducting the final checks with a level tool in hand. Phil Coulson's attention was drawn to an unusual object, which he quickly recognized. It was a circular piece of metal, bearing a half-white star in its center. How could such a thing be carelessly discarded here? Tony fixed his gaze on the object in Agent Coulson's hand, pausing momentarily before exclaiming, "That's it. Hand it over." Agent Coulson, uncertain of Tony's enthusiasm, inquired, "Do you know what this is?" With a gentle lift of his foot, he carefully passed the object to Tony. "This is precisely what I need to achieve success." Tony instructed Agent Coulson to elevate the coil while he placed the disc underneath it. After measuring with the level, he confirmed, "Perfectly horizontal." Chapter 57. Ivan's Scheme. Phil Coulson, an esteemed Level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., had once been entrusted by Director Nick Fury to assemble a research team to investigate the relics of Howard Stark. It was this very team that developed the antidote capable of alleviating Tony's palladium poisoning. Agent Coulson possessed an intimate knowledge of Howard Stark's artifacts. Recognizing that the circular metallic piece before him was an accidental synthesis by Stark himself, the research team had aptly named it acoustic steel. This remarkable material was a fusion of precious vibranium and primordial adamantium, exhibiting unparalleled hardness and shock resistance, a craftsmanship that S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to decipher. Director Fury had relinquished the acoustic steel as a bargaining chip, leaving Coulson to lament the wasted potential of such a priceless item now being used by Tony as a mere coil spacer, for which he even offered assistance. Truly, Tony was the epitome of affluence. "I'm rather busy. Is there something you need?" Tony inquired, eager to activate the particle accelerator now that he had confirmed the coil's level alignment. Yet, Coulson lingered, and out of politeness, Tony posed a casual question, thinking to himself that whatever it was, it could wait until he had successfully developed the new element. Coulson then recalled that he was to be dispatched to New Mexico, and this visit was intended to bid farewell to Tony. He was acutely aware that within Fury's Avengers initiative, Tony Stark and his Iron Man suit were indispensable. Thus, he attempted one last effort to persuade Tony. "We need you. Indeed, you are in dire need of my assistance," Tony replied dismissively. In truth, the urgency was not as pressing as portrayed. Coulson's attempt at persuasion was met with Tony's typical arrogance, prompting him to shake his head and take his leave. Once Coulson departed, Tony was finally free to concentrate on the creation of the new element. The reaction coil of the particle accelerator was now in place, and all that remained was for Tony to channel the immense energy into the carrier of the new element, a uniquely shaped triangular coil. With a deft motion, Tony inserted the final prism into the device and activated the switch. Ions were accelerated to infinity within the colossal coil, forming a brilliant energy beam. As J.A.R.V.I.S. alerted him of the impending maximum power, Tony swiftly grasped a large wrench to adjust the prism's angle. As he exerted force, his muscles tensed, and the energy beam veered from its original trajectory, cleaving through walls and objects with ease. The beam converged upon the triangular carrier coil, emanating a dazzling radiance. With a triumphant chime, the powerful energy stabilized within the coil, establishing a steady state, and the triangle radiated a soft glow. That was quite simple, Tony mused, disregarding the near destruction of his mansion. Congratulations, sir, you have created a new element. J.A.R.V.I.S. congratulated Tony with enthusiasm. Gently placing the new element into the miniature reactor, Tony watched with bated breath, anxious to see if the reactor would successfully accept the new core. The scene transitioned. Ivan Vanko was diligently fine-tuning his newly developed enhanced reactor within the confines of a laboratory. Notably, this enhancement was originally imparted to him by Tony during their time in prison. One might question how Ivan, previously incarcerated, found himself in such a liberating position to engage in research and development. The answer lies with Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries, who recognized Ivan's exceptional talents and orchestrated his release. Indeed, this is the capricious nature of a capitalist nation. Following Stark Industries' announcement to cease its weapons development program, Hammer Industries sought to fill that void, yet they lacked a prodigious research talent akin to Tony. The emergence of Ivan Vanko perfectly addressed this deficiency. Justin Hammer's ambition was to create a legion of robotic warriors, which he intended to sell at a premium to the military, thereby solidifying his unassailable position within the business realm. He had boasted before Ivan, "If you assist me in constructing this Iron Army, I shall grant you everything you desire." Unbeknownst to him, Ivan regarded Hammer as a fool, merely a dreamer whose grand aspirations held no weight against Ivan's possession of reactor technology. Ivan's unwavering goal was revenge against Stark, a quest to avenge his father. Hammer's involvement merely expedited his plans. "I am at your service, my friend," Ivan replied with a subtle smile, observing Hammer's ambitious demeanor. However, unbeknownst to Hammer, Ivan had retained a strategic advantage. He harnessed the resources of Hammer Industries to fabricate a more potent lightning whip, embedding contingencies deep within all combat robot systems, including the Mark II suit that Rhodes had taken from Tony, which would allow him to upgrade and modify the weaponry at will. He now possessed the means to confront Tony directly, imbuing him with newfound confidence as he placed a call to Tony. "I will repay all that your father has done to my family within 40 minutes. This call served as a clarion call for Tony, with the tracking revealing the location originating from Manhattan. This individual was up to something. Simultaneously, Tony's attention was drawn to an imminent press conference hosted by Justin Hammer, right there. Without hesitation, Tony activated the untested reactor, equipped with the new element core, and positioned it against his chest. As energy surged forth, the brilliance emanating from his chest intensified. He disregarded Jarvis's warnings. Oh, a hint of coconut, along with a metallic scent. The television broadcast of the riots in Harlem, incited by the abomination, was soon overshadowed by another report. Justin Hammer, having invested heavily in mainstream media channels, orchestrated a grand press event to publicly unveil his advanced weapon systems. As various channels displayed the Hammer Industries logo, Elisa scoffed. The boss quelled the abomination and saved so many lives, yet the media barely acknowledged it. There's a hidden agenda. In the midst of the sofa, Su Ming deftly manipulated a piece of metal that hovered in midair, transforming it into Sun Wukong, then into Neza, and again into Yang Jian. These diminutive metallic sculptures were vividly lifelike, resembling exquisitely crafted, unpainted figurines. It was unexpected that the sketching proficiency he had casually exchanged would prove useful in this context. After a period of practice, Su Ming had become adept at molding the metal into forms that mirrored his imagination. This skill was closely linked to the artistic talent he had acquired, for sculpture, after all, is a form of fine arts. Listening to Elisa's grievances, Su Ming remained noncommittal. His greatest regret was yielding to General Ross's counsel, donning military attire, and exposing himself before the cameras. The overwhelming media coverage had proclaimed that the Crimson Silver Duke had become a lackey of the military, which left Su Ming quite displeased. Fortunately, General Ross proved to be somewhat astute. The sum of $500 million had been promptly transferred to him. For the sake of the money, he decided to overlook the situation this time. Yet, he realized that a mere $500 million was insufficient for further enhancing his abilities. As he contemplated his next financial endeavor, Su Ming's attention was drawn to the television, where Justin Hammer was ostentatiously announcing a press conference. Recalling Elisa's earlier words, his eyes gradually brightened. "What did you just say?" Su Ming feigned ignorance. "I said there are hidden agendas." "Absolutely." Elisa was still engulfed in her indignation. Since their close relationship had developed, she had become Su Ming's most ardent supporter. "Help me confirm the location of the press conference. I need to step out for a moment." Suddenly, Su Ming remembered that this press conference would likely attract considerable attention, and the rows of seemingly impressive battle armor should fetch a handsome price. It appeared he could seize the opportunity to make a fortune amidst the chaos, without any subsequent complications. Such an opportunity to essentially grant himself financial gain was rare. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed the metallic figurine into a pair of lightweight, fingerless gloves. Donning his long-neglected crimson jacket, he swiftly leapt out the window. Chapter 58. Fishing in Troubled Waters. The Grand Exhibition of Hanmo is magnificently inaugurated. This marks a pinnacle moment for Justin Hanmo, who possesses unwavering confidence in his Iron Legion. As he dances with flamboyant flair, he boldly proclaims his ambition to supplant Iron Man himself. With a dramatic gesture, he points, and amidst the resounding orchestral score, a multitude of iron mechs gradually ascends upon the stage. Among them is the newly modified Iron Man Mark II, War Machine, making its debut. It is noteworthy that after a skirmish with James Rhodes, Tony returned to the military, intending to upgrade his armor's weaponry when he encountered Hanmo. Hanmo extolled the virtues of his weapon systems, particularly a miniature missile named X-Wife, which reportedly boasts power rivaling that of any large missile. This revelation led Colonel Rhodes to regard the X-Wife as a formidable asset for War Machine, treasuring it deeply. Just as Hanmo revels in his triumph, Tony makes a spectacular entrance clad in the Mark VI suit, equipped with a new reactor. His suave landing ignites a fervent cheer among the audience. "We are in trouble." Ignoring the thrumming crowd, Tony warns Rhodes that everything unfolding is a conspiracy. "Tony, there are civilians here. I am here on official duty. We can discuss this later." Clearly, Rhodes misconstrues Tony's intentions. "For the next 5 minutes, you must trust me. Everyone here is in danger," Tony insists, waving to the audience while gravely alerting Colonel Rhodes. However, Rhodes remains skeptical. "I trusted you once, and ended up getting a beating at your place, remember?" It is only when Tony mentions Hanmo's collusion with Ivan that a flicker of doubt appears in War Machine Rhodes. "Ivan is still alive?" Just as Tony steps forward to interrogate the whereabouts of Vank, Rhodes exclaims, "Oh no, this is bad." Suddenly, War Machine raises its machine gun, aiming it at Tony, while a horde of iron suits locks onto him as well. "I'm being targeted. Is it you?" Tony shouts, receiving an alert from Jarvis about being locked on by War Machine. No, not me. Get out. The entire system has been compromised. Leave now." Colonel Rhodes's expression darkens as he realizes he has lost control over the mechs, urging Tony to flee in haste. In a concealed room within Hanmo's factory, Ivan Vank seizes control of War Machine and all the iron suits. The revenge plan has officially commenced. To avoid civilian casualties, Tony ascends into the sky. All the suits launch an assault in his direction. The technologically advanced ceiling shatters under the barrage of bullets, raining shards of tempered glass upon the chaos below. This spectacle incites panic among the audience, who scream and scramble for safety, plunging the scene into utter disarray. A faction of armored suits took off in pursuit of Tony, and as it became evident that Tony was a formidable opponent, the remaining suits headed straight into the crowd, unleashing indiscriminate attacks upon the innocent bystanders. At that moment, one suit targeted a small boy wearing an Iron Man mask, preparing to strike. Undaunted, the boy raised his right hand defiantly against the towering adversary, as if he were Iron Man himself, ready to send the foe to oblivion. Just then, Tony arrived in the nick of time. unleashing a palm-mounted laser cannon that averted the child's peril. "Well done, kid." In the audience, the ever-watchful Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, couldn't restrain herself. She darted onto the stage, furiously pressing Hammer against the table, demanding the location of Ivan. Upon obtaining the precise coordinates, Tony's bodyguard, Happy, whisked Black Widow away toward Hammer's factory. In the vehicle, Black Widow shed her coat for her combat attire, while Happy, distracted by the dazzling scenery, found his head almost gravitating toward the rearview mirror. The vehicle jolted suddenly. It was too dazzling to discern. It remained uncertain whether Happy was oblivious to the road or something else entirely. Regardless, while Happy managed to take down a single adversary, Black Widow had already dispatched an entire corridor of guards. In the skies above the expo, Su Ming fortuitously encountered Tony, who was diverting enemy fire, just in time. Su Ming swiftly surveyed the battlefield, noting that the combat mechs on stage were ascending one by one in pursuit of Tony, while others emerged from the venue to launch indiscriminate assaults on nearby structures. The successful individuals, once attendees of the expo, now resented the design of their elegant garments. Cursed attire. How unfitting for a hasty escape. As they dashed past an electrical box, they were horrified to spot a rocket hurtling toward them. Just as the box was about to be struck and explode, Su Ming dashed forward, deftly swatting the massive projectile away. Boom. The rocket detonated nearby, encasing Su Ming's crimson silhouette in a halo of golden brilliance. The gentleman he had saved, equally dressed in formal wear, marveled, "How are you so exceptional?" Their astonishment was only heightened when a lady recognized Su Ming and squealed in excitement. "Ah, it's Crimson Silver Duke." At last, the crowd discerned the gleam of the metallic mask adorning Su Ming's face. "I suggest you remove your high heels and run." As he glanced at the exhilarated women, Su Ming left a parting remark before charging toward the armored suits, unleashing the artillery, waving his hand. Exchange. Exchange successful. $12 million. Account balance. 515. $1 million. Before the system could announce the valuation, Su Ming transformed the suit before him into a cloud of dust, reaping $12 million. Excellent. Successfully converted an armored suit into account balance, he thought, as the thrill of scavenging the battlefield surged within him once more. Continuing onward, gazing at the war machines developed by Hammer Industries, Su Ming envisioned stacks of cash beckoning to him. Instantly, it morphed into a second-hand mech recycling station, shimmering both inside and outside the venue. One by one, the armored suits transformed into streams of data and entered Su Ming's pocket. When Black Widow and Happy forcefully burst into the control room where Ivan had issued his commands, they found it deserted. Only a computer monitor remained, displaying the interface for controlling the mechs and war machines, still active. As a seasoned agent, Black Widow quickly made the astute decision to release the control of the war machine from Colonel Rhodes, realizing that their primary target had gone missing. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Tony caught a glimpse of a red figure in the sky as he flew out of the venue. Upon magnifying the image, J.A.R.V.I.S. confirmed it was Su Ming. Silver Duke? What brings him here? However, at that moment, pursuing him was none other than his close friend, Colonel Rhodes. Tony had no time to ponder Su Ming's presence. After resolving a few crises involving civilians, he accelerated towards the distance. Nonetheless, the Mark II, crafted by Tony himself, exhibited agility that rivaled his current Mark VI. The war machine closely pursued him, its machine guns indiscriminately firing large-caliber bullets. It wasn't until Tony maneuvered past a colossal sculpture that the blindly chasing hammer mechs were filtered out, leaving only the war machine in pursuit. As they flew into an ecological park, the war machine's bullets struck Tony, disrupting his flight balance, and both suits tumbled into a small creek. Just as Tony struggled to pry the war machine's Gatling gun off his face, Black Widow finally managed to remotely reboot its systems. She shared the results with Tony from afar. The new reactor was impressive, showing a significant increase in energy output and stable life signs. Tony had already deduced her identity. "Thank you, Agent Natasha." "Yes, I'm not dead yet, thanks." Miss Potts, overhearing their exchange, was infuriated. "What do you mean? Not dead yet? Are you saying you were close to dying?" Just as Tony attempted to divert Ms. Potts' attention, Black Widow noticed more mechs approaching Tony on the monitor. Chapter 59, The Vanished Drones. I am quite furious. After dealing with this horde of robots, I shall formally extend my apologies to you. We could go to Venice. Come on. Regardless of whether I have placated the irate little pepper, Tony has certainly managed to soothe her. Tapping the helmet of War Machine, the screen before Rhodes flickered back to life. Wake up, buddy. I need you. Rhodes recognized that more adversaries were approaching, compelling him to rise from his prone position. Recently, he had been a mere target of Tony's relentless pursuit, experiencing what it truly meant to be powerless. As the helmet opened, Rhodes reflected on how he had played the fool, doubting Tony's urgent warnings. He had nearly harmed his dear friend. Were Tony to grasp Rhodes' current sentiments, he would undoubtedly scoff. Eliminate me? What were you thinking? A sudden wave of shame washed over Rhodes as he donned Tony's armor, prompting him to exclaim, "Oh man, I think you might want to reclaim your suit." As Tony lifted Rhodes, observing what seemed to be an apology, he shook his head. "Forget it. It was I who dragged you into this." Rhodes remained oblivious. Back in California, Tony had intentionally acted that way, believing his days were numbered. However, after spending time together, Tony recognized that Rhodes was an honorable man, deserving of the armor he had painstakingly developed. To ensure that Rhodes could wear his suit without burden, becoming the heir to Iron Man, Tony had indeed put forth considerable effort. Just as they had resolved their differences in one moment, they found themselves at odds again due to the urgency of the battle. "We must ascend. This is the battleground. Remaining here is perilous. I believe eliminating those robots here is a prudent choice." As the two argued over where to confront the enemy, they were encircled by a phalanx of mechs. A swarm of enhanced drones simultaneously locked onto them. With a resounding thud, their helmets descended, and Rhodes and Tony commenced combat. Standing back to back, they instinctively filled each other's gaps in firepower, as if the quarrel had been between two entirely different individuals. Just then, Su Ming, pursuing the mechs, arrived. He had successfully reclaimed all the mechs at the venue, profiting an impressive 300 million. Observing the large, costly enhanced mech pursuing Tony, Su Ming was determined not to miss out on this final wave of lucrative foes. Witnessing the seamless collaboration between the two men, a vision flashed in his mind. It appeared that Tony was about to unleash a powerful area attack, potentially annihilating all enemies in one fell swoop. Dashing as it may be, it was far too extravagant. As the two battled with machine guns and repulsor blasts, Su Ming saw his golden opportunity diminish, the pristine mechs deteriorating in value before his eyes. Desperate, he activated his magnetic control, immobilizing all mechs on the field, including Tony and Rhodes. Magneto's abilities were particularly effective against the Iron Man's suits. Warning! Warning! The mechs are unable to move due to an unknown cause. Both JARVIS and War Machine's intelligent assistant emitted alarms in unison. Tony and Rhodey, the two brothers, wore expressions of bewilderment as they exclaimed in unison, "What on earth?" Just as Tony was about to showcase his unique move powered by the Mark VI's new energy source, he suddenly found himself immobilized, unable to perform even the most basic task of lifting his helmet. The flickering static on his screen signified an imminent loss of vision, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness flooded his mind. He speculated that this could be Ivan's scheme against him, and a cold sweat broke out on his palms. His mind raced to devise a strategy, yet the incessant chatter from Rhodey clearly indicated that tranquility was not on the agenda. "Oh my God, buddy. It seems my suit has been commandeered once again. What should we do? Think of something." "Shut up. I can't move either." The two began squabbling over the communicator. After immobilizing all the mechs, Su Ming remained undeterred, swiftly navigating through the battlefield, his red figure darting between the Hanmo mechs. Exchange. Exchange successful. 20 million, account balance. 81 million exchange. Indeed, it was more valuable than before. Moments later, perhaps an eternity for Tony and Rhodey, Su Ming finally cleared the battlefield of all mechs. $20 million, account balance, 98.1 million, gazing at the now tranquil ecosystem. He exhaled in satisfaction. This trip was worth it. I've earned quite a bit. Suddenly, he noticed Tony and Rhodey standing still in shooting stances. It dawned on him that he had forgotten to release their control. Nonchalantly, He lifted the hold on them. Realizing his hands were smeared with soot, he squatted by the river to wash up. Who? Get down. ZZZ, Vroom. Once able to move, Tony promptly shouted at Rhodey to take cover, swiftly pivoting to unleash a long-awaited powerful attack. Two energy-filled red lasers shot from Tony's wrist, slicing through the air with a devastating cutting effect, cleaving large trees in half. This formidable technique was inspired by the near-catastrophic incident of his house being split in two during the creation of a new element. Upon observing the aftermath, Tony realized that his powerful move had seemingly failed to strike any target. With their backs against each other, their machine guns and palm cannons at the ready, they cautiously scanned their surroundings as if facing an imminent threat. Suddenly, they discovered that the Hamo robots that had once infested the hillside had vanished without a trace. What the hell? They removed their masks and exchanged a dazed glance. Just then, they heard the sound of flowing water. Clang, clang. The metallic sound of helmets hitting the ground echoed in succession. Rhodey aimed the machine gun, while Tony readied his laser cannon. Upon seeing the figure crouched down washing his hands, Rhodey exclaimed, "Oh damn. It's an ally. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Meanwhile, Tony pondered his recent state of immobility, his gaze filled with suspicion. Could that have been Silver's doing? Never have I seen him utilize such abilities. What secrets does he harbor? What brings you here? As Su Ming crouched down, the spider's sensors emitted a warning, swiftly followed by a barrage of piercing lasers. He remained in his position, choosing not to evade. The lasers grazed the crown of his head, narrowly missing his body. In response to Tony's inquiry, Su Ming smiled, replying nonchalantly, "Does my answer owe you an explanation? Just passing through, merely washing my hands." Rod's thoughts echoed with disbelief. What a nonchalant excuse. Did you not witness the swarm of robots moments ago? Speaking of which, where did those robots vanish to? Tony, having interacted with Su Ming on several occasions, recognized the enigma surrounding this individual and his inscrutable methods. Those robots were most likely subdued by Silver Monarch. If he is unwilling to divulge any information, so be it. My curiosity is hardly piqued. At that moment, Natasha's alert rang in Tony and Rod's ears. Caution! Another drone approaches. This one appeared distinct, with exceptionally high propulsion power. Tony and Rod lifted their gazes skyward. Another suit of mechanical armor descended gracefully from the heights. The helmet opened, revealing Ivan Vanko with a cheerful demeanor before Tony and Rod. It feels splendid to be back. Colonel James Rhodes, observing Ivan's descent, exclaimed, "This is quite unexpected." Ivan's confident expression morphed into one of arrogance. He crossed his arms and forcefully thrust them downward. Crack. Two thicker, electrified whips instantaneously carved deep gorges into the ground. Rhodes, struck by inspiration, declared, "I possess a special weapon. I shall confront him." Chapter 60. The Consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. Su Ming felt that the objective of this operation had been accomplished and found a comfortable spot to enjoy the ensuing battle. Colonel Rhodes reminisced about the many weapons recommended to him by Han Mo, among which one stood out as his favorite, the ex-wife mini-missile. He thought of his brother Tony. Eager to showcase his performance, "I shall breach his fortress with the ex-wife." "What do you mean?" Tony questioned, suspecting he had misheard. With a charismatic stride, Rhodes stepped forward and activated the launch switch of the ex-wife. With a whoosh, the armor on his shoulder opened, revealing a sharp missile tip. Amid the mechanical whirring, the thrust ignited, sending flames shooting forth. After a brief moment of targeting and charging, the ex-wife soared mightily towards the armored chest of Ivan Vanko. Clang! Splash! The ex-wife collided forcefully with Ivan's chest armor, producing a crisp sound before tumbling through the air and landing in the water at Ivan's feet. The anticipated explosive detonation failed to materialize. After sputtering a few sparks defiantly in the water, the missile fell silent. Observing the missile's lackluster performance, Tony couldn't help but laugh and quip, "Produced by Han Mo?" The war machine's missile compartment closed with a thud, and Colonel Rhodes sighed. Indeed. He never anticipated that the missile he held such high hopes for would prove to be a dud. How embarrassing. Such a grand name deserved far better. In any case, Colonel Rhodes felt quite disheartened. Tony's screen displayed J.A.R.V.I.S. locking onto several points on Ivan's chest. Just watch me. The Mark 6 missile compartment sprang open, and several palm-sized mini-missiles were launched. Ivan, seeing this, closed his helmet and endured the explosions on his chest and helmet, remaining utterly unscathed. The noise was merely louder than the ex-wife's, but at least there was an actual explosion. With a flick of his wrist, the electrifying whip crackled to life, striking out towards the two. Whoosh, crack. Tony and Rhodes deftly evaded this extraordinary maneuver. The war machine's shoulder-mounted and handheld machine guns unleashed a barrage of fire upon Ivan's armor, yet the defenses remained intact. Crack, a whip lashed out, and Rhodes suddenly realized that his prideful heavy Gatling gun, its barrel was gone. Damn, what good is the war machine without it? Rhodes felt a whirlwind of emotions, but it did not deter him from continuing his assault with the remaining machine guns. Tony attempted to take flight and charge at Ivan, but the strength of Ivan's armor was formidable. After several collisions, he achieved nothing and found himself ensnared by Ivan's electric whip around his neck. Rhodes fared no better. Lacking combat experience in a mech, he was effortlessly brought down by Ivan. As he struggled to rise, another electric whip coiled around his neck. At this moment, Ivan reveled in his glory, with Iron Man in his right hand, War Machine in his left, and the high-powered electric whip effectively suppressing both. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout in triumph. Far off, watching the battle unfold, Su Ming sensed that a spectacular moment was imminent. He recalled how the palm-mounted laser cannons of two Mark armors would unleash a formidable power akin to the magical duels of wands in Harry Potter. Instinctively, he straightened his back, eager not to miss this captivating scene. In a flash, Tony's agile mind recalled a moment when he had exchanged fire with Rhodey during a skirmish at his home, realizing the considerable might that had been unleashed. A thought struck him. Rhodey, I have an idea. Do you wish to be a hero? What? Rhodey, currently engulfed in electric sparks and concerned whether his armor could withstand the lightning whip, struggled to grasp Tony's intention. I need a sidekick. Raise your hand. With that, Tony raised his palm towards Rhodey, the energy cannon in his hand shimmering with arcs of light. Observing Tony's gesture, Rhodey quickly understood. What do you mean by needing a sidekick? Is it essential to always keep others beneath you? Is this your grand plan? Precisely. Are you ready? Tony urged loudly. All right, here we go. Rhodey, in response, lifted his palm and aimed it at Tony. Ivan, witnessing their synchronized movements, realized they were about to execute some new tactic. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This was not good. In an instant, Iron Man and War Machine unleashed their respective high-frequency energy blasts from their opposing palms. Zing boom. The two brilliant beams converged upon Ivan's armor, triggering a violent explosion. The blinding white light transformed the spherical dome of the ecological park into a radiant bulb. They found themselves in a vast ecological park at the city's heart, adorned with mountains and rivers, yet now rendered chaotic by the explosion. The ferocity of the blast sent both Tony and Rhodey tumbling several meters away. As they approached to assess Ivan's condition, they found him sprawled on the ground, his armor in tatters, the reactor on his chest flickering ominously with a dangerous red glow. You have lost. In the wake of his swift defeat, Ivan, his spirit crushed, surreptitiously activated the self-destruct sequences of all drones, including his reactor, while maintaining a facade of bravado. Imagining the multitude of drones exploding and taking countless souls along with him to meet their maker, Ivan reassured himself that this would not be in vain. Realizing Ivan was on the brink of self-detonation, Tony understood that the reactor's explosion would be catastrophic. Suddenly, he recalled Pepper, still at the venue. With a cry of alarm, he ignited his thrusters and soared into the air, propelled by flames, racing towards the distance. In his mind, Tony harbored a singular thought: to distance Pepper from the impending explosion. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ming had already retrieved all the drones. Tony hurriedly scooped up Pepper and flew her far from the danger zone, only to land and receive her resignation request. The reason cited was her inability to endure the pressure of Tony's self-deprecating behavior. Yet, amid this tumult, a decisive kiss transformed Pepper's perspective in an instant, simultaneously affirming Tony's own feelings. In the ecological park, Su Ming felt that his journey was worthwhile. He had earned money and enjoyed the show, And now it was time to return, wash up, and rest. He glanced at Ivan Vanko, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life yet wearing an expression of inexplicable excitement. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that you still believe other drones can explode alongside you? Su Ming held disdain for such competitors, who relied solely on their academic prowess and looked down upon everything else. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Ivan was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly verified the status of the other drones through the mech system, only to be met with the devastating feedback, unable to connect. The warning signal of the reactor's impending self-destruction grew increasingly shrill. Damn it! Countless bullets had failed to harm Ivan, yet at this moment, his defenses crumbled. Boom! A colossal fireball reduced the entire ecological park to rubble. Having successfully provoked Ivan, Su Ming activated his magnetic powers, transforming his body into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. Meanwhile, Natasha concluded her mission at Stark Industries. She produced a comprehensive assessment report concerning Tony Stark. Based on her findings, Tony Stark was denied a recommendation for the Avengers Initiative. The report included several key phrases: obsessive-compulsive behavioral traits, self-destructive tendencies, standard narcissism, and so forth. Nick Fury wholly endorsed this report. Given that Natasha had infiltrated Stark Industries and observed Tony up close for quite some time, her evaluation of Tony was fair, particularly her characterization of him as a standard narcissist. Initially, it was assumed that S.H.I.E.L.D. would persist in their previous insistence on his inclusion in the Avengers Initiative. However, Natasha's assessment led S.H.I.E.L.D. to alter their perspective on him entirely. Tony felt bewildered. This makes no sense. How can they acknowledge me yet simultaneously reject me? Yet, his proud nature revealed its flaws at this moment as he began to defend himself. Ultimately, Nick Fury regretfully informed Tony, for the time being, "We believe you can only serve in an advisory capacity." Chapter 61, The Rules of Exchange in the Arid Desert of New Mexico. A rugged vehicle stirred up a cloud of dust. Agent Phil Coulson found himself perplexed by his sudden deployment to this desolate location. Recalling the enigmatic expression of Director Fury before his departure, you will understand when you arrive, Coulson's curiosity intensified. As the vehicle came to a halt, Coulson gazed upon a colossal circular pit before him, resembling a meteorite crater. Driven by insatiable curiosity, he approached the center of the pit, where he discovered an ancient-looking hammer resting prominently. According to reports from the staff, this hammer had fallen from the sky days prior, creating the massive crater. Remarkably, no one could budge the hammer, not even heavy machinery. This extraordinary phenomenon drew the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who promptly informed the director and dispersed the crowd attempting to hold a strength contest with the hammer. Skeptical, Coulson gathered a team and secured a rope around the hammer's handle, anchoring the other end to a powerful truck's hitch. As the vehicle accelerated, the stout rope snapped taut. Yet the hammer remained utterly immovable. The wheels churned against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. When the truck pushed its limits in an attempt to pull the hammer, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The truck's bed detached with a thunderous crash, landing on the ground. Coulson was taken aback. Surely, no matter how heavy the hammer, it shouldn't resist the force of a vehicle's pull. His thoughts turned to Su Ming. Mr. Silver seemed remarkably strong. Perhaps he could be summoned to test whether he could lift the hammer or if he possessed knowledge about it. Meanwhile, Su Ming found himself with a bit of leisure. After reaping a windfall at the Hamex Expo, he had yet to encounter any lucrative opportunities. Although Eliza diligently refreshed his intelligence on the underground market daily, none of the prices piqued his interest. Eager to amass more dollars, Su Ming felt that conventional means of earning had become insufficient. He had boldly envisioned acquiring a skill akin to hypnosis, enabling him to control the entire U.S. dollar printing system, printing money directly, starting with $1 trillion. After all, such dollars flowing into his account would not adversely affect the financial economy. When he jestingly presented this idea to Eliza, she slowly shook her head. Producing her computer, she retrieved the annual report from the U.S. Mint. The report indicated that the U.S. printed between 3 to 5 billion banknotes annually. Calculating for 250 working days a year, This translated to an average of 12 to 20 million notes per day. Even if all printed were the largest denomination of $100, $1 trillion would equate to 10 billion notes. Based on maximum printing capacity, producing 10 billion $100 bills would take 500 days, or roughly 1 year and 5 months. Eliza's straightforward calculations left Su Ming enlightened. The thought was promptly dismissed. Regardless of the immense challenges associated with implementation, even printing money in one's own backyard at a rate of 20 billion daily would be unfeasible, not to mention the scarcity of raw materials required for producing dollars. Furthermore, such an endeavor could attract unwanted attention, potentially culminating in a monumental scandal. What about digital currency? Perhaps manipulating the bank's backend to transfer 100 or 80 billion might not be entirely implausible. When Su Ming proposed this novel idea, he felt a wave of discomfort under Eliza's scrutinizing gaze. Eliza could not fathom why a boss with extraordinary earning potential would entertain such fantastical notions, deeming them impractical. With patience, she explained that the realm of digital currency is far more intricate. Theoretically, it might be possible to temporarily shift assets through technological means. Yet the likelihood of detection is exceedingly high. The collaborative efforts of bank risk controls, blockchain tracing, and international websites render such operations nearly impossible. Moreover, the consequences are severe. Another colossal scandal looms. Although Su Ming's current capabilities rendered him less fearful of opposing the state, he still yearned for a life of tranquility. Choosing to embark on adventures voluntarily is one thing, but being thrust into daily risks involuntarily is quite another. Upon reflection, Su Ming realized he was quite lost in certain aspects. Even when exchanging talents through the system, his approach was haphazard, buying whatever seemed appealing without regard for cost-effectiveness. The habit of hastily answering exam questions in school without reading them thoroughly had yet to be shaken off. As Su Ming's thoughts drifted, the calculations Eliza had performed illuminated his shortcomings. He lacked financial acumen and strategic planning. However, he quickly reconciled himself to this realization as a self-proclaimed underachiever. It would be rather unusual for him to master finance and stocks. Su Ming's disposition was inherently laid back. Lofty ideals and ambitions had little bearing on his reality. Ultimately, the essence of life lies in finding joy. He reminisced about his days in internet CAFS, grinding through games to earn a few $1,000s each month, which had brought him great satisfaction. Had it not been for the debilitating back pain that forced him to seek a job as a delivery person, he might still be there. Nevertheless, now that fate had bestowed upon him a second chance, Su Ming was determined to seize it. Returning to the matter of earning money, Su Ming reflected on his income sources, completing commissions for commissions and utilizing the system to exchange items. Comparatively, the latter appeared significantly more efficient. He was particularly struck by the memory of a GL-like missile vehicle that had been exchanged for an astounding 12 million. Discovering high-value items to trade seemed to be the key to breaking through limitations. However, the question remained, what could be exchanged for what? After dismissing Eliza, Su Ming's imagination soared as he contemplated whether the entire hotel could be appraised. He placed his hand upon the hotel floor. Valuation. High-end cashmere carpet valuation. 20,000. Goodness. Why did you appraise the carpet? He lifted the carpet to reveal a smooth wooden floor beneath. Valuation. In his encounter with the system, Su Ming was presented for the first time with the indication of non-exchangeable items. The system kindly accompanied this message with an explanation. He pondered over the statement. Indeed, items previously exchanged would vanish, transforming into account balance. The term dimension presumably referred to this particular world. The notion that disappearance would disrupt the order of this realm suggested that should he exchange the hotel building, it would cease to exist, and its absence would disturb the equilibrium of this world. Consider the multitude of individuals within. If the building were to vanish suddenly, guests from hundreds of rooms would plummet from various heights, resulting in a catastrophic scene, one too exaggerated for even Inception to depict. It was no wonder that such an exchange was prohibited. Gradually, Su Ming began to grasp the meaning behind the non-exchangeable status. However, from another perspective, could it be interpreted that items with minimal correlation to the dimensions order might indeed be exchanged? Perhaps he should seek out an uninhabited building to test this theory. With this thought in mind, He ventured into the night, locating an abandoned construction site. Gazing at the structure devoid of windows, he softly declared, "Valuation. Pacific Park abandoned building valuation 80 million, non-exchangeable." This left Su Ming perplexed. How could such a desolate building, situated in a remote area and unoccupied, still be deemed non-exchangeable? Unfazed, he wandered the streets aimlessly, estimating the value of the buildings around him. Before he knew it, he found himself at Times Square. Amidst the throngs of people, he gazed at the colossal billboards of global civilization and curiously initiated a valuation. Times Square number 1,500 million, non-exchangeable. Without a doubt, the system once again indicated non-exchangeable. What Su Ming remained unaware of was that those abandoned buildings were intricately linked to the existence of many. They were not only subject to government intervention but also embroiled in a myriad of debt disputes and lawsuits, some of which directly affected the livelihoods of numerous citizens. Hence, he could not exchange them. In resignation, Su Ming shook his head. Perhaps I should find a way to exchange for weapons of war or some other valuable items. The impact of such items, whether in abundance or scarcity, is minimal, yet they hold significant worth. If luck is on my side, I might even stumble upon a nuclear bomb, a hydrogen bomb, or an atomic bomb. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 62. Mad Max Dillon is an ordinary electrical engineer employed at Oscorp, tasked with the maintenance of circuit systems. He is introverted and plagued by self-doubt, often overlooked and even ridiculed by his colleagues, to such an extent that they forget his name on his own birthday. The only person who acknowledges him is Spider-Man, who saves him during an unexpected incident and refers to him as a friend, igniting within Max a profound admiration for the superhero. From that moment on, his home is adorned with Spider-Man posters, and he regards Spider-Man as the sole individual who recognizes his existence, even fantasizing about becoming his partner. However, an unforeseen incident alters the course of his life. While servicing the circuitry, Max inadvertently falls into a tank filled with genetically modified electric eels, his body pierced by high-voltage currents, rendering him charred. The personnel at Oscorp presume him dead and plan to hastily dispose of his remains to protect the company's reputation. Yet, Max awakens in the morgue, the charred remnants of his body shedding away. To his astonishment, he discovers that he can perceive the bioelectric currents within himself. Moreover, the surrounding electrical devices seem to respond to the energy he inadvertently emits, operating autonomously without being plugged in. At this juncture, Max remains oblivious to his transformation into something beyond human. He aimlessly picks up a nearby garment and ventures onto the street. As he passes by, the vehicles around him trigger their alarms, and he experiences an unprecedented hunger. He slowly places one hand upon a car's headlight, and in the next instant, he absorbs the faint electric current entirely. This minimal power alleviates his hunger slightly, yet it proves insufficient. His gaze is drawn to the brilliantly lit Times Square, which appears to him as a five-star buffet, the underground electrical grid beckoning him like an irresistible delicacy. Impatiently, he rushes to the center of the square, kneeling down and without hesitation placing his hands upon the cables. As Max greedily siphons energy, the entire square's electrical system is affected. Drawing the attention of a nearby police officer, "Sir, remove your hands from the cables." Now, Max slowly rises, his body emanating a faint blue electric glow, frightening the officer. The officer instinctively raises his firearm, startling Max in return. In a moment of desperation, he harnesses his electrical powers to lift a passing truck high into the air and toss it aside. Police swiftly converge, surrounding Max. "Get down on the ground, for your safety and that of the surrounding citizens." Amidst the reporter's coverage, Max's extraordinary visage is projected onto the giant billboards of Times Square. As a self-conscious, tenured electrician, his dream has always been to be acknowledged by others. To his astonishment, he finds himself in the limelight, albeit in an unforeseen manner. "Put your hands up, freak." As Max stares blankly at his own image on the advertisement, the police launch smoke grenades and shout accusations at him. "No, please, don't do this. It's not my fault. I said stop." Max's emotions were finally ignited, and his body erupted with a formidable energy, sending blue electric arcs radiating outward, instantly toppling numerous police cars and officers. The police responded decisively, opening fire. Strangely, the bullets were torn to shreds by the powerful electric field as they approached Max. Is it possible that Times Square 1 is valued at $500 million? Su Ming was taken aback after estimating the worth of the building adorned with electronic billboards. Suddenly, the advertisements flickered, resembling a display of insufficient power. Soon, gasps erupted from the crowd, and turning to look, Su Ming saw a hooded figure generating electric sparks, lifting a truck above his head. Oh, could it be? The Electro is here. Spider-Man should be arriving shortly. Su Ming mused, reflecting on how New York is truly a city plagued by calamities. As even a simple stroll could lead to an encounter with Electro. Ignoring the panicking civilians, Su Ming pulled up a chair on the sidewalk, settling into a prime vantage point. Just the right moment to rest, spectate, and enjoy the show. A webline streaked across the night sky. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, nimbly arrived beneath the airborne police car, bracing it to save the officer who was about to be crushed. Thank goodness you're driving and not on horseback, Peter thought to himself, feeling rather humorous. Upon seeing Spider-Man, the rescued officer's eyes lit up, and he immediately relayed through his radio, "All units, cease fire immediately. Repeat, cease fire now." Peter executed a somersault onto the roof of the car, glancing at the bewildered figure below. "Hi there, Sparkles, what's going on?" Max turned around to find his only ally, Spider-Man, standing there, and his terror was instantly soothed. The one person who acknowledged him had finally arrived. "They branded me a monster, but it's not my fault. They shot at me and bombarded me with smoke grenades." Max had a torrent of grievances he wished to share with Spider-Man, yet all that escaped his lips was, "Is that you?" Peter Parker had no recollection of this glowing figure. He had inadvertently saved Max before, recognizing his name from the badge on his chest and offering him encouragement. However, he could hardly recognize Max now. After all, his transformation was quite drastic. Hearing Max's words, Peter replied loudly, "Yes, I'm here. Who are you?" Spider-Man's question, "Who are you?" caused Max's heart to sink. As he stepped closer to Peter, he could hardly believe that his only supporter had forgotten him. He had stood up for Spider-Man's honor in arguments with others, yet he had never fought for himself in such a manner. Max found it incredulous. He could endure the grievances from others, but Spider-Man's forgetfulness nearly overwhelmed him with instinctive rage. Electric sparks danced from his toes, traveling along the ground towards the distant crowd, almost affecting the civilians on the steps. "Don't you remember me?" Peter Parker felt as though he had missed something significant, but he couldn't quite grasp it. Instinctively asking, "Should I remember?" As I strolled down the street, a vehicle nearly collided with me, but you swept me away. You saved my life. You expressed your need for me. Max was reminiscent of the past encounters he had with Spider-Man, yearning for the hero to recognize him at first glance. The one holding the blueprints? It dawned on Peter that he had previously rescued that individual. How had he transformed so drastically? Regardless, he needed to pacify him, preventing further harm to the populace. Peter feigned nonchalance as he approached, and on the brink of Max's fury, he finally recalled his name. He explained that he had not recognized him due to his altered appearance, a statement that garnered Max's agreement. After a brief exchange, Max insisted that the officers refrain from opening fire. "Hey, guys, this is my buddy Max. I've mentioned him to you. Do not shoot at him." Peter's actions earned Max's trust. Gazing at his own image on the billboard, he revealed his innermost feelings. "I just want everyone to see me." Peter continued to reassure Max, who prepared to control the overwhelming fury within him. Just as the two were about to relocate for a deeper conversation, Max stepped on a metal piece, unleashing a surge of energy that crackled with electricity. This commotion alerted the sniper who had been targeting him. Bang! The bullet shattered before Max, unable to suppress his rage any longer. Max released a bolt of electricity, collapsing the rooftop of the sniper's perch. Peter swiftly shot out a web, pulling Max's hand back, but the intense current surged through the web, sending Peter flying and damaging his web-shooting device. Nonetheless, he managed to save a police officer just in time. This scene incited the crowd to cheer, "Spider-Man! Spider-Man!" As Max beheld his image on the billboard morph into a close-up of Spider-Man, he was inundated with the malicious jeers of the crowd. Realizing he had been deceived by Spider-Man, Max's desire was to step forward and garner the people's adoration. With his faith shattered, Max was consumed by rage, spiraling into utter madness. Chapter 63. The aroma of barbecue. The large screen continued to broadcast close-ups of Spider-Man, his figure appearing tall and imposing under the deliberate focus of the photographer. The cheers of the surrounding crowd echoed through Times Square. With Spider-Man present, the once panicked crowd had shifted into a spectator mode, directing all manner of vitriol towards Max without a hint of concern for the impending catastrophe. At this moment, the radiant image of Spider-Man starkly contrasted with the pitiable figure of Max, plunging him into a hellish state. In Max's eyes, Spider-Man's actions were undoubtedly a betrayal. When a person's grievances accumulate to a certain threshold, they inevitably transform into fury, especially considering that Max's newly transformed body was already brimming with volatile energy. Deceiver. Die. Max finally launched an attack against the beacon of his past, Spider-Man. A violent surge of electricity surged from the ground towards Spider-Man. Peter swiftly performed a somersault, evading the onslaught. But the current had already conducted through the ground to the metal railings. The most perilous situation lay with the crowd standing on the steps. With his spider sense fully activated, the movement of his surroundings slowed dramatically in Peter's perception. Utilizing the last remnants of his web shooter, he executed an extraordinary maneuver just in time. Pressing down on the shooter's outlet, the web fluid sprayed out in all directions, grasping hold of everyone on the verge of electrocution. The attacks from Electro followed in rapid succession, creating deep craters behind Spider-Man. As Peter rolled through the air, he launched a fire hydrant towards Electro. Bang! Zzz. Both were struck by each other's techniques, sending them flying. Peter's body stiffened from the paralysis caused by the electric current, leaving him at the mercy of inertia as he crashed towards the roadside. At that moment, he felt a strong hand grasp him from behind. It was Su Ming, looking at Electro, who had been on the brink of compliance thanks to Peter's persuasion. Su Ming observed how a careless shot from a sniper had completely ignited his emotions. These officers certainly excelled at creating opportunities. What urgency drove them to seek accolades and promotions? As the young Spider-Man soared backwards towards him, Su Ming casually steadied him, regaining his composure. Peter was taken aback to see a familiar face, a mix of surprise and joy flooding over him. How wonderful! It's Mr. Silver. Sir, what are you doing here? His tone conveyed a hint of excitement. Uncertain of how his recent performance had been perceived by Mr. Silver, he awkwardly glanced at Su Ming, instinctively hiding the damaged web shooter behind him. In that instant, he forgot that he was still amidst a battle. After all, with Mr. Silver present, was Electro still a concern? Su Ming found Peter's demeanor somewhat amusing. The time he had spent offering him that bowl of chicken soup had not been in vain. The young man seemed to regard him with newfound respect. Reflecting on the time they had spent apart, it appeared that the young Spider-Man had matured considerably. Supporting Peter's hand, he gently patted the little spider's back. Considering the multitude around them, he refrained from directly addressing Peter by name. Little Spider, this is a rather lengthy tale. Are you well? The arrival of Su Ming instilled Peter with renewed confidence. Upon hearing the warm greeting from Mr. Silver, Peter felt an overwhelming urge to share all the recent happenings in his life with Su Ming. I'm well, sir. I've been delving into the events surrounding my parents from years past, and by the way, I intend to confess my feelings to Gwen. Before he could finish, darkness enveloped everyone. The Electro-Man, Max, unassisted, was forcefully hurled into an advertising screen by Peter wielding a fire hydrant like a weapon. Seizing two thick cables, he pressed them against his chest, beginning to voraciously absorb all surrounding electricity. In an instant, all the billboards in Times Square dimmed due to a lack of power, plunging what was once the city's brightest corner into utter darkness. Following a powerful surge of energy, a shockwave caused extensive damage to the surrounding buildings, with debris raining down from above. The onlookers swiftly shifted into survival mode, screaming and fleeing in a seamless panic. Meanwhile, the Electro-Man had transformed into Electro-Man Pro, the supercharged version. Overflowing with energy, he levitated in the air as if a deity. With crackling electricity surging from both hands, he unleashed a devastating barrage of lightning bolts upon those who had just mocked and insulted him. Peter's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the unfolding chaos. Observing the figure hovering above, The little spider quickly contemplated how to confront him. At that moment, Su Ming was beneath a gigantic floating umbrella. Realizing that a massive advertising structure, dislodged by the energy wave, was plummeting toward him, Su Ming activated his magnetic control, effortlessly reshaping the structure into an oversized umbrella. This was not without reason. The fire hydrant that Peter had just broken was now gushing a column of water several meters high, nearly drenching Su Ming. While immobilizing the airborne debris, he also aimed to shield himself from this artificial deluge. Peter had never witnessed such a spectacle. Gazing at the enormous metallic umbrella that enveloped him, the little spider was momentarily stunned. Goodness, Mr. Silver, how formidable you are. Noticing that the Electroman across the street was beginning to wreak havoc, Su Ming nudged Peter. Do you smell something? Peter, lost in thought, looked perplexed as he replied. What scent? Su Ming, with two dark lines appearing on his face, pointed towards the opposite side. The aroma of barbecue wafted through the air, emanating from the bystanders. It dawned on Peter that while he was momentarily distracted, Max had already begun to retaliate against the crowd. Damn it! As Peter dashed out, he heeded Su Ming's warning, his eyes lighting up as he turned toward another direction. I wonder if that electrified rain will short-circuit. Observing the little spider pivoting towards a fire truck, Su Ming felt a sense of relief. Truly, a college student. Such quick reflexes. Let us see how you fare against this. 100,000 volts. The surging energy seemed inexhaustible, and Max felt as though he were the god of thunder, unleashing bolts of lightning upon the streets without a care. The exhilaration of vengeance washed over him, wave after wave, cleansing the shame that lingered in his heart. At that moment, he longed to shout with abandon. And he did, but it was far from liberating. A sudden torrent of high-pressure water disrupted the tumultuous energy within him. He short-circuited. With a crack, he fell to the ground, his body paralyzed, struggling to turn his head. What he beheld was enough to make him spit blood. Spider-Man, adorned with a firefighter's helmet, hummed a tune at the forefront of the crowd, wielding a high-pressure hose, dousing him with water as if extinguishing nothing more than a pile of burning refuse. Max's pride was once again ruthlessly shattered by Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Witnessing the young hero successfully subdue Electro, a throng of police officers surged forward, binding Max in insulating material, rendering him a large, helpless bundle. The onlookers erupted in spontaneous applause and cheers at the sight of the villain's defeat, interspersed with exuberant whistles. Did you see that? Spider-Man is incredible, truly a superhero. It seemed Spider-Man had been conversing with someone moments ago. Did you catch sight of that umbrella in the air? Indeed, I could scarcely believe my eyes. Unbelievable. Su Ming felt it was about time to head back. A stroll downstairs promised a visual feast, and his spirits were undeniably lifted. As for Peter, Su Ming had no intention of greeting him, especially given how he was currently surrounded by media reporters. This young man placed such trust in him. It was only natural to lend a helping hand when possible. At that moment, Su Ming's phone rang. Nick Fury's distinctive voice resonated through the receiver. Destiny, my friend. Would you be interested in a trip to New Mexico? A mission? Su Ming's immediate thought was that S.H.I.E.L.D. was once again seeking his assistance. Oh, Director, have you encountered some trouble? Chapter 64. The Hammer's commission agent Phil Coulson encountered a significant impasse in his work. Following his discovery of the enigmatic hammer in New Mexico, he assembled a team of adept information gatherers to investigate its origins. However, after a considerable period of effort, they made no progress, leaving Agent Coulson somewhat perturbed. At this juncture, he received another assignment, to legally ensure that the U.S. government would abandon its proposal to enlist the Abomination into the Avengers. This proposal was fervently championed by General Ross, who, in an attempt to mask the adverse repercussions of his pursuit of the Hulk, presented the Abomination's transformation as a personal achievement, embellishing his report to the upper echelons of the government. Such a formidable warrior deserved a more suitable fate. General Ross's actions prompted the government to contemplate integrating the Abomination into the Avengers team, assigning Ross the responsibility for this endeavor. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. assessments deemed the Abomination excessively perilous and uncontrollable. Furthermore, they were reluctant to allow the government to meddle in the Avengers' affairs. Nevertheless, given the government's stance, SHIELD could not openly oppose it and thus entrusted this daunting task to Agent Coulson. The audacity of considering such a dangerous individual for the Avengers was beyond comprehension. The Hulk was 100 times more formidable, driven by a desire for protection. Coulson gleaned from Director Fury's words that finding a disagreeable individual to liaise with General Ross could significantly jeopardize this initiative. An arrogant figure materialized in Coulson's mind. Remembering how his kind farewell had incited Fury, he realized no one was better suited for this task than Tony Stark. Consequently, as the newly appointed SHIELD consultant, Tony engaged in an informal meeting with General Ross at a bar. The conversation commenced in a harmonious atmosphere, but ultimately concluded with Ross shattering his wine glass in frustration. Afterward, Tony cheerfully remarked, "What a delightful old chap. Call me next time something like this arises." Clearly, pacifying the obstinate Ross posed no challenge for Tony. The general, successfully provoked by Stark's arrogance, retracted his proposal, thereby excluding the abomination from the Avengers roster. This resolution inspired Coulson in his endeavor to investigate the hammer. Why not seek external assistance? Coulson adjusted his tie, contemplating several candidates but dismissing them upon further analysis, leaving only one viable option: Crimson Dynamo. Although his fees were exorbitant, his capabilities were undeniable. Currently, no one else could match the advantages he could secure from Director Fury. After all, even Iron Man Tony Stark had become a consultant now. Coulson relayed the difficulties he faced in studying the hammer and his desire for assistance to Director Nick Fury. Nick Fury expressed his agreement with Coulson's proposal. However, the thought of having to haggle with that avaricious fellow left Dan feeling somewhat displeased. Alas, for the sake of work, he dialed Su Ming's number. "Oh, Mr. Director, have you encountered some trouble?" Listening to the concealed anticipation in Su Ming's tone, Nick Fury felt a twinge of disdain. "You would relish the opportunity for me to find myself in a dire predicament, so you could solicit a lucrative commission from me." He responded courteously, "We have discovered an object and would like to enlist Mr. Destiny's assistance in investigating it." "Oh, investigating an object?" Receiving such a request for the first time made Su Ming feel somewhat uncertain, and he preemptively stated, "Director Fury, let me clarify, regardless of the outcome, the payment is non-refundable, and it must be transferred in advance." Dan cursed under his breath. As expected, "Very well. The usual terms apply. $100 million. Let us hope you can swiftly uncover the secret of this hammer." "Only $100 million? Upon hearing Nick's quote, Su Ming instinctively considered negotiating the price. Suddenly, realization struck him. Investigating what? A hammer? It couldn't possibly be the Meow Meow hammer, could it? It must be. The only hammer that would prompt SHIELD to spend money on external assistance, aside from the Meow Meow hammer, was certainly the Mjolnir. How delightful. While others might be unaware, I am well informed. Crafted from URU metal, the hammer of Thor. This money could be earned so easily. Su Ming's mind raced. Initially, he hadn't grasped that Nick was referring to New Mexico, where the hammer had landed. Since the Meow Meow hammer had already descended to Earth, wouldn't Thor soon follow? He recalled the period when Thor succumbed to drinking, his physique transforming into that of a barrel. Hammer Bro is quite the character. Su Ming's thoughts whirled. Although Thor might be a bit dim-witted, he is, after all, a god, and anything he casually relinquished would be divine in nature. The price would undoubtedly be splendid. Moreover, Thor had fallen from Asgard. What is Asgard, you may ask? Commonly referred to as the realm of the gods. It is a place built of gold. If I could forge a good relationship with Thor, it would present a perfect opportunity for a journey to Asgard, and my bank account would surely overflow. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The question that had long troubled him regarding how to make money became exceptionally clear at this moment. With this in mind, Su Ming dismissed any thoughts of bargaining with Nick Fury. After all, when faced with the treasures of Asgard, a mere few $100 million from SHIELD seemed rather insignificant. Since they had offered such a pivotal opportunity, he might as well be generous in return. "No problem, Director Fury," Su Ming agreed readily. Mr. Destiny. For an investigative task, $100 million is already quite substantial. Nick Fury instinctively began to negotiate, only to realize mid-sentence. What the FK? Did he actually agree? That money-obsessed bounty hunter had accepted so readily? The excruciating bargaining session he had envisioned did not unfold, leaving Nick Fury nearly incapacitated by the unexpected turn of events. Well, very well, Mr. Destiny. I shall arrange a private jet to fetch you. The call ended. Just how much can one exchange for the treasures of the divine realm? With this curiosity in mind, Su Ming cheerfully departed from Times Square. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, finally freed himself from the clutches of persistent reporters, his gaze searching for Su Ming's whereabouts. The assistance of Mr. Silver was crucial in addressing the dilemma posed by Electro. Although he had conceived a similar plan, he ultimately lagged by a mere moment. I owe him my gratitude. However, scanning the now tranquil Times Square, where the billboards flickered back to life and the crowd returned to calmness, Peter found no trace of Su Ming. He shook his head in disappointment. I shall have to converse with Mr. Silver more thoroughly next time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young web-slinger launched a strand of webbing into the distance. Asgard, moments earlier. Thor, forcibly brought back from the lands of the frost giants by Odin, vociferously chastised his father for his cowardice in battle. If one fears to engage in combat, the nation shall inevitably face annihilation. I shall make those Jotun know who I am and the might I possess. He believed that Odin had lost the courage to fight, an attribute unbecoming of a true king. You are being presumptuous, not exhibiting the wisdom of a leader. You are too reckless, too arrogant, and far too belligerent, my child. Thor, incensed, retorted vehemently, You are a cowardly, old fool. After a brief silence, Odin, filled with disappointment and a fit of rage, stripped Thor of all his divine powers and exiled him to earth. He then grasped Mjolnir and uttered the incantation. Whosoever wields this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of the thunder god. With that, he cast the hammer into the portal of the Bifrost. Chapter 65. Odin's trial. Asgard rises majestically at the pinnacle of the starry sea, its golden spires and arching bridges shimmering with the luminescence of runes, akin to melted stars. The Rainbow Bridge spans the void, leading to Heimdall's observatory, which vigilantly surveys the 9 realms. The dome of Valhalla reflects the Milky Way, with the celestial river flowing beneath, while distant mountains are shrouded by Odin's auroral barrier. A cold, solemn majesty permeates the divine realm, where every inch of brilliance is imbued with immortal solitude. The aged figure upon the throne breathes heavily, his anger simmering. The cause of the All-Father Odin's fury dates back several days. Just as Thor, the prince of Asgard, was on the verge of his coronation, their kingdom's arch-nemesis, the frost giants, disrupted the occasion. By the time the guards of the armory became aware, it was too late. The enemy's objective was to seize the god box, the frost box. Originally a treasure of the frost giant clan, it had been misused by their king, Laufey, who threatened to plunge the world into a new ice age. To safeguard the peace of the 9 realms, Odin acted decisively, assembling an army for battle. The frost box proved to be a formidable adversary, and even Odin, at the peak of his power, sacrificed an eye to secure victory. The triumphant army returned with the frost box to Asgard for safekeeping. Yet, Laufey's nefarious ambitions persisted. On the day of the new king's coronation, he dispatched his minions to steal it once more. Sensing the intrusion into the treasury, Odin summoned the destroyer, effortlessly reducing the invaders to ashes. The impetuous Thor perceived this incident, occurring on the very day of his ascension, as a blatant challenge to his authority. He resolved to teach them a lesson. Thor intended to launch an assault on Jotunheim, much like Odin had done in the past, to show those detestable frost giants their place. However, Odin, ever mindful of his people, was reluctant to embroil Asgard in conflict over such a trivial matter. Thus, the father and son found themselves in their first quarrel. At this moment, Loki, seated amiably beside Thor, interjected with a display of tea artistry. In truth, I believe you are correct. Loki's support only served to embolden Thor's resolve to wage war, and he decided to venture to Jotunheim to eradicate the frost giants entirely. His divine companions attempted to dissuade him, But Thor insisted that if his father had once led an army into Jotunheim, so too could he. Seeing Thor's determination, the others reluctantly agreed to follow. The radiance of the Rainbow Bridge traversed the cosmos, and the group swiftly arrived in Jotunheim. Their reckless charge led them, predictably, into an ambush. Outnumbered, Thor and his companions found themselves in perilous straits. Observing the situation, Loki advised Thor to retreat, while Laufey scoffed. "You have no idea what this entails, trust me. Go back, while I have yet to change my mind." Reluctantly, Thor turned to leave. But Laufey's untimely derision ignited his fury. "Run back home, little princess." This provocation incited Thor's wrath, and he swung his hammer at Laufey, plunging into battle with the frost giants. Next, the early stages of the fight unfolded favorably, as Thor and his allies displayed their formidable prowess. As the formidable Laufey dispatched his elite warriors, the towering frost giants advanced with unyielding ferocity, matching even Thor in prowess. At that moment, the true power of Mjolnir was revealed. Thor grew increasingly resolute in battle, yet his comrades began to falter. Tragically, any ordinary person touched by a frost giant would find their flesh instantly frozen and rendered lifeless. However, Loki, son of Odin, emerged unscathed from his encounters with the frost giants. The astute Loki began to suspect that his lineage was far more complex than he had initially believed, sowing the seeds of chaos for his future actions. The frost giants, already imposing in stature, managed to inflict injuries upon their allies through a momentary lapse in vigilance. Loki promptly suggested a retreat. Upon hearing this, Thor hurled his hammer to shield his comrades, and with a single strike, Mjolnir shattered a multitude of frost warriors. In response, Laufey summoned a more formidable force, the frost beasts. These beasts were more terrifying in both size and might. Thor fought valiantly to cover the retreat of his companions. But as the enemy began to encircle him, he summoned a powerful bolt of lightning with Mjolnir, delivering a devastating blow. The ground beneath them collapsed, temporarily halting the advance of the giants. Just as the group reached the edge of a precipice, even more fearsome monsters emerged from the abyss. As they faced imminent obliteration, Thor charged in from a distance, bravely piercing the creature's skull and slaying it in an instant. Yet, they were besieged by an ever-increasing number of frost giants. At the critical moment, Odin, the All-Father, arrived on horseback, radiating brilliance. Thor attempted to persuade Odin to join forces, but was met with a resolute refusal. Laufey, the leader of the frost giants, confronted Odin, cunningly discerning his frailty. Odin sought to downplay the situation, but Laufey had no intention of allowing such insolence to pass unpunished. Seizing the opportunity, he attacked Odin, only to be repelled by Odin's swift counter. With negotiations rendered futile, Odin activated the Bifrost, transporting everyone back to Asgard. Thor and Odin erupted into a second quarrel atop Heimdall's observation platform. To Odin, it appeared that the fragile piece he had painstakingly constructed was on the verge of collapse due to Thor's reckless actions, which he continued to pursue without a hint of remorse. Odin chastised Thor for dishonoring the title of the new king, accusing him of acting impulsively and disregarding the greater good, even tearing away the mantle of the thunder god. At this juncture, Thor remained oblivious to the root of his transgressions, only sensing that he had somehow angered his father. Witnessing his once benevolent father in a fit of rage, Thor gradually recognized that his missteps were more severe than he had imagined. In that moment, Odin's eyes were filled with disappointment. Should he truly pass the throne to Thor, it would spell disaster for the Nine Realms. This culminated in the earlier scene where Odin stripped Thor of his powers and banished him along with his hammer. In truth, Odin, despite his overwhelming sorrow, granted Thor a chance. He could have exiled him to a far more distant realm, yet he chose not to. Instead, he left Thor with a challenge, the enchanted Mjolnir. To enable Thor to truly comprehend the wisdom and responsibility that accompany kingship, thereby restoring his divine powers and returning in glory, Loki found great amusement in his actions. For all these events were orchestrated by Loki himself. He could not fathom why, despite being a son of Odin and possessing greater intellect, he remained estranged from the throne. Unwilling to accept defeat, he devised a petty scheme to sabotage Thor's coronation ceremony. The scene shifts. At this moment, Su Ming has arrived in New Mexico aboard a private jet. The location where the hammer descended has now been transformed into a temporary base by S.H.I.E.L.D., codenamed 084. This reflects S.H.I.E.L.D's logical approach to managing supernatural occurrences, containment, research, and concealment. They attempted to manipulate the hammer using mechanical devices, only to discover that it could not be moved by any external force. Simultaneously, they analyzed the runes and energy fields on the hammer's surface, but their ignorance of Asgardian technology hampered their progress. Under the guidance of Agent Coulson, Su-Ming finally beheld the legendary Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder. Valuation: Hammer of Thor Mjolnir valuation, 5 trillion, not redeemable. The immediate valuation of this artifact from Asgard dazzled Su-Ming, and the non-redeemable status was anticipated. If Thor's hammer were to be exchanged for money in this manner, Thor's subsequent narrative would undoubtedly lead to calamity for him. As he watched the crane fail for the N1th time before the hammer, Su-Ming rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Shall I give it a try? Agent Coulson adjusted his tie, thinking that he had brought Su-Ming precisely for his strength. Initially, he intended for Su-Ming to attempt lifting the hammer, but without an official commission, Su-Ming might not even cast a glance at it. He wondered if this commission worth 100 million could indeed bring him any surprises. Please proceed. Su-Ming rolled up his sleeves and approached the hammer, grasping its handle and slightly adjusting his breath. With a sudden exertion of strength, he exclaimed, "Here we go." Chapter 66. The electrified thunder god. It must be acknowledged that under the system's transformation, Su-Ming has acquired a power that ordinary individuals can only dream of. This profound realization is keenly felt by the incarnation of hatred, Blonsky. However, before the mighty Thor's hammer, Su-Ming's strength appears to diminish to that of an ordinary man. Grasping the handle of the hammer, Su-Ming's veins bulge as he exerts all his might, yet the hammer remains immovable, unyielding. He steadies himself in a horse stance and attempts once more. Boom. The immense force drives Su-Ming's legs deep into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Agent Coulson, observing nearby, is left astonished, his pupils dilating at the sheer magnitude of Destiny's power. The ground, compressed to an unyielding hardness by prolonged mechanical operation beside the hammer, now bears the weight of Su-Ming's exertion. How absurd it seems that he can bury his legs into the earth. Yet, one must concede, the hammer maintains its aloof demeanor, remaining utterly still. It appears the hammer holds the upper hand. Coulson's curiosity about whether Destiny could lift the hammer gradually transforms into resignation. Having witnessed the hammer's obstinacy on numerous occasions, he recognizes that no matter the approach taken, the hammer seems to possess a will of its own, calmly stationed there, refusing to budge. Even someone as formidable as Mr. Silver cannot bend it to his will. At this moment, a twinge of bitterness washes over Su-Ming, as he grapples with a sense of defeat. Until now, he has encountered no challenge he could not surmount. Yet the first obstacle that leaves him powerless is this seemingly unremarkable hammer. Despite his awareness that the hammer is an unparalleled weapon forged from the core of a planet, imbued with the incantations of Odin, who among men does not yearn to wield the thunder goddess hammer with ease? If that sexy-bottomed Captain America can lift it, why can't I? After returning to the ground, Su-Ming embarks on several more attempts, yet the hammer remains steadfast, leading him to gradually relinquish the thought of lifting it. Frustrated, he delivers a slap to the hammer's handle, exclaiming, "I yield to you. Is that not enough?" Suddenly, to his astonishment, the handle of the thunder god's hammer shifts slightly at the impact of his hand, while the hammerhead remains firmly anchored to the ground. What a curious phenomenon. Su-Ming's eyes widen in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events, despite his strenuous efforts yielding no movement from the hammer. How could a casual slap possess such force to disturb the enchanted hammer of Odin? How is this possible? The science behind it eludes him. Agent Coulson, having been showered in dust by Su-Ming's exertions, brushes off the debris. Witnessing the handle turn slightly under Su-Ming's light slap, he fumbles with his tie, inadvertently loosening it. The hammer has moved. Coulson can scarcely believe his eyes. Consulting the documentation that delineates the hammer's original position and angle, He promptly summoned staff members to employ instruments for repeated measurements. The ultimate conclusion reveals that the hammer's handle has rotated 38.6 degrees clockwise. This revelation invigorated everyone. Su Ming gazed incredulously at his right hand. Could it be that he possessed some hidden attribute? Or perhaps this foreign artifact adhered to the ancient Eastern philosophy of Wu Wei, achieving everything through non-action? Was it possible that relinquishing his grasp on it allowed it to move? Was this plausible? Nevertheless, the hammer had indeed stirred, having achieved a preliminary breakthrough. Su Ming continued to experiment under Coulson's urging. Yet, the hammer reverted to its previous state, utterly still. Su Ming attempted to replicate his earlier actions, striking the meow meow hammer several times, but regardless of which hand he used, be it the front or back, the hammer remained unchanged. After more than an hour of fruitless attempts, Su Ming, his patience exhausted, finally surrendered. Whatever will be, will be. Why engage in a battle of wills with a mere hammer? Perhaps the circumstances were simply too abrupt, or perhaps the day chosen by the God King was ill-suited. Or maybe the descent was too swift, lacking a predetermined landing spot. The prince, now reduced to a commoner, had barely touched down on Earth before being struck mid-air by a small pickup truck. Indeed, it was Thor. Jane Foster hurriedly exited her vehicle to investigate. The darkness of the road had caused her to collide with a person. Please, don't let him be dead. Fortunately, Thor was not gravely harmed. My hammer. Hammer? He called out loudly for his weapon, but received no response. Thor quickly realized the grave error he had made, as he now found himself forsaken by the God King. Father. Unable to accept this immense disparity, he fantasized about returning to confront his father. Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Lower the Bifrost. In his attempts to summon the Rainbow Bridge to take him back, Thor soon discovered the futility of his cries. His erratic behavior led several scientists to suspect he was either intoxicated or deranged, speaking nonsense. Instinctively, they drew a stun gun and aimed it at Thor. The god of thunder, upon seeing this, felt no fear, but rather a sense of indignation. You dare threaten me with such a trivial device? Ugh. Before he could finish speaking, Thor was struck by the high-powered stun gun, his body seizing and collapsing to the ground. Little did he anticipate that the once mighty god of thunder would succumb to his own signature prowess, albeit at such a low voltage. The team carried the unconscious Thor to the hospital. Jane Foster, along with her assistant Darcy Lewis and mentor Eric Selvig, were astrophysicists who had been studying celestial movements atop a remote mountain. Suddenly, the sky shifted dramatically, and a colossal vortex descended, frightening Jane. She turned to accelerate away, inadvertently colliding with the transported Thor. Initially dismissing his ramblings as mere nonsense, Jane was astonished to discover that their photos of the magnetic storm indeed captured a figure, confirming that Thor originated from outer space. The trio returned to the hospital only to find the ward utterly vacant. Thor had vanished. As they pondered where to seek this extraterrestrial visitor, the female driver, oblivious to her surroundings, once again struck down the unsuspecting Thor. Just before consciousness slipped away, a thought flickered through Thor's mind. By the hammer of the gods, I am but a wretch. During his brother Thor's exile, Loki remained far from idle. He had sensed something amiss during his skirmish with the frost giants. Ordinary Asgardians would suffer immediate frostbite upon contact with the icy kin, yet he remained unscathed, an anomaly indeed. To confirm his suspicions, Loki ventured into his father's treasury and grasped the frost box. The instant he touched it, his skin mirrored that of the frost giants. Stop. Odin, seemingly forewarned, appeared just in time to halt Loki. The frost box was a treasure of the frost giants, containing an essence of chilling death, capable of unleashing an abyssal cold that could freeze all matter. If opened, it could plunge the Nine Realms into an interminable ice age. Who am I? Loki questioned, feeling the transformation within him, turning his back to his father. You are my son, Odin replied serenely, though internally he sighed. It cannot be that simple. Loki pivoted, his eyes ablaze as he fixed his gaze upon Odin, his complexion shifting from a desolate dark blue to its natural hue. At that moment, his innermost thoughts found affirmation, yet he yearned to hear the truth from Odin's lips. What you brought from Jotunheim. It cannot merely be the godly box. Can it? The aged Odin regarded the slowly approaching Loki with a complex expression. After the battle, I entered the temple and discovered an infant, so tiny. Unlike the offspring of giants, he had been abandoned there. On the brink of death, he was Luffy's son. Chapter 67. The scientific team and the Prince Su Ming settled at the temporary base designated 084, assisting Coulson with ongoing research concerning the hammer while awaiting Thor's arrival. Although he was uncertain whether Thor had yet descended to Earth, he was confident that the God of Thunder would find a way to reclaim his hammer. At the Isabella restaurant, as Thor devoured his meal, Daisy incessantly bombarded him with questions. How did you fall from the sky? You've consumed an entire box of jam-filled pastries. Yet you still appear so ravenous? Thor disregarded Daisy's inquiries and drained his drink, exclaiming, "What is this delightful beverage? I must have another." With a flourish, he carelessly tossed aside his cup, as if bestowing upon the onlookers an unparalleled honor. The restaurant fell into a hushed silence. Patrons and staff alike gazing at Thor with astonishment, as if to silently question the origins of this impolite stranger. Thor's actions drew disapproval from Jane, who gently suggested he exhibit more courtesy. However, he dismissed her admonitions with indifference. At that moment, a nearby group of patrons engaged in animated discussion. "I heard a satellite has fallen in the desert. We were just about to check it out when the FBI arrived." This topic did not pique Thor's interest. In fact, he was entirely oblivious to the concept of a satellite. Yet, the news ignited the curiosity of astrophysicist Eric Selvig. What does the satellite look like? Seeing someone intrigued, a passerby began to boastfully elaborate. "I don't know what a satellite looks like, but it's incredibly heavy. I mean, no one can move it. I've heard it also emits radiation." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Thor had approached him, gripping the fabric of his shoulder and demanding, "Where is it?" While the notion of a satellite did not captivate Thor, the idea of something heavy falling from the sky inevitably led him to suspect that it might very well be his misplaced hammer. Intimidated by Thor's imposing presence and brusque demeanor, the passerby instinctively replied, 80 kilometers west from here." Thor turned and strode away, wholly dismissing the passerby's kind warning. "Don't waste your time. By the time we return, the military will have already passed through." With no understanding of traffic regulations, Thor boldly walked down the street, halting several cars that had intended to cross the intersection. At that moment, Jane rushed out of the restaurant. "Where are you going?" 80 kilometers west from here," Thor replied without looking back, his pace unwavering. "Why?" Jane was perplexed by the sudden departure of the handsome blonde. "To reclaim what is rightfully mine." The more Thor contemplated, the more he believed that the object described by the passerby was indeed his weapon. As the trio of scientists caught up with him, he paused and proposed, "If you can take me to Mjolnir, I shall reveal everything to you." "Meow? What meow?" Daisy Lewis evidently did not comprehend Thor's words. At this moment, the seasoned mentor Eric sensed that something was amiss. The tales of the hammer of the Thunder God and the Rainbow Bridge were mere childhood fables to him. The individual before them clearly exhibited delusions and was undoubtedly a source of instability. It would be prudent to distance themselves from him. He beckoned Jane and Daisy aside, urging, "We cannot allow him to go with us." Jane's fervent curiosity propelled her desire to uncover the truth. She was desperate to understand the unfolding events. He was far too perilous. Yet, Eric's earnest counsel illuminated the importance of restraint. Regretfully, Jane conceded that she could not accompany Thor any further. The Thunder God, of course, paid little mind to such trivialities. It was time for farewells. Thor gently grasped Jane's hand and bestowed a soft kiss upon her knuckles. This unexpected gesture left Jane beaming in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, she awkwardly stammered, "Thank you." Thor remained oblivious to her embarrassment. Sincerely articulating the names of the scientist trio, Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, Daisy. "Until we meet again." With that, he gracefully bowed to the three scientists. It was only at this moment that Eric began to believe Thor might indeed be a prince, for his noble demeanor was utterly undeniable. Under Thor's earnest gaze, Eric and Daisy clumsily returned the gesture. The trio bid farewell to Thor, and Jane hesitated, gazing at his retreating figure before finally joining the others. Upon turning a corner, Jane was astonished to discover that her little pickup truck had been driven away. Inside were the fruits of her years of research, as well as crucial observational records from the previous night. She rushed over to confront the suited agents who had taken her belongings without permission. Agent Carlson received her with polite yet firm authority. Due to security threats, we must confiscate these items. Thank you. As they passed, another agent nonchalantly seized the iPad from Daisy's grasp. In a state of shock, the trio watched as the mysterious convoy whisked away all their research materials, including instruments. Jane lamented, "My years of research have just been taken away." Daisy added, "And my iPad." Jane continued, "The backups, and the backups of the backups. All gone." Daisy sighed, "And the 30 songs I just downloaded." Eric interjected, "Could we please refrain from mentioning your iPad?" Jane inquired, "Who are they, exactly?" Eric replied, "I have a friend who studies gamma rays. Ever since SHIELD approached him, he has gone missing." "Oh, I have another friend. I'll email him right away." Daisy retorted, "But your computer was taken too." The sunset bled crimson. The trio of scientists sat beneath the eaves, exchanging glances of helplessness. Meanwhile, Thor realized that in order to continue his journey, he lacked a suitable vehicle. Scanning his surroundings, he was suddenly struck with inspiration upon seeing the sign for a pet palace. As he stepped into the pet store, a gust of wind seemed to follow him. "I want a horse," he declared. The shopkeeper, seemingly both confused and attentive, slowly lifted his gaze to the imposing figure of Thor. The sincerity in Thor's eyes left the owner convinced he had not misheard, and he replied mechanically, "We do not have horses, only dogs, cats, and birds." "Then give me something larger, something I can ride," Thor earnestly conveyed his desires. The shopkeeper, visibly troubled, gazed at the towering man before him, struggling to imagine what in his modest establishment could possibly support such a figure. At that moment, a vehicle pulled up outside, and a familiar voice called out, "Hey, do you still want to ride?" Jane, having pondered the matter deeply, could not accept that her hard work had been so easily usurped. Thus, she procured another vehicle in an attempt to reclaim what was rightfully hers, fortuitously encountering Thor in the pet store. Together, they drove towards the setting sun. The long-standing dilemma that had plagued Loki for years finally found resolution. No wonder his father had always favored Thor, no matter the circumstances. He would never allow a scion of the frost giants to ascend the throne of Asgard. Loki was incredulous at Odin's claims of wishing to achieve everlasting peace between Asgard and the Frost clan through him in the future. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears began to flow unbidden from his eyes. Am I merely a monster that adults use to frighten children? Loki unleashed his pent-up frustrations, entirely oblivious to Odin's gradual collapse to the grounded frailty. It was only when he beheld his father motionless on the floor that reason returned to Loki. Deep down, he still loved his family. He simply yearned for as much affection as his brother received. Though he raised his voice in questioning Odin, there was no malice in his words. In that moment, as he gazed upon Odin, his eyes brimmed with a mix of hurt, guilt, and confusion. He quickly summoned the guards to ensure his father's proper care. Chapter 68. The advancing Thor upon the arrival of the 4 warriors of godhood at the royal court. Loki had already ascended to the throne, now reigning as the king of Asgard. Deeply concerned for Thor, his companions implored the new monarch to revoke the Edict of Exile and permit Thor's return to Asgard. However, Loki vehemently refused, asserting, "My first decree as king cannot defy the final command of our father." This refusal sparked within the group a resolve to seek Thor independently. Before long, they encountered Heimdall. Although Heimdall professed his unwillingness to contravene the king's orders, he conveniently forgot to bring along the key to activate the Bifrost, the sword of Bertil. Soon, guided by Thor's coordinates, they vanished into the luminous ether. The defiance of royal command by the warriors incensed Loki. One by one, he pondered, what does Thor possess that I do not? Determined to sever any lingering affections, Loki struck the ground with his royal scepter, summoning the destroyer armor. As one of Asgard's formidable weapons, Loki immediately issued a decree for the pursuit of Thor. Yet, a critical aspect remained, persuading Heimdall to open the Bifrost. As the sentinel of Asgard, Heimdall was an omniscient observer, capable of perceiving all 9 realms and hearing even the softest whisper of grass growing. His combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Cunningly, Heimdall had long suspected that Loki was behind the invasion of the frost giants. Observing Loki's figure as he journeyed to Jotunheim, he found nothing amiss. Reminiscent of the frost giant's earlier incursion into Asgard, unnoticed beneath his very gaze. Realizing he could not best Heimdall, Loki resorted to his premeditated plan, encasing Heimdall in the frostbox. Thus, the authority over the Bifrost fell into Loki's hands, and he turned his gaze towards the approaching destroyer, a glimmer of triumph flickering in his eyes. In New Mexico, near Point Antique, lies the arid expanse of the American Southwest. Compared to the sweltering days, the nights are refreshingly cool. Jane, accompanied by Thor, finally reached the vicinity of the hammer's impact site, the current temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D., designated as 084. The base comprises swiftly deployable military tents, container modules, and temporary fencing, with the meteorite crater at its center where the hammer had fallen. Surrounding it are watchtowers, floodlights, and armed patrols to deter intruders. It cannot be a satellite crash, otherwise. Why have they not cleared the debris but instead constructed a fortress around it? Jane speculated, observing the structures through her binoculars from a nearby hillside. The night breeze was cool. Thor, removing his jacket, kindly draped it over Jane's shoulders. Once I retrieve Mjolnir, I shall help you reclaim what is yours. How does that sound? Not great, Jane replied, astonished at Thor's confidence in his ability to infiltrate the heavily fortified military base alone. Do you truly believe you can waltz in, collect the item, and emerge unscathed? No, I shall soar forth. In disbelief, Jane watched as Thor strode away. Within Base 084, personnel were diligently studying the characteristics of the hammer, discovering that it was emitting waves of interference, causing nearby electrical devices to falter intermittently. Moreover, even satellite signals were disrupted, unable to penetrate the thickening clouds. 2 bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, and the resounding thunder seemed to herald an impending event. At that moment, the staff reported an aircraft was set to pass overhead, Southwest Airlines Flight 5434. Agent Jasper Sitwell casually issued a command, redirect its flight path. Although merely a Level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Sitwell possessed the authority to verbally order a civilian aircraft to alter its course, a testament to the agency's considerable power. Suddenly, the computer indicated an anomaly on the western side of the perimeter. Sitwell promptly dispatched personnel. Upon arrival, the guards discovered a breach at the base of the barbed wire fence. As they shone their flashlights to investigate, a shadow materialized beside their patrol car. With a few swift movements, the robust figure incapacitated the guards. It was none other than the infiltrating Thor. A light rain began to descend from the sky as Thor donned a dark raincoat, lurking in the shadows. Inching closer to the heart of the base, his hammer must be there. Meanwhile, Su Ming had just taken a seat not far from the hammer, having experienced yet another failure in wielding it just a minute prior. This had become a frequent occurrence in recent days. Su Ming had privately attempted to harness magnetic control over the hammer, trying to manipulate Mjolnir remotely, as it was merely a large iron mallet. However, the unresponsive hammer and the palpable sense of futility led him to realize that this method was equally ineffective. How could he possibly make it move? At that moment, Agent Coulson's radio crackled to life with the guard's report. Agents under attack. There are intruders. A piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the base, and glaring red lights flashed in every corner. All guards and agents instantly tensed, returning to their posts and heightening their vigilance. On the hillside, Jane observed with trepidation as Thor dared to create such a commotion, nervously retreating into the shadows to call her mentor, Eric. She had impulsively slipped away, not contemplating the consequences of her actions. On the phone, she informed him she had arrived at the pit and, should she not receive a response within an hour, she would come looking for him. She also expressed regret for disregarding Eric's warnings. At that moment, Thor was drawing near to the tent passage and circling the pit. From a distance, he gazed at the familiar handle of the hammer, then looked up to see the increasingly dense lightning in the sky. "My dear, have you been waiting for me for long?" Thor smiled with delight. Swiftly, he slipped into the tent passage and deftly subdued a guard. The objective emerged in the eastern corridor. Agent Coulson decisively commanded, "Ascend to the high ground. Arm yourselves." The scene shifted to a wall adorned with an array of weaponry. A pair of powerful arms briefly lingered upon a sniper rifle before resolutely selecting a compound bow. The figure bearing the bow swiftly leaped into the crane's basket, ascending rapidly into the sky. Observing the grave demeanor of Agent Coulson, who appeared as if he were facing a formidable adversary, Su Ming offered a soothing remark. "Take it easy, Coulson." Possessing a wealth of experience in emergency situations, Coulson was not overly concerned about the base's breach. Rather, he was intrigued by the audacity of the intruder who dared to provoke S-H-I-E-L-D. Adjusting his tie absent-mindedly, he found solace in Su Ming's words, believing that the comfort offered was indicative of Su Ming's intention to assist him in confronting this intruder. "Mr. Destiny is quite commendable," he mused. Had Su Ming been privy to Coulson's thoughts at that moment, he would have chuckled at Coulson's vivid imagination. After all, he had merely accepted a commission for investigation. As for dealing with adversaries, that was an entirely different matter. Su Ming's warning to Coulson stemmed from his knowledge that the approaching individual was none other than Thor, the god of thunder, now stripped of his divine powers. At this juncture, Thor was merely an ordinary man, albeit a robust and handsome one, but the notion of him breaching S-H-I-E-L-D's defenses was indeed peculiar. Thus, Su Ming's implication was clear. They were fully capable of handling the situation without panic. Meanwhile, Thor encountered a formidable opponent, one whose stature surpassed his own, obstructing his path. Though he had lost his godly powers, his combat skills and indomitable spirit remained intact. Even as he rolled awkwardly into the outside world, coated in mud, it did not impede his pursuit of victory. A voice crackled through Coulson's radio. "Give the orders, Coulson." I'm almost becoming a fan of his. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, had long since drawn his bow, poised to take aim. Chapter 69. Care for a bet? The rain fell in torrents, rendering the ground exceedingly muddy. Covered in muck, Thor subdued the towering guard, elegantly shaking off the rain-soaked strands of his golden hair. To Thor, a man's romance lay in battle and the triumph that followed. With a few strides, he tore away the tarp. There lay Mjolnir, unmistakably before him. With a victorious smile, Thor approached the hammer, but there was no time. Hawkeye adjusted his vantage point, fixating on the exposed Thor, reminding Coulson that this was the prime moment for him to act. "Wait, I want to see." Coulson observed Thor from a concealed corner, intrigued by what compelled this individual to boldly confront S-H-I-E-L-D. This man possessed considerable skill, having evaded so many guards. Moreover, the way he gazed at the hammer was unlike anyone else. Perhaps something extraordinary would unfold. Meanwhile, Thor was lost in thoughts of merriment as he envisioned reclaiming the hammer and returning to Asgard, prepared to confront his father, perhaps to apologize, and then reclaim his former glory. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his reverie. "Hey, Prince, care for a bet?" At that moment, Su Ming was on the opposite side of the venue, an umbrella floating above him, keeping him entirely dry. Relaxed in a fishing chair, he watched the somewhat disheveled Thor with great interest. The careless fellow was so engrossed in his pursuit of the hammer that he had failed to notice Su Ming's, prompting the latter to tease the god of thunder. Thor's thoughts returned from Asgard as he heard someone speaking, turning to the source of the voice. There sat a figure with a distinctly Midgardian visage, grinning at him. An umbrella hovered above him, shielding him from the rain, starkly contrasting with Thor's drenched appearance. Is this the magic of Midgard? I could accomplish the same once I reclaim my hammer. Wait, how does he know I am a prince? Could this person possess prophetic abilities? What are we betting on? With growing interest, Thor inquired. I bet you cannot lift that hammer. Su Ming pointed to Mjolnir resting on the ground, articulating his opinion. Haraha! The god of thunder, Thor, erupted into hearty laughter, the sound reverberating through the white tent. I fear I may disappoint you. I jest. Who am I? The god of thunder, Thor Odinson. This hammer belongs to me. If I cannot lift it, who could? It seems you possess some knowledge, yet not as much as you might believe. Mjolnir is not a mere trinket for ordinary folk to wield. Only I can, for I am its rightful master. Thor bent down to grasp the hammer's handle, but his movement halted midair. You haven't yet stated what the stakes are, he said, standing tall, shaking his hair and brushing away the rainwater as he gazed at Su Ming. He did not wish to miss this seemingly effortless victory. If he could also gain something in the process, it would undoubtedly prove to be quite an intriguing affair. Observing Thor at that moment, resembling a child eager to validate himself, Su Ming's expression appeared genuinely sincere. How about this? If you cannot lift this hammer, I shall be declared the victor. The wager shall be a visit to your hometown. Absolutely not. Upon hearing Su Ming's proposition, Thor instinctively felt a surge of caution and promptly rejected it. Are you jesting? Is Asgard a place where any stray creature may wander? Who do you think you are? Moreover, on what grounds do you believe I would lose? This wager is unsuitable. Let us choose another. As the Prince of Asgard, son of Odin, he would never easily bring an unknown individual back to his realm. He would not permit any foreign threats to jeopardize Asgard's safety. Noticing Thor's resolute refusal, Su Ming sensed a twinge of urgency within himself. At that moment, he could conjure no alternative and merely shrugged in indifference. Since this wager is unacceptable, I cannot think of another for the time being. Let it be as it may. Thor, who was closely observing Su Ming, initially suspected ulterior motives behind the suggestion to visit Asgard. However, seeing Su Ming adopt a nonchalant demeanor, Thor's vigilance began to wane. Very well, if you win, I shall grant you one of my cherished treasures. But what if you lose? Su Ming was taken aback by Thor's unexpected commitment to the wager, now transformed into a treasure. Considering the impossibility of visiting Asgard for the time being, acquiring a treasure as described by the god of thunder seemed a commendable alternative. True to his noble lineage, Thor did not engage in haggling. Nodding, Su Ming replied, "Should you emerge victorious, I shall resolve any troubles arising from your intrusion here." Before he could finish, Agent Coulson intended to interject, as Su Ming's actions appeared to overstep boundaries. However, upon witnessing Su Ming's confident gaze directed at him, Coulson hesitated and held his tongue. After all, one illegal intruder was hardly a significant issue. For the sake of fostering Mr. Silver's friendship, granting him this leeway seemed trivial. Surely, Director Fury would not object. Thor pondered Su Ming's words thoughtfully, suddenly recalling, there are items belonging to Jane and the others that must be returned. Su Ming remembered the name Jane. It was indeed this woman who had knocked him aside when Thor had just landed. It seemed Thor had a good rapport with the trio of scientists and was even considering assisting them in reclaiming their belongings. Very well. Su Ming readily acquiesced to Thor's request. Thor expressed his approval of Su Ming's willingness, offering a slight salute in return. Crackling thunder resonated as lightning streaked across the sky once more, and Thor redirected his focus to Mjolnir. The prospect of reclaiming his signature weapon invigorated him, and wagering with Su Ming could resolve subsequent troubles while also retrieving Jane's possessions. I am indeed a genius. Thor grinned widely, gripping the hammer's handle with his right hand, applying slight pressure, yet the envisioned scene of him triumphantly hoisting the hammer did not materialize. The smile faltered, and Thor, filled with perplexity, exerted himself once more, yet to no avail. His expression gradually grew grave as he tightened his grip on the hammer's handle, summoning all his strength, even letting out a roar. Mjolnir remained stubbornly immobile, as though it no longer recognized its master. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, while Agent Coulson felt a twinge of disappointment. After creating such a commotion, they had finally approached the hammer, only to find themselves unable to lift it. This was even less successful than Mr. Silver's attempt. After yet another failed effort to grasp the hammer, Thor began to realize that the situation was far more complex than he had initially believed. Recalling the moment he had first arrived, when the insignificant weapon had knocked him down with ease, he felt that this was indeed the darkest hour of his life. How could the hammer of the god of thunder fail to recognize its own master? Was it plausible that a mere stun gun could so easily incapacitate the god of thunder? A blend of disappointment, confusion, helplessness, and overwhelming defeat surged within him. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the cosmos, where it seemed as if two eyes were fixated upon him. Why? Thor's anguished cry echoed against the backdrop of lightning and torrential rain, sounding so desolate. Being defeated by a formidable foe is not fearsome, but the fact that an old comrade, with whom he had fought side by side for years, now disregarded him, filled Thor with a profound sense of grievance. He knelt before the hammer, engulfed in deep self-doubt. At that moment, the performance concluded. The ground team mobilized. Agent Coulson, lacking enthusiasm, picked up the walkie-talkie to rouse everyone. The god of thunder, in this instant, appeared as though he had lost his soul, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. guards to handcuff him behind his back. His gaze remained fixated on Mjolnir, where mysterious runes flickered momentarily. All of this did not escape Heimdall's all-seeing eye. A sigh traversed the starry river. Chapter 70. The arrival of the destroyer. My men, though rigorously trained, have been reduced to mere jesters in your presence, which fills me with dismay. I gaze at the handsome man seated before me, lost in a daze. Agent Coulson attempts to elicit the information he seeks through a heart-to-heart conversation. In Coulson's mind, only those who have undergone specialized training possess such skill. He is eager to discern which faction this enigmatic man belongs to. Are they from Chitauri or Asgard? Yet, based on this individual's demeanor, Coulson leans towards the notion that Thor is a mercenary. Who is his employer? South Africa, or perhaps somewhere else? Who are you? Agent Coulson finally poses a question that Thor can comprehend. However, at that moment, Thor appears disinclined to engage in conversation, fixating his gaze on Coulson, remaining silent until a phone call diverts him. No matter if he chooses silence, we will uncover the truth. That is our purpose. The scene shifts, and Loki, clad in a dark green trench coat, materializes before Thor, jolting him back to attention. I need you to tell Father. But the response is chilling. Father is dead. Thor had intended for Loki to convey a message to their father, Odin. Yet Loki's deep voice delivers a revelation that shatters his disbelief. What? Thor stares blankly at Loki, momentarily stunned. You have been banished from Asgard. War is imminent. These words weigh heavily upon him. Loki fabricates tales with open eyes. Odin has merely fallen into a deep slumber, not passed away. Yet Loki seeks to validate his claim to the throne before Thor. In a desperate attempt to justify his previous defense of Thor before Odin, Loki subtly undermines his brother. However, Thor, unable to wield Mjolnir, must concede the throne to Loki. Thor, in his naivety, accepts Loki's words as truth. He believes his father has succumbed to death. Tears of sorrow welling in his cerulean eyes as he implores Loki, "May I return home for one last glimpse?" The thought of his father's visage torments Thor's heart. Has he, the ungrateful son, indirectly caused his father's demise? Your banishment from the realm was a condition set forth by Jotunheim for the ceasefire, Loki coldly states. Thor desperately inquires if there exists any alternative. He merely wishes to see his father one last time, a simple request. Yet, as Loki continues, Thor's mind buzzes with confusion. Moreover, Mother forbids your return. Loki's words drip with insincerity. Thor, in his sorrow, believes that his mother must attribute their father's death to him. This is to be expected. Upon hearing Loki's feigned apology, Thor realizes the magnitude of the calamity he has unwittingly caused. With heartfelt sincerity, he retorts, "No. It is I who should apologize. Thank you for visiting me. Thank you. Take care." With a heavy expression, Loki turns to leave, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, clearly having deceived Thor with his clever lies. "Farewell," Thor murmured as he bid adieu to his brother. Just then, Agent Coulson reappeared before Thor, exclaiming, "Farewell? I have only just arrived." At the hammer pit, the staff remained diligently engaged in gathering various information concerning the hammer. A slender hand glided over the handle of the hammer. It was Loki. Dressed casually, Loki stood before Mjolnir, invisible to all. With one hand, he attempted to grasp the handle of the hammer, but despite his efforts, it remained immovable. He tried once more, employing both hands, grimacing in exertion. After conceding defeat, Loki lifted his gaze to the sky, pondering, what trickery does the old man employ that renders this wretched object unliftable by anyone? Then, a thought struck him. He had already ascended to the throne. Whether he could lift the hammer or who else could do so bore no consequence to him. A sinister smile crept across his face as he vanished from sight. "Mr. Silver, I fail to comprehend why you would wager with him." Coulson's gaze shifted from his industrious subordinates to the coffee-drinking Su Ming. What a dreadful concoction, utterly unpalatable. Su Ming scraped his tongue with his teeth, dismissively placing the coffee cup aside as he regarded the serious and somewhat pedantic Agent Coulson. What if I were to suggest that the hammer was originally his? Impossible. Agent Coulson instantly refuted Su Ming's assertion. That was merely Mr. Silver's conjecture. Just moments ago, he had encountered an astrophysicist, Eric Selvig, who had taken someone away. The identity system revealed that the blonde man was a doctor named Donald Blake. According to Eric, he later transitioned to studying physics. Though their conversation was riddled with inconsistencies, it was evident that the fellow had done little more than intrude upon the base and subdue a dozen of Coulson's subordinates. Thus, Coulson permitted Thor to leave. Naturally, he had dispatched someone to discreetly follow. Listening to Coulson's account, Su-Ming understood that this high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. agent could not be so easily deceived by a mere researcher. He also realized that Coulson had not genuinely believed his words. With a slight shake of his head and without offering further explanation, he retreated to the storeroom to rummage for tea. The four warriors of Asgard arrived in Puente Antiguo, clad in their Asgardian battle attire and brandishing weapons, attracting the gaze of every passerby. They also caught the attention of the agents dispatched by Coulson to monitor Thor. Were they participating in a masquerade? Report to headquarters. Headquarters, we have identified Princess Shuri, along with Jackie Chan and Robin Hood. In the restaurant, upon further investigation, Jane had come to believe that Thor was indeed Odin's son, the renowned god of thunder. However, Eric perceived Jane's beliefs as mere folly born of infatuation. Found you. At that moment, the glass door of the restaurant was rapped upon with great force. The four warriors of Asgard appeared before them, with a sharp crack. Even though Jane had nearly come to accept that Thor was indeed the god of thunder, she was astonished enough to shatter her coffee cup upon witnessing the scene. After a fervent exchange of greetings, the four warriors proposed to escort Thor back home. I must accept eternal exile. After all, my father perished because of me. This revelation left the warriors exchanging bewildered glances. Thor, your father is still alive. The news struck Thor with profound shock, particularly since Loki had conveyed his earlier message with such sorrow and authenticity. Suddenly, the sky darkened, heavy clouds swirling with flickering lightning coalescing into a vortex. This phenomenon drew the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, led by Coulson, who were studying the ground totem. Meanwhile, Su-Ming felt the time was nigh and remained patiently in close proximity to Thor. Upon witnessing the transformation in the sky, a smile crept upon his face. The unusual occurrence startled the townsfolk, who gazed at the eerie whirlwind from a distance, while Daisy maintained an expressionless demeanor. Who else is coming? As the sand blew, a towering metallic figure descended onto the ground. The formidable Asgardian weapon, the Destroyer, had arrived. Is that Iron Man? I couldn't tell. Agent Coulson, holding a megaphone, issued a routine warning. Hello. You are using unauthorized weaponry. Please identify yourself. The Destroyer seemingly complied, halting its advance. All sorted. Agent Coulson smiled, believing his warning had been effective. However, as the metallic visage fell away, crimson energy began to surge throughout the Iron Giant's form. A golden beam of energy erupted from the giant's face, instantly obliterating nearby vehicles into fiery fragments. Realizing the impending danger, Thor swiftly organized an evacuation. But the mighty Destroyer was relentless. Its furious energy blasts tore through storefronts in an instant, igniting fierce flames. The four warriors of the Divine Realm gripped their weapons tightly as they approached the Destroyer. Chapter 71. Is there more? For many years, the four warriors of the Divine Realm have fought alongside Thor, earning renown as formidable warriors of Asgard. As they beheld the Destroyer, a being that had once rendered great service to Asgard, their thoughts were devoid of frivolity. The Destroyer had clearly been dispatched to confront Thor. Having defied the king's command to side with Thor, the warriors now regarded the Destroyer as their adversary. We shall act separately. Their eyes sparkled with fervor for battle as the warriors swiftly devised their strategy. Although the Destroyer appeared to possess a singular move, its energy cannon, every structure it passed met with inevitable destruction. After obliterating a gas station, the Destroyer advanced toward the warriors, its form amidst the flames resembling a harbinger of doom. For the glory of Asgard, a warrior whose physique and demeanor closely resembled that of a Viking berserker, Vostak, charged forth. He raised his battle axe and roared as he surged toward the Destroyer, his spirit soaring. Yet, in an instant, the Destroyer swatted him away with a casual backhand, sending him hurtling far beyond his approach. Vostak, unfortunate in his initial charge, was pinned against the windshield of a car by the tremendous force. The destroyer approached with deliberate steps, lowering its head as its facial structure shifted to charge its energy cannon, intent on finishing off this presumptuous foe. The ominous glow of destruction pulsed around the destroyer. And just as Vostag believed his end was nigh, a sword plunged from the destroyer's back, piercing through its neck and anchoring it to the ground. The light within the destroyer began to dim. It was Sif, the mightiest warrior of Asgard. While Vostag engaged head-on, Sif had opted for a tactical flanking maneuver, evidently to great effect. In a fleeting moment of mutual understanding between the female warrior Sif and Vostag, the destroyer's contorted body began to shift, composed of layered metal strips. It rotated 180 degrees to face Sif. In an instant, Sif, who had been poised with her sword on the destroyer's back, became the target of its assault. A deafening energy cannon, reminiscent of a train's whistle, surged towards Sif. In a desperate turn, she barely evaded this lethal strike. "Fall back," Sif yelled, scrambling to her feet and racing toward her comrades. The energy blast followed closely, carving a deep trench into the ground, wreaking havoc until it demolished two nearby houses. The divine warriors, just regrouping, had not yet caught their breath before another energy blast sent them soaring. Their disheveled forms were propelled far away, causing destruction to numerous structures before they finally came to a halt. "Run, quickly!" Thor, filled with urgency, realized that he had lost his divine power and was now akin to a mere mortal, susceptible to being dispatched by any friend from Asgard, let alone the seemingly invincible destroyer. Thor could only shout warnings to the trio of scientists to hasten their escape. Meanwhile, Vostag, who had just risen from a street-side shop, found blood trickling from his mouth, feeling dazed and nauseous, as if still intoxicated. Yet, the destroyer showed no mercy, unleashing another energy blast that engulfed the storefront in flames. The violent explosion imparted tremendous kinetic energy to various fragments, which scattered like bullets in all directions. Amidst the debris and smoke, Vostag's body was hurled away like a tattered sack, rendered incapable of combat. Sif and the other two warriors concealed themselves in a corner of the street. None of them stood a chance against the destroyer. "Listen, Sif, you have done your utmost." Thor dashed through the crossfire and reached Sif's side, pressing his hands on her shoulders, imploring his old friend not to press on but to retreat. "No, I wish to perish like a warrior. My tale will be recounted for ages." Sif, a formidable fighter, had prepared herself for the possibility of dying there. "Survive, and share your story in your own words." In the face of Sif's valor, the former Thor might have fought alongside her against the foe. However, having endured numerous setbacks and matured significantly, Thor did not wish for Sif to squander her precious life. He wanted her to live. Sif gazed at Thor, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, as the once invincible god of thunder seemed to have changed. After a weary sigh, she acquiesced to Thor's counsel and sought refuge. The destroyer lived up to its name, as energy blasts ravaged the town, destroying a portion of the already diminutive settlement in a short span. Agent Coulson found himself once more facing a crisis of overwhelming magnitude. Observing the devastation and the rampaging mech soldiers, even the seasoned agent could not help but exclaim, "This is beyond the scope of our operations." As Coulson's mind raced to find a solution, he found no past experiences that could address the current dilemma. A few uniquely styled individuals charged in, but their efforts proved futile. He contemplated calling upon Mr. Silver, yet Su Ming coldly insisted, "Have your director speak with me." Reluctantly, Coulson dialed Nick Fury's number, swiftly relaying the situation, and emphatically advised, "We must halt this monster immediately. The town is on the brink of annihilation." Nick Fury instructed Coulson to hand the phone to Su Ming. "Mr. Silver, you are more familiar with the situation than I am, so I'll get straight to the point. $100 million. Help us rectify this predicament." Su Ming had anticipated the destroyer's arrival, but was astonished by S.H.I.E.L.'s audacity to offer such a sum for the safety of a mere town. It was worth noting that the town scale was too small. $100 million could facilitate the relocation and rebuilding of its inhabitants in a better place. Gazing at the imposing figure of the destroyer in the distance, Su Ming realized that if he did not act soon, Thor would regain his divine powers and eliminate the destroyer. This was not part of Su Ming's plan. He had intended to intervene at the critical moment before Thor awakened, creating an opportunity for the god of thunder, thereby winning his favor and advancing his ultimate goal of reaching Asgard. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D. could no longer remain passive. Coulson urgently sought him out. Although of considerable rank, he had always conducted business with Nick Fury. Apologies, there are rules to adhere to. Mr. Director, is it truly reasonable for such a perilous undertaking to carry the same price as the previous investigation commission? Although Su Ming was inclined to accept immediately, the offered sum seemed devoid of sincerity. 200 million. Destiny, the situation is critical. Prompt action is required. Destiny, already intending to proceed, gladly acquiesced to Director Nick Fury's proposal. The transfer was initiated. 200 million, account balance, 1. 298 billion. Thor endeavored to persuade several old friends to return to Asgard to confront Loki. While feigning confidence, he asserted that he had a plan. Just as the warriors of the divine realm and the scientists were supporting one another in preparation for refuge, Thor cast aside his shield, the very instrument he had relied upon for protection. Gazing into the distance at the destroyer, Thor began to comprehend the words of his father. As Thor resolved to confront the destroyer alone, his steps suddenly faltered. A figure materialized before the destroyer. It was Su Ming. Thor recognized this individual, who had once wagered with him. Regardless of who approached, the destroyer remained indifferent, prepared to unleash its energy cannon. Observing this, Su Ming raised his arms to cross in defense. With a resounding roar, after the impact, the upper portion of Su Ming's attire was reduced to ashes, while his smooth arms now bore a reddish-purple hue, emanating billowing heat. Feeling the searing sensation in his arms, Su Ming was somewhat astonished. Indeed, this was the war machine of Asgard. It nearly breached my level 4 steel physique. It is worth noting that a level 4 steel body can withstand heavy weaponry. The fact that the destroyer's energy cannon could inflict such damage signifies that its power is perilously close to that of a strategic weapon. Is there no other technique you possess, or do you rely solely on this one? Chapter 72. Onward. The stakes. Su Ming's words appeared to incite the destroyer. However, the destroyer possessed no self-awareness. It was merely a war machine crafted by Odin. Empowered by Odin's divine might, the destroyer instinctively unleashed attacks, annihilating all enemies within its sight. It raised its formidable right fist and struck down upon Su Ming. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as Su Ming managed to block the destroyer's heavy blow, yet the colossal metallic fist still forcefully pinned him to the ground. This strength surpassed that of the abomination. With this thought in mind, Su Ming sprang from the earth, pivoting midair to deliver a powerful kick directly to the destroyer's abdomen. Bam! Following the resounding impact, the destroyer staggered back a few steps, raising a cloud of dust. Yet the struck area remained unchanged. Oh, there is something to this. Su Ming had anticipated that his kick would send the destroyer flying, but the sheer force of his strike only managed to shift it a few paces, leading him to realize that the metal encasing the destroyer was no ordinary material. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The metal that composed the destroyer was the same URU metal that formed Thor's hammer. URU metal can withstand the intense heat of stellar cores and the explosive energy of supernovae. Not only was the destroyer forged from URU metal, but it also harbored Odin's magical energy, enabling it to emit high-temperature beams, self-repair, and, most importantly, be immune to physical attacks. Su Ming quickly discerned this fact, for no matter how variously he attacked, the destroyer sustained almost no damage. Be it close combat or throwing knives, it was as if he were merely tickling the destroyer. The current stalemate left Su Ming unable to find a way to defeat the destroyer, while the destroyer, in turn, could not obliterate him. Nevertheless, Su Ming had successfully occupied the destroyer's attention, functioning like a competent tank, steadfastly drawing its combat focus. Since Su Ming's arrival, the small town had not suffered further destruction. Recalling his ability to manipulate magnetism, Su Ming wondered if Magneto's powers could yield any surprises against Asgardian might. Resolute in his intent, He raised both hands towards the destroyer. A special energy field emanated from Su Ming, enveloping the destroyer entirely. Crackle. The destroyer was evidently affected by the magnetic force. Its movements noticeably halted, and, spurred by divine power, it struggled against the magnetic field, emitting a grating sound of metal grinding together. Yet, at this moment, he could only influence the destroyer's actions. Su Ming remained at a loss for a viable strategy to defeat this giant. The battle had reached an impasse. Throughout the encounter, Thor, the god of thunder, observed Su Ming's struggle. Su Ming's formidable strength evoked a sense of respect in Thor for the man who had once wagered with him. Despite being a mortal from Midgard, Su Ming possessed the power to confront the destroyer head-on. This realization caused Thor to regard Su Ming with newfound admiration. Furthermore, Su Ming's timely intervention had saved both his own life and that of his companions, leaving Thor profoundly grateful. However, it appears that this friend can only momentarily restrain the destroyer, without yet achieving victory. Thor is aware that behind the destroyer stands his brother, Loki. For the sake of everyone's lives, Thor approaches the destroyer. Brother, regardless of how I have offended you, or what I have done to incite such hatred within you, I earnestly beseech your forgiveness. These people are innocent. Taking their lives will bring you no benefit. At this moment, although the destroyer struggles against Su Ming's control, its face begins to contort, revealing an outlet for energy discharge aimed directly at Thor. The volatile energy starts to accumulate. Observing this, Su Ming intensifies his magnetic field control, but can only hold the destroyer in place, unable to interrupt the energy cannon it is preparing to unleash. Although the situation is dire, Su Ming knows that even in his absence, the god of thunder would not be so easily vanquished. Therefore, he remains confident, quietly watching Thor's actions. Kill me. In this all. At this juncture, Loki, clad in divine armor and adorned with a horned helmet while seated upon the throne, hesitates. Though he had resolved to forsake past sentiments, Thor's sincere words, conveyed through the destroyer, reach his ears. Deep within, something soft is touched. The hand that was poised to strike slowly descends, signifying the resolution of his inner turmoil. Ultimately, Loki lacks the resolve to slay Thor. The structure of the destroyer's face returns to normal, and the chaotic energy within its body gradually stabilizes. Thor feels a sense of relief at his brother's mercy, but before he can smile, the destroyer retaliates with a powerful slap, sending him flying. The destroyer breaks free from Su Ming's control, delivering a devastating blow to Thor. This seemingly casual strike proves fatal for Thor, who is currently in a mortal state. He is propelled several meters away, rolling on the ground before finally landing in Jane's arms, where he reveals a serene smile. It is all over. Now you are safe. As Jane watches Thor peacefully close his eyes in her embrace, her sorrow is beyond expression. Meanwhile, on the luminous bed of Asgard, a tear slips from Odin's eye as he slumbers. The destroyer is a creation of Odin, and he perceives everything that transpires. Odin feels a sense of pride. His son has finally exhibited a semblance of leadership, understanding the greater good and the essence of self-sacrifice. Yet he is also filled with sorrow, for the cost of his son's grasp of a ruler's heart is immense, so immense that even the All-Father struggles to accept it. Energy surges. Researchers loudly announce the changes occurring with the hammer. Whoever can lift the hammer shall possess the power of the thunder god. The images of Odin casting the spell upon the hammer flash back repeatedly. At this moment, Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, finally sheds its lifeless appearance. As if summoned, runes manifest, colors deepen, energy vibrates. Suddenly, Mjolnir erupts forth, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, soaring towards Thor. Eric sensed the impending danger and promptly assisted Jane, who was still engulfed in grief. As the mighty Mjolnir soared towards Thor at an extraordinary speed, Thor, lying on the ground, instinctively raised his hand to grasp it. Crack! A robust bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the hammer that Thor held aloft. It has returned. In the radiance of the lightning, the warriors of the divine realm observed as Thor's form was swiftly enveloped in the armor of the god of thunder, an aura unique to him gradually emanating from the center of the brilliance. They revealed long-lost smiles. This spectacle left the trio of scientists utterly astounded. Just moments ago, Jane had been weeping, and now her gaze was vacant, fixated on the astonishing scene before her. Oh, my God! Su Ming released his hold on the destroyer. Truly, a product of Asgard, controlling him had indeed been somewhat exhausting. Witnessing the triumphant return of Thor, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, truly a deity. The transformation effect is unparalleled. At this moment, the destroyer, fueled by renewed malice, swiftly gathered energy to unleash a powerful energy beam at Thor. Amidst the colossal column of lightning, Mjolnir suddenly soared forth. Bang! With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the destroyer's head, causing it to tilt sideways and interrupting the energy wave. The destroyer was then knocked to the ground by the returning Mjolnir. As the hammer returned to Thor's grasp, the man, Thor, the god of thunder, had returned. With his golden locks cascading and his crimson cape billowing fiercely, he wielded Mjolnir with an imposing presence. The Thor, who moments ago bore the marks of battle, now re-emerged as the god of thunder. Ding! In the midst of the storm, a shimmering object soared towards Su Ming. Thor's hearty voice resonated simultaneously. Catch! This is the wager. Chapter 73. The Return of the Thunder God. Su Ming instinctively grasped the object that had been thrown to him, yet he had not the time to examine it closely. In that moment, Thor, the god of thunder, leapt into the sky, shattering the sound barrier, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the eardrums of all present. It was then that Eric realized that the man, who had been spouting nonsensical claims of being Odin's son, Thor, might indeed not have been lying. Could a drunken fool truly survive such formidable lightning? He was indeed the god of thunder. Dumbfounded, Eric found the scientific principles he had long held in reverence to be utterly laughable at this moment. Although Thor's words had corresponded with tales from storybooks, those were mere fables. Which scientist would dare to accept the contents of a fairy tale as truth? Who could have imagined that a simple collision could reveal the thunder god? Eric, transfixed by the scene that defied the laws of science, was unwilling to blink, knowing that everything unfolding before him would be an unforgettable experience for a lifetime. Having experienced both profound sorrow and overwhelming joy, Jane felt as if she were in a dream. Through her encounters with Thor, a voice within her persistently whispered that he had not deceived her. Yet, as an astrophysicist, her rigorous scientific rationality cautioned her against believing Thor's claims. Nevertheless, the noble aura he exuded, his handsome visage, his caring demeanor, and his rugged charm captivated her like catnip to a kitten. On that cold night, Thor had patiently elucidated the knowledge of the 9 realms, explaining Asgard and the Rainbow Bridge. His gentle manner reminded her of her father, and he had tenderly tucked her in, urging her not to relinquish hope. Everything about him entranced Jane. She admitted to herself that she might have fallen for this man, who seemed oblivious to human conventions. As she beheld the resurrected Thor, her joy surpassed that of anyone else. She cheered for him with fervor, yet a pang of melancholy tugged at her heart. If he truly was the god of thunder, he would inevitably return to the heavens. In this moment, Jane's emotions swirled, her gaze upon Thor becoming exceedingly complex. Meanwhile, Daisy, faced with the imposing figure of Thor, could only utter one thought. Such an abundance of good fortune indeed could not be the work of an ordinary mortal. Feeling the solid object in his hand, Su Ming looked up at Thor's silhouette. Truly, the thunder god had returned. Thor stood in the prime of his glory, and it seemed that no one could rival him, not even Su Ming himself. After all, he possessed no extraordinary weapon like the Meow Meow hammer, nor did he wield that crackling divine power. Weary, Su Ming sank down onto the ground, aware that his task had been accomplished. Leaving the subsequent matters to Thor, he decisively switched modes, time to spectate and enjoy the show. At that moment, the destroyer rose from the ground, having been struck down for the first time since his arrival on Earth. He lifted his metallic head, gazing at Thor soaring high into the sky, raising his hand to clear away the cars caught in the storm, seemingly locking onto his adversary. At this moment, Thor hovered high in the air, his arm wielding Mjolnir, conjuring a fierce whirlwind, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. With a sudden surge of power, the intensity of the storm escalated exponentially, gradually lifting the formidable destroyer. As the destroyer launched an energy blast towards Thor, he effortlessly blocked it with Mjolnir. Thor's gaze sharpened, and he swung the hammer of the god of thunder towards the destroyer. Another wave of energy surged forth, but the massive inertia of Mjolnir propelled Thor to withstand the onslaught of the energy cannon, accelerating towards the destroyer. The searing heat of the energy wave inflicted no harm upon Thor. The Uru-forged hammer served as his greatest shield, capable of withstanding the force of a supernova explosion. Mjolnir absorbed the full brunt of the energy cannon's beam, while the intense residual energy swirled around him. Thor surged forward, his speed increasing with each moment. A deafening explosion resonated as a blinding white light burst forth, sending powerful energy waves rippling through the sky above the town, instantly dispersing all clouds. The shockwave radiated outward, its reach extending far beyond the confines of the town. The head of the destroyer suffered a devastating blow, collapsing into a steel carcass that struck the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater. Under the impact of Mjolnir, fueled by divine power, even Odin's magic could not salvage this Asgardian war machine. Dust and soil were thrust into the air, soaring to heights of 100 meters, reminiscent of a desert storm. In the zero-visibility zone, a figure slowly approached. Clad in crimson armor and a blood-red cloak, the god of thunder, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, emerged before the onlookers. "Is this how you typically dress?" In awe of Thor's extraordinary presence, Jane found herself at a loss for words, uttering a rather trivial question. "Pretty much," Thor replied coolly, imbued with the formidable aura of the god of thunder. "So cool." Jane endeavored to maintain her composure, yet her sparkling eyes betrayed her admiration. Restored to his divine strength, Thor recognized the urgency of his mission to uncover the truth behind the events in Asgard. "We must head to the entrance of the celestial realm. I need to speak with my brother." Thor issued his command in an authoritative tone, revealing his true nature. The warriors of the divine realm felt reinvigorated, their determination rekindled. "Wait." At that moment, Agent Coulson called out to Thor. "Donald, it seems you have yet to tell me the whole truth." With the awakening of his kingly resolve, Thor interrupted Coulson, his gaze resolute. He understood that although the man before him had previously apprehended him, Coulson had his own mission, and Thor would not hold a grudge over such trivial matters. "We share a common purpose, to protect this world. From this day forth, consider me an ally. However, you must return what you took from Jane." With newfound support, Jane quickly interjected, "Stolen. Borrowed." The Coulson reaction was remarkably swift. Plans change faster than one can anticipate. How could mere research materials compare to an ally of divine caliber? "You may certainly reclaim your equipment, for you must continue your research." Coulson intended to engage in further conversation with Thor, perhaps to foster a closer rapport, yet he was met with indifference. The god of thunder strode purposefully to stand before Su Ming, observing the latter's bare torso. He crouched down and inquired, "Valiant warrior, you have earned my respect. What is your name?" Surprised by Thor's initiative to converse, Su Ming recognized that his plan had achieved a significant milestone, and he responded with a subtle smile. "My code name is Destiny. I am a bounty hunter." Thor repeated the name Destiny a couple of times, seemingly committed to memory. He raised his chin, indicating Su Ming to look at the object in his hands, and grinned. "This is a medal I once earned. A wager lost is a debt paid, and now it is yours." At last, Su Ming had the opportunity to lift the item for closer inspection. It was indeed a medal. Crafted from an unidentifiable metal, its palm-sized surface bore a 9-pointed star shield as its base, with the edges interwoven with shattered spears and runes. At its center stood a formidable long spear, its tip piercing the ethereal image of chaotic waves. The background displayed a fusion of molten lava and frigid ice, while 12 Valkyries, riding and wielding swords, appeared to emerge and recede in accordance with the metal's angle, rendered in a mesmerizing iridescent enamel that shimmered like a rainbow bridge under the light. Though modest in size, its value is unmistakable. Su Ming waved the medal before Thor. "Thank you." "No need for thanks. It was originally yours by right," Thor replied with a light-hearted smile, exuding a hint of royal grace and the virtue of honor. As Su Ming contemplated the medal in his hand, he silently assessed its worth. Asgard war medal valuation, 8 billion. His pupils constricted. What the hell? A mere badge is worth this much? Realizing its staggering valuation only strengthened Su Ming's resolve to venture to Asgard.